The earth was damp and cold, carrying a foul stench of decay that smeared his face. Cough, cough. His consciousness felt as though it had sunk into the depths of the ocean, struggling to break the surface. Lin Fan erupted into a fit of coughing, expelling mouthfuls of muddy water. Where am I? He attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as if glued shut. With a tremendous effort, he managed to pry them apart just enough to see a pitch-black void. He could discern nothing. His body felt leaden. Even the effort to move a finger seemed Herculean. What was worse, he sensed something was burying him, suffocating pressure surrounding him from all sides, making it difficult to breathe. What the hell? What's happening? Am I buried alive? This thought sent a surge of cold sweat down his spine, igniting a flicker of strength within him. Lin Fan desperately twisted his body, his hands frantically clawing upward. His fingernails soon filled with the damp, cold earth, but he paid it no mind. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. Damn it, get me out! He mentally roared, his arms mechanically repeating the motions of digging. Time lost all meaning. Eventually, the pressure above him eased. A faint, gray light filtering in, accompanied by a chill in the air. There's hope. His spirits lifted, and he used all his limbs to scramble out like a creature breaking free from the soil, emerging awkwardly from the shallow grave. Phew, haha. He collapsed at the edge of the pit, gasping for breath. The air was frigid, slicing through his lungs like a blade. Lin Fan inhaled greedily, relishing the relief of having survived. After a considerable moment, he propped himself up and glanced back at the place he had emerged from. It was a rudimentary earthen grave, accompanied by a crude tombstone leaning precariously beside it. Instinctively, Lin Fan leaned in closer, wiping away the grime to reveal several jagged characters. The grave of Yamcha. Lin Fan froze, the name striking a familiar chord. Wasn't it the character from the manga? The tragic Yamcha? A gust of cold wind swept past him, and he shivered, realizing his tattered clothing bore a striking resemblance to a shroud. He lowered his gaze, observing his hands caked in mud, and the grotesque scars marring his chest. Wait, he seemed to recall something, slowly lifting his hand to touch his face. On his left cheek, there was a prominent scar, a vertical line bisecting his eye. Lin Fan's heart plummeted, a ludicrous thought surging forth that he scrambled to a nearby puddle, disregarding the filth, and leaned in to examine his reflection. The water revealed a face both familiar and alien. Disheveled black hair clung to his face, sharp features, and the two scars traversing his left eye. This was Yamcha from Dragon Ball? Holy crap! Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, utterly bewildered. Had he crossed over? Had he become Yamcha, the character whose power level was decimated, who was ultimately reduced to a mere background figure? What on earth? He slapped his face with vigor, the reflection mimicking his actions. Pain surged, all too real. This was not a dream. He had truly transformed into Yamcha. Calm down. Calm down. He forced himself to regain composure and began surveying his surroundings. Upon doing so, his briefly settled emotions plummeted once more into despair. This place was a wasteland, as far as the eye could see. Remnants of a shattered world lay scattered. Once towering buildings now stood as twisted steel skeletons, their darkened windows resembling the hollow eyes of skulls. The ground was riddled with gaping holes. Charred remains of automobiles littered the landscape. The entire realm seemed to exist in shades of gray and black, silent and oppressive. In the distance, the outlines of several iconic dome-shaped structures could be seen, though they too were in ruins. That was the West City. A thought struck him like lightning. The obliterated West City, the deceased Yamcha. No, it can't be. His lips began to tremble, a fear even greater than becoming Yamcha dawning upon him. This was not the Dragon Ball universe he knew. This was the timeline of the future Trunks. The Z fighters had perished, the world ravaged by two androids, a future steeped in despair and darkness. In this world, Son Goku succumbed to a heart disease. Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, everyone was slain by androids 17 and 18. Naturally, Yamcha met the same fate. So, I really did claw my way out of grave. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, nearly freezing his blood. What kind of international joke is this? Lin Fan murmured to himself, his complexion ashen. Other crossovers involve Scions or Namekians, or at least are with the system. What about me? I've become a human with a power level that has long since fallen behind, awakening in a hellish future, having just emerged from a grave with no beginner's equipment. Just as despair washed over Lin Fan regarding his fate, a piercing shriek sliced through the air. Boom! In the distance, a surviving building crumbled to dust under a blinding energy blast. The deafening explosion reverberated in his ears, shaking the very ground beneath him. Lin Fan stiffly lifted his gaze toward the source of the explosion. That direction was where he had seen the city center moments ago. His heart raced, and a name escaped his lips. Androids. They were nearby. Chapter 2, I am Yamcha. Run. This thought surged forth as an instinctual response. Yamcha, he now had no choice but to accept this new name, scrambled to his feet, using hands and feet alike. Without a second thought, he dashed in the opposite direction of the explosive sounds. He dared not glance back, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Keep a safe distance from those two monsters. The frail body he inhabited, though weak, was infinitely stronger than his previous life as a corporate drone. He sprinted across the uneven ruins with astonishing speed. The wind howled past his ears, yet all he could hear was the thunderous beating of his own heart. He was acutely aware that, in the eyes of the androids, his speed could hardly be likened to that of a snail. Furthermore, in this world, androids were powered by limitless energy. They were tireless hunters, relishing the chase of survivors as if it were a game. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As he ran, he cursed inwardly. Why now? Why here? He vividly recalled that in the future world, androids 17 and 18 were two sadistic lunatics who derived pleasure from slaughter. They had no particular objectives. The destruction of cities and the extermination of humanity were mere pastimes to them. He was nothing more than a lowly creature on their map, liable to be wiped out at any moment. He ran until his lungs burned with pain, finally collapsing into the shadow of a building that had been sliced in half. Leaning against the cold wall, his chest heaved violently, trembling from a combination of exhaustion and fear. Cautiously, he peeked outside. In the distant sky, more energy blasts illuminated the area, accompanied by a series of explosions. Those two fiends seemed to be enthusiastically clearing out the vicinity. Fortunately, they had not pursued him. Yamcha sighed in relief, his body going limp. He needed a place that was unequivocally safe to gather his thoughts. Huddled in the corner of the building, he forced himself to calm down. First, I have crossed over and become Yamcha. Second, this is the future timeline of Dragon Ball, where androids wreak havoc. And all Z fighters, save for Trunks, are dead. Third, I have just clawed my way out of a grave, my body weak, and combat power roughly equivalent to 0. He meticulously analyzed his predicament, and with each point he assessed, his heart sank further. This was an inescapable deadlock. In this world, combat power was the ultimate truth. Yamcha, a pure-blooded earthling, had his innate potential capped. Even if he exerted every effort to train, could he ever reach Frieza's level? Impossible. Yet those two androids possessed strength that surpassed even the first stage of Super Saiyan. In the original story, Vegeta, brimming with confidence after transforming into a Super Saiyan, was effortlessly crippled by Android 18. Even Trunks and Son Gohan, working in tandem, could only manage a narrow escape. What could he, this Yamcha, possibly use to contend with them? The Wolf-Fang Fist. Ridiculous. Rushing in would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Wait, there is one advantage. Yamcha's mind raced. Androids are incapable of sensing ki. This was a crucial piece of information. It meant that as long as he did not make a ruckus or foolishly approach the androids, he would not be detected like a firefly in the night. This was the foundation for his survival. At present, those two androids were likely preoccupied with hunting down the last warrior of this era, Trunks. Most of their attention would be focused on him, granting Yamcha a brief opportunity to breathe. I cannot remain idle. Yamcha clenched his fists. Though he had a hellish start, he did not wish to die so pathetically. Having been granted a second chance at life, he must struggle to survive. He began to assess his body. Aside from its weakness and hunger, the physical foundation was indeed commendable. The muscle definition was smooth, exuding latent power. He could sense a force residing deep within, though he was uncertain of how to harness it. That force was ki. Any Dragon Ball warrior, no matter how weak, understood the utilization of ki. He needed to find a place to recuperate and devise a training plan. He resolved that this building was evidently not secure. It was merely a temporary refuge. He required a more concealed and fortified hiding spot. After resting for a while, his strength partially returned. He then began to traverse the ruins like a cautious mouse, searching for a suitable lair. This endeavor was fraught with dread. Each gust of wind sent chills down his spine, and every falling stone made him believe the androids were upon him. Ultimately, he discovered a location, an entrance to the underground parking lot of a large shopping center. The entrance was mostly blocked by collapsed structures, leaving only a narrow gap through which a person could squeeze. Without hesitation, he slipped inside. The underground parking lot was engulfed in darkness, permeated by the heavy scents of mildew and dust. Yet here, he was shielded from external sounds, providing him with a false sense of security. He groped his way forward, settling behind a crumpled car. Darkness and silence enveloped him. It was only then that he had the opportunity to truly feel this body and confront the reality of having become Yamcha. He closed his eyes, memories of his past life mingling with the remnants of this body's instincts. He could recall the days spent training alongside Goku and Krillin, the battles at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and even the complex emotions he harbored for Bulma. These fragmented memories imbued his identity as Yamcha with a semblance of reality. He was no longer a mere observer. He was Yamcha, a man who had once died and inexplicably returned to life. Damn, what a stroke of bad luck, he muttered under his breath, not out of despair, but with a fierce resolve to embrace his circumstances. As he organized his thoughts, his hand brushed against something hard on the ground. He picked it up, and by the faint light filtering through the gap at the entrance, he discovered it was a cracked picture frame. Blowing off the dust, he saw a group of people smiling radiantly at the camera. Young Goku, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, and a Bulma dressed in an orange martial arts uniform. Her face unmarred by scars, embracing her with blue hair, and a silly grin plastered on his own face. Those were moments that could never be reclaimed. Except for Goku, who existed in another timeline. Nearly everyone in the photograph had perished in this world. A wave of profound sorrow and resentment washed over him. He gazed at the spirited figure of himself in the picture, then reflected on the desolate ruins surrounding him, and his eyes welled with tears. Damn it! He clutched the picture frame tightly. He didn't want to die again. Chapter 3: The Only Path to Survival. The pangs of hunger surged like a tidal wave. Yamcha leaned against the cold wreckage of a car, his stomach twisting in agony. Since clawing out of the grave, he had not consumed a single morsel, nor had he even sipped clean water. At this rate, even if he evaded the androids, he would starve to death. He had to find a solution. Carefully, he tucked the cracked photograph into his clothing and forced himself to stand. This underground parking lot was vast. There must be something useful to be found. He ventured into the darkness, beginning his exploration of the parking area. The lot was filled with various vehicles, most shrouded in thick dust, some rendered unrecognizable by fallen debris. He tried each car door, hoping to uncover any sealed food or bottled water. Eureka! In the rear of an SUV, he stumbled upon several bottles. He extracted one and shook it, discovering it contained water. Although he had no idea how long it had been there, he couldn't afford to dwell on that. He twisted off the cap, cautiously took a sip to ensure there was no foul taste, and then gulped it down greedily. The icy liquid coursed down his parched throat, bringing him immense relief. As he rummaged through the vehicle, he was elated to find an unopened packet of biscuits, truly a gift from the heavens. Impatiently, he tore open the packaging and devoured the biscuits with fervor. He had never imagined such dry snacks could be so delectable. With water and food, the weakness in his body subsided considerably, and clarity returned to his mind. He settled back into a corner, sipping water slowly while forcing himself to contemplate his future path. Hiding here was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Food and water would eventually run out. Moreover, if the androids decided to raze this area to the ground, he wouldn't have time to escape. He needed to grow stronger. Only by acquiring the power to protect himself could he survive in this post-apocalyptic world. But how could he become stronger? He closed his eyes, desperately trying to recall the various training methods from Dragon Ball. Weighted training? Climbing Karen Tower? Drinking the ultra-divine water? These conventional training methods would be far too inefficient for his current situation. Even if he possessed extraordinary talent and could enhance his combat prowess tenfold or 100-fold in 3 to 5 years, what would it matter? In the face of the androids, he would still be defeated in a single blow. They were monstrous beings capable of overpowering even super science. If the conventional path was unfeasible, he would have to seek shortcuts. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. Go to planet Namek? Impossible, the Guardian was dead, and the Dragon Balls were gone. He had no idea how to get there. Transform into an android? Dr. Gero's lab had long been destroyed. Where could he find the technology? One by one, He dismissed each proposed plan, frustration knotting his brow. Was there truly no way out? Was he destined to scurry like a rat, only to be caught and toyed with by a cat someday? But perhaps there was still hope. He slammed his fist into the ground. There must be a place where one could undergo a dramatic transformation in a short time. A phrase like lightning struck his mind. The hyperbolic time chamber. His eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, the hyperbolic time chamber. That magical room within the sacred world of the Kais. One day inside equated to an entire year outside. Moreover, the environment within featured high gravity and thin air, making it ideal for training. In the original story, Vegeta and Trunks emerged after a year, surpassing ordinary Super Saiyans. Goku and Gohan, upon entering, directly attained full-power Super Saiyan status. This was his only opportunity. If he could enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. With the foundation of his current body, combined with the wisdom of an adult's soul and understanding of ki, if he could reach that level and exploit the android's inability to sense ki, his chances of survival would increase significantly. This was it, his sole path to survival. The discovery made his heart race. However, he quickly regained his composure as new challenges emerged. First, the sacred world of the Kais hovered above Karen Tower, inaccessible to ordinary people. Second, with the Guardian and Piccolo deceased, what was the current state of the sacred world? Was Mr. Popo still around? Could the hyperbolic time chamber still be utilized? In the original narrative, in future Trunks' world, the Guardian had died, and the Dragon Balls had vanished, but there was no mention of the sacred world disappearing as well. It was worth the gamble. Regardless, he had to try. Yamcha resolved firmly. This was the only solution he could envision to break the impasse. To reach the sacred world, he first needed to ascend Karen Tower. He recalled the map. Karen Tower was located in the sacred land, far from West City, nearly spanning half the continent. Trekking there on foot was impractical. The dangers along the way were numerous, and food and water posed significant issues. He required a mode of transportation. Furthermore, before setting off, he needed to master the most basic ability to manipulate ki. Even learning the flight technique or simply being able to conceal his energy would greatly enhance his safety during the journey. His plan gradually crystallized in his mind. The first step was to attempt training in this underground parking lot, mastering the basic application of ki. The second step involved seeking out a usable vehicle and sufficient supplies. The third step would be to embark on his journey to Karen Tower. This clear objective drove away the fear and confusion within Yamcha, replaced by an intense desire to survive and a sense of purpose. He took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and his gaze became resolute. He intended to escape this wretched parking lot, to leave this city of death. He was determined to live. Approaching the blocked entrance, he peered cautiously through the gap, observing the outside world. It remained eerily silent. The distant sounds of explosions had ceased. He couldn't tell if the androids had departed or were merely plotting their next move. Yamcha hesitated before stepping out. He retracted his body, deciding to execute the first step of his plan. Finding a relatively open spot, he settled cross-legged, mimicking the pose from the manga, placing his hands on his knees, and closed his eyes. Now, he aimed to awaken the dormant power within this body. Chapter 4. Crossing the City of Death. Sitting cross-legged seemed simple in theory, yet in practice, it was as challenging as climbing a mountain. Yamcha struggled to calm his mind, but his thoughts swirled chaotically. The cold, emotionless face of the android, the deafening explosions, and various images from the black and white family photo flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Focus, you fool. He silently chastised himself, forcing a deep breath to expel all distractions. According to the teachings from Dragon Ball, ki is a life energy present within every living being. To sense it, one must achieve a state of tranquility. He breathed repeatedly, feeling the air flow in through his nostrils, and then slowly exhale. Gradually, everything outside seemed to fade away, the musty smell, the dust, the cold ground. He began to concentrate on his internal state. He could feel the rhythm of his heartbeat, the flow of blood. But then what? Where was the ki? He strained to see and listen, but aside from normal physiological functions, he sensed nothing. Time ticked by, his legs grew numb, yet he remained empty-handed. Damn it! Was it my method that was flawed? He opened his eyes in frustration. No, Yamcha could naturally use ki. This should be an instinctive ability. It was merely that his foreign soul did not know how to activate it. He shifted his approach. Since it was instinct, he would trigger it through the most direct method. He stood up, striking a pose reminiscent of Yamcha's classic move, the wolf-fang fist. He closed his eyes, envisioning himself facing a formidable foe, imagining concentrating all his strength into his fist. "Yeah," he shouted, delivering a powerful punch. The wind from his fist howled, imbued with force. But ultimately, it was just an ordinary punch thrown by a regular person. It still wasn't enough. Yamcha felt disheartened. How long had he been here? A day? 2 days? In the underground parking lot, there was no sense of time, but the biscuits he had eaten earlier had long been digested, and hunger was gnawing at him once again. He could not afford to linger any longer. He resolved to change his plan, to venture out in search of supplies and transportation. While he would gradually explore training along the way, he approached the entrance once more, ensuring that no unusual sounds lingered outside. Taking a deep breath, he slipped out into the open air. The sight of the gray sky weighed heavily upon him, evoking a sense of despair. Like a specter, he silently traversed the ruins. His objective was clear: to seek out vehicles that appeared relatively intact or to uncover basements and warehouses within the collapsed buildings. This task proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. The entire city resembled a battlefield, ravaged by a colossal beast, littered with debris. As he passed through a square, he beheld numerous charred human silhouettes, the final remnants of those who had been vaporized by energy blasts. A wave of nausea surged within him, compelling him to suppress the urge to vomit and quicken his pace. This was hell. He needed to leave, and swiftly. Underneath a collapsed apartment building, he discovered a sloped entrance leading to an underground garage. Though largely obstructed by rubble, it appeared to be more accessible than his previous location. He squeezed through and was pleasantly surprised to find several vehicles in remarkably good condition. Among them was a sturdy-looking off-road motorcycle. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached it. Upon inspection, he noted only minor scratches on the body and that the tires still held air. When he pressed the ignition button, to his delight, it was electric start. Splendid. As long as there was power, he wouldn't need to worry about making too much noise while starting it. He continued to search the vicinity, scavenging bottled water, canned goods, and even a first aid kit from the trunks of a few cars. He meticulously wrapped these spoils in a cloth and secured them tightly to the motorcycle's rear seat. Now, everything was in place. He mounted the motorcycle and located the start button. His finger hovered above it, hesitating to press down. He was acutely aware that, despite the quiet hum, the sound of the motorcycle could carry far in this desolate city. What if a synthetic being was lurking nearby? He found himself torn between two choices: to remain here and continue living like a rat for a few more days, or to take the risk and pursue an opportunity to reach Kalinta. His gaze fell upon the rearview mirror of the handlebars. Reflected in it was his scarred face, eyes filled with struggle and fear. How utterly disgraceful. He scolded himself softly while gazing at his reflection. You are Yamcha, a member of the Z Warriors. Though perhaps the weakest, you are not a coward. Vegeta dared to challenge Android 18. Gohan and Trunks faced danger time and again. Were any of them unafraid of death? Yet they still ventured forth. And what about me? I possess knowledge unknown to all of them. I know where the turning point lies. Yet I lack the courage to even start a motorcycle? With each thought, his anger swelled. The deep-seated resentment and fury within him overshadowed his fear. What is there to fear? If I die, so be it. 18 years later, I would still be a man. No, I have just crawled out of the grave, and I refuse to return. His resolve hardened, and without further hesitation, he slammed his finger down on the start button. A soft hum of electricity filled the air as the motorcycle's dashboard illuminated. He felt a surge of joy. It worked. Yamcha twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle emitted a deep growl as it surged up the slope and into the city of death. He avoided the main roads, opting instead for the narrow paths cluttered with obstacles. The motorcycle performed exceptionally well, navigating the debris with ease. The wind whipped past him, carrying the scent of decay from the city. Yamcha remained vigilant, dodging potholes and steel rods while constantly scanning the sky. He knew those two demons relished flying high above. He felt like an ant scuttling beneath the feet of a dragon, small yet resilient. His destination was eastward. Kalinta lay far in the eastern distance. Chapter 5. Igniting the Flame of Hope. Once he had departed the boundaries of the western city on his motorcycle, a sigh of relief escaped him. Before him stretched an endless expanse of wilderness. The earth was cracked, and the vegetation was withered, painting a portrait of desolation. Without the cover of skyscrapers, the sky appeared vast and exposed, heightening his sense of insecurity. He constantly felt as though two figures could emerge from the clouds at any moment. He dared not travel during the day, choosing instead to advance at twilight and dawn when the light was dimmest. By day, he sought refuge in caves or abandoned structures. Along the way, he continued his exploration of Ki. He discovered that when he concentrated intently or felt a surge of emotion, a warmth would manifest in his lower abdomen. This was it. He was certain that this warmth was the source of his Ki. One day, while hiding in a weathered cave, the wind howled outside, stirring up dust and darkness, creating an ideal opportunity for training. He sat cross-legged once more, this time purposefully focusing all his thoughts on the warm current in his abdomen. Move, he urged silently. He envisioned the warmth as a stream, with his body serving as the riverbed, guiding the flow throughout himself. The process was exceedingly challenging. The warmth was feeble and sluggish, refusing to heed his command. He attempted again and again, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his clothing. Damn it, I refuse to give in. A surge of determination surged within him. He recalled the synthetic being's contempt for life and the charred silhouettes in the ruins. The intense anger and will to survive intensified his focus like never before. Suddenly, he felt the warmth in his abdomen leap. It was as if a dam had been breached, and a faint yet distinct current began to flow upward, following his intention. It coursed through his chest, traveled to his shoulders, and gradually gathered in his palms. Yamcha could clearly perceive its trajectory. He opened his right hand, concentrating all his thoughts into his palm. The warmth finally reached its destination. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed at his palm. There, a sphere the size of an egg, radiating a gentle white light, hovered quietly. It pulsated slightly, akin to a living heart. The surrounding air felt warmer in its presence. Yamcha stared in awe at the glowing sphere in his palm. His breath momentarily suspended. Though small and faint, even dimmer than a flashlight, this was Ki. It was energy he had condensed through sheer willpower. Did I succeed? He murmured, his voice hoarse with excitement. He tried to move his thoughts, and the sphere obediently floated upward a bit. He willed it again, and the sphere returned to his palm. Ha! Yamcha could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. The sound echoed in the cavern, tinged with madness, yet suffused with boundless joy and release. This was not a mere instinct of Yamcha's body. This was he, a soul from another world, masterfully wielding power through his own efforts. This feeling surpassed any joy he had experienced in his previous life, whether in career advancements or year-end bonuses, by 1,000-fold. This was hope, the first flicker of light he had ignited in this world of despair. Gazing at the sphere in his palm, a wild idea surged within him. He recalled the original work, where Yamcha's signature technique, the spirit ball, was born. Let us give it a try. He extended his index and middle fingers, aiming at the luminous sphere in his palm. He concentrated on recalling the movements and sensations from the animation, attempting to manipulate it with his fingers. The sphere quivered violently, becoming extremely unstable, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Steady, steady. He was wholly absorbed, his mental faculties intensely focused. Gradually, the orb of light stabilized, and under his deliberate guidance, began to morph, elongating into an irregular sphere. Go. He pointed his finger at the cavern wall. A sudden thrust. Whoosh. The diminutive energy sphere, trailing a faint white glow, darted awkwardly forward, ultimately colliding with the stone wall a dozen meters away with a soft thud. The wall bore merely a shallow dent, roughly the size of a fist, with a few fragments of rock cascading down. The force was comparable to that of a stone hurled with all one's might. Yet, Yamcha gazed at this insignificant outcome, not with disappointment, but instead, a radiant smile spread across his face. He understood that from this moment onward, everything would be different. He was no longer the ordinary individual who could only flee and hide. He had embarked once again on the path of a martial artist. I can do it. Yamcha looked at his hands, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. I will survive. He clenched his fists tightly, as if grasping the very threads of his destiny. Chapter 6. Messages Beneath the Ruins. Having mastered the fundamental application of Chi, Yamcha's journey became somewhat smoother. Although the power of the energy spheres he conjured was still minimal, and the art of aerial maneuvering felt like an unattainable dream, he could envelop his entire being with a subtle aura, significantly diminishing the sounds he made while moving and sharpening his senses beyond their previous acuity. This enhancement granted him a greater chance of survival as he traversed the wilderness. On this particular day, while navigating a hilly terrain, The motorcycle's engine suddenly emitted a series of odd clanks before it gradually sputtered to a halt. Broken? Yamcha frowned and dismounted to investigate. After much futile tinkering, he could not discern the problem, realizing he was no mechanic. Damn it, what bad timing. He glanced at the map, noting the desolation around him. With no village in sight and the ruins of the next town, which might offer supplies, still far off. With no alternative, he resolved to find a place to rest before embarking on foot in search of a means of transportation. He hoisted his backpack and surveyed the surroundings, spotting a vast depression nearby, reminiscent of a meteorite crater. At its edge, he discerned some exposed, evidently artificial metallic structures. What could that be? Curiosity piqued. Yamcha approached. When he reached the brink of the crater and beheld the scene below, he was momentarily stunned. At the center of the crater lay the colossal remnants of a hemispherical structure, emblazoned with the two enormous letters CC, Capsule Corporation. This had once been Bulma's home and the pinnacle of technological advancement worldwide. Now, it was merely a bottomless pit. Yamcha's emotions were conflicted. For the memories tied to this body, this place was one of his homes, where he had spent countless joyful moments. He silently stared into the abyss for a long time. Perhaps there might be something salvageable below? A thought emerged. Known for its cutting-edge technology, Capsule Corporation had constructed various laboratories and warehouses deep underground. Perhaps some section had survived the explosion. If he could find a spacecraft or a gravity chamber, it would be a tremendous boon. This notion ignited excitement within him. He resolved to descend and explore. The inner walls of the crater were steep, but for the current Yamcha, it posed no significant challenge. Utilizing both hands and feet, he swiftly descended to the bottom. The pit was strewn with twisted metal and charred debris. He tread cautiously among the ruins, searching for any potential entrances. Found it. Beneath a massive metal panel, he discovered a gaping breach leading into deeper darkness. Judging by the structure around the opening, it appeared to be an emergency passage. Without hesitation, he crawled inside. The interior of the passage was in disarray, yet the structure remained relatively intact. Following the corridor downward for several minutes, he emerged into a vast underground space. It seemed to be a large research laboratory, cluttered with damaged precision instruments and shattered glass containers. Emergency lights flickered dimly, casting an eerie glow throughout the space. Remarkably, a section had indeed survived. Yamcha's heart leaped with joy as he began to search within. He hoped to uncover some high-energy compressed food or a universal capsule. Unfortunately, most of the equipment was severely damaged, and many storage cabinets had been violently breached, leaving them empty. It appeared that someone had rummaged through before him. Likely early survivors. Though disappointment washed over him, he persevered, venturing deeper into the laboratory. In a corner, he spotted a relatively intact large computer terminal. The screen was dark, yet the indicator lights on the main unit flickered weakly. There is still power? Yamcha approached and pressed the power button. After a few seconds, the terminal's screen surprisingly illuminated, revealing a simple interface. He attempted to navigate it, but found most of the data corrupted and unreadable. Just as he was about to give up, he discovered a separately encrypted file in the root directory. The file was titled, Project Time Machine Final Log Trunks. Yamcha's heart skipped a beat. This was information left by Trunks. He quickly clicked on the file. The encryption program initiated, requesting a password. What could the password be? Yamcha furrowed his brow. He tried several names, such as Bulma and Vegeta, but each attempt resulted in an error message. Regaining his composure, he began to ponder. This was the final log left by Trunks, likely recorded before his journey to the past. Therefore, this password must hold special significance for him, a goal and his sole hope. An epiphany struck him, and he typed in a single word. Hope. The screen displayed, password correct. The file opened, and an audio segment began to play, emanating the familiar yet youthful voice from the speakers. Mom, if you can hear this message, it means I have already set out. It was Trunks' voice. I do not know if this journey will be successful, nor do I know if I will return alive. But I must go. This is our last hope for this world. Mr. Gohan is dead. He sacrificed himself to protect me. I feel so powerless. If only I could be stronger. The voice was laced with suppressed pain and guilt. Mom, the time machine you created is the greatest invention of this era. I will take the heart medication to warn Mr. Goku. I will change the past, creating a future devoid of androids 17 and 18, a peaceful future. Please take care of yourself. Wait for my return. I will come back. With that, the audio concluded, and the laboratory fell silent once more. Yamcha remained rooted to the spot, unmoving for an extended period. He knew the ensuing events. Trunks had succeeded, returning to the past and saving Goku, altering the course of history in the primary timeline. Yet, in his own timeline, nothing had changed. When he returned, filled with hope that he could save his world, he was met with the same desolate ruins. What an extraordinary individual! Yamcha murmured softly, his heart swelling with respect for the purple-haired youth. At that moment, an extremely subtle sound, nearly imperceptible, echoed from the distant heights above. Yamcha's body instinctively bristled with tension. This sound signaled the approach of high-speed flight. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove behind a massive instrument, meticulously concealing his presence, to the point of nearly ceasing his breath. Through the narrow gap of the instrument, he fixed his gaze on the direction of the immense pit above. Two figures, one male and one female, streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Hovering directly above the pit, with golden short hair, clad in a blue denim jacket, and possessing a visage of unparalleled beauty, it was the android number 18. Beside her stood a black-haired youth with a red scarf, exuding an aura of cold indifference. Number 17. Chapter 7. Confronting the androids. Yamcha's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. He could hardly fathom that he would encounter these ultimate adversaries in such a place, and in this manner. Hiding in the shadow of the instrument, his body was as rigid as stone, devoid of the courage to even twitch a finger. He understood that he could suppress his energy to evade the perception of the Dragon Ball warriors, but the androids relied on electronic eyes and visual detection. If spotted, his fate would be sealed. Above the pit, number 17 and number 18 hovered in midair, gazing down at the vast ruins below. Hey, number 18. Are you certain that little brat named Trunks will come here? Number 17's voice was bland, tinged with a nonchalant indifference. Who knows? Number 18 replied, adjusting her golden locks with a similar air of casualness. But this is Bulma's home. That boy must have some attachment to this place. Perhaps he will return to take a look. So boring, number 17 yawned, expressing his disinterest. We've searched for him for so long. It feels like a game of hide and seek. We might as well just blow up this planet to end it all. How utterly dull, number 18 smirked, her lips curling into a frigid smile as she observed the prey's desperate struggles, finding it far more entertaining. Hearing their conversation, Yamcha's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. To them, life was merely a toy to be manipulated and destroyed at will. In his previous life, he had only seen them on screen, finding them both handsome and powerful, even dreaming of kissing number 18. Yet, now faced with the reality, he grasped the profound terror and despair that gripped his very soul. Number 17 seemed to sense something, his gaze sweeping towards the entrance of the underground laboratory where Yamcha was concealed. There seems to be a man-made cave down there. Yamcha's heart stopped abruptly. Had he been discovered? Oh, should we take a look? Perhaps there's a mouse hiding inside. Number 18 mused with interest. Forget it. Too troublesome. Number 17 dismissed, shaking his head. He raised a hand, palm directed at the entrance, ready to obliterate it. A brilliant sphere of energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. Yamcha's pupils constricted, his mind blank with dread. He was about to die, trapped underground. There was nowhere to flee. One blast from that energy orb would vaporize the entire laboratory, leaving not even a speck of dust. At that critical moment, a far more immense energy blast hurtled from the distant horizon, crashing down upon number 17 and number 18. Number 17 raised an eyebrow, swiftly evading the attack. No, 18 likewise deftly sidestepped the explosion's reach. The colossal blast erupted in the sky, sending shockwaves that lifted the debris below. Finally decided to show yourself, number 17 remarked, glancing towards the source of the energy blast, a playful smile gracing his face. A figure clad in a blue jacket, brandishing a long sword and sporting purple hair, emerged in the distant sky. It was Trunks. You two bastards. Trunks's face was alight with fury, the aura of a super scion blazing fiercely around him. Oh, isn't this our little mouse? What brings you out today? Number 18 greeted him with a smile, as if encountering an old friend after a long absence. I am here to put an end to you once and for all. Trunks roared, charging forward with determination. How intriguing, number 17 chuckled, advancing to meet Trunks head-on. In the sky, a fierce battle erupted. The golden figure clashed repeatedly with the two dark silhouettes, each impact unleashing cataclysmic shockwaves of energy. Meanwhile, within the underground laboratory, Yamcha sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. He had indeed brushed against the brink of death. It was Trunks who had saved him. He lifted his gaze through the pit, witnessing the disparity of power in the battle above. Trunks was formidable, significantly stronger than he remembered from his return from the future. Clearly, following Gohan's demise, Trunks had undergone arduous training. Yet, it would prove futile. Perhaps he had merely returned to the past to deliver a miracle cure to Son Goku. It would be his next return that would truly enhance his strength. Under the combined assault of number 17 and number 18, Trunks found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The androids had not even exerted their full strength, resembling two cats toying with a mouse, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles as they effortlessly neutralized Trunks' assaults, leaving him with numerous wounds. Pathetically weak, Trunks, number 17 remarked, kicking Trunks away with a casual tone. Each time you appear, you declare intentions to end us. Yet what is the result? Merely a source of further boredom for us. Damn it! Trunks struggled to rise from the ruins, blood trickling from his lips. Enough of this play. Number 18 seemed to lose her patience, declaring the game over. She extended her right hand, palm directed at Trunks. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Number 18's movements faltered, her icy blue gaze fixated on the direction of the pit where Yamcha was concealed. Yamcha's blood turned to ice. Her gaze penetrated through layers of rock and metal, through the gaps of the instruments, as if she were staring directly into his eyes. What is happening? I have suppressed my energy to the utmost. He thought, bewildered. How did she discover me? Could my near escape have caused a fluctuation in my energy? No, that cannot be right. They cannot sense energy. Yamcha's eyes fell on the nearby computer terminal that was still illuminated. It must be it. The electromagnetic signals from the computer or the light from the screen were detected by their sensors. Looks like there really is a little mouse down there, no? 18's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Chapter 8. Climbing Karen Tower. Run. This was the singular thought consuming Yamcha's mind. He didn't even have time to shut down that infernal computer, turning to sprint deeper into the laboratory. Trying to flee? Number 18 chuckled lightly, dismissing Trunks above as she dashed into the blasted opening. Number 18, don't play for too long. Number 17's voice floated down from above, effortlessly subduing Trunks on his own. In the underground passage, Yamcha ran for his life. He could hear the slow, deliberate footsteps behind him, like the tolling of a death knell. You cannot escape. Little mouse, number 18's voice echoed behind him, laced with mockery. Yamcha gritted his teeth, channeling the energy he had just begun to master into his legs. His speed surged, propelling him forward like a released arrow. Oh, you can use energy? Number 18 seemed surprised, but then she laughed. How amusing, aside from Trunks. We have another survivor who can use energy. Who are you? A disciple of Krillin? Yamcha paid no heed to her, sprinting forward with fervor. He understood that being caught would mean certain death. He burst out of the laboratory and returned to the abyssal pit's depths. Glancing upward, he saw Trunks being thoroughly subdued by Android 17, utterly preoccupied with his predicament. He had to save himself. His eyes quickly fell upon the steep slope he had traversed earlier. With a fierce shout, he clawed his way up the incline, utilizing both hands and feet. Did she still intend to pursue him? Android 18's figure materialized beneath him. She was in no haste to chase him down, instead watching with a bemused expression as Yamcha struggled upward, as if enjoying an amusing play. Yamcha dared not look back, channeling all his strength into his ascent. At last, he reached the edge of the pit. He could not afford a moment's pause and turned to flee. But, having barely taken 2 steps, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. It was Android 18. She had teleported ahead. You're quite fast, she remarked, arms crossed, tilting her head to scrutinize him. When she recognized Yamcha's face, smeared with dirt yet still discernible, she paused for a moment. This face seemed familiar. She appeared to reminisce, and then it struck her. Ah, it was that fellow named Yamcha. Hadn't he been killed by them already? Yamcha's heart raced as his mind raced to find a sliver of hope. Fighting was out of the question. Begging would lead to his demise. The only option left was to unleash all the energy within him, not to attack, but to condense it into a brilliant sphere of light and hurl it forcefully at Android 18's face. The solar flare. Although it was merely a rudimentary imitation, the blinding light instinctively caused Android 18 to squint and raise her hand to shield her eyes. Now was his chance. Yamcha pivoted and dashed away, heading straight for his battered motorcycle. Clever move. Android 18 lowered her hand, her expression devoid of anger, finding the situation even more entertaining. With a flicker, she resumed her pursuit. Reaching the motorcycle, Yamcha did not attempt to start it. Instead, he swiftly unfastened a backpack strapped to the back seat and retrieved an item from within. A universal capsule. This was something he had scavenged from the ruins earlier and had hesitated to use. He had no idea what it contained, but he had to take a gamble. Pressing the capsule's button, he threw it with all his might. With a resounding bang, a small flying machine, equipped with propellers, materialized out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamcha leaped into the cockpit. A flying machine? Android 18 raised an eyebrow, pausing her pursuit, seemingly curious to see what this resurrected man would conjure next. Flustered, Yamcha scrambled to start the flying machine. The propellers began to spin rapidly, lifting the craft slowly into the air. The machine roared to life, transforming into a streak of light as it sped toward the eastern horizon. Android 18 watched the departing craft without giving chase. Let him flee for a while, she mused. Outright extermination was far too mundane, and the game of cat and mouse had only just begun. She turned her gaze back to Trunks, still embroiled in a fierce battle with Android 17. A cold smile returning to her lips. Meanwhile, aboard the flying machine, Yamcha's heart raced with exhilaration. He had succeeded. He had escaped from Android 18's clutches. Though he understood that she was merely toying with him, he had survived, and with the flying machine, he could reach Corinta with remarkable speed. Days later, a towering edifice, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, came into view. Corinta. Yamcha descended the flying machine at the tower's base, a surge of reverence flooding his heart. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and commenced his new journey, climbing Corinta. It proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. The tower's surface was smooth and vertical, offering little in the way of footholds. The higher he ascended, the thinner the air became and the stronger the winds howled. He had to rely solely on his raw strength, inching upward. When hunger struck, he nibbled on the rations he carried. When thirst beckoned, he licked the morning dew. Fatigued, he secured himself to the tower's side for a few hours of rest. His palms were raw and bloody, several of his nails torn. More than once, he nearly lost his grip due to exhaustion, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that at the tower's pinnacle lay the hope for his survival. Days passed. He had lost track of time. When he felt his consciousness fading, his hand finally brushed against a flat edge. At last, summoning every last ounce of strength, he pulled himself onto the platform, only to succumb to darkness. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to see a pair of wooden-clogged feet and a familiar wooden staff before him. Chapter 9. The Taste of the Senzu Bean. Yamcha was awakened by the rich aroma of beans. He opened his eyes to find himself lying in a simple wooden cabin. A blanket covered him, and his hands were bandaged. Struggling to sit up, he noticed a diminutive figure with its back to him, seemingly cooking something in a pot. A white cat, wearing sunglasses and leaning on a wooden staff. It was Corinne. "You are awake," Corinne said without turning, his voice calm. "Master Corinne," Yamcha croaked, his voice gravelly. Corinne turned to face him, his tiny sunglasses glinting. "It has been many years since I have seen someone reach this height. I never expected that the one who did would be a dead man." Yamcha's heart sank. It seemed Corinne had sensed something amiss. He forced a smile and replied, "You may consider me a new Yamcha." Corinne fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering his words. "This world holds no hope any longer. Why do you still strive to climb?" "Because I refuse to resign myself to fate." Yamcha's eyes sharpened, though the deity had perished. "The Temple of the Gods should still exist, correct? You wish to go to the Temple of the Gods?" Corinne appeared taken aback. "I want to enter the hyperbolic time chamber." Yamcha did not conceal his intentions. "It is the only place in this world that can make me stronger. It is my only hope." Corinne scrutinized him for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Yamcha to feel a shiver run down his spine. An intriguing gaze. Corinne remarked suddenly, reminiscent of Goku in his youth, yet distinct. "Your eyes lack his purity, but possess a hint of madness." From a jar behind him, he retrieved a small green bean and tossed it to Yamcha. "Eat this." Senzu bean. Yamcha's heart swelled with joy. He knew precisely what it was. This was one of the most overpowered items in the Dragon Ball universe. Without hesitation, he popped the senzu bean into his mouth and began to chew. A wave of indescribable warmth surged from his stomach, radiating throughout his entire being. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing. All the fatigue, hunger, and pain accumulated from climbing Corinta vanished in an instant. The gory wounds on his palms healed at an astonishing rate, leaving no scars behind. His body not only returned to its peak condition, but felt even stronger than before. This was the power of the Senzu bean. The sensation was exhilarating. Yamcha could not help but exclaim. He stood up, stretching his limbs, feeling an abundance of untapped strength coursing through him. The Temple of the Gods still stands, Corinne stated. Baba is still there, guarding the empty palace. And the hyperbolic time chamber? Yamcha asked anxiously. It should still be accessible, Corinne nodded. The flow of time there is unaffected by the outside world. That's wonderful. Yamcha's fists clenched tightly. He had made the right gamble. However, there is one issue. Corinne's tone shifted. What issue? How do you intend to ascend? Kalen Shinran leaned on his wooden staff and approached the edge of the platform, pointing upwards. Previously, there had been a Rui Bong connecting this place to Tiantian Dian, which Wukong had relied upon to ascend. Yet now, the Rui Bong had long since vanished without a trace. Yamcha stood in a daze, pondering how to ascend. The Tiantian Dian hovered thousands of meters above Kalanta. Wukong's technique of flight was the only viable method. However, at his current level, he could barely leap, let alone fly. Reaching the height of the Tiantian Dian seemed utterly implausible. Xianren, do you still have any Shindo? Yamcha suddenly inquired. Indeed, I have some, but they are scarce. Kalen Shinran replied, gesturing toward a jar behind him. This is the last of our stock. No new Shindo can be cultivated in this world. Is it possible to rely on Shindo for sustenance while flying? Kalen Shinran instantly grasped Yamcha's intention. Theoretically, it is feasible. However, your energy is too weak. Even with Shindo, you would not be able to ascend so high. You would merely exhaust yourself mid-flight and fall. Yamcha's heart sank. Had he come this far only to falter at the final hurdle? He gazed at the distant sky above, his face etched with reluctance. Nonetheless, Kalen Shinran regarded him and spoke again. Your soul is quite unique. Your mental fortitude surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps you could try a clever approach. What approach? Yamcha's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Kalen Shinran pointed to the ground beneath him, stating, concentrate all your energy at your feet, and then, in an instant, release it all. Isn't that akin to a shockwave? Yamcha paused for a moment. No, it is different. Kalen Shinran shook his head. It is not directed forward, but downward. Utilize the immense recoil to launch yourself like a cannonball. Launch myself? Yamcha was taken aback by this audacious notion. Indeed, Kalen Shinran nodded solemnly. This is a gamble. If successful, you will reach the height of the Tiantian Dian. If you fail, you will exhaust all your strength midair and plummet into a mere puddle of flesh. Are you willing to take the risk? Kalen Shinran's sunglasses seemed to pierce through Yamcha's innermost thoughts. Chapter 10. Ascend to the Divine Temple. Dare to gamble? Yamcha gazed at Kalen Shinran and suddenly smiled. Xianren, from the moment I crawled out of the grave, every step I took has been a wager. I bet that the artificial beings would not discover me immediately. I bet I could find resources amidst the ruins. I bet the universal capsule contained useful items. And I bet I could scale Kalanta. Now, it is merely another gamble. The stakes higher and closer to the finish line than ever before. I accept the wager. His response was resolute. Kalen Shinran nodded in approval and retrieved a Shindo from the jar, handing it to him. Remember, there is only one chance, Kalen Shinran cautioned. All your energy can only sustain one such explosive effort. In the air, you have no opportunity for adjustment. Direction and angle must be calculated at the moment of launch. I understand. Yamcha stepped to the edge of the platform and gazed up at the sky. It was high and blue. In the distant heights, a nearly invisible black dot loomed. The Tiantian Dian, his objective. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. He did not act immediately, but fervently simulated the scenario in his mind. Wind speed, air resistance, his own weight, the explosive force of his energy. Though many aspects were mere estimates, he aimed for utmost precision. Gradually, he directed his energy toward his feet. The once feeble warmth, akin to a trickling stream, had transformed into a surging river after consuming the Shindo and enduring the trials of life and death. All his strength converged on a single point, compressing. A brilliant white light began to emanate from beneath his feet, and the surrounding air warped due to the gathering energy. The stone slab beneath him cracked ominously. Kalen Shinran stepped back, silently observing him. He sensed Yamcha was harnessing a power far beyond his physical limits. Yamcha crouched slightly, resembling a bow-drawn taut. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as compressing such immense energy tested his mental resolve. Yet he persevered. His mind was clear, devoid of fear of death or confusion about the future. There was only one thought: ascend. Reach that place. and then survive, as all his energy reached its zenith. And he felt as if his feet would be torn apart by the overwhelming force. He abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with unprecedented determination and fervor. Now, he unleashed a thunderous roar towards the sky. Ea! He released the meticulously compressed energy beneath his feet, all at once, without reservation. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as if thunder had struck. The entire Kalenta trembled violently. The platform beneath Yamcha was blasted away by an immense force, with debris flying in all directions. He himself was propelled by the unparalleled recoil, transformed into a white shooting star, soaring unhesitatingly towards the unreachable firmament. The wind howled furiously by his ears. The Kalenta below rapidly diminished in his line of sight. Yamcha exerted every ounce of strength to maintain his body's posture, piercing through layer after layer of clouds like a sharp arrow. He felt as if his body were about to be torn apart. The immense pressure from the high-speed flight made breathing difficult. Yet he did not relent. His eyes remained fixated on that small black dot in the sky, the solitary beacon of hope. Closer, even closer. He could now discern the vast, semicircular base of the Tiantian. However, the energy within him dissipated rapidly. The explosive force had reached its limit. His ascent began to slow. Just a bit more. Just a fraction more. Ascend! Yamcha screamed internally, squeezing every last ounce of strength from his body, reaching upwards with outstretched hands. His fingertips were mere meters away from the smooth white tiles of the Tiantian. Yet, that final meter loomed like an insurmountable chasm. His upward force vanished completely. Gravity reclaimed him, and he began to fall. It was over. A flicker of despair crossed Yamcha's eyes. Had he ultimately failed? Just as he was about to plummet downwards, a plump, black hand adorned with a white glove suddenly extended from the edge of the Tiantian, grasping his outstretched wrist. Got you. A calm and gentle voice resonated in his ear. The traveler is unfamiliar with this body, much like how Jinyu initially struggled to adapt to Sun Wukong's physique. Despite Jinyu possessing a combat power of 120,000, the protagonist, a mere earthling, is utterly ignorant and incapable of utilizing the body he has been granted. The intricacies of parallel universes are easily comprehensible. The characters from different timelines, such as Chao Shirkong, Yebi Fan, and the one-armed Wukong, are entirely distinct individuals. The combat powers of the artificial beings from Z-Space and the Date Space are vastly different. Chapter 11. The Living Legend, came Sunin. A large, dark hand, warm yet powerful, firmly grasped Yamcha's wrist, pulling him back from the precipice of a deep abyss. Yamcha was hoisted up and fell heavily onto the cool, smooth white tiles. He gasped for breath, akin to a fish out of water, his heart racing wildly in his chest. I'm saved. You are the Yamcha who was resurrected, as mentioned by Karen. A calm and gentle voice resonated from above him. Yamcha propped himself up and looked up to see a tall, stout figure clad in Arabic attire, with dark skin, thick lips, pointed ears, and eyes resembling black beads, gazing at him with tranquility. Mr. Popo? Yamcha's mouth fell agape in astonishment. No way, it's truly Popo. One of the most enigmatic figures in the Dragon Ball world. It is I, Mr. Popo nodded, his expression unperturbed, as if rescuing someone from thousands of meters high was merely a trivial task. Yamcha hastily got to his feet and bowed to Popo, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Popo. Had it not been for you, I would have been reduced to a pulp. No need for thanks. It is my duty to guard this sanctuary." Popo replied in a flat tone. Yamcha surveyed his surroundings, his heart filled with awe. This was the temple of the gods. The entire sanctuary was laid with enormous, immaculate white tiles, adorned with vibrant greenery at the edges. In the distance, several exotic palatial structures stood majestically. Beneath him lay a roiling sea of clouds, while above, the vast sky was within reach. The silence was so profound that he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, as if this place existed as a pure land, detached from the apocalyptic world beyond. Yet, Yamcha sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. Here, the stillness was almost excessive. Without the presence of the god and Piccolo, this grand temple resembled an opulent tomb, with Popo as its solitary guardian, day after day. An indescribable sense of solitude enveloped Yamcha, making his heart race. "Mr. Popo, are you the only one here?" Yamcha asked cautiously. Popo did not respond directly but turned and walked towards the temple's edge, beckoning, "Follow me." Yamcha's heart raced as he hurried after Popo. They approached the temple's brink, where one could overlook the entire lower realm. A diminutive figure clad in a floral shirt and beach shorts, adorned with sunglasses and carrying a turtle shell, sat cross-legged at the edge, quietly gazing down at the sea of clouds. Yamcha's feet froze in place, his eyes fixated on the silhouette, his breath caught in his throat. He was all too familiar with that figure. Though older and more emaciated than he remembered, the iconic turtle shell and flamboyant floral shirt were unmistakable. Popo halted. Addressing the figure, "Master Rashi, he has arrived." The figure stirred and slowly turned to face them. A long white beard hung down to his chest and beneath the sunglasses. His face was lined with wrinkles, yet the aura of a martial arts master remained undiminished. He gazed at Yamcha, his eyes behind the glasses reflecting surprise and nostalgia. "You are Yamcha?" His voice, though aged, resonated with vigor. Yamcha could scarcely believe his eyes. Came Senin. It was truly Came Senin. He was still alive. He was right here. The divine being who, in the early days of Dragon Ball, trained Sun Wukong and Krillin and heralded an era of martial prowess, had indeed survived into this bleak future. An indescribable rush of excitement and joy overwhelmed Yamcha, washing away all his previous anxieties, fears, and fatigue in an instant. It was as though a weary traveler, long lost in darkness, had finally glimpsed the light of a lighthouse. "Master Rashi." Yamcha's voice trembled with emotion. He wished to speak, but found his throat constricted, unable to utter a word. He could only gaze at the living legend before him, his eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 12. I have forgotten how to fight. Came Senin observed the young man on the verge of tears before him, his expression a blend of complexity. "It is truly you, Yamcha." He stood, leaning on his ever-present wooden staff, and approached slowly. Karen mentioned that someone had climbed the Karen Tower after dying. I was curious who it might be, but I never imagined it would be you. His gaze swept over Yamcha, finally resting on the distinctive scar on his face. "You were already fighting the androids when." Came Senin refrained from saying the word death. Yamcha inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. This was not the time for excitement. He wore an expression of confusion and pain, shaking his head vigorously. I don't know. When I awoke, I found myself in a pit, with my tombstone beside me." As he spoke, he observed Came Senin and Popo's reactions. Popo maintained his impassive demeanor, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Came Senin furrowed his white brows, leaning on his staff, circling Yamcha as if examining a rare specimen. "Strange, truly strange," Came Senin murmured. "You exude an aura of having died and been revived, reminiscent of when Wukong and the others were resurrected by the Dragon Balls. However, the Dragon Balls on Earth are no longer functional due to the deaths of the God and Piccolo. How did you return to life?" This question was one that Yamcha himself yearned to answer. "I genuinely do not know," he replied earnestly, meeting Came Senin's gaze. "I only recall dying, having been blown up by a rather short fellow, and beyond that, everything is a blur. The next thing I knew, I was crawling out of a grave." He referred to the incident where he was killed by the android, hoping this detail would lend credibility to his tale. "Indeed," Came Senin nodded. "We are all aware of that incident. But later, when the androids appeared, you fought alongside everyone, and then—" "Androids?" A look of confusion spread across Yamcha's face precisely as intended. "My memories are jumbled. There are many images, yet they do not connect. I only remember a wasteland and terrifying explosions." He needed to portray himself as a survivor who had died and whose memories and body were now compromised. This was the only way for him to remain here and receive assistance. I see. Having died once, your memories are fragmented," Came Senin sighed, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. "Not just memories." Yamcha's expression contorted in deeper anguish as he clenched his fists, then helplessly released them. "More importantly, I feel as though the power within me has vanished." "Power has vanished?" Came Senin raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Yamcha's tone was filled with urgency and frustration. "I remember being strong. I could perform a technique called the Wolf Fang Fist, and I could control the energy within my body, but now, I am utterly powerless." He raised his hand, palm up, striving to gather a sliver of energy, but nothing happened. Of course, this was an act. He could effortlessly generate energy blasts now, but he needed to present himself as a feeble individual. I have forgotten how to fight." Yamcha's voice was tinged with a hint of desperation as he gazed at Came Senin, his eyes brimming with pleading. "Came Senin, I remember you. I recall that you are the greatest martial artist in the world. You have taught disciples as formidable as Sun Wukong. Please, I implore you, assist me. He suddenly knelt before Kame Sennin with a thud. Teach me to fight once more. I yearn to reclaim my strength. I refuse to live like a worthless coward, forever hiding. This act of kneeling left Kame Sennin momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the once proud desert bandit would now bow before him in such a manner. Beside them, Bobo's dark eyes seemed to flicker with a barely perceptible glimmer. Kame Sennin remained silent, observing the trembling figure of Thahab on the ground, his aged face shifting with uncertainty. Yamcha's heart raced with anxiety. He was betting on Kame Sennin's nurturing heart as a martial artist, as well as his sense of responsibility towards the younger generation. Please rise. After a prolonged silence, Kame Sennin finally spoke. A surge of joy filled Yamcha's heart. There was hope. He obediently stood up, yet kept his head lowered. Appearing as if awaiting judgment, Kame Sennin leaned on his staff and moved to the edge of the temple, turning his back to Yamcha as he gazed down at the sea of clouds below. This world has lost all hope, he said, his voice weary and despondent. Wukong has perished from heart disease, and Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin are all gone. Only Trunks remains, futilely resisting. Our hiding here is merely a desperate gasp for breath. Even if you regain your former power, what good will it do? Your previous strength could not withstand even a single blow from the androids. Kame Sennin's words fell upon Yamcha like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fervor. I know, Yamcha exclaimed, raising his head, his eyes reigniting with determination. I understand I was weak. I know I may not be able to defeat the androids. However, his voice brimmed with righteous indignation. I refuse to sit idly by and await death. Trunks is still fighting, and Bulma is seeking solutions. I, Yamcha, am also a member of the Z Fighters. Even if I must die, I wish to perish like a warrior, charging into battle, rather than cowering like a dog in a safe place, begging for mercy. This declaration was half performance, half a reflection of his genuine thoughts. He could not bear to relive the humiliation of being toyed with by Android 18. Forced to flee in disgrace. Within the temple, Kame Sennin remained silent, his back turned to Kachab for a long time. Yamcha's heart raced, the weight of success or failure resting upon this moment. Finally, Kame Sennin turned around, his gaze behind dark glasses seemingly piercing through K's very soul. Very well. He uttered a single word. Starting tomorrow, I shall guide you in restorative training. Chapter 13. Finally settled upon hearing Kame Sennin's affirmative, Yamcha's heart finally found solace. Success. The first step of his plan had come to fruition. He stifled his overwhelming joy, maintaining an expression of gratitude as he bowed deeply to Kame Sennin. Thank you, Kame Sennin. I shall not let you down. Do not rejoice too soon. Kame Sennin waved his hand, his tone returning to its usual languid cadence. My training is quite arduous. Should you dare to slack off, I will not hesitate to cast you from the temple, regardless of your resurrection. Yes, I understand. Yamcha promptly straightened his back, responding loudly. Compared to the harrowing existence of hiding amidst the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world, any training would feel like paradise. Bobo, Kame Sennin turned to the side where Bobo stood. I shall leave this lad's accommodation in your capable hands. Not a problem, Master Mutant, Bobo nodded, addressing Puchat. Your room is over there, and I will ensure your meals are delivered promptly. The temple was vast, but some areas were off-limits, particularly the abode of the God of Heaven. I understand. Thank you. Bobo, Yamcha replied quickly, aware that Bobo was reminding him to adhere to the rules. This seemingly honest and straightforward attendant possessed unfathomable strength, and it was wise to remain humble in his presence. Very well, you have just arrived today. Rest well tonight and adjust. After speaking, Kame Sennin leaned on his staff, sauntering to the temple's edge, finding a comfortable position to bask in the sun, humming an unknown tune. His leisurely demeanor left Yamcha momentarily speechless. This old man truly maintained his character wherever he went. Yet, it was precisely this quality that made Yamcha feel an overwhelming sense of warmth and reassurance. Under Bobo's guidance, Yamcha entered his room. The space was large yet simple, containing only a bed and a table, almost devoid of any adornments. However, through the window, he could gaze upon the magnificent sea of clouds outside. Closing the door, he collapsed onto the bed, releasing a long sigh. Finally, he felt settled. Since crawling out of the grave, each day had felt like a taut string. Only now, in the absolute safety of the temple, could he truly relax. A wave of fatigue washed over him, yet sleep eluded him as his mind swirled with plans for the future. Step 1. Secure Kame Sennin's mentorship accomplished. Step 2. Under the guise of restorative training, train openly and elevate his strength swiftly. His foundation was solid and with the soul of an adult. Regaining his pre-death combat prowess should take no more than a few days. In Kame Sennin's eyes, this would appear as exceptional talent, raising his stature. Step 3. Once he reached a bottleneck in strength, propose the use of the hyperbolic time chamber. This was the most critical step, requiring a suitable opportunity and justification. Excitement shimmered in Yamcha's eyes. He felt akin to a player with a strategy guide, aware that although the initial challenges were daunting, he knew the path to success. Now, all that remained was to tread each step with purpose, transforming the strategy into reality. Knock, knock. A sound interrupted his thoughts. Yamcha quickly leaped from the bed, opening the door to find Bobo carrying a tray. Your dinner, Bobo announced, revealing a simple meal of grilled fish and a bowl of clear water. Thank you, Bobo, Yamcha said, accepting the tray, the aroma of the grilled fish igniting his appetite. Just as he was about to close the door, Bobo spoke again. Your gaze does not reflect that of someone who has lost their power and memory. Yamcha's heart leapt, his hand holding the tray, freezing midair. Slowly, he raised his head to meet Bobo's ink-black eyes. Those eyes held no emotion, yet seemed capable of seeing through everything. What do you mean by that? Yamcha felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Surely you jest? On the first day, you already see through me? Bobo is impressive. Your eyes reveal neither confusion nor despair. Bobo continued in his even tone, only ambition and plans. You have ulterior motives for coming to the temple. Panic surged through Yamcha's mind as he rapidly considered his options. Should he continue feigning ignorance? Or, Yamcha decided to drop the act, meeting Bobo's gaze directly, lowering his voice. If I were to say that I can see the world's only hope, would you believe me? Bobo regarded him, falling silent for a moment. Night has fallen. Rest early. Tomorrow's training will be arduous. With that, Bobo turned and departed, leaving Yamcha standing at the door, drenched in sweat. What the hell? That was terrifying. What did he mean? Does he believe me, or not? Or has he simply acknowledged it? Chapter 14. Restorative Training begins. Early the next morning, Yamcha was awakened by Bobo's call. He stepped out of the room and beheld the figure of Kame Sennin standing in the center of the temple's plaza. His demeanor transformed from the previous day's nonchalance to one of solemnity. Are you prepared, young one? Kame Sennin inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. I am ready, master. Yamcha replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Excellent, Kame Sennin nodded. The essence of the power you have forgotten lies in your mastery of ki. Thus, we shall commence today with the fundamental sensation of ki. Kame Sennin approached him, extending a finger to gently press against Yamcha's abdomen. Calm your mind, close your eyes, and feel the subtle ki I am transmitting into your body. Then, attempt to locate the dormant source of ki within you using your will. A faint yet remarkably pure warmth flowed from Kame Sennin into Yamcha's body. Instantly, Yamcha assumed a cross-legged position, eyes shut, diligently following his master's guidance. Yet, he did not genuinely need to search. His ki had long been awakened. He simply needed to perform. He feigned difficulty in concentrating, furrowing his brow as beads of sweat formed upon his forehead. As moments ticked by, Kame Sennin observed silently, not urging him onward. After approximately an hour, Yamcha felt the moment was ripe. He began to channel the ki within himself, resonating with Kame Sennin's energy. Kame Sennin mused quietly, sensing an extremely faint but undeniably present ki stirring within Yamcha's body. This is the sensation, Yamcha exclaimed with delight. I can feel it, master. There is something warm within me. Do not lose focus. Continue, Kame Sennin admonished, urging him to control it, to guide it through his body as he envisioned. Yes. Yamcha focused intently on the task at hand. He acted with considerable depth, initially allowing the ki to behave erratically, causing him to display a visage of anguish. Gradually, he began to gain a semblance of control over the flow, guiding it through a meridian with great effort etched upon his face. After exhausting an entire morning, he finally succeeded in circulating the ki throughout his body. Upon completing the task, he opened his eyes, utterly fatigued and drenched in sweat. Master, I did it. Kame Sennin regarded him with a nod, a subtle glimmer of approval in his eyes. Well done. You have progressed much faster than I anticipated. It seems your body still remembers this sensation. That will be all for today. Tomorrow, we shall learn to release it. Yamcha chuckled inwardly. Fast. This was merely the beginning. Over the following days, Yamcha orchestrated a remarkable return to genius. The next day, he expended tremendous effort to condense a speck of light the size of a grain of rice in his palm. Kame Sennin remarked, "Not bad for your comprehension." On the third day, he managed to form a key sphere the size of an egg, which he could awkwardly throw, leaving a shallow dent in the wall. Kame Sennin commented, "Your progress is astonishing." By the fifth day, he had adeptly unleashed a formidable ki blast and regained mastery of the flight technique, albeit still wobbling midair. Kame Sennin no longer spoke, merely stroking his white beard, his eyes gleaming brighter beneath his sunglasses. Every day, Por silently observed from a distance, maintaining his usual expressionless demeanor. Meanwhile, Yamcha could distinctly sense the power within him surging at a terrifying velocity, even surpassing his previous limits. His original combat power, before his demise at the hands of the androids, was approximately 1480. Even with subsequent training, including the android saga, it had barely increased. He had no recollection of defeating the Jinyu force at King Kai's. Perhaps, after his explosive demise in the future timeline, he had never encountered King Kai at all. Yet now, in just a week, he felt his combat power had soared past 3,000, and it was still climbing. This was not merely restoration, but a qualitative leap. He attributed this to his miraculous resurrection and the heightened control an adult's soul possesses over the body. On this day, after training, Yamcha stood at the temple's edge, feeling the power coursing within him. He raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers toward a distant sea of clouds. Ki blast. A highly concentrated energy sphere erupted from his fingertips, tracing an uncanny arc through the air before accurately striking the targeted clouds, dispersing them in an instant. The entire process flowed seamlessly, controlled with ease. Yamcha exhaled, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Though several thousand in combat power might render him a mere foot soldier in the latter part of Dragon Ball, he was now stronger than any warrior on Earth during his previous life. "Your recovery speed truly astonishes me, Yamcha," came Sennin's voice from behind him. Yamcha turned to find Kame Sennin leaning on his staff, observing him intently. "This is all thanks to your excellent teaching, Master," Yamcha quickly flattered. "Spare me the flattery." Kame Sennin huffed. "You are not merely recovering. You are on a rocket trajectory. It seems your body has undergone some remarkable transformation after your death." Yamcha's heart stirred. He sensed the moment was nearing fruition. He concealed his smile, adopting a grave expression as he gazed upon the world below. "However, Master," his voice turned somber, "this power is still insufficient. I can sense the two androids below. They exude no ki, yet they feel like two bottomless black holes. My several thousand in combat power is akin to that of an ant before them, utterly insignificant." Yamcha turned, his gaze intense as he looked at Kame Sennin. "Master, this level of power is far from enough." Chapter 15, The Last Hope, The Time Chamber. Kame Sennin observed the flames of determination burning in Yamcha's eyes and fell silent. He was acutely aware that several thousand in combat power would not suffice. What significance would even tens of thousands hold against those androids? Just as Vegeta, upon becoming a Super Saiyan, with a combat power exceeding 100 million, was effortlessly incapacitated by Android 18. "I know it is not enough," Kame Sennin sighed, his voice laden with helplessness. "But we are already the strongest warriors on Earth, Yamcha. We have reached the limits of humanity. Beyond this lies the realm of the divine." "No." Yamcha vehemently rejected the notion. "Limits are meant to be shattered. Master, do you remember Son Goku? Time and again, he transcended his limits. Evolving from a mere child with a combat power of 10 to a being capable of contending with the cosmic tyrant Frieza. What did he rely on? The Saiyan trait of becoming stronger upon the brink of death, the Kaioken, the Spirit Bomb, the Super Saiyan transformation." Yamcha grew increasingly animated. He has always sought shortcuts. While we Earthlings lack the Saiyan bloodline, we too must possess our own path to ascend. "Shortcuts?" Kame Sennin furrowed his brow. "What are you implying?" Yamcha took a deep breath. "Master, Mr. Poir," he turned to the ever-present Poir, "I implore you, allow me to utilize the Room of Spirit and Time." "The Room of Spirit and Time?" Upon hearing this name, Kame Sennin's expression shifted dramatically. Even Poir's eternally expressionless face betrayed a flicker of change. "How do you know of that place?" Kame Sennin's tone grew stern. "The existence of that chamber is the temple's highest secret. Only the Supreme Kai and a select few are privy to it." He recalled the fragmented memory of Yamcha, his words catching in his throat. Yamcha hastily exclaimed, I do not know. This name just suddenly surfaced in my mind. It seems that there are fragments of a white room in my chaotic memories, where Wukong might have entered. He tossed the pot to Wukong, asserting that there were no witnesses to contradict him. The turtle sage regarded him with skepticism, then glanced at Bobo. Bobo slowly spoke. Indeed, Lord Wukong has utilized the room of spirit and time. This aligned with their discussion. The turtle sage's expression softened slightly, yet remained grave. Even if you are aware, not everyone can enter that room. The environment inside is exceptionally harsh, intense gravity, thin air, and extreme temperature fluctuations. Even more terrifying is the boundless feeling of solitude. Many who enter do not succumb to the environment, but are driven mad by their own inner demons. I am not afraid. Yamcha's gaze was resolute. Compared to being hunted like a rat outside, I can endure any suffering. Moreover, what I lack most now is time. One day inside is equivalent to a year outside. Grant me a year, and I will surely transform my strength beyond recognition. Nonsense. The turtle sage reprimanded sternly. Your current strength is built on a shaky foundation due to rapid recovery. Recklessly entering such a place for extreme training will only lead you to madness or even death. That is still better than doing nothing. Yamcha retorted defiantly, his eyes reddening as he nearly shouted, Teacher, do we have any other options? Should we continue hiding here? Watching Trunks battle alone outside? Watching this world be gradually destroyed until those two demons grow bored and obliterate the temple with a single energy wave? I do not wish to die that way again. I do not want to experience that helpless despair once more. His voice echoed in the vast temple, filled with indignation and sorrow. The turtle sage was momentarily taken aback by his outburst, opening his mouth, but unable to articulate a response. Indeed, was there any other choice? There was none. Hiding here was merely waiting for death. Bobo had been listening quietly and now stepped in front of Yamcha. The room of spirit and time can only be entered twice in a lifetime, for a total duration not exceeding 48 hours, which is equivalent to 2 years. Bobo's tone remained neutral, as if stating a fact. Are you certain you wish to expend this precious opportunity? I am certain, Yamcha declared without hesitation. Even if, upon exiting, you find yourself still unable to contend with the androids, will you have no regrets? Bobo pressed. None whatsoever. Yamcha affirmed resolutely, at the very least, I will have fought. I will have resisted. Bobo gazed into his eyes for an extended period, so long that Yamcha began to fear he would refuse. Very well, Bobo finally nodded, I understand. Master Potato, what is your stance? All eyes turned to the turtle sage. The turtle sage regarded Yamcha's youthful and stubborn face, as if seeing himself many years ago, when he too refused to concede and was determined to challenge the great demon King Piccolo. He sighed deeply, as though suddenly aging decades. Ah, what a bother. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. I can no longer meddle in the affairs of youth. Since you have made your decision, go ahead. However, remember this. The turtle sage paused, not turning back. If you perish inside, no one will come to retrieve your body. Thank you, teacher. Yamcha felt a surge of joy within. Knowing this was an approval, he turned to Bobo, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Bobo gestured for him to follow. Come with me. He led Yamcha through a long corridor to a magnificent palace. The grand doors were tightly closed, adorned with a clock motif. This was the entrance to both hope and hell. Bobo extended his hand and pressed against the heavy door, which slowly creaked open, revealing a profound passage radiating golden light. Step inside, Bobo instructed. When you feel the time has come, or if you cannot endure any longer, simply think of exiting, and the door will appear once more. Remember, you have only one opportunity. Yamcha stood at the threshold, feeling the oppressive pressure emanating from within. He glanced back at the temple and the azure sky, then resolutely stepped inside. Chapter 16, Exiting the Room. Over 10,000 battle power. At the instant he entered the golden passage, Yamcha felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine. The world spun around him, a kaleidoscope of colors. This sensation lasted only a few seconds before he found his feet firmly planted on solid ground. The sight before him made him gasp in astonishment. A boundless expanse of pure white. There was no sky, no earth, no points of reference. Everything was white, as if the entire world had been reduced to this singular hue. Suddenly, a weighty pressure, as heavy as a mountain, surged from all directions. Yamcha stifled a grunt, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed. Is this the gravity tenfold? He grimaced, summoning all his energy to combat the oppressive force. Every cell in his body groaned, and his bones creaked under the unbearable strain. Yet, this was not the most perilous aspect. He found it difficult to breathe. The air entering his lungs felt like thin smoke, utterly inadequate for his needs. The surrounding temperature fluctuated wildly. One moment it felt like being in a furnace, causing him to sweat profusely, and the next, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, shivering uncontrollably. Curse this wretched place. Merely surviving is a challenge. Yamcha muttered, yet excitement surged within him. The harsher the environment, the more effective the training. He scanned his surroundings and noticed a small structure nearby resembling an Eskimo's igloo that would likely serve as a resting and dining area. He did not rush over. Instead, he took a moment to acclimate. He attempted to take a few steps, each one feeling as though he were dragging a small mountain, expending tremendous effort. He tried to throw a punch, but the speed was akin to performing Tai Chi. This is perfect. Exertion. Ultimate exertion. He wasted no time. After a brief acclimatization to the gravity and air, he immediately began his foundational training. Push-ups. 1. He strained with all his might, barely managing to lift his body. Sweat instantly trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the pure white ground. 2. His arms trembled violently. 3. He felt as if his arms might snap. The movements that he could effortlessly perform hundreds of times outside had become torturous here. Yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he let out a primal growl, counting each one. 12, 15, 20. Upon reaching 100, he could no longer sustain himself, collapsing heavily onto the ground like a puddle of mud. He lacked the strength even to move a finger. No, this is just the beginning. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, gradually using the chi he had just mastered to heal his utterly exhausted muscles. After an indeterminate period of rest, when he regained a modicum of strength, he flipped over to commence a new form of torment, sit-ups. Time lost all meaning in this place. Yamcha was wholly immersed in this self-inflicted regimen. When hunger struck, he would retreat to that small igloo for food that tasted like wax, but rapidly replenished his energy. When thirst beckoned, he would drink the infinitely supplied fresh water. When utterly spent, he would collapse and sleep, awakening to continue his training. He treated each day as if it were his last. His mind replayed the cold faces of the androids, the ruins of West City, and Trunks' furious and resentful gaze. These images serve as his sole motivation to persevere. He can sense the profound transformation occurring within his body. Initially, even the most basic physical training posed a significant challenge for him. A month later, he could barely complete a full training regimen. 3 months after that, the tenfold gravity felt like mere child's play. He began to practice more advanced techniques, including swift movement and the intricate control of energy. After 6 months, he started to push his limits. He concentrated his energy beneath his feet, and then, with a sudden burst, propelled himself into the sky using the reaction force, adjusting his posture midair to combat the overwhelming gravity. Throughout this process, he experienced countless failures and endured numerous injuries. Yet each time he rose promptly to continue his challenge. His combat power soared during this period, rocketing from a few thousand to swiftly surpassing 10,000. With each passing moment, he could distinctly feel the once insurmountable barrier shattering under his relentless determination. As he approached a year in this training, his combat power reached a figure he had never dared to imagine, 50,000 or 60,000. He could not ascertain. He only knew that if he were to return to the time on Nameku, even if he could not defeat Frisia's initial form, he would undoubtedly be able to hold his own against any member of the Jinyu force, except for Jinyu, of course. This was an unprecedented strength. It was nearly time to emerge. Standing at the center of this white expanse, he felt the torrent of energy within him. He realized that remaining any longer would yield diminishing returns. His body had begun to acclimatize to this environment. He craved new challenges. Out, he silently urged himself. In the next moment, the space before him twisted, and a familiar door adorned with a clock motif materialized. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. The blinding sunlight instinctively made him squint. The fresh air filled his lungs, imparting a sense of rebirth. The solid ground beneath his feet and the seemingly absent gravity enveloped him in a wave of disorientation. He had returned. "You've emerged," came the voice of Kame Sennin. Yamcha looked up to see Kame Sennin and Puar standing not far away, exactly as they had been the day he entered. Kame Sennin gazed at him, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses, mouth agape, even his beard quivering in disbelief. Puar, though still expressionless, could not conceal the astonishment in his dark eyes. Yamcha understood their shock. He had not taken care to suppress his energy. The immense, dense, explosive power radiated from him like a torch in the night, impossible to overlook. "How do you feel?" Kame Sennin finally regained his voice, asking in a dry tone. Yamcha flashed a smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Instead of answering, he slowly raised his right hand toward the endless sea of clouds beyond the temple and gently waved it. Boom! A massive energy wave, as thick as a barrel, erupted from his palm. The beam instantly rent the cloud sea, racing toward the distant horizon, leaving a long-lasting white trail across the azure sky. The entire temple trembled slightly from the shockwave of this strike. Kame Sennin watched the energy wave vanish into the distance, then glanced back at the relaxed Yamcha, rendered speechless. The power of this strike far exceeded that of Goku during his battle with Vegeta on Earth. Yamcha returned his hand to its resting position, savoring the abundant energy still coursing through him, his smile radiant. "I feel fantastic." Chapter 17, Despair. An unbridgeable chasm. So powerful, Kame Sennin muttered, his astonishment palpable as he regarded Yamcha. Having lived for over 8 centuries, he believed he had encountered countless geniuses, and his own student, Goku, was a martial arts prodigy without peer. Yet, to elevate one's strength from mere thousands to this level within a year was beyond the realm of genius. This was monstrous. "Your combat power must be in the tens of thousands now, right?" Kame Sennin inquired with a complex tone. "Yes, it should be," Yamcha nodded, not denying it. He estimated his normal combat power to be around 60,000. This figure already marked him as a formidable fighter during the Nameku saga. "That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful," Kame Sennin exclaimed, pacing excitedly with his cane. 60,000 combat power. Although it might still fall short against the androids, it is undeniably a force to be reckoned with. "We finally have hope for a counterattack." To Kame Sennin, this was nothing short of a miracle. However, as Yamcha observed the excited Kame Sennin, he felt no joy. Hope. No, this was a deeper despair. He understood more than anyone what 60,000 combat power meant in the face of those 2 androids. It signified that he had transformed from an ant that could be crushed effortlessly to a slightly stronger ant that required a modicum of effort to squish. Essentially, there was no real difference. In the original narrative, when Future Trunks first transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power was at least in the millions, perhaps even exceeding 100 million. And what happened? He was toyed with by androids 17 and 18. With his meager 60,000, he would not even be worthy of a mere scratch. The vast disparity in strength loomed like an insurmountable black mountain, pressing heavily upon his heart, leaving him breathless. The fleeting joy he had felt from his surge in power dissipated like smoke. "What's wrong?" Kame Sennin noticed his change in demeanor and halted his pacing. "You seem less than pleased." Yamcha forced a bitter smile, filled with resignation. "Master, do you know of Frisia?" he suddenly asked. "Frisia?" Kame Sennin paused. "The cosmic tyrant?" "Of course I know him. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan to defeat him on Nameku. Why do you bring him up?" "I've heard Lord Ko mention him." Yamcha continued fabricating. "Frisia's base combat power is 530,000. 530,000. Kame Sennin gasped, overwhelmed by the figure. "Indeed," Yamcha affirmed, his voice growing heavier, "and those 2 androids are far beyond Frisia's strength. They even surpass Goku in his newly transformed Super Saiyan state." Once again, silence enveloped the temple. The excitement and joy faded from Kame Sennin's face, replaced by a pallor of disbelief. He stood frozen, as if the harsh truth had drained him of all energy. "Far beyond Super Saiyan," he echoed, his voice trembling. "Yes," Yamcha cruelly shattered Kame Sennin's last glimmer of hope. "So, Master, do you still believe that my 60,000 combat power represents hope?" Kame Sennin fell silent. Slowly, he approached the edge of the temple, gazing down at the swirling sea of clouds, his frail silhouette exuding an air of desolation and age. "Indeed, I thought I had grasped a lifeline, only to find it utterly inadequate in the face of an actual tsunami. The experience of plummeting from the pinnacle of hope to the depths of despair is enough to shatter anyone's will. Is there truly no way forward?" The voice of Kame Sennin was laden with an unprecedented weariness and bewilderment. Could it be that we are destined to witness the annihilation of this world? Observing Kame Sennin's demeanor, Yamcha felt a pang of distress within his heart. Yet, he knew he had to act. He had to make Kame Sennin feel this despair, for only then could he unveil his ultimate potential. No, there must be another way. Yamcha approached Kame Sennin. His gaze, after enduring the trials of hopelessness, became increasingly fervent. If Goku could elevate his combat power from mere hundreds to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands through gravity training on the journey to Namek, then I can too. If the room of spirit and time is ineffective, I shall seek alternative methods. As long as I can grow stronger, I shall explore every avenue. I can return to the room of spirit and time. I still have a year to spare. It is futile. Bobo, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. The room of spirit and time has ceased to be effective for you. Your body has adapted to its environment. Remaining another year would yield negligible progress. Bobo calmly stated the facts. Furthermore, have you forgotten my words? Each individual may enter only twice in a lifetime. Bobo's words fell like the final straw, shattering the facade of strength that Yamcha had constructed. Cursed be this fate. Yamcha seethed, striking the ground with a furious punch, shattering the hard white tiles beneath him. Is it merely because I am not a scion? He roared in defiance. Is my limit dictated solely by my status as an earthling? What kind of absurdity is this? He loathed. He loathed himself for being Yamcha. He loathed himself for being an earthling of mediocre talent. If only he were Goku, or Vegeta, or even an unnamed scion with the ability to grow stronger in the face of death, he would not be engulfed by such despair. Observing Yamcha in his frenzied state, Kame Sennin's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, shimmered with an intricate blend of emotions. There was sympathy, compassion, yet predominantly, an unprecedented resolve. He gazed at Yamcha, then at the world below, as if grappling with a momentous decision. Finally, he seemed to arrive at a resolution. Yamcha. His voice was soft yet distinctly resonant in Yamcha's ears. Perhaps there is another way. Chapter 18. The Limits of Humanity. The Path of Physical Refinement. Yamcha abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Kame Sennin. What is this method? His voice was hoarse, brimming with disbelief. Kame Sennin did not respond immediately. He turned and walked toward the central plaza of the temple. Follow me. Yamcha leaped to his feet and followed without hesitation, with Bobo trailing silently behind. Kame Sennin reached the center of the plaza and halted. He regarded Yamcha with an unprecedented seriousness. Yamcha, I ask you, what do you believe is the essence of our martial arts training? Essence? Yamcha was taken aback, not expecting such a question. He pondered for a moment and replied, it is the continuous enhancement of ki, making it stronger and more abundant, then using this greater ki to vanquish foes. Precisely. Kame Sennin nodded. From the inception of Kame Senryu to the later Crane School, and even to the Kai and Supreme Kai, we have all traversed this path. We regard ki as the very core of our existence. The strength of ki directly determines combat prowess. This path is valid for scions like Goku and Vegeta, as their bodies are inherently designed for battle, capable of accommodating boundless growth of ki. But what of us? Kame Sennin's tone shifted, sharpening. We are earthlings, Yamcha. Our bodies possess limitations. Like a cup filled to the brim, no matter how much more water is poured, it shall only overflow. You are approaching this limit. Yamcha felt a weight settle in his heart. He recognized the truth in Kame Sennin's words. The innate potential of earthlings is confined. This is why, despite their relentless training, Krillin and Tien have been unable to keep pace with the evolving standards. Thus, over these years, especially after witnessing Goku's repeated breakthroughs, I have contemplated a singular question. Kame Sennin gazed at his palm, speaking slowly. If this path is obstructed, should we not consider an alternate route? An alternate route? Yamcha's heart began to race. Indeed. Kame Sennin raised his head, his gaze piercing into Yamcha's. We have consistently viewed our bodies as mere vessels for ki. We have endeavored to increase the water within this vessel while neglecting the vessel itself. But what if we were to reverse this approach? What if we focused on forging this vessel with relentless determination? To temper this cup until it becomes steel, until it becomes diamond. Let this vessel itself become the most formidable weapon. By that time, how much water it can contain becomes inconsequential. Yamcha's mind felt as though a grand door had been flung open. Indeed, how had I not considered this? The combat system of the Dragon Ball world has always revolved around the competition of ki. But what if we transcended this framework? What if we shifted our focus from the elusive ki to the tangible physical form? Master, are you suggesting? Yamcha's voice trembled. My suggestion is to relinquish the excessive pursuit of ki and return to the roots of martial arts. Let us refine our physical bodies. Kame Sennin's voice rang with resolute strength. concentrating all of humanity's limited potential into one singular endeavor, the path of physical refinement. Physical refinement? Yamcha pondered this term. Indeed, physical refinement. Kame Sanin's eyes sparkled with wisdom. An unending determination to ruthlessly train the body, to dismantle it, to reshape it, until our bodies surpass the limitations of mere mortals, reaching the divine and transcendent. At that point, every punch and kick would embody cataclysmic power, no longer reliant on flashy energy techniques. Yamcha was utterly astounded by Kame Sanin's audacious and radical theory. Was this not akin to the concepts he had encountered in certain fantastical novels of his past life? To prove the path through strength, to sanctify the flesh, to think that in this Dragon Ball world, the god of martial arts, Kame Sanin, would articulate such a notion. Could this truly be feasible? Yamcha still harbored doubts. I do not know. Kame Sanin candidly shook his head. This is merely a path I conceived after observing you young warriors, and myself, reaching our limits over the years. A path never before traversed. This path may lead to ruin. It will be 1,000 times more arduous than any training you have endured. You may very well train yourself to death. Furthermore, even if you succeed, I cannot ascertain its endpoint, nor whether it will grant you the strength to confront the androids. Kame Sanin regarded him with solemnity. However, Yamcha, this is the one and only path I can envision for us Earthlings. One that may break the shackles of our bloodlines and challenge fate. Now, I present this path before you. Do you dare to tread it? The temple fell into an eerie silence. Yamcha gazed at Kame Sanin, at his aged yet visionary visage. The shock within him was indescribable. He had always believed his greatest advantage lay in being a time traveler, possessing knowledge of the narrative and various training methods. Yet, he had been mistaken. His greatest fortune was encountering this man before him. This man, despite his lecherous and laid-back nature, had never ceased to ponder the exploration of martial arts. He was not eliminated by the tides of time. Rather, at the very brink of an era, he forged a brand new path for those who would follow, relying solely on his wisdom. This is the essence of a true martial arts master, the god of martial arts, Lao Shi Wutian. Dare to tread this path? Yamcha chuckled heartily, a sense of liberation washing over him. What are you saying, teacher? He stepped forward, bowing deeply in the most formal manner befitting a disciple of the Kame Sanin. Disciple Yamcha wishes to follow the teacher and explore this path together. Chapter 19. The Devil's Training, 2 tons of weight. Good. With your words, I shall indulge in this madness once more. A hint of gratification crossed Kame Sanin's face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. Having made your decision, from this moment on, you must forget everything you have learned thus far. Forget? Yamcha was momentarily taken aback. Yes, forget. Kame Sanin emphasized. Forget your Qigong, forget your sky dance, forget that combat power of 60,000. The Spirit Time Room has taught you to adapt to your environment, but the forthcoming training will require you to conquer the environment with your physique, to crush it. From today onward, you are no longer a cultivator of Qi, you are a pure practitioner of the body. Your sole task is to destroy and then reshape your form in the most brutal, bloody, and dehumanizing manner. Kame Sanin extended a finger. Every day, complete 10,000 push-ups under the gravitational field. He raised a second finger, 10,000 sit-ups. A third finger, 10,000 squats. Finally, he clenched his fist and run 100 laps around the temple while bearing weight. This is merely a warm-up. Failure to achieve this means death here. What? Yamcha was left dumbfounded, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Isn't this the training regimen of Saitama from One Punch Man? And it's a deathly amplified version. Teacher, are you joking? A gravitational field? Do I seem like I'm joking? Kame Sanin scoffed. What is the tenfold gravity of the Spirit Time Room compared to this? That unchanging pressure will soon become your norm. What I am offering you is a living gravity that constantly shifts, ready to crush you into a pulp. Moreover, Kame Sanin pointed sharply at Yamcha. Throughout the training, you are forbidden from using Qi to resist. You must rely solely on your pure physical strength. Only when you collapse in exhaustion, when your body completely shatters, may you employ your Qi, but not for recovery. Instead, use it like fuel to ignite your cells, forcibly mending your muscles, enabling you to stand and continue training. Yamcha felt a chill run down his spine. He finally comprehended the true horror of this so-called body refinement. This was not mere training. It was a meticulously crafted torture to unleash potential. It entailed perpetually shattering one's body into atoms, then using qi as adhesive to reassemble oneself, only to relentlessly face the next obliteration. This cycle would repeat endlessly. Your qi is no longer a weapon. It becomes the divine hammer, an infernal fire you wield to forge your flesh. Kame Sennin concluded, explaining that with each shattering and subsequent reconstruction, your body would grow increasingly resilient. Over time, qualitative changes would emerge from cumulative quantitative shifts until one day, your very form could bear the weight of divinity. Yamcha inhaled deeply, envisioning the hellish scenes that awaited him. Yet he saw no retreat, nor did he shrink back. Instead, an unprecedented fervor ignited in his gaze. "I understand, teacher," he proclaimed loudly. "When do we begin?" "Now," Kame Sennin replied curtly. Mr. Popo had appeared at some point, holding 4 dark metallic rings. The air around the rings seemed to warp. "Put them on." As Yamcha extended his hand to grasp one of the rings, an unimaginable force surged through him. He was propelled forward, nearly dislocating his arms. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed, struggling to stabilize himself, gazing in astonishment at the small metallic ring. "These are core compressed materials from the temple, each weighing 1 ton, totaling 2 tons, Kame Sennin stated nonchalantly. 2 tons? Yamcha gasped. "You expect me to do 10,000 push-ups with 40 tons of weight in a gravitational field? Are you trying to turn me into a human skin carpet? Enough chatter. Put them on," Kame Sennin urged, showing no sign of compromise. Gritting his teeth, muscles twitching, Yamcha summoned all his strength to fasten the 4 terrifying rings around his wrists and ankles. With a thunderous boom, a weight capable of crushing mountains enveloped him, causing the temple's hard floor to crack like a spider's web beneath him. He found himself unable to bend his legs, crashing to the ground as if struck by a meteor, creating a half-meter-deep pit. Ugh! Yamcha lay face down on the shattered stone, feeling as if his spine might snap, his organs turning to mush, breath almost impossible, his vision engulfed in crimson. First task, push-ups. Prepare. Kame Sennin stood by the edge of the pit, resembling a merciless warden. He slowly raised a hand, palm facing down. Now for the appetizer. A wave of invisible pressure, heavier than any mountain, descended from Kame Sennin's palm, precisely landing on Yamcha's back. Poof! Blood erupted from Yamcha's mouth as he felt every bone in his body scream in anguish. "Push yourself up." Kame Sennin's voice bore no hint of compassion. "If you cannot rise, you will die." Lying in the pit, Yamcha's consciousness began to fade. The pain transcended the spirit-time room, exceeding death, surpassing all imaginable suffering, erupting from every atom of his being. Yet he did not yield. He recalled the beautiful yet cruel visage of Android 18. Her gaze upon him akin to observing an ant from the heights of the city. He remembered her dismissive words, "You can't escape, little mouse." A profound sense of humiliation and rage detonated from the depths of his soul, transforming into an all-consuming frenzy. "Ah!" he roared, a sound far from human, summoning every fiber of his being that was on the verge of breaking. Veins bulged on his neck and forehead, resembling grotesque runes. His arms began to tremble, attempting to bend under the dual pressures of 40 tons and Kame Sennin's gravitational field, moving slower than a snail. 1 millimeter. Another millimeter. The entire process felt as though a black hole were consuming time itself. When he finally expended the last remnants of energy, managing to lift his chest just slightly off the ground, his arm bones had shattered, and his muscles were entirely torn. "1," Kame Sennin stated flatly. Before the words could dissipate, Yamcha's strength evaporated instantly, crashing back into the pit. A thunderous noise echoed as the pit deepened, debris scattering. "Continue." In the distance, Mr. Popo silently observed, at some point acquiring a water jug, nurturing the withered flora at the temple's edge, as if the nightmarish scene in the square bore no relation to him. Chapter 20. The Transformation of the Body, a New Bottleneck. Days passed in this self-imposed torment of training, each merging into the next. Upon the temple, a relentless cycle of torment unfolds daily. From the outset, Yamcha labored under a burden of 2 tons, struggling to perform a single push-up. Yet now he barely manages to complete his daily foundational training. The cost of this endeavor, however, is a life steeped in agony, as he endures the excruciating pain of torn muscles and groaning bones. His body is perpetually marred with bruises. Old wounds remain unhealed as new ones continuously emerge. On several occasions, he felt as though this brutal regimen might literally be his demise. Yet, each time, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. He summoned the strength of his will to rouse himself from the abyss, channeling the life force within him, akin to a restorative fluid, to mend his battered form before plunging back into the next round of self-inflicted torment. A month later, the count reached 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. As the final count from the turtle hermit echoed, Yamcha emitted a guttural roar of exhaustion, his arms collapsing as he fell heavily to the ground, sweat pooling beneath him. Gasping for air, his chest heaved violently, yet compared to a month prior, his breathing had significantly stabilized. "Get up, there are still 100 laps to go," the turtle hermit casually remarked from his nearby recliner, sipping juice. "Yes, master," Yamcha replied, mustering the strength to rise. The 2 tons of weight, though still formidable, no longer felt insurmountable. He began to stride around the vast temple courtyard, embarking on the final training of the day. Each heavy step left a faint sweat mark on the polished floor, yet his pace was brisk, his form steady, a stark contrast to the novice who could barely stand a month ago. The turtle hermit observed his retreating figure, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses. This young man's tenacity exceeded his expectations. The training regimen he devised, rooted in the extremes of human endurance, was brutal beyond measure, and he had doubted anyone could withstand it. Yet, Yamcha, once perceived as somewhat frivolous and lacking in prowess, had not only persevered but progressed at an astonishing rate. As evening fell and training concluded, Yamcha, weary and drained, unfastened the weights from his limbs. With 4 sharp sounds, the 2 tons vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness that coursed through his body. He felt as though he could float. Standing still, he gradually clenched his fists. He was acutely aware of the monumental transformations occurring within him. His muscles had become denser and more resilient, imbued with explosive strength. His bones, having endured countless cries of pain and repair, had grown tougher than the most resilient alloys. He raised his hand, gazing at his fists. Although his overall energy had not significantly increased, his combat power hovering around 60,000, he knew, deep down, that he was more than twice as strong as he had been a month prior. Now, if he were to discard the weights and engage purely in a contest of physical strength, he was confident he could easily overpower the version of himself that had only recently emerged from the mental time chamber. This was the path of body refinement. "How does it feel?" the turtle hermit approached, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "I feel unprecedentedly well," Yamcha exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he suddenly threw a punch into the empty air. Without drawing upon any energy, he unleashed a powerful punch. The air sliced through with a whoosh, instantly rupturing, producing a deep sonic boom. A visible shockwave in the shape of a cone expanded several meters before gradually dissipating. The turtle hermit's pupils contracted slightly, while Mr. Popo paused in his floor scrubbing, casting a glance in their direction. "Such formidable punch power," the turtle hermit murmured. To achieve a sonic boom purely through physical might was a feat even the Goku of yesteryears could not accomplish at the same combat power level. Yamcha gazed at his fists, his elation reaching a fever pitch. This was power, tangible and firmly held in his grasp. However, as the thrill subsided, a chilling realization dawned upon him. Though this punch was indeed powerful enough to reduce an ordinary person to a pulp, what would happen against androids? He recalled the scene where Trunks was effortlessly crushed by Android 17 and the blinding speed of Android 18, which left even an afterimage indistinct. While his physical strength and endurance had surged, the androids possessed infinite energy and would not tire. Engaging them in a war of attrition would only lead to his own exhaustion. Moreover, would his offensive capabilities be sufficient to breach their defenses? No, it was still inadequate. Body refinement enhanced his foundation, his baseline, his physical strength and endurance. Yet, he lacked a means to unleash this power in an explosive manner. A switch that would catapult his offensive capabilities into the stratosphere. "Switch to unleash," Yamcha muttered, desperately combing through his memories for a technique that could amplify pure strength. Was there a technique that could drain every ounce of potential from his body in a fleeting moment, yielding power that transcended limits? Suddenly, a name struck like lightning in his mind. Kaioken. Yes, it was Kaioken. Once this thought emerged, it could not be repressed. The turtle hermit's body refinement theory was practically tailor-made for Kaioken. Why did Goku struggle to withstand the higher multipliers of Kaioken in the original narrative? It was because his body, as a vessel, lacked the resilience to bear the immense surge of energy. Now, he was forging his body into the most robust container in the world, a divine physique, tempered through relentless trials, capable of enduring the burdens of dozens of times the Kaioken. Yamcha's heart raced fervently. He envisioned a path to transcendence. The way of body refinement formed the foundation, while Kaioken was the key to detonating that foundational power. If he could learn the Kaioken, even if just at the basic 2 or 3 times multiplier, coupled with his current steel-like physique, the resultant explosive force would be extraordinary. What if he could unlock 10 or even 20 times? Yamcha dared not contemplate further. He lifted his gaze to the boundless sky beyond the temple. His eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. He understood now what his next goal must be. He would seek out the Kaishin, the one who wore sunglasses and relished cold jokes. He would learn the Kaioken, a technique potent enough to turn the tide of battle. Chapter 21. A Perfect Plan, Namek. As night deepened, silence enveloped the temple, with only the cold moonlight casting a soft glow upon the polished surface. Yamcha lay in his room, wide awake and devoid of sleep. The words Kaioken swirled incessantly in his mind. Once this notion took root, it grew uncontrollably like a wild weed, impossible to uproot. Body refinement, Kaioken, he murmured, his eyes sparkling with intensity. He meticulously analyzed the feasibility of this combination. Body refinement addresses the issue of physical endurance, while Kaioken resolves the problem of instantaneous power surges. These two elements were a match made in heaven. If I could master Kaioken, even if only at 10 times, combined with my current physical strength, my explosive power would surely reach terrifying levels. His heart raced with excitement. What if he could unleash 20, 30, or even 50 times? 50 times the amplification. What concept does that even represent? That is the amplification multiplier of Super Saiyan 1. A being endowed with the explosive power characteristic of the Super Saiyan level, yet possessing a physical strength that far exceeds that of other Saiyans of the same rank. At that point, he would truly possess the qualifications to engage in a contest of strength with those two androids. This notion set his blood ablaze with fervor. However, a new dilemma arose. The Kaioken is a unique technique of the North Kai. To learn the Kaioken, one must journey to the Kai's planet. How does one reach the Kai's planet? Yamcha furrowed his brow. He recalled vividly that Goku had traveled to the Kai's planet after his demise, obtaining permission from King Enma, before traversing the 1 million kilometers of Snake Way. Die once. The thought barely surfaced before he extinguished it immediately. No, the risk is far too great. He shook his head, for no one truly knows the circumstances of the afterlife in this world. If something were to go awry and he could not return, it would indeed be a farce. I have no desire to partake in tea with King Enma. A path leading to death is absolutely one to avoid. Thus, only one alternative remains: to go while alive. Goku had also done so. Yamcha racked his brain. Indeed, after defeating Vegeta, Goku had been gravely injured and healed to prepare for Namek, being sent directly from the sacred realm to the beginning of Snake Way. The one responsible for this was none other than the Supreme Kai. Upon this realization, Yamcha's frown deepened. The Supreme Kai of this era had long perished alongside Piccolo. The current overseer of the sacred realm is the inscrutable Mr. Popo. A plan must be devised to persuade Popo to send him to Snake Way. Yamcha sat up, sensing the complexity of the task. He was currently engaged in the physical training path initiated by Master Roshi, which had become a top priority for the sacred realm. Master Roshi and Mr. Popo had placed their sole hope upon him. If he were to suddenly approach and say, "I believe my physical training is insufficient. I wish to learn a new technique from the Kai," Master Roshi would be the first to break his legs. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Focus on your training, boy. Yamcha could almost visualize Master Roshi fuming in indignation. Therefore, this matter must be approached discreetly. He must find an opportunity to deceive Master Roshi and then persuade, nay, coax Mr. Popo into willingly sending him off. Deceiving Master Roshi might be manageable, Yamcha pondered, as that old man spent most of his time sleeping, sunbathing, and perusing magazines. If he could concoct an excuse, perhaps claiming he wished to experience the world's despair to motivate himself, he might just get away with it. But Popo, just thinking of Popo's penetrating black eyes made Yamcha's head ache. This enigmatic servant was exceptionally astute. The last time he had arrived at the sacred realm, his minor intentions had been unraveled by a single remark. To fool him would not be an ordinary challenge. He must concoct a reason that Popo, the millennia-old guardian of the sacred realm, could not refuse, nor would he suspect. Yamcha paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. What reason could possibly be compelling enough for Mr. Popo? What is it that Popo holds dear? The sacred realm, the supreme Kai. Yes, the supreme Kai. Yamcha's eyes brightened suddenly as an ingenious plan swiftly formed in his mind. He could exploit the information gap, a revelation known only to him, the time traveler, which neither Popo nor Master Roshi were privy to, yet one that was intricately linked to them and could even bring them immense joy. The Dragon Balls. No, not the Dragon Balls of Earth. With the death of the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls of Earth have become mere stones. It is the Dragon Balls of Namek. He could tell Popo that, from his muddled memories due to his resurrection, he suddenly recalled fragmented visions about another planet. On that planet, there also exist Dragon Balls akin to those on Earth. If the Dragon Balls of Namek could be found, they could summon the eternal dragon and wish for the Supreme Kai's revival. With the Supreme Kai restored, the Dragon Balls of Earth would also be revived. At that point, not only could the Supreme Kai be resurrected, but all fallen comrades could also be brought back, making the restoration of this world possible. This temptation would be utterly irresistible for Popo, who regards the guardian of the sacred realm and the Supreme Kai as everything. Now, what is the quickest way to reach the distant Namek? A spaceship? Long since destroyed. Thus, only instant transmission remains. There are beings on the Kai's planet who can perform instant transmission. Yamcha remembered that Goku learned instant transmission on Yardrat, but no one knows where that planet is. Yet, it matters not. He can slightly alter the fragments of his memory. He can assert that he only recalls a great figure on the planet known as the Kai's planet, who possesses immense power and wields this miraculous ability. The Great Kai's planet, where Son Goku honed his skills, has taught instant transmission to Goten and Trunks. Therefore, instant transmission could indeed be learned there. Thus, his purpose for going to the Kai's planet transforms from a mere desire to learn a new technique to a lofty and righteous cause. To revive the Supreme Kai and everyone else, I must journey to the Kai's planet, find that esteemed figure who possesses spatial mobility, and then proceed to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. This is our last hope. This reasoning is simply impeccable. It is imbued with a spirit of sacrifice and a sense of mission. As for the true desire to learn the Kaioken, that could simply be regarded as a technique bestowed upon him by the Kai, recognizing his talent during his quest for the esteemed figure. Thus, it is settled. Yamcha, exhilarated, struck his palm with a fist. He glanced out at the luminous moonlight, the plan in his heart clear as day. Now, all that remained was to await an opportune moment to lay his cards on the table with Mr. Popo. Before that, however, he must solidify his physical training, ensuring his body's strength reaches a level that would astonish both Master Roshi and Popo. Only then would his words carry weight, rendering him credible enough to undertake this S-class mission that concerns the future of the world. Yamcha's gaze became resolute. He cast a glance at the 2 tons of weights in the corner, flipped over, and leaped from his bed. Sleep? No more of that. Rise and shine. He donned the weights once again, and in the stillness of the night, began a new round of self-imposed trials. His goal was not merely to survive. What he sought was to completely reverse this cursed future. Chapter 22, The Showdown. For the final hope. 2 months passed. In the plaza of the Sacred Realm, a figure was running in circles at an astonishing speed. He still bore the dark bracelets on his arms and legs. Yet, his steps were no longer heavy. Instead, they resonated with a peculiar rhythm. Should anyone be observing, they would notice his speed was so remarkable that it seemed to leave afterimages in his wake. The 2 tons of weight had become an integral part of his being. Yamcha completed his final 100 laps, coming to a halt, his breath only slightly quickened. He walked to the center of the plaza, removed his weights, and began doing push-ups. His movements were precise and powerful, executed with remarkable speed. Each rise and fall accompanied by a whistling wind. 10,000 push-ups had ceased to be a formidable challenge, instead resembling a warm-up. Master Roshi reclined nearby in a chair, observing the scene with a complex expression hidden behind his sunglasses. This boy is a monster. In the span of just 3 months, he had fully adapted to the 2 tons of weight. Master Roshi even felt that this weight was nearing the point where it could not contain him any longer. Bobo, please fetch that new set, the turtle hermit instructed Bobo standing behind him. Understood, Bobo replied promptly, soon returning with a set of hand and ankle weights that were darker in hue and slightly larger in size. Yamcha, put this on. The turtle hermit gestured towards the new weights. Yamcha halted his movements and approached, curiously picking up one of the hand weights. The sensation upon grasping it made his eyelids flutter. "Master, how heavy is this?" "Each weighs a ton, totaling 4 tons, the turtle hermit replied nonchalantly. "Goodness, that's a direct doubling," Yamcha remarked, saying little else as he silently donned the 4 tons of weight. With a resounding thud, the intensified gravity, now magnified twofold, struck him anew, causing his body to sink and his legs to bend slightly as he steadied himself. "How does it feel?" the turtle hermit inquired. Yamcha assessed the weight, breaking into a grin. "It's manageable, just a bit heavy." With that, he promptly lay on the ground, resuming his push-up training. Although his speed diminished significantly and the movements grew arduous, he successfully completed a standard push-up the moment he donned the 4-ton weight. The turtle hermit observed him in contemplative silence, aware that he had indeed embarked upon the right path. Yamcha's physique was evolving towards a realm beyond human capability. Another day of training concluded. That evening, Yamcha approached Bobo, who was watering flowers. Taking a deep breath, he realized the moment for revelation had arrived. "Bobo," he began. And Bobo turned, his dark eyes fixed on him, as though awaiting his words. "I have something to discuss with you." Yamcha's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of anguish and struggle. "Speak," Bobo replied in his usual calm tone. "It pertains to my memories." Yamcha lowered his gaze, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Since I began my physical training, my body has oscillated between extremes of exertion and recovery, and my mind has remained in a state of heightened tension. In this state, I seem to have recalled certain things." A glimmer flickered in Bobo's eyes. "What is it?" "Fragments of disjointed images," Yamcha replied, his hand pressed to his forehead as he feigned the effort to remember. "I recalled a green planet inhabited by beings that closely resembled the deceased Lord of the Gods." For the first time, Bobo's watering paused. He abruptly lifted his head, a tumult of emotions surfacing in his usually placid gaze. "What did you say?" "Beings resembling the Lord of the Gods." "Indeed," Yamcha nodded knowingly, sensing he had baited the hook successfully. "I also recalled that on that planet, there appeared to be a gem capable of granting any wish, much like the Dragon Balls of Earth." With a clatter, the watering can slipped from Bobo's grasp, spilling water across the ground, yet he remained oblivious. "Another Dragon Ball?" Bobo's voice trembled, marking the first occasion Yamcha witnessed him so visibly shaken. "Yes." Yamcha's performance reached its zenith at that moment, his expression filled with confusion and uncertainty. "The images are hazy, fleeting. I cannot discern if they are mere illusions or genuine memories." He gazed at Bobo earnestly. "Bobo, you are the most trusted servant of the Lord of the Gods. Do you know of this? Is there truly another Namek in the universe?" He deliberately uttered the name Namek, a pivotal step in his scheme. Bobo's body quivered violently. "Namek, did you not lose your memories following your transformation into a vegetable? Have you recalled this name?" "Yes, it seems to be called that." Yamcha nodded earnestly. Bobo's breath quickened. He certainly knew of Namek. It was the homeland of the Lord of the Gods. However, since the Lord's arrival on Earth, he had never returned and seldom spoke of it. Bobo had only heard the Lord mention it occasionally in wistful reminiscences long ago. Later, Sun Wukong and others had visited that realm, rescuing a group of Namekians. Unfortunately, Namek had since exploded. Yet now, Yamcha, this young man reborn and with fragmented memories, had pieced together this name from the shards of recollection and even spoke of the existence of Dragon Balls there. If Yamcha knew the coordinates of the new Namek, did that not suggest the deceased Lord of the Gods might have a chance at revival? Was it possible for the Dragon Balls of Earth to be restored? A monumental hope surged within Bobo, filling his long silent heart. He gazed at Yamcha, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "Yamcha, what else can you remember? Any detail will suffice." Yamcha understood that his plan had succeeded by 90%. He shook his head, a look of distress crossing his features. "I cannot recall, it is too vague. However, I believe I also saw a place where there seemed to exist a method to reach any location instantly." He paused momentarily, casting out his final bait. "If we can discover that method, perhaps we could journey to Namek, locate the Dragon Balls, and start anew." Chapter 23, An Irresistible Conspiracy. A method to reach anywhere instantly? Bobo seized upon Yamcha's key phrase, his dark eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. "Yes," Yamcha affirmed, his expression grave. "In those chaotic memories, I glimpsed a peculiar location, seemingly at the end of the clouds, where a long, winding path lay. At its terminus resided a formidable figure. I sensed that miraculous method of transportation may be connected to him. Though Yamcha's description remained ambiguous, he recognized that this information was sufficient for Bobo. The Snake Way, the King of the Worlds. These were the highest secrets of the Divine Temple during the Lord of the Gods' time. As his most trusted servant, Bobo could not possibly be unaware. As expected, Bobo trembled again. The Snake Way and the King of the Worlds? He murmured, his gaze shifting from scrutiny to profound shock and belief. In this parallel universe, Yamcha and the others had not visited King Kai's planet. This information could not have been fabricated by a memory-impaired individual. It could only imply that, after his death, his soul traversed that realm, and although his memories had become fragmented upon resurrection, these crucial details were engraved deep within his spirit. This must be destiny. The deceased Lord of the Gods had left a glimmer of hope for this desolate world. Yamcha, is everything you said true? Bobo's voice quivered with anticipation. I do not know, Yamcha replied bluntly, shaking his head, fully aware that the more uncertain he appeared, the more credible he became. Bobo, these are merely thoughts that suddenly emerged in my mind. I cannot distinguish truth from falsehood. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze resolute. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I wish to try. He stepped closer, locking eyes with Bobo, speaking each word deliberately. Bobo, if the Dragon Balls of Namek truly exist, we can resurrect the Lord of the Gods, restore the Dragon Balls of Earth. We can bring back Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, and all of them. We might even wish for Wukong to recover from his heart disease. At that point, what are merely two artificial beings? Every word Yamcha uttered struck Bobo's heart like a hammer. Reviving the Lord of the Gods. Reviving the Z warriors. This temptation, for Bobo, who had been solitary and guarding the desolate temple for over a decade, was utterly irresistible. This was no mere conspiracy. It was a brazen scheme. A scheme woven from hope. One that Bobo could neither refuse nor wish to refuse. His breath quickened, and on his eternally unchanging face, an overwhelming excitement emerged. What should I do? He inquired. Yamcha felt a surge of joy within, knowing that the crucial first step had been accomplished. Mr. Bobo, you know that place, do you not? That long road, and the esteemed Lord of the Realm, Yamcha asked. Bobo nodded emphatically. I do. That is the Serpent Road leading to the realm of the king. Only with Lord Enma's permission can the souls of the deceased tread that path. As for the living, there is but one way, he said, glancing towards the edge of the temple. Through the heavenly temple. The deity must personally open the passage to send one to the Serpent Road starting point. Although the deity is no longer present, I, as merely a servant, have inherited a portion of their powers. Perhaps I can open the passage, Bobo declared, his eyes brimming with determination. Wonderful. Yamcha feigned excitement. Then please take me there at once. I must find that method and journey to Namek. Wait. An aged yet powerful voice suddenly resonated from not far away. Master Roshi, having concluded his seemingly feigned slumber, approached with his cane, a serious expression etched upon his face. He had evidently overheard their conversation. Teacher, Yamcha's heart sank. Young man, I understand your feelings, Master Roshi said as he stood before them, gazing at Yamcha. But have you considered the dangers inherent in this matter? What sort of place is the realm of the king? What about the Serpent Road? Those are not places for mortals. Moreover, your memories are merely fragments. What if they are all false? If you go, you may never return. Master Roshi shook his head. No, I cannot agree. This is far too perilous. You are our only hope. Your task is to diligently train your body here until you possess the strength to combat the androids, not to pursue those elusive legends. Teacher, Yamcha exclaimed urgently, this is no mere legend. This is our last chance. Do you wish to watch this world continue its descent into oblivion? Do you not long to see Goku and Krillin once more? Of course I do. Master Roshi replied, I dream of it. However, I cannot gamble with you. With our final hope. This is not gambling. Yamcha raised his voice. Teacher, look at me, he exclaimed, stamping his foot forcefully. The white tiles beneath him instantly cracked in a spiderweb of fractures. I train under a weight of 4 tons every day. My body is no longer the same as it was 3 months ago. I possess both the capability and confidence to face any danger. Moreover, teacher, do you not perceive that my path of physical training has encountered a bottleneck? Yamcha locked eyes with Master Roshi. Master Roshi was taken aback. Yamcha pressed on. My body has grown stronger, my power has increased. Yet, the rate of my strength's growth is slowing. The leap from 2 tons to 4 tons pales in comparison to my initial progress from 0 to 2 tons. This indicates that merely increasing the load is yielding diminishing returns. I require new stimuli. I need a broader horizon. My journey to the realm of the king is not solely for the Dragon Balls of Namek. It is also for my own cultivation. I believe that in such a higher realm, I will surely achieve a breakthrough in my path of physical training. Master Roshi found himself momentarily speechless by Yamcha's words. He recognized the truth in what Yamcha stated. The path of physical training was indeed of his own conception, lacking a clear direction. Presently, it had hit a stagnation point. Observing the wavering Master Roshi, Yamcha cast a glance at the hopeful Bobo, knowing it was time for the final push. He knelt before Master Roshi once more. Teacher, Mr. Bobo, I implore you, grant me this opportunity. If I fail and perish out there, it will merely signify that my fate is sealed, that I am not the one destined to save the world. You would lose nothing. But what if I succeed? His voice rose dramatically, infused with fervor. If we can revive everyone, we will gain the entire world. This is a risk with guaranteed returns. We have nothing left to lose. The temple once again fell into silence. Master Roshi gazed at the fervently kneeling Yamcha, then at Bobo, who looked at him with equally pleading eyes. He sighed heavily. Alas, it seems I am fated to labor in vain. Just when I thought of a peaceful retirement, you, this insufferable brat, have disrupted it. He helped Yamcha to his feet, patting him on the shoulder. Go then. But you must promise me one thing. Master Roshi's expression turned grave. Teacher, what is it? Return alive. Upon hearing those words, Yamcha's heart surged with warmth. He looked at the diminutive figure before him, who seemed capable of supporting the heavens, and nodded earnestly. I promise. Very well, Master Roshi nodded, seemingly relieved of a burden. He turned to Bobo. Bobo, take him there. The lad is right. We have little left to lose. Yes, Master Roshi, Bobo replied, relief washing over his face. Yamcha, follow me. Bobo instructed, turning towards the edge of the temple. Wait. Master Roshi suddenly called out to them. Yamcha and Bobo turned back in confusion. Master Roshi approached Yamcha, his expression oddly serious, almost bashful yet earnest. Teacher, is there something else? Yamcha asked. Ahem. Master Roshi cleared his throat, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Your journey to the realm of the king is fraught with danger. Relying solely on brute strength may not suffice. While I may lack the strength to assist significantly, the Turtle School has once been the premier martial arts school in the world. There is something I believe you should learn. Oh, Yamcha's interest piqued. What is it? I already know the turtle-style Kamehameha. Not the Kamehameha. Master Roshi shook his head, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted entirely. The previously laid-back, somewhat disheveled old man transformed into a figure of martial mastery. Yamcha, let me ask you, what do you believe battle is? Battle? Yamcha hesitated, surprised by the philosophical nature of the question. Isn't it about defeating the enemy? Superficial. Master Roshi scoffed. Defeating the enemy is merely the outcome, not the process. I inquire about the essence of battle. He regarded Yamcha, speaking slowly. We martial artists are distinct from those who merely understand how to clash with energy blasts. Our combat embodies technique, art, and wisdom. Your path of physical training has granted you immense strength and resilience. However, if you cannot unleash this power to its fullest potential, then even the mightiest strength is merely empty brute force. As he spoke, Master Roshi suddenly assumed a combat stance. His body sank slightly, muscles tensing instantaneously, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Though he remained stationary, he emanated an aura of emptiness, suggesting he could strike from any angle at any moment. Yamcha's pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed that at this moment, the power emanating from Guxian Run, though not overwhelmingly intense, bore an unprecedented sense of oppression. This is the highest essence of our Guxian style. Guxian Ren's voice deepened and resonated with strength. It was the ultimate technique I relied upon during my participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Its name is Wan Gui Jing Tianzhong. Huh. Yamcha nearly lost his composure upon hearing this name. Why would such an elementary technique be brought out now? He had anticipated the Mo phone bow. What are you laughing at? The name may be a bit unrefined, but its power is no trivial matter. Guxian Ren shot him a glance. This technique is neither a Qigong wave nor an energy attack. Rather, it is a skill that unifies the entirety of one's strength, spirit, will, and even soul in an instant. Then, through a special method, It can erupt with a force of 200%, or even 300%. 300% of force. Yamcha was astonished. Wasn't this merely an alternative version of the Kaioken? He had assumed that Wan Guijing Tianzhong was merely a discharge of energy. It turns out that was only one of its functions. Indeed, Gu Xianren nodded solemnly. This technique places an immense burden on the body. With my current physique, utilizing it even once would leave me in tatters. But you were different. He gazed at Yamcha's body, which had been honed through countless trials, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Your physique has been transformed through the path of body refinement to an astonishing degree. You are the most suitable candidate to learn this technique. Mastering it will serve as your most powerful safeguard until you find the Kai and learn even stronger techniques. Yamcha's heart raced with excitement. He had never anticipated that Gu Xianren had such a hidden gem. This was an unexpected delight. If body refinement is the foundation and Kaioken the ultimate goal, then Wan Guijing Tianzhong serves as the most formidable transitional skill before mastering the Kaioken. Master, please teach me. Yamcha immediately bowed deeply, his attitude earnest. Very well. Gu Xianren nodded in satisfaction. Pay attention. I will demonstrate only once. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. As he spoke, Gu Xianren took a deep breath. The muscles on his body began to undulate at a peculiar frequency, and an invisible aura radiated from within him. His hands slowly rose, tracing a mysterious trajectory before his chest. The heart follows the will guides the energy, and the energy manifests the power. As Gu Xianren recited the incantation, his hands appeared to become ethereal, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Yamcha widened his eyes, elevating his concentration to its peak, fixating on every movement of Gu Xianren, etching every word he uttered into his memory. He could feel Gu Xianren compressing and consolidating all his strength in a manner he could not comprehend. This power was contained entirely within him, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Unity of form and spirit, connection between the inner and outer realms. A single thought can astonish the heavens. Gu Xianren suddenly shouted, thrusting his palms forward slowly. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no cataclysmic qigong wave. His palms merely floated lightly in the air ahead. However, at that moment, an invisible force surged forth, causing Yamcha's hair to be blown backward, and he felt as though his skin was being stretched. The space before him twisted violently, akin to jelly struck by a heavy object, displaying visible distortions and creases. A resonant hum, reminiscent of an ancient bell, echoed throughout the temple. Moments later, everything returned to tranquility. Gu Xianren gradually withdrew his palms, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Do you understand now? He panted. Yamcha remained entranced by the earlier spectacle, momentarily lost in thought. He had distinctly observed that as Gu Xianren unleashed that strike, all the air within 100 meters was instantly evacuated, creating a brief, absolute vacuum. How terrifying was this mastery of palm technique? To condense power to its utmost without harming the surroundings, yet capable of distorting space. This is the true essence of martial arts. Disciple is dull-witted, having only comprehended 30%. Yamcha replied honestly. 30%? Gu Xianren was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. 30%? Ha ha ha. That is splendid. When I created this technique, it took me decades of effort. You, having grasped 30% after just one viewing, if you are not a genius, then who is? He patted Yamcha's shoulder, speaking with satisfaction. The rest, you must figure out on your own. Remember the incantation and practice diligently on your journey. With your physique, even if you make mistakes, it won't lead to any grave issues. Yes, master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Yamcha declared solemnly. He understood that Gu Xianren was bestowing upon him the cherished legacy of the Gu Xian style, a trust heavier than 1,000 pounds. All right, enough of the sentimentalities. Gu Xianren waved his hand, reverting to his laid-back demeanor. Go on, don't delay me from my afternoon nap. With that, he turned and ambled back to his recliner. Yamcha watched his retreating figure and bowed deeply. Then he turned to Bobo and said, Mr. Bobo, let us depart. Bobo nodded and led him toward the uncertain path that would determine the future of the world. Chapter 25. Farewell, Temple. Journey to another world. Bobo guided Yamcha to the lookout point at the edge of the temple. From this vantage, they gazed down at an unfathomable sea of clouds, where fierce winds howled, causing garments to flutter wildly. Yamcha, Are you prepared? Bobo turned, his expression solemn. I am ready. Yamcha nodded, his gaze resolute. He cast a glance back at the magnificent temple, which sparkled in the sunlight, exuding an aura of sanctity and solitude. Gu Xianren lay in the distant chair, seemingly asleep. Yet Yamcha knew his master was surely watching over him. This place was where he first felt warmth and hope after arriving in this world. Master, Mr. Bobo, wait for my return, he silently vowed. Now it begins. Bobo approached Yamcha and extended his hands, palms facing him, uttering an ancient and obscure language. It was neither Earth's tongue nor the language of Namek, but a sound that Yamcha had never heard before, seemingly resonating directly with the soul. As Bobo chanted, the air around them began to vibrate wondrously. Golden runes emerged from Yamcha, swirling around him, and Yamcha felt the space surrounding him becoming unstable, akin to boiling water, filled with ripples and folds, connecting the paths of yin and yang, opening the gates of life and death. Bobo's voice grew ever more resounding, as if resonating with the entirety of the heavens. The space before him began to twist violently, and a dark void, exuding a profound aura, slowly took shape. From that void emanated a chilling essence, as if it were a gateway to a completely different world. Is this the passage to the underworld? Yamcha mused inwardly. While fully alert, he sensed that this passage was unstable, poised to collapse at any moment. Bobo's complexion had also turned pale. Clearly, forcing open this passage was a considerable strain on his current abilities. Yamcha, hurry and enter. Bobo urged. I cannot maintain it for long. Yes, Yamcha, no longer hesitating, bowed deeply to Bobo, and the distant came Sanine before taking a deep breath and stepping into the pitch-black void. A dizzying sensation enveloped him, akin to being thrust into a rapidly spinning washing machine, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of bizarre colors, while the concepts of time and space became indistinct. He steadied his mind, striving to maintain his physical equilibrium. Time became an enigma. Perhaps it was a moment, perhaps a century, until the sensation of being torn apart finally abated. His feet met solid ground. Yamcha abruptly opened his eyes to find himself standing upon a narrow, winding road of yellow that seemed to stretch into infinity. Flanking the road was an endless sea of yellow clouds. Beneath the clouds lay an unfathomable darkness, from which eerie wails could be faintly heard, sending shivers down his spine. Above him was a chaotic sky, devoid of sun and moon, only an eternal twilight hue. Is this the Shidao? Yamcha gazed at the legendary path before him, his heart filled with awe. A glance back revealed that the spatial passage had vanished, leaving only the boundless cloud sea behind. He had imagined he would meet Yinluo Wang first, like Sun Wukong, before traversing the Shidao, but unexpectedly, Bobo had directly transported him to its entrance. There was no retreat. The long journey ahead elicited a wry smile from Yamcha. It had taken Wukong months to traverse this path. Despite being alive and needing neither food nor water, the toll on his stamina was palpable. Moreover, this road did not seem particularly safe. He recalled Wukong's encounter with a road administrator driving a cleaning vehicle, nearly sweeping him away. Regardless, he resolved to run without delay. Stretching his limbs, he felt the weight of 4 tons pressing down upon him. In this peculiar space, the sensation of gravity felt no different from that in the temple. He inhaled deeply, mentally reviewing the techniques of the Wan Guijing Tianzhong imparted by Kame Sanine, and then set forth, running along the Shidao. His goal was the end of the road, where the figure of the Kaioshin donned sunglasses awaited, along with the Kaioken capable of altering everything. At the very moment Yamcha embarked upon the Shidao, on Earth, amidst a desolate ruin, Androids 17 and 18 languidly occupied the rooftop of a half-destroyed building. How utterly boring, 18 yawned, her golden hair billowing in the wind. The exquisite beauty on her face was marred by a profound weariness, as there was nothing amusing left in this world. Leaning against the wall, 17, with hands buried in his pockets, coolly remarked, "Then let us destroy everything, shall we?" "That would be even more tedious," 18 retorted, pouting, lamenting the absence of even toys to torment. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a mischievous smile graced her lips. "Speaking of which, 17, do you recall that little mouse we encountered days ago at the ruins of the Capsule Corporation?" 17 raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, you mean that fellow named Yamcha? The one Trunks rescued?" "Yes, precisely him." 18's fingers lightly tapped her knee, a sense of intrigue bubbling within her. I've always felt there was something about that guy. Interesting. A waste who doesn't he even dare engage with us? 17 scoffed. No, no. 18 shook her finger, her blue eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Didn't you notice? The way he looked at me was quite unique. Other men gaze upon me with fear or greed, but his eyes held something else, an intense humiliation and defiance, a desire to trample me underfoot. Licking her lips, she displayed a blend of cruelty and excitement. I relish that kind of gaze. I would love to see what expression he would wear when I have him beneath my heel. Standing, she gazed into the distance, as if in search of her prey. I wonder, in which corner is he now trembling? I truly hope he becomes a tad stronger. That would make the game all the more enjoyable. 17 observed his sister's morbid excitement, shrugging indifferently. For him, slaughter was merely a game, while for 18, it seemed that toying with the strong brought her a peculiar pleasure, especially with someone like Yamcha, who seemed to awaken a hidden sadistic desire within her that even she had yet to recognize. Chapter 26. The Solitary Traveler on the Shidao. The distinction between day and night was non-existent, perpetually cloaked in a dim yellow hue. Yamcha had lost track of how long he had been running. 1 day? 10 days? A month? Here, time had lost its significance. The only measure of time was the fatigue coursing through his body and the growing strength within him. He resembled an inexhaustible machine, trudging forward with heavy steps, day after day, navigating the winding path. The 4-ton burden felt like a mountain upon him, and with each step, he could feel his bones groaning and muscles tearing. When fatigue overwhelmed him, he would sit on the spot, channeling the energy within as a restorative elixir to nurture his weary body. Once rejuvenated, he would rise and continue running, the cycle repeating. Aside from running, he dedicated all his rest time to comprehending the Wan Gui Jing Tianzhong taught by Kame Sanin. With his heart in tune, he moved his energy, letting it flow with strength. He recited the incantation in his mind while running, attempting to harness the power within his body. This process was intricate and complex. He needed to intertwine the myriad muscle fibers within him into a single rope, channeling the scattered strength throughout his limbs into a singular point along a specific trajectory. Initially, he found himself at a loss. His body felt like a pile of scattered sand, with power unable to be effectively consolidated. Several times, he even forced the energy to move, resulting in muscle cramps that nearly caused him to tumble from the Shidao. What would happen if he fell? Yamcha was uncertain, but gazing into the abyss below, where the echoes of tormented wails reverberated, he knew it was no place of solace. Loneliness was the eternal theme here. As far as the eye could see, aside from the yellow road beneath his feet and the cloud sea on either side, there was nothing else. No sounds. No living beings. Only the rhythm of his own footsteps and breaths. In such an environment, one's spirit could easily fracture. Yet Yamcha remained steadfast. A fire burned within him, fueled by rage against the androids, sorrow for lost companions, and a defiance against this bleak future. Whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, the beautiful yet cruel visage of 18 would surface in his mind. You cannot escape, little mouse. I am not a mouse. I will return. I will eradicate you 2 scoundrels from this world. Anger and humiliation transformed into the greatest impetus for his progress. After an indeterminate duration of running, his body finally began to acclimate to the rhythm. The 4-ton weight, while still burdensome, became manageable, allowing him to maintain a relatively steady pace. Moreover, his understanding of the Wan Gui Jing Tianzhong began to take shape. One day, while jogging, he endeavored to concentrate his power. Emulating Kame Sanin, he immersed his mind within, striving to sense every muscle, every bone, and the flow of every ounce of energy. Gradually, he entered a marvelous state. It seemed as though he could perceive his own power, flowing like gentle rivulets throughout his body. His task was to carve out channels, guiding these streams towards a singular direction, converging into a roaring river. It was here that he drew strength from his waist, propelling it through his spine, transmitting it to his shoulders, and ultimately coursing down to his arms. He endeavored to harness this power. A faint current began to flow along the path his thoughts directed. Though it was subtle and elusive, it was indeed successfully guided. A surge of joy welled up in Yamcha's heart. He continued to channel that force, directing it towards his palms. At the moment that energy coalesced in his hands, he emulated the stance of the turtle sage, slowly extending a palm toward the air before him. A soft hum resonated in the air. In front of his palm, a barely perceptible ripple emerged, akin to a small stone cast into a placid lake. Although it was a far cry from the Turtle Sage's ability to distort space, it undeniably marked a significant advancement. Success! Yamcha exclaimed in exhilaration, his voice echoing along the empty snake way. He had successfully taken the first step into mastering the wailing technique. Though his current power was still feeble, having crossed this threshold meant he was on the right path. The next step was relentless practice, striving for mastery until he could unleash his full strength like the Turtle Sage. Just as he was enveloped in excitement, an abrupt sound emanated from ahead. It was a noise reminiscent of an automobile engine. Yamcha was taken aback and looked up to see a small black that rapidly approaching him along the snake way. As it drew nearer, he discerned its true nature. It was a small cleaning vehicle. A figure resembling a ghoul, wearing a hat, was driving the vehicle, humming a tune while sweeping the path. How peculiar, Yamcha thought. He recalled that it was this very individual who had once swept Sun Wukong away, causing him great difficulty in returning. He couldn't afford to repeat that mistake. He promptly halted, stepping aside to allow ample space for the vehicle to pass. The cleaning vehicle soon approached, and the operator, upon noticing Yamcha, paused in surprise, halting the vehicle. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The operator inquired, curiously scrutinizing Yamcha. "You aren't a ghost, are you? I can sense the vitality radiating from you." "Greetings, I am Yamcha, sent by the Tian Shundian to seek training under Lord Jia Wang," Yamcha replied politely. "Tian Shundian?" The operator scratched his head, puzzled. "I haven't seen a living soul traverse this path in centuries." "Well, it's none of my concern." With that, he prepared to restart the vehicle. "Excuse me, may I ask how far it is to Jia Wangxing?" Yamcha called out hastily. The operator glanced back at him, pointing ahead. "It's quite a distance. At your pace, I reckon it would take another 6 months to arrive." 6 months. Yamcha's face paled. Sun Wukong, with only a battle power of several thousand, could traverse the snake way in a single day. Yet here he was, with a battle power in the hundreds of thousands. And he still required half a year? He felt as though he had already been running for over a month, yet he had barely covered half the distance. Perhaps it was due to the Turtle Sage's insistence on wearing weighted wristbands. "Could your vehicle give me a ride?" Yamcha ventured tentatively. The operator looked at him as if he were foolish. "What are you thinking? This is the Snake Way, a trial path for the souls of the deceased. Everyone must walk it on their own 2 feet. This is my job, do you understand?" With that, he disregarded Yamcha, starting the vehicle and rumbling ahead. Yamcha watched the figure retreat into the distance, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed there were no shortcuts to take. 6 months it would be. He readjusted his mindset and resumed his journey. Perfect. He could use this time to thoroughly master the wailing technique. His gaze once again grew resolute. Chapter 27. The most awful joke in history. The passage of time on the Snake Way was tedious and protracted. Yamcha had completely lost track of how long he had been running. He only knew that his shoes had worn out beyond count. His clothing was in tatters, sullied by sweat and grime. The 4 tons of weight he bore had transformed from an insurmountable mountain into a snug garment. He had even grown accustomed to running, resting, and contemplating martial arts while wearing it. His body had undergone a profound metamorphosis through this extreme trial. The density and resilience of his muscles had reached an astonishing level. His bones felt as unyielding as divine metal. More importantly, his understanding of the wailing technique had ascended to an entirely new realm. On this day, as was customary, he practiced his palm technique during a break. Taking a deep breath, he firmly planted his feet, gathering his entire strength into his palms according to the technique. This time, there was no hint of obscurity. The flow of energy was as seamless as an extension of his own will. An immense and refined force coalesced in his palms in an instant. He directed it forward, slowly extending a palm. A low hum resonated. There was no sonic boom, no wave of air. However, the space a few dozen meters before him appeared to be gripped by an invisible force, contorting violently. Black fissures in the fabric of space flickered in that area. Yamcha gradually withdrew his energy, exhaling deeply, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Gazing at the now tranquil space ahead, a satisfied smile graced his face. At last, he had achieved about 70% of the Turtle Sage's prowess. The power of this palm surpassed any energy wave he had previously unleashed. This was pure, distilled physical strength. He felt confident that if the artificial human number 17 stood before him now, this palm would surely send him reeling. Of course, it would be a figurative blow. It was nearly time, wasn't it? Yamcha lifted his gaze toward the end of the snake way. At that moment, the scenery before him suddenly opened up. He had reached the terminus of the snake way. It was a small green planet suspended above a sea of yellow clouds. The planet appeared to be only a few dozen meters in diameter, featuring a circular path, a white cottage, and a solitary apple tree. At last, he had arrived. An indescribable surge of excitement flooded Yamcha's heart. He quickened his pace, crossing the threshold of the snake way and stepping onto the grass of that small planet. Instantly, a gravity tenfold that of Earth bore down upon him. Coupled with the 4 tons of weight he carried, the pressure was such that he felt himself sink slightly. What immense gravity! He thought in astonishment, yet he quickly acclimatized. The benefits of his rigorous training were evident in that moment. As he surveyed the small planet, a voice suddenly called out from above him. Wuji? Yamcha looked up to see a small monkey clad in overalls, perched on the apple tree, gazing at him with curiosity. Hello, I am Yamcha. He smiled at the monkey. He recognized it as Babarusu, Lord Jie Wang's pet. Wuji. Babarusu chattered twice before leaping from the tree and darting into the white cottage. Soon after, a stout, blue-skinned, middle-aged man emerged from the house, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, sporting sunglasses and antennae. The monkey followed closely behind, along with a cricket flitting about. Who are you? The middle-aged man with blue skin, known as the Jiawang, adjusted his sunglasses and scrutinized Yamcha with a serious expression. A living being? How did you arrive here? Greetings, Jiawang Darun, Jiawang Darren. Yamcha responded respectfully, bowing slightly. I am Yamcha, sent here by the guidance of the Tiantiandian, Temple of the Celestial Deity, to seek your wisdom. Tiantiandian? The Jiawang paused, momentarily taken aback. The celestial deity of Earth? I thought he had long since passed. Indeed, the celestial deity has departed, Yamcha said, his expression somber. Currently, Earth is facing an unprecedented crisis, and we require your assistance. After a moment of silence, the Jiawang sighed. I have heard whispers of the troubles on Earth. Those 2 artificial beings are indeed quite troublesome. He circled Yamcha, expressing curiosity. However, you are rather intriguing for a human. Your physical resilience is commendable, as you stand so steady here. He noticed the weights on Yamcha's wrists and ankles. What are these? He inquired, tapping one curiously. A metallic clang echoed in response. Quite heavy, the Jiawang remarked, shaking his hand. Are you training your body specifically? Yes, Jiawang Darun, Yamcha affirmed. Ah, a promising specimen, the Jiawang nodded. Clearing his throat, he adopted an air of enigmatic authority. However, if you wish for my guidance, it is not a simple task. You must first pass my test. Yamcha smiled inwardly, knowing the moment of truth had arrived. Please, Jiawang Darun, present your challenge. Quite simple, the Jiawang proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. If you can tell a joke that makes me laugh, you shall pass the test. Yamcha nodded, realizing the situation was indeed as he had anticipated. He pondered what joke to tell, understanding that the Jiawang had a reputation for possessing an unusual and low sense of humor. He began to rummage through his memories of countless jokes from his previous life. He found one. Clearing his throat, he said with a serious demeanor, Jiawang Darun, please listen carefully. One day, a boy named Xiaoming was walking down the road when he suddenly saw something on the ground. Curious, he approached, dipped his finger in it, and tasted it. After realizing what it was, he exclaimed, Oh, it's just a pile of dung. Then, relieved, he patted his chest and said, What did he say? The Jiawang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Yamcha, maintaining his serious facade, delivered the punchline. Thank goodness I didn't step in it. An eerie silence enveloped the Jiawang Xing. Both Baburus and Gregory regarded Yamcha with incredulous expressions. Yamcha himself felt as if he might excavate a temple with his toes. The joke was undeniably dreadful. However, suddenly, the Jiawang froze for a moment before his shoulders began to shake violently. Ha ha ha! He clutched his stomach, erupting in an uproarious laugh that echoed throughout the cosmos. Thank goodness I didn't step in it. Ha ha ha! That is hilarious. This joke possesses profound depth. Ha ha ha! Tears streamed down his face as he rolled on the ground with laughter. Yamcha, Baburus, ugh, I can't bear to watch. Gregory, what sort of master have I followed? After 5 full minutes of laughter, the Jiawang gradually calmed down, wiping the tears from his eyes and slapping Yamcha on the shoulder. Panting, well done, lad. You have passed. You are the most humorous human I have ever encountered. Yamcha managed a polite, albeit awkward smile. Thank you, Jiawang Darun. Now, regarding my request, not a problem. The Jiawang waved his hand grandly. Speak freely. What do you wish to learn? I shall teach you anything within my capabilities. Drawing a deep breath, Yamcha uttered the name that had been haunting him. I wish to learn the Jiawangchen, Jiawangchuan. Jiawangchen. Upon hearing those 3 words, the Jing's jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He adjusted his sunglasses and scrutinized Yamcha anew. Do you understand what you are asking? I do, Yamcha affirmed, his gaze unwavering. The Jiawangchen is the ultimate technique capable of exponentially enhancing one's combat power in a short span of time. However, it imposes tremendous strain on the body, and exceeding one's limits can result in severe backlash. Oh, you seem quite informed, the Jiawang remarked, slightly taken aback. If you are aware, why do you still wish to learn it? I have heard that your earthlings are not particularly strong. Even the scion named Sun Wukong could only barely achieve a 4-fold increase before his body could not withstand it. My physique differs from that of an ordinary earthling. As Yamcha spoke, he slowly raised his hand. Jiawang Daren, can you discern my current combat power? The Jiawang concentrated, sensing the energy within Yamcha. Your energy is quite solid, though not overly abundant, perhaps around 100,000. At this level, you would be considered an elite warrior in the current universe, but it is hardly remarkable, he evaluated candidly. Indeed, my combat power is merely around 100,000, Yamcha concurred. However, he shifted his tone. What if I were to remove this? As he spoke, he began to unfasten the 4 tons of weights from his wrists and ankles. With 4 sharp clicks, the weights fell away, and at that moment, Yamcha felt as though he had shed all shackles. An indescribable sense of lightness and strength surged through him. In the tenfold gravity of Jiawangxing, he lightly stomped his foot. Boom. The entire small planet trembled violently. The Jiawang nearly stumbled, astonished. What? The Jiawang, Baburus, and Gregory stared at Yamcha as if confronted by a ghost. Yamcha remained silent, gradually positioning himself in the stance of the Wan Guojing Tianzhong, universal heavenly palm. With his mind attuned and energy flowing, he summoned the full extent of his physically honed power. An overwhelming force, magnitudes greater than before, coalesced in his palm. The Jiawang's antennae quivered uncontrollably. He could sense that within Yamcha, an ancient beast was awakening. The energy was pure, ferocious, and brimming with primal destructive potential. This strength far exceeded what could be represented by a mere 100,000 combat power. What is happening? The Jiawang was utterly bewildered. In perfect harmony of body and spirit, Yamcha shouted, with a single thought, I can shake the heavens. He slowly thrust his palms forward. A deep, resonant hum reverberated across Jiawangxing. The space before Yamcha twisted and warped dramatically, as if it had transformed into a funhouse mirror. Fine black fissures in the fabric of space spread like a spider's web, only to heal instantaneously. The force of this strike had evidently surpassed Master Roshi's demonstration. After executing the strike, Yamcha stood still, his breath steady, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The Jiawang was left utterly speechless. His mouth agape, his sunglasses slipping down to the tip of his nose, his antennae trembling as if electrified. What had he witnessed? A human with a combat power of merely 100,000 had generated a spatial distortion comparable to that of 1,000,000 combat power. This shattered his understanding of martial arts that he had held for millennia. What kind of monster are you? The Jiawang pointed at Yamcha, his voice quavering. I am not a monster. Yamcha shook his head and earnestly declared, I am merely an earthling who no longer wishes to endure defeat. The path I tread is entirely different from that of Wukong and his companions. They pursue the endless expansion of Qi, while I seek the boundless potential of the physical form. My body has undergone the most brutal of trials. It is now a vessel. Yamcha gazed at the KO with fervent eyes, a perfect vessel born to embody the Kaioken. The KO was utterly astonished. He beheld Yamcha's eyes, ablaze with fervor, and observed his seemingly ordinary physique, which contained explosive power. He finally comprehended that this man before him was a true seeker of martial arts. Through his intellect and tenacity, he had forged a path unprecedented in history amidst dire circumstances. This path appeared to harmoniously align with the Kaioken. Ha ha ha! The KO suddenly erupted in laughter once more. But this time, his mirth was infused with admiration and excitement. How intriguing! Truly captivating. He adjusted his sunglasses and approached Yamcha, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Excellent. Yamcha, I concede that you are worthy of learning the Kaioken. No, You are not just worthy. You were born for the Kaioken. The KO exclaimed with enthusiasm. Your theory is correct. The bottleneck of the Kaioken has never been the techniques themselves, but rather the physicality of the practitioner. Your body has transcended the limits of mere mortals. You are the most perfect vessel. I have made my decision. The KO's demeanor became electrifyingly invigorated. Not only will I teach you the Kaioken, but I shall also assist you in elevating this technique to heights beyond my wildest imaginings. Are you prepared, Yamcha? The training ahead will be 100-fold more excruciating than anything you have previously encountered. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile adorned Yamcha's face. Pain. He feared it not. Kaio-sama, please commence, he replied, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of Kaio-sei. The new and most crucial training was about to begin. His goal was the legendary 50-fold amplification. His ambition was to attain the unparalleled strength that could rival that of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 29. Hellish Training, the Foundations of Kaioken. The KO stood with his hands clasped behind his back, circling Yamcha with an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his features. The principle of the Kaioken, when stripped of its complexities, is quite simple. He halted his pacing and extended a finger. It involves circulating and exploding the chi within you in an extraordinarily efficient manner within a remarkably brief period. It is akin to a water pump, functioning normally at times, while the Kaioken transforms it into a nuclear-powered machine, allowing it to operate at an insane overload. He pointed to the location of Yamcha's heart, but therein lies the problem. An overloaded water pump will burn out, and your body is this very pump. Though your physique is robust, the pathways within, which facilitate the flow of your chi, are still of ordinary human caliber. If the power is too fierce, the pathways will rupture. This is the backlash. Yamcha nodded, comprehending the theory. Perhaps Son Goku's heart ailment stemmed from the toxicity of the super divine water compounded with the excessive use of the Kaioken, leading to cardiac exhaustion. Thus, the first step in learning the Kaioken is not explosion, but control. The KO indicated the monkey, Baburus, who was perched on an apple tree, scratching its head in confusion. Go catch it. Catch a monkey. Yamcha paused momentarily. Indeed, the KO adjusted his sunglasses. You are forbidden from employing any ki blasts or wide-ranging techniques. You may only use your hands to catch it under 10-fold gravity. You will proceed to the next step once you have succeeded. Yamcha glanced at the agile monkey, then felt the oppressive weight of gravity upon him, a grin spreading across his face. Competing in speed? This was his forte. Watch me. Before he could finish speaking, he transformed into a blur, dashing forward. His body, honed through rigorous training and arduous trials, remained astonishingly swift even under 10-fold gravity. However, Baburus proved to be more slippery than he had anticipated, seemingly able to predict Yamcha's movements, evading capture at the very moment he was about to seize it. UGI. Baburus even had the leisure to turn back and make faces at him. The chase unfolded upon this tiny planet between one man and one monkey. Yamcha's speed escalated, yet he discovered that the harder he tried, the less he could grasp it. Each lunge he made carried immense force and a rush of wind. But that very force was too rigid, lacking in agility. Fool, use your chi to sense its movements, not your eyes. The KO shouted from the sidelines. Your power is too dispersed. Focus. Consolidate. Yamcha abruptly hit the brakes, halting in place. He closed his eyes, no longer attempting to track Baburus's movements visually, but instead concentrating his mind to perceive the flow of chi. He could sense Baburus's faint yet vibrant chi dancing around him. Now, he abruptly opened his eyes. His body remained still, and he extended his arm at an extraordinary angle, fingers splayed wide. Baburus, preparing to leap in another direction, suddenly found itself unable to evade the hand that seemed to have been waiting for it all along. In the next moment, Yamcha's hand firmly grasped the nape of Baburus's neck. Caught it. Yamcha exhaled in relief. Well done, far quicker than Goku back in the day. The KO nodded approvingly. Next, Gregory. The cricket that flitted about landed before the KO. The KO handed Yamcha a comically large wooden mallet. Use this to strike its head. Yamcha accepted the mallet, feeling that it was even more absurd than his weighted training gear. The difficulty of this task surpassed that of catching the monkey by several degrees. Gregory's speed was akin to lightning, and its flight path was utterly erratic. Yamcha swung the mallet, chasing it across the planet, yet he couldn't even graze its shadow, nearly tripping over himself on multiple occasions. Concentrate. Focus your energy at the tip of the mallet. Do not waste a single shred of power. The KO barked again. Yamcha halted, panting. He understood. Both of these exercises aimed for the same ultimate control. Control of the body, control of the chi, control of the power. He raised the mallet once more. This time, he refrained from rushing to swing it, instead allowing his chi to flow gently into it. Feeling the mallet's center of gravity and the resistance of the air, he and the mallet seemed to merge into one. As Gregory dove towards him, Yamcha moved. There was no tempest, no thunderous roar, merely a subtle flick of his wrist. The mallet seemed to teleport, precisely positioned in Gregory's flight path. Bang! A crisp thud resounded. Gregory's eyes spun with stars, a lump forming on his head, and he plummeted to the ground, dazed. Not bad. The KO finally allowed a satisfied smile to break across his face. You have mastered the foundational control of the Kaioken. Now, the real performance begins. His expression turned serious once more. Listen closely to the incantation. Gather all of your chi from your limbs and bones towards your dantian, compressing it. Then, in an instant, explode it along a specific meridian pathway. Remember, it is an explosion, not a release. The KO meticulously explained the intricate and perilous route of chi within the body. Yamcha seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began guiding his internal chi as instructed by the KO. This process proved to be far more arduous than he had envisioned. Although his chi was dense, he was accustomed to the broad and sweeping application of body refinement, and attempting to navigate it through the narrow meridians like a sewing needle was nothing short of torment. Several times, the flow of energy faltered, akin to an uncontrollable truck crashing against a wall, causing excruciating pain to his insides, and nearly making him spew blood. Steady yourself. If you fail, try again. The KO was supervising nearby. Yamcha gritted his teeth and persevered time after time. Finally, after countless failures, he succeeded in allowing a surge of energy to circulate completely within him for an entire cycle. This was the sensation. He abruptly rose, spreading his legs apart, lowering his body into a standard horse stance. Kaioken, he exclaimed. A faint crimson aura surged dramatically from his body. An overwhelming sense of power instantly filled him. He had succeeded. This was the double Kaioken. As Yamcha reveled in the surging power within him, his expression shifted in the next moment. An indescribable agony erupted from within him. It was not the pain of torn muscles, but rather a torment, as if his internal organs and blood vessels were being pierced by countless scorching needles. Externally, his body bore no scars, and his muscles showed no signs of swelling. However, inside, chaos reigned. The violent energy rampaged through his channels. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and the red aura dissipated instantly. Hey, are you all right? The KO rushed over, crouching to assess his condition. Yamcha, unable to utter a word from the pain, was drenched in cold sweat. The KO sensed his condition, sighed in relief, and then displayed a bemused expression. You truly are a monster. Your body shows no external damage whatsoever. If it were Wukong, he would have sustained muscle strains on his first attempt at double Kaioken. Yet here you are, unscathed outside but a mess inside. He pointed out the issue sharply. Your body resembles an engine forged from divine metal, incredibly sturdy. However, you are a wretched driver. You only know how to accelerate, completely oblivious to shifting gears or steering. The power has erupted, but it is entirely out of control, wreaking havoc within your body. Yamcha lay on the ground, gasping for breath, the agony rendering him incapable of moving even a finger. He finally understood. His path of body refinement had granted him the strongest vessel. Yet he had neglected the delicate control required within that vessel. He had become accustomed to concentrating power into a single point, striking out like a battering ram. However, the Kaioken demanded precision akin to that of a surgeon's scalpel. It seemed my training must start anew. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words between clenched jaws. The KO nodded in approval. Precisely. From now on, your task is to learn to harness this power while enduring excruciating pain. Only when you can command this force with the gentleness of a finger will you truly have entered the realm of mastery. Yamcha summoned all his strength, struggling to sit cross-legged once more. He mobilized the remaining energy within him, beginning to repair the damaged meridians. This process brought forth yet another wave of pain. Once his body had recovered somewhat, he hesitated not for a moment and closed his eyes again. Once more, he took a deep breath, gathering his energy, compressing it into double Kaioken. Buzz. The faint crimson aura surged once again. Agonizing pain returned as expected. Yamcha's face flushed crimson, veins bulging. His body trembling violently, as if it might fall apart any second. Yet he did not succumb. He clenched his teeth tightly, eyes wide open, using all his willpower to combat the rampant energy within him, forcibly restraining it to follow the correct path. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Sweat streamed down his forehead like a brook, dripping onto the ground. He succeeded. He managed to maintain the state of double Kaioken while enduring hellish pain. Chapter 30. The cost of tenfold Kaioken. Time on KOS planet seemed to lose all significance. Yamcha could no longer recall how many times he had fainted amidst the torturous pain of activating the Kaioken. After each recovery, he would immediately activate it once more, catching monkeys and smashing crickets. These initial training exercises he repeated hundreds of times daily. But this time, he sustained the state of double Kaioken throughout. Under the agony of feeling as though his insides might explode, he had to execute the most precise control, a torment beyond human endurance. Yet Yamcha persevered. His will had been tempered into something harder than diamond through the trials of body refinement in the temple and the harsh asceticism of the snake path. A month later, triple Kaioken. Yamcha let out a low cry, and an even denser crimson aura surged around him. His expression remained calm, as if he were merely warming up. With a casual wave, a condensed energy blade shot forth, precisely slicing off a leaf from a distant apple tree while leaving the branch untouched. Indeed, he could now fully control triple Kaioken. The KO nodded in satisfaction from the side. Your progress is swifter than that of Wukong in his time. Your physical foundation is exceptional, seemingly made for the Kaioken, yet it is still insufficient. Yamcha dispersed the Kaioken, shaking his head. This level was unworthy even for tickling 18. No need to rush, the KO chuckled. Your foundational combat power has also improved considerably during this month of training. This power could rank you among the small leaders in the Frisia force. I do not seek to be a small leader. Yamcha's gaze turned icy. I desire the kind of power that can utterly crush them. Good. Such ambition. The KO laughed heartily. Then let us continue. The goal is fivefold. Another month passed. Fivefold Kaioken. Boom. A violent crimson energy wave erupted from Yamcha, sending vibrations through the KOS house. Baburus and Geluguli had long since taken refuge at a safe distance. Yamcha stood firmly in place, the burden of fivefold Kaioken merely causing a slight bulge in his muscles and a slight increase in his breath. Your body is truly a bottomless pit, the KO marveled. Fivefold Kaioken is merely a warm-up for you now. When Wukong reached fourfold, his body was at its limit. Teacher, let us proceed, Yamcha stated. The KOS smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious. Yamcha, fivefold is a threshold. Beyond that lies tenfold. It is not a mere doubling of strength, but a qualitative change. The burden on your body will increase exponentially. Are you certain you wish to attempt it now? I have no time to waste. Yamcha gazed at his hands. The earth could face destruction at any moment. For every extra moment I linger here, Master came and Mr. Bobo face increased peril. I must swiftly master the greatest power. The KO remained silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. But remember, if anything feels amiss, stop immediately. Do not push yourself. I understand. Yamcha took a deep breath, adjusting his entire state to its peak. He closed his eyes, and the energy within him began to surge forth at an unprecedented speed, roaring. Kaioken. His voice grew deep, each word seeming to emerge from the depths of his throat. Tenfold. Boom. An energy far more terrifying than that of fivefold erupted from within him. This time, it was no longer a simple surge of energy. The crimson energy, like boiling lava, thick and violent, enveloped him entirely. The ground around him cracked under the pressure of this terrifying energy. The tenfold gravity of KOS planet appeared insignificant in the face of this force. Ag. Yamcha let out a tortured scream. If the double Kaioken is akin to a steel needle piercing through, then the tenfold Kaioken is comparable to being unceremoniously thrown into a steel mill. His skin radiated an intense heat, as if on the verge of combustion. Every vein, every blood vessel, and every inch of his internal organs wailed in agony. He felt his blood boiling, his marrow ablaze. The sheer might was overwhelming. Amidst the excruciating pain, Yamcha could distinctly sense the cataclysmic power coursing through him. He felt capable of obliterating a small asteroid with a single punch. However, sustaining this state consumed every ounce of his willpower. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Those fleeting moments felt like an eternity. Yamcha sensed his consciousness beginning to fade, the world around him morphing into a crimson haze. No, I must not reach my limit. In a moment of clarity, he forcefully severed the surge of energy. The enveloping scarlet aura dissipated in an instant, and Yamcha violently expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a mere puddle, steam rising from his body. Hey, Yamcha! The KO appeared beside him in a flash, his expression fraught with concern. Yamcha lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to move even a finger. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. His organs felt as if they had been roasted, every nerve transmitting signals of excruciating pain to his brain. I'm not dead, he managed to utter through gritted teeth before succumbing to unconsciousness. The KO knelt beside him, examining his body with meticulous care. What a madman, he murmured, his eyes filled with astonishment. Internally, Yamcha had sustained severe injuries. The pathways of energy, his meridians, had been scorched and torn by the violent energy. Yet, his remarkably resilient physique was slowly but surely mending these wounds. He had genuinely withstood the explosive power of the tenfold Kaioken. Though it lasted only a few seconds, he had endured. The KO was reminded of Goku from years past. When Goku first employed the threefold Kaioken, it left his muscles utterly shredded. Yet, Yamcha had bravely withstood the tenfold explosion without any external collapse. The path of body refinement, came Senin, that old coot, had indeed forged an extraordinary path. The KO reflected deeply. This body is a perfect vessel, yet its internal pathways remain too fragile. To master the tenfold Kaioken flawlessly, these channels must be tempered to match the strength of the vessel. Yamcha remained unconscious for an entire day and night. When he awoke, the sensation of being flayed had significantly diminished, yet his body remained exceedingly weak. You're awake? The KO's voice reached him. Struggling to sit up, Yamcha's first words were, how long was I out? A day and a night. Just a day? Yamcha frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his recovery speed. What more do you want? If it were anyone else, suffering such severe internal injuries, they'd be lucky to survive, let alone recover in less than 6 months. The KO replied, exasperated. Ignoring the KO's remarks, Yamcha closed his eyes, carefully attuning to his body's changes. He discovered that the meridians scorched by the tenfold Kaioken had, after self-repair, seemingly become more resilient than before. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. I understand, he murmured. Understand what? The KO inquired. Master, I found a way to strengthen the pathways. Yamcha opened his eyes, a fervent gleam illuminating them. What method? The KO felt a sense of foreboding. Yamcha grinned, revealing a smile that sent shivers down the KO's spine. It's simple. If one time isn't enough, then I shall do it 100 times. Tear and repair repeatedly. Like forging iron, I will hammer my meridians into divine gold. This was akin to the self-destructive methods Goku employed in the spaceship. However, Goku had engaged in countless battles, coupled with the Scion's innate abilities, allowing him to achieve a 20-fold Kaioken effortlessly. Yamcha, lacking the Scion's extraordinary constitution, understood that the principles remained the same. Are you insane? The KO exclaimed, leaping in shock. That is playing with your life. A moment's negligence, and you could sever your meridians, rendering yourself utterly useless. If I don't take risks, how can I grow stronger? Yamcha countered. He said no more, struggling to rise. His body was still weak, each movement sending sharp pangs through his insides. Nevertheless, he pressed on, once again adopting a fighting stance. What are you planning to do now? Master, please keep a watchful eye on me. If I truly lose control and cannot stop myself, please knock me unconscious. After taking a deep breath, his gaze hardened with resolve. Tenfold Kaioken. Boom. The terrifying crimson magma engulfed him anew. The pain surged more violently than before, overwhelming his entire being. Yamcha howled towards the heavens. Amidst the ultimate agony, he forced a fragment of his consciousness to summon his energy, deliberately striking against and refining those fragile meridians. He countered poison with poison. He embraced death to achieve rebirth. The KO watched in silent awe as Yamcha, engulfed in the crimson flames, screamed in torment, yet fought valiantly against the odds. He beheld not merely a human, but a madman willing to throw himself into the inferno repeatedly in pursuit of strength. Chapter 31. The Bottleneck. The Lock of Human Genes. Several months passed. On KO's planet, the heart-wrenching screams had become a daily ritual. from initially sustaining only 3 seconds to now barely managing a minute. From fainting for a day after each attempt to now recovering within a few hours. Yamcha relentlessly hammered away at his internal self through a near self-destructive means. His meridians, through repeated tearing and repair, grew increasingly broader and more resilient. His mastery over the tenfold Kaioken became ever more adept. On this day, Yamcha stood calmly on the grass of Chaos Planet. Kaioken, tenfold. Boom. The crimson flames soared into the sky, yet this time, there was no trace of the previous chaotic loss of control. All the power was perfectly contained within his body, solid and unyielding. Slowly, he raised his hand and struck out a punch into the air. There was no sound, no shockwave. However, the space before his fist rippled violently, as if disturbed by the force of the blow. This was pure power, now potent enough to shake the very fabric of space. With a sigh, Yamcha dissipated the Kaioken, exhaling a long breath of relief. His face bore no signs of pain, merely a light sheen of sweat upon his brow. Congratulations. Yamcha, the KO applauded from the side. You have fully mastered the tenfold Kaioken. In terms of instantaneous explosive power, you now rival the peak freezer of your. Yamcha felt the steady flow of energy within him, nodding in acknowledgement. After months of grueling training, his base combat power had soared, surpassing the monumental threshold of 300,000. With a base combat power of 300,000, unleashing the tenfold Kaioken meant he now possessed a staggering 3 million. Such a figure was once beyond the realm of dreams for Yamcha. Yet, he felt no joy. Still not enough. He shook his head, his expression grave. What? 3 million isn't sufficient? The KO was taken aback. Those two androids, while they may not be defeated, can certainly defend themselves. Master, you seem to have overlooked the most critical point, Yamcha stated. They possess infinite energy. The KO fell silent. Yes, infinite energy. No matter how formidable Yamcha's tenfold Kaioken was, it could only be sustained for mere minutes. Once the time arrives, he succumbs to weakness. In contrast, the android can remain in peak condition, relentlessly attacking without fatigue. Under this stark contrast, he finds himself utterly without hope. I require greater strength. Yamcha clenched his fists, yearning for enhanced base combat power or a multiplied Kaioken. However, a new dilemma emerged. In the ensuing month, no matter how fervently Yamcha trained or how he pushed himself, his base combat power stubbornly remained at 300,000, unable to advance even an inch. It felt as though an invisible wall within his body obstructed all his efforts. How could this be? Yamcha struck the ground with his fist, creating a deep crater in the solid earth. It is a bottleneck. The Kaioken approached, his demeanor grave, or rather, it is a limit. A limit? Indeed. Every race possesses its own genetic ceiling. The Kaioken elaborated, Scions are a warrior race. Their limits are high and can be continually surpassed through near-death experiences. Conversely, if I may be blunt, your human lineage is rather unremarkable in the cosmic realm. Your innate talent is already a rare gem among humans. Coupled with the training methods of Kame Sennin, you have reached this juncture. Yet, 300,000 may well be the pinnacle of what you can achieve as a human. The Kaioken's words fell upon Yamcha like a bucket of ice water, chilling him to the core. Is this ceiling where it ends? After all his toil, clawing his way back from the grave, battling through hell, this is the outcome? No, I refuse to accept this. What of the higher multipliers of Kaioken? 15 times. 20 times. Yamcha protested vehemently. Futile. The Kaioken shook his head. Your body, although refined, ultimately remains that of a human. 10 times is already its utmost limit. Any further would not merely result in injury, but would lead to complete disintegration. Your body would explode like a balloon inflated to its breaking point. Despair. A profound despair enveloped Yamcha. Is this truly where his journey concludes? The faces of Kame Sennin, his deceased comrades, and the image of Trunks, who in despair had placed all hope upon the past, flashed through his mind. Finally, it settled on the visage of that golden-haired, blue-eyed figure, wearing a scornful smile. Nice eyes. I must say, I quite like them. I eagerly await your becoming stronger so I can play with you a bit longer. Humiliation and rage erupted within him like a volcano. Yamcha howled toward the heavens, his voice brimming with defiance and madness. It is not over yet. His eyes turned crimson. There must be a way. He recalled Kame Sennin's words. The path of body refinement is a new avenue to shatter the shackles of bloodlines. Shatter the genetic constraints. Yes, Kame Sennin had foreseen this day. The path of body refinement is not solely about enhancing the physical form. Its ultimate goal is to obliterate these cursed racial limits. Bottleneck, limit, wall. Yamcha murmured, his gaze growing ever brighter. If it is a wall, then I shall simply shatter it. A wildly audacious, intensely reckless plan began to take shape in his mind. Since conventional training has proven fruitless, he would employ the most extreme and violent means to assault that invisible barrier. He would wager his very life on a possibility. Master, Yamcha suddenly pivoted, gazing at the Kaioshin, a glimmer of madness igniting within his eyes that startled the Kaioshin. What do you intend to do? Please, I implore you for a favor. Yamcha declared, I wish to undertake an extreme challenge. As he spoke, he strode forth to reattach the 4-ton weighted rings to his wrists and ankles. With a few clicks, the heavy burden returned. You cannot be serious, the Kaioshin protested. I shall endure your most forceful gravitational oppression while bearing this 4-ton weight. Yamcha stated, each word laced with a tremor born of excitement and terror. Activate the 15-fold Kaioken. You are insane. The Kaioshin exclaimed, I warned you. This will lead to your demise. Utterly, leaving no trace behind. How can I know without trying? Yamcha grinned like a gambler. If successful, I shall break this infernal shackle. If I fail, then the difference is merely between dying sooner or later. After all, my life was already reclaimed from the grave. He observed the Kaioshin, who was left speechless, before kneeling and bowing deeply. Master, I beg you. This is my last hope. The Kaioshin gazed at Yamcha, resolute in his kneeling stance. His mouth opened, yet no words emerged. In the man's eyes, he perceived a force known as conviction. It was a fire potent enough to consume everything, wagering all for enlightenment. After a long silence, the Kaioshin sighed deeply. In my lifetime, I have encountered 2 madmen. One is that scion named Sun Wukong. The other is you. He slowly raised his hand, an invisible pressure beginning to envelop Yamcha. Are you prepared? Madman. Yamcha gradually stood, feeling the immense dual pressure upon him, a radiant smile gracing his face. Bring it on. Chapter 32, Breaking and Rebuilding, Shattering the Genetic Lock. The Kaioshin ceased his pleas. He elevated his energy to its utmost limit, the intangible gravitational field pressing down on Yamcha like a tangible mountain. Coupled with the 4-ton weight, Yamcha's body suddenly sank, the ground beneath him collapsing to form a shallow pit in his shape. His knees buckled, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain, as though they would be ground to mush under the terrifying pressure. Merely standing consumed all his strength. This is still not enough. Yamcha gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words from his throat. This is the very sensation I seek, being driven to the brink. He closed his eyes, ceasing to resist the external pressure, immersing his entire consciousness within his body. He could clearly perceive that wall. The invisible barrier, constructed of bloodlines and genes, cold and unyielding, lay across his path, mocking all his efforts. Break for me. Yamcha roared fiercely within. Kaioken. He began to summon the energy within him, preparing to breach that unimaginable multiplier. The flow of energy, under the dual pressure, became incredibly arduous. Each movement felt like trudging through mud, depleting his considerable stamina and mental fortitude. 15 times. Boom. A force far surpassing the 10-fold Kaioken erupted within him with cataclysmic intensity. Uft. Yamcha barely had time to emit a cry before his entire form burst forth like a ruptured blood bag, a crimson mist erupting from every pore. Blood streamed from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. His skin cracked, muscles tearing and melting away. The veins within him exploded under the onslaught of the violent energy, his organs suffering cataclysmic damage. Stop. Cease at once. You will perish. The Kaioshin, witnessing this, was struck with terror and prepared to intervene. Do not move. Yamcha bellowed hoarsely, expending his last reserves of strength. His consciousness began to blur. The agony was beyond description. He felt his soul being slowly torn apart, cast into molten lava to burn. Yet, he did not yield. He clung desperately to the last vestige of clarity, summoning every ounce of willpower to drive that cataclysmic force against the invisible wall with all his might. Crash! He urged himself to collide with it. Images flashed through his mind, the ruins of Shiji-Do, the tilted gravestones of his comrades, and the burdened eyes of Tai-Lon Kuasai. Finally, his thoughts crystallized on the derisive gaze of 18, who regarded him as naught but a plaything. I refuse to lose again. I will not be trampled underfoot like refuse. Devoid of the right to resist, I must triumph. Boom. It was as if the primordial roar of the universe erupted within his soul. That destructive force, infused with all his belief and unwillingness, crashed violently against the genetic barrier. At that moment, Yamcha's consciousness plunged into darkness. His body could no longer endure, and he toppled backward. It was over. The heart of the king of the world sank to the depths. He sensed the flicker of Yamcha's life force rapidly extinguishing. Yet, just as Yamcha was about to succumb, on the brink of complete oblivion, an anomaly occurred. Buzz. A faint yet vibrant golden light suddenly erupted from the deepest recesses of Yamcha's being, radiating from each of his cells. The genetic wall, on the verge of collapse, shattered under the brilliance of this golden light, like ice melting away. An ancient, primordial force, intrinsic to life itself, surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, coursing through Yamcha's limbs and core. His body, which had been on the brink of collapse and death, began to reorganize and be reborn at a visibly astonishing rate under the cleansing power of this golden energy. Torn muscle fibers healed, shattered organs mended, and ruptured veins restructured into a more resilient and expansive form. A monumental transformation was underway within him. The king of the world stood in utter astonishment. His mouth agape. He was oblivious to his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose. He could distinctly feel that Yamcha's once stable battle power of 300,000 was skyrocketing, akin to being launched into the stratosphere. 400,000, 500,000, 800,000, 1 million. The battle power surpassed the 1 million mark, continuing to ascend at a terrifying velocity. The golden life energy was reshaping his body, elevating his essence. He has succeeded. The king of the worlds trembled with awe. He had indeed shattered that wall with his own life. He transcended the limits of humanity. Time lost its meaning as the golden light gradually receded back into Yamcha's form. He lay quietly on the ground, his wounds completely healed, his skin now gleaming with a luster more resplendent than before. His chest rose and fell steadily, breathing long and deep, as if merely asleep. The king of the worlds extended a trembling hand to check his breath. It was long and filled with vitality. Unable to contain himself, he collapsed onto the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That madman is utterly insane. He gazed at the unconscious Yamcha, his expression a whirlwind of emotions. There was fear, shock, but more importantly, profound respect and exhilaration. He recognized that he had witnessed the birth of a miracle. A mortal, through sheer will and enlightenment, had defied the heavens and shattered the shackles of bloodlines that even the gods could not alter. From this day forth, the name Yamcha would no longer be synonymous with tragedy. He would emerge as a new being, one that would make the entire universe tremble. Yamcha lay quietly, enveloped in unconsciousness, yet the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled upward, as if he were lost in a delightful dream. Chapter 33, 3 million battle power. 20-fold King's Fist. When Yamcha awoke, he found himself sprawled upon the king of the world's small bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and inviting. He slowly sat up, stretching his body. There was not a trace of pain or discomfort. Rather, he felt unprecedentedly invigorated. His body felt as light as a feather, yet each muscle and bone brimmed with explosive power capable of shattering planets. He could distinctly hear the distant crunching of Babu Lusa, a munching on an apple, and smell the fragrance of grass in the air. His senses had been enhanced to an unbelievable extent. Awake? The king of the worlds entered, holding a cup of tea, his expression a mixture of complexity as he regarded him. Teacher, Yamcha leaped from the bed, respectfully bowing. How long was I unconscious? 3 days and 3 nights. The king of the worlds handed him the tea. How do you feel? I feel magnificent, Yamcha replied, clenching his fist, reveling in the surging yet docile new power within him. You madman, do you realize you were on the brink of death? The king of the worlds chided. Though his tone betrayed a hint of excitement he himself did not notice. I know, Yamcha smiled, but I won the gamble, did I not? More than just a gamble won. The king of the world set down the teacup and circled around him in astonishment. You shattered the genetic lock, forcefully transitioning your life essence. Your body is no longer merely human. It has fundamentally evolved. The king of the worlds adjusted his sunglasses, his expression animated. Come, let me see your current strength. Yamcha nodded and stepped onto the grassy expanse outside. He made no extraneous motions, merely allowing his energy to flow forth slowly. Buzz, an energy far greater than before, condensed tenfold, surged upward from him. This energy was no longer imbued with aggression. Instead, it bore a weighty, majestic quality, akin to the earth itself. The king of the world's antennae quivered with excitement. This energy is 3 million. Your base battle power has stabilized at 3 million. The king of the world's voice quivered. From 300,000 to 3 million, a tenfold increase. This was not the explosive power of the king's fist. It was his ordinary, stationary battle power. How is this possible? The king of the worlds was utterly stunned by the number. Scions experience a limited enhancement upon near-death rebirth. Yet Yamcha had ascended to unimaginable heights in one leap. Is this the power that comes after breaking the shackles? Yamcha marveled at his hands. Equally astonished by his transformation, he felt stronger than he had during the tenfold king's fist state. Could it be that he had become like Chi-Ta, a superhuman? Quick, try the king's fist. The king of the worlds, more excited than Yamcha, could hardly wait to see how far this new vessel could push the king's fist. Yamcha nodded, taking a deep breath. King's fist, twofold. The crimson energy flickered and vanished, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Yamcha felt no strain, as effortless as sipping water. Fivefold. The energy ignited again, still without any pressure. Tenfold. Boom. The familiar crimson energy enveloped him, but this time he felt no pain. Instead, it was warm and soothing, like soaking in a hot spring. The once tearing power now felt as gentle as a kitten. My body has fully adapted to the burden of the tenfold king's fist. Yamcha rejoiced within. Continue. Don't stop. The king of the worlds shouted excitedly from the side. Yamcha's gaze sharpened instantaneously. All right. He spread his legs apart, his body sinking as an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him. Jiwangquan. His voice resonated throughout the entirety of Jiwangxing. 20 times. A thunderous roar erupted. A dark red beam of light, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens and the earth, shot upwards from Yamcha, engulfing the sky. The power was so terrifying that the entire Jiwangxing trembled violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The Jiwang lost his footing, flung away by the shockwave, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Baburis and Jejaleli were so frightened that they huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. The Jiwang clumsily got to his feet, disregarding his disheveled appearance, fixating intently on the figure at the center of the shockwave, his eyes filled with fervor and astonishment. Liu Qianwan, he murmured. With a foundational battle power of 3 million, activating the 20 times Jiwangquan resulted in a battle power of 60 million. This figure was identical to that of Frisia, who had unleashed 50% of his strength on Namek. Sun Wukong, possessing a base power of 3 million, could only fight Frisia with the 20 times Jiwangquan. However, the Scions were a naturally combative race. In this moment, Yamcha stood calmly at the eye of the cataclysmic energy storm. He could sense the strain of the 20 times Jiwangquan on his body. His muscles and meridians ached, yet it was nothing he could not bear. This level of strain was entirely manageable for his new body. He slowly raised his hand towards the sky, Wan Guojing Tianzong, without exerting all his strength. He casually infused the power of the 20 times Jiwangquan into his palm. The space before him twisted and folded violently, as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake. Black fissures in space appeared like grotesque scars, constantly forming and healing. The mere gathering of power had already produced such a terrifying spectacle. Yamcha was confident that if he unleashed this palm strike in its entirety, this small Jiwangxing would instantly be reduced to cosmic dust. Gradually, he withdrew his power, the dark red aura dissipating, and everything returned to tranquility. He stood there, exhaling deeply, a genuine smile of hope lighting up his face. Laosher, I feel as if I can see a glimmer of hope. The Jiwang, having risen from the ground and adjusting his glasses that had slipped down to his chin, approached Yamcha and patted his shoulder firmly. Not just hope. You, my boy, are the embodiment of hope. Yamcha gazed at the Jiwang, his eyes ablaze with determination. I still require a final technique that will render me invincible. The Jiwang immediately understood. Shuin Jianidong, they exclaimed in unison. With immense power paired with the elusive skill of instant transmission, he could seize control of the situation. Engage if he could win, retreat if he could not. He would use guerrilla tactics to exhaust those two monsters with infinite energy. Excellent. The Jiwang clapped his thigh. I will contact that person right away. He approached his small hut, directing 2 antennae towards the sky. Hello? Can you hear me? Is this Sun Wukong? The Jiawang's antennae buzzed like high-powered transmitters, transmitting his voice across vast distances to the other side of the afterlife. Wukong, Sun Wukong, please respond. After a considerable pause, a vibrant and sunny voice, albeit slightly distorted, resonated in the Jiawang's mind. Huh, is that you, Lord Jiawang? Long time no see. I'm currently training with some ribs. What is up? Training my foot. We have serious matters to discuss. The Jiawang retorted impatiently. Listen to me first. Oh, okay. Wukong's voice conveyed a hint of grievance. The Jiawang cleared his throat, glancing at the anxious Yamcha beside him. Wukong, do you remember Yamcha? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Yamcha? Of course, I remember. Wasn't he killed by the artificial human? Wukong's voice deepened. He did not perish. Or rather, he has returned. The Jiawang's revelation was astounding. Huh, really? Wukong's voice shot up, brimming with joy. That is fantastic. Yamcha is alive. Where is he? Is he with you? Indeed. The Jiawang gestured for Yamcha to speak. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha approached the Jiawang and projected his voice through the Jiawang's antennae. Wukong, it's me. Hearing that familiar voice. Even across the vast expanse of time and space, Yamcha felt a lump in his throat. Yamcha, it's really you. That is wonderful. You're alive. Wukong's elation was palpable. How is this possible? You're so amazing, managing to survive and come to Lord Jiawang. Wukong's thoughts were always so straightforward. Yamcha chuckled wryly, succinctly recounting his resurrection from the grave, ascent to the divine realm, and passage through the serpent road to Jiawangxing. Naturally, he glossed over the finer details of his journey through time and body refinement. Wow, that sounds tough. Yamcha, Wukong remarked after listening. You must have endured a lot, but it's great that you've grown stronger. What is the situation on Earth? Is Trunks doing well? Upon hearing Trunks' name, Yamcha's heart sank. The situation on Earth is dire, which is why I came here to learn stronger techniques to defeat the artificial humans. I support you. Wukong exclaimed. Do you need my help? Although I can't return right now, I can teach you any techniques you wish to learn. That is precisely why I sought you out. Wukong, I want to learn instant transmission. Instant transmission? Sure thing. Wukong readily agreed. It's quite convenient. However, this technique is a bit special. You can't just learn it through words alone. The secret to instant transmission is not about moving your body, but rather your spirit, Wukong explained earnestly. First, you must use your energy to sense the energy of someone far away, like finding a light in the darkness. Then, you must concentrate your mind entirely on that light, thinking, I want to go there, and then whoosh. You're there. Wukong's explanation was blunt and filled with his personal flair. Yamcha listened, grasping only the core concept. The key lay in perception and focus. Just saying that one to make it clear to you, Wukong continued. How about this, Yamcha? Come directly to the great Jiawang. I'll teach you in person, and you'll learn it quickly. To the Jiawangxing? Yamcha looked at the Jiawang, who nodded. Yes, there are special passages between the deities of the afterlife. I can take you there directly. It won't take much time. Joy surged within Yamcha. Once he mastered instant transmission, his plans would be flawless. Then it's settled. I'll wait for you here, Yamcha? Wukong said excitedly. By the way, there are many delicious foods on Jiawangxing. I'll treat you when you come. All right, Yamcha replied with a smile. After ending the call with Wukong, Yamcha felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. Power was within reach, and his strategy was nearly complete. The call to counterattack seemed to echo in his ears. Let us go. We can't keep that kid Wukong waiting, the Jiawang remarked, patting his shoulder. To reach Jiawangxing from here, we must traverse a corridor of the gods. Stay close to me. Don't get lost. Yes, Laosher. Yamcha followed closely behind the Jiawang as they prepared to embark on their journey to the legendary Jiawangxing. However, just as they were about to step out of the small cabin, a sudden, ominous vibration, imbued with malice and chaos, erupted from all directions without warning. The entire Jiawangxing, trembled violently. Above in the sky, the eternally unchanging sea of yellow clouds began to churn, its hue darkening and becoming murky. What? The Jiawang, abruptly halted, his expression shifting dramatically. The 2 antennae atop his head quivered, as if encountering a formidable foe, transmitting signals of extreme peril. What is this? Yamcha sensed something amiss as well. The tremor was not merely a physical disturbance, but a resonance that struck at the soul itself. An indescribable aura, cold, malevolent, and chaotic, was surging forth at an astonishing speed from a distant place, polluting the entire underworld. The Jiawang lifted his gaze towards a certain direction, his complexion turning ghastly pale. This is bad. It is the direction of the Yinwangdan, Yinwangdian. His voice was filled with horror and disbelief. Such a vile energy. What on earth is this power? At that moment, an abnormality re-emerged in the sky. Above the tainted clouds, jelly-like, multicolored crystals began to materialize out of thin air. These crystals spread rapidly, enveloping the entire sky like a colossal, colorful confection. The ethereal connection between the Jiawang and Adongxing, the Jiawangxing, was abruptly severed by a forceful energy. This is disastrous. The Jiawang's face turned ashen. The divine corridor leading to Adongxing had been sealed. A heavy weight sank in Wuchab's heart. He raised his head, staring at the sky covered in colorful crystals, and a chilling name escaped his lips. Evil thought wave? What is that? The Jiawang, hearing this unfamiliar term, looked at Wuchab with confusion. Yarmuchab's visage was ashen. He was unable to explain how he knew that name. In a previous life's theatrical version, he had witnessed this scene. A minor ghost in the underworld had been negligent, leading to the explosion of a soul-cleansing machine that had stored malevolent thoughts for countless eons. All the released vile energies coalesced into a monster composed entirely of evil, known as the Evil Thought Wave. That creature's power was terrifying. Upon its debut, it easily toyed with Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Ultimately, it was only through the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Vegeto that it was barely vanquished. And now, this monster was emerging at this very moment. Teacher, we are in grave trouble. Yamcha's voice was hoarse, burdened by an unimaginable dilemma. In the sky, the multicolored crystals proliferated. Soon, they completely enveloped the heavens above Jiawangxing, resembling a massive, vibrant candy. The entire underworld was distorted by this malevolent energy, isolating it into countless independent spaces. Forget about reaching Jiawangxing. It seemed even the snake path had been sealed off. Damn it! What on earth is happening? The Jiawang was growing frantic. He repeatedly attempted to use his divine power to contact Zhang and other Zhang, but all signals vanished into oblivion, consumed by the chaotic evil energy. It is the soul-cleansing machine in Yinwangdang. The Jiawang slapped his forehead, finally identifying the source. It must be that machine malfunctioning. It harbors countless years' worth of evil energy extracted from the souls. If it explodes, he could not finish. The consequences were simply unimaginable. Yamuchab's heart sank further. Teacher, are you saying I am trapped here? He asked, clinging to the last shred of hope. It seems so, the Jiawang replied gravely. This evil energy is distorting the spatial laws of the entire underworld. It has formed a colossal barrier, sealing everything. Until Goku and the others resolve this issue, no one can enter or leave. How long will that take? I do not know, the Jiawang shook his head. I can sense that something exceedingly dreadful is taking shape in Yinwangdan. Its aura is chaotic and violent, and it is growing at an alarming rate. Although Goku and Pai Gu Fan, are powerful, the outcome against such a being is uncertain. It could take days, months, or even longer. Months. Yarmuchab's fists clenched tightly. Earth cannot wait for months. He had finally grasped the power to alter the tide of battle, only to be trapped in this desolate place due to an unforeseen event. What a cruel joke. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yarmuchab struck the ground with a furious punch, unleashing a terrifying force that created a deep crater several meters wide. The entire small planet shook violently. Why must it happen at this moment? Just one step away, just a final step, and he would have mastered instant transmission, allowing him to return and save that despairing world. But now, everything had become a mere illusion. He felt like a beast caged, full of strength, yet with nowhere to unleash it. Calm down, Yakmucha, the Jiawang shouted. Anger will not solve the problem. We must think of a solution. What solution can there be? Yarmucha yelled with bloodshot eyes. We are trapped. We can only watch as those two bastards destroy Earth. No, there is still one place. The Jiawang's antennae suddenly quivered intensely, as if sensing something. There is one place that has not been completely sealed. Where? Yarmuchab exclaimed, looking up sharply. The Jiawang pointed toward the direction of the snake path. It is the snake path. The snake path is a special passage connecting the realms of Yin and Yang. Its laws are independent of the underworld. Although that evil energy is powerful, it has not yet fully corrupted the snake path. The Jiawang's expression grew extremely urgent. However, it cannot hold out much longer. I can feel that the entrance to the snake path is becoming increasingly unstable. It will not be long before it is completely sealed off. Yamcha instantly grasped the Jiawang's meaning. Teacher, you mean yes. The Jiawang decisively declared. You must immediately return to Earth via the snake path. This is your only chance. But instant transmission, Yamcha hesitated. Without instant transmission, upon returning, facing those two artificial beings with infinite energy would remain a daunting challenge. There is no time to think about that. The Jiawang bellowed, listen to me. Power is fundamental. You currently possess a combat power of 60 million. This is your greatest trump card. Tactics can be devised later, but if you remain trapped here, that would truly be the end. Staying in the underworld means you can only wait for Goku and the others to defeat that monster. Who knows how long that could take? And by returning to Earth, at least you have a fighting chance. You can grasp your own fate. Indeed, rather than sitting here waiting for death and placing hope in others, it is far better to return to the battlefield. With my own fists, I will carve a path through blood, even without instant transmission, even if faced with immense risks. But at least I can fight. I understand. Yamcha's eyes regained their determination. He made his decision. Let us go. The two wasted no time and rushed toward the entrance of the snake path at the fastest speed possible. Upon arrival, they found that the once clear entrance to the snake path had become somewhat blurred and distorted, resembling a poorly tuned television signal. The surrounding space emanated an ominous, malevolent aura. Hurry, there is no time. The Jiawang shouted. I have already notified the temple's Bobo through mental communication. He will be there to assist you on the other side. Quickly, go in. Yamcha turned back, gazing at the short, stout deity he had spent nearly a year with. He solemnly bowed deeply towards the king of the world. Teacher, thank you. Less nonsense. The king gestured dismissively, yet turned his head away, concealing his expression. Don't die. If you perish, my unparalleled cold joke will go unappreciated. Yamcha chuckled, no longer hesitating. He turned and leapt onto the path leading back to the realm of humanity and the battlefield. His figure vanished instantaneously at the distorted entrance of the serpentine path. Chapter 36. No choice but to return to Earth. The moment Yamcha stepped onto the serpentine path, he felt an intense sense of repulsion. The entire million-kilometer stretch of yellow road trembled ever so slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment. The surrounding sea of yellow clouds was tainted by waves of black malevolence, becoming filthy and exuding a nauseating aura. He had to hurry. Yamcha dared not delay in the slightest. He pushed his energy to its limits, but refrained from activating the King's Fist. Using the King's Fist in such an unstable spatial conduit would be akin to suicide. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a golden streak, racing swiftly along the winding serpentine path. With a battle power of 3 million, his speed was exponentially greater than when he arrived. The scenery before him receded rapidly, and the howling wind filled his ears. He felt the serpentine path behind him being devoured inch by the malevolent energy, disintegrating. It was as if he were racing against death, uncertain of how long he had run, perhaps a day or merely an hour, just as he sensed the path was on the verge of total collapse. A dark void radiating a soft white light appeared ahead. It was the portal opened by Mr. Bobo. A surge of joy filled Yamcha's heart as he exerted all his strength for a final sprint. He plunged headlong into the void like a cannonball. After a dizzying sensation of time and space swirling, he felt a sudden emptiness beneath his feet, and he plummeted from midair. Bang! He landed heavily on the cold, hard white marble floor. The familiar scent and tactile sensation welcomed him back. He had returned to this place he had long been away from, the Earth Temple. Lord Yamcha, a familiar voice called out. Yamcha looked up to see Mr. Bobo's eternally unchanged face, filled with surprise and concern. Behind him stood an old man in a floral shirt, wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane. It was Master Roshi. Teacher Bobo, Mr. Yamcha. He struggled to rise, gazing at these two cherished relatives with mixed emotions. You've returned. Master Roshi's voice quivered as he stepped forward to scrutinize Yamcha, as if to confirm that this was not an illusion. I have returned, Yamcha nodded. Wonderful, wonderful. Master Roshi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. He could sense the profound transformation in his disciple. The calm yet vast aura emanating from him left even this martial arts master in awe. Lord of the King has communicated everything to us through telepathy, Mr. Bobo remarked. Who would have thought such anomalies would occur in the underworld? It is truly fortunate that you have returned safely. Yamcha surveyed his surroundings. The temple remained unchanged, vast and desolate. Yet compared to the oppressive and malevolent atmosphere of the underworld, this place felt like paradise. He took a deep breath, savoring the air of earth. How long have I been away? He inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. Master Roshi and Mr. Bobo exchanged glances, their expressions growing complex. Mr. Bobo replied, "According to Earth's time, it has been 11 months since you left the temple until today. 11 months, nearly a year." Yamcha's heart tightened. A year's time was ample for countless events to unfold. What is the current situation on Earth? His voice involuntarily carried a hint of anxiety. What of the androids? At the mention of androids, Master Roshi's expression turned grave. He sighed, saying, strangely enough, in these past few months, androids 17 and 18 have become unusually docile. Docile? Yamcha furrowed his brow. What does that mean? They're not destroying cities anymore. Destruction is still ongoing, but the frequency and scale have significantly diminished. Master Roshi said slowly, leaning on his cane. Most of the time, they seem to be searching for something, or perhaps hiding from something. Hiding? What could those fearless killers be afraid of? A strong sense of foreboding surged within Yamcha. He recalled the terrifying existence he had cast aside regarding the future. Teacher, you say they are hiding? Besides them, have any other monsters appeared on Earth? A flicker of sorrow and fear flashed in Master Roshi's murky eyes. He remained silent for a long while before speaking with a heavy tone. About 4 months ago, a new monster emerged. It is neither an android nor any enemy we recognize. It is as if a demon has crawled out from hell. Master Roshi's voice trembled slightly. It appears in cities, but it does not cause destruction. It preys upon humans, not to kill, but to absorb. It uses its tail, like a needle, to pierce through a person's body. Then, within seconds, drains a living person into a desiccated corpse. Upon hearing this, Yamcha felt his blood almost freeze. Indeed, it was him. After the monster's emergence, Trunks, Master Roshi's voice choked. Trunks believed it to be a new breed of low-level monster, weaker than androids 17 and 18. Thus, he went to confront it alone. He aimed to eliminate it before it caused greater panic. Master Roshi closed his eyes, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. Mr. Bobo's face was also laden with sorrow. Yamcha stood frozen in place, feeling as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, causing him pain and breathlessness. He needed no further inquiry into the outcome. He already knew. We sensed Trunks' energy at the temple, Mr. Bobo spoke in a near whisper, completing Master Roshi's final words. His energy collided with a cold, malevolent presence. Then his energy flared like a candle in the wind before it was utterly extinguished. Trunks had perished. Boom. This news struck Yamcha's mind like a bolt from the blue. Trunks, the boy from the future, bearing all hope, was dead? Just like that, silently. He had succumbed in this despairing future? An indescribable sorrow and anger instantly engulfed Yamcha. He was not lamenting the death of a fictional character, but mourning the loss of a living, brave companion who fought to save the world. Where's that monster? Yamcha's voice was chillingly calm. Yet both Master Roshi and Mr. Bobo sensed that beneath this calm lay a volcano on the brink of eruption, capable of incinerating all. They had never witnessed such a Yamcha. A cold, lethal intent radiated from him, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 37, Bad News. The death of Trunks. A profound silence enveloped the temple. Only the wind howled through the empty watchtower, carrying a trace of melancholy. Master Goatian looked at the figure of Yamcha before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. This disciple, once perceived as somewhat frivolous yet inherently kind-hearted, had undergone a profound transformation after experiencing death and rebirth, having traversed the realms of hell. His gaze, once clouded with confusion and fear, now radiated an icy calmness akin to eternal glaciers, beneath which burned a fierce and unquenchable fury. How did Trunks meet his demise? Yamcha spoke again, his voice hoarse, each word seemingly extracted through clenched teeth. Master Goatian sighed and divulged everything he knew. We did not witness the battle ourselves. However, from the aura surrounding Trunks, it appeared he was nearly eliminated in an instant. Eliminated? Yamcha's pupils dilated sharply. Though the future Trunks was not as formidable as his counterpart from the main timeline, who had trained in the room of spirit and time, he was still a seasoned Super Saiyan. His strength, if not surpassing that of androids 17 and 18, was certainly not far behind. What sort of monster could eliminate him so swiftly? That monster-s aura is quite peculiar, Mr. Bobo interjected. It is chilling and malevolent. Yet its intensity was not exceedingly high at the moment it struck down Trunks. In fact, it may have been slightly weaker than Trunks himself. Trunks was weaker? Yamcha furrowed his brow, disbelief etched across his face. How could that be possible? It was a surprise attack. Master Goatian's voice seethed with anger. That scoundrel is a despicable ambusher. It concealed its presence and lay in wait like a venomous serpent. Trunks let his guard down. Yamcha closed his eyes, envisioning the scene. Trunks had confronted the monstrous being, noticing its aura was not particularly strong, and had thus relaxed his vigilance. Only for the creature to unleash its hidden power in an instant, striking him from behind with its shameless tail. Did it absorb Trunks? Yamcha inquired. No. Master Goatian shook his head. Strangely, after killing Trunks, it departed immediately. When we arrived at the scene, we found only Trunks' lifeless body, and what else? A shell, resembling that of a gigantic insect, and a strange machine inscribed with the word hope. A time machine. Everything aligns. The reason it did not absorb Trunks is that it had no need to. Its body already contained the cells of top-tier warriors like Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Pika, and even Frieza and his father. A mere Trunks held no value for it. Its intention in killing Trunks was solely to clear obstacles. Where is that monster now? Yamcha's eyes flared with murderous intent. I do not know, Master Goatian replied, his face a mask of helplessness. Since it killed Trunks, its aura has completely vanished from Earth, as if it had never existed at all. Androids 17 and 18 also began to behave more cautiously from that point on. We speculate they sense this new threat and are actively searching for it. Yamcha scoffed. They are not searching, they are hiding. He astutely identified the truth. That monster needed to absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve perfection. Though arrogant, they were not foolish. They recognized that they may not be able to contend with that creature, hence their retreat. Absorb androids 17 and 18? Perfection? Master Goatian and Mr. Bobo were utterly bewildered. Yamcha, how do you know this? Yamcha could not explain. He could not reveal that their world was merely a comic he had read, and that he was a traveler with a divine perspective. After my death in the underworld, I heard prophecies concerning the future. He could only weave another lie. Though absurd, it was not entirely unacceptable within the context of their supernatural worldview. A prophecy? Master Goatian regarded him with skepticism. Yes, Yamcha's expression turned grave. That monster is named Shalu. It is the ultimate bioengineered being created by Dr. Gillo, the madman who produced androids 17 and 18. Its goal is to absorb them and evolve into its perfect form. Should it succeed, its power would far exceed anything we can imagine. At that point, the entire Earth, no, the whole universe, would be confronted with true annihilation. Yamcha's words left Master Goatian and Mr. Bobo gasping in horror. A creature more terrifying than the combined might of androids 17 and 18? It was a future that seemed utterly despairing. What shall we do? Master Goatian's voice trembled. Must we kill that monster? Kill it. Yamcha chuckled bitterly and shook his head. I cannot. At my current strength, facing that monster would yield a fate little better than Trunks'. Yet we must stop it. Indeed, we must prevent it. Yamcha's eyes glimmered with a cunning light, but not through brute force. Since we three possess ulterior motives, let us allow them to engage one another first. Allow them to fight. Master Goatian was taken aback. Shalu seeks the androids, while the androids are hiding from Shalu. Yamcha calmly analyzed. What I must do now is reach out to the androids and inform them of Shalu's existence. What? Master Goatian was stunned. Seek out the androids. They will kill you. They might. Yamcha replied with an air of confidence, but I am no longer the easy prey I once was. He looked at Master Goatian and slowly released his aura. Boom. A powerful, pure energy erupted from Yamcha's being, though it was far from shaking the very heavens. The intensity of this aura caused both Master Goatian and Mr. Bobo to change countenance. They sensed a power that transcended that of the infamous Ba and even surpassed that of the Jinyu Force. What is this aura? Master Goatian gasped, his sunglasses slipping from his face. Yamcha, your battle power approximately 3 million. Yamcha stated this calmly. 3 million. Master Goatian was aghast. This figure was beyond his comprehension. Yet, he quickly confronted a more daunting reality, his joy evaporating into deep concern. That's remarkable, Yamcha. Yet the android's power is measured in the billions. Against them, your strength I know, Yamcha interrupted sharply, his gaze sharp as a blade. I do not intend to die, nor do I plan to engage them in combat. I merely seek to deliver a message. Yamcha slowly retracted his aura, and the oppressive atmosphere within the chamber dissipated. He regarded the still-stunned Master Goatian and Mr. Bobo with calm assurance. A battle power of 3 million may not slay them, but it is sufficient to pique their interest. It will ensure they do not act as if I were merely an ant to be crushed before I have a chance to speak. Allow me to convey to Android 18 that a monster lurks in the shadows, poised to devour her as a mere morsel. I aim to let these two killers experience what it is like to be prey. Let them engage Shalu in a fierce struggle, buying me and this world precious moments for growth. This is my plan. Chapter 38. The strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Master Goatian and Mr. Bobo were left utterly speechless. Their minds seemed to freeze at the staggering figure of 3 million that Yamcha had cast forth. 3 million battle power. What does such a concept entail? Years ago, the formidable Vegeta had rendered all Z warriors helpless, pushing Goku to his limits with a battle power of merely 18,000. The most powerful member of the Frieza Force, Captain Ginyu, who instilled despair in Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, boasted a battle power of 120,000. 3 million, a number that far surpassed the limits of Master Roshi's imagination. He had believed that if Yamcha could achieve a battle power in the hundreds of thousands during his training on King Kai's planet, it would be a miraculous feat unprecedented in the realm of Earth martial arts. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Yamcha would return with a terrifying power capable of overpowering the entire Frieza force. 3 million? Master Roshi adjusted his slipping sunglasses, his tone shifting in disbelief. Yamcha, you can't be jesting. Teacher, at a time like this, how could I make light of such matters? Yamcha's voice remained calm, fully aware of what this number signified for Master Roshi. However, he had no time to elaborate on the harrowing journey that had earned him this strength. This is incredible, truly remarkable. After a brief moment of astonishment, Master Roshi was overtaken by immense joy. He enthusiastically patted Yamcha's shoulder, exclaiming, "With such power, his words faltered abruptly, as a wave of cold water doused his elation, replaced by an even deeper sense of worry and helplessness. Yes, 3 million. In the past, such a figure could dominate the universe. But in this dire future, in an era where even super science can be annihilated in an instant, what does 3 million mean in the face of androids whose power is measured in the hundreds of millions? I understand your concerns, teacher. Yamcha observed Master Roshi's face fall into despair and spoke up. The androids possess monstrous strength quantified in hundreds of millions. My power, in their presence, is akin to that of a slightly robust ant. Master Roshi shut his eyes in pain, murmuring, "Then will you still seek them out? What difference does it make? They won't even grant you the chance to speak." "No, they will," Yamcha replied, unwavering. "Teacher, you underestimate them. They are not mere combat enthusiasts like Frieza or Vegeta. They are murderers, madmen who relish the act, treating slaughter and torment as a game." Yamcha paused, recalling the humiliation he felt when first confronting Android 18. That feeling of being toyed with now became the most crucial element of his plan. An ordinary person, easily slaughtered, would be met with no hesitation. However, a familiar face with a battle power of 3 million, suddenly appearing stronger, would present a different scenario. My 3 million battle power is not a weapon for combat. It is a ticket for negotiation. It may not threaten them, but it is sufficient to pique their interest, especially that of 18. She will be curious as to why this mouse she almost crushed remains alive, and why I have acquired unimaginable power in just 1 year. She will want to know what has transpired within me, and will seek to relish the thrill of once again crushing my hope beneath her foot. This curiosity and desire to toy with me will create the opportunity for me to speak. Yamcha's analysis was composed, dissecting the darker aspects of human nature, particularly the pathological psyche of those two madmen, with remarkable precision. Master Roshi felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at his disciple. This once frivolous youth who had now grown so profound. "This is too risky, Yamcha." Master Roshi still found it difficult to accept. To place hope in the curiosity of our enemies is nothing short of gambling. It is indeed gambling, but we have no other stakes left, Yamcha asserted. "Teacher, we currently face 3 adversaries. Lurking in the shadows is the ever-evolving Cell, while androids 17 and 18 are either searching for or evading him. Most critically, we are battling against ourselves. Our greatest enemy is time. We are racing against Cell's perfect evolution. If he succeeds, all will be lost. Can we simply sit here and watch as Cell finds 17 and 18, transforming into an unstoppable monster? Rather than remain passive, we should take the initiative. Inform 17 and 18 about Cell, the hunter, so they may clash. Let them fight. Regardless of who prevails, we will gain precious time. Yamcha's words resonated with Master Roshi and Mr. Popo. Indeed, what were they waiting for? A more desperate future? Though Yamcha's plan was audacious and fraught with peril, as he stated, it was the only path to resolution. A strategy in which a weak individual stirs the game of the powerful. I understand, Master Roshi sighed deeply, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He looked at Yamcha with a complex gaze, filled with worry, compassion, and above all, a sense of entrustment. Mr. Popo, please prepare a new martial arts GI for me. Yamcha turned to Mr. Popo, who nodded silently and retreated into the depths of the temple. Soon, he emerged with a pristine orange GI, identical in style to Goku's, emblazoned with a large turtle symbol on the chest and back. Yamcha accepted the GI without uttering a word, shedding his tattered garments and donning this outfit, a symbol of responsibility and legacy. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surge of power within him. With a battle power of 3 million and the 20-fold Kaioken technique, he felt emboldened to confront the androids. Yet, he knew it was still insufficient. Teacher, Mr. Popo, I am leaving. Yamcha bowed deeply to both of them. Return alive. Master Roshi finally managed to utter those 4 words. Yamcha did not look back, but waved his hand. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, becoming a streak of white light as he sped towards the desolate land below. On the temple's lookout, only Master Roshi and Mr. Popo remained. The fierce wind tousled Master Roshi's white beard. Mr. Popo, have we thrust our last hope into the fiery abyss? He murmured to himself. Mr. Popo remained silent for a long time before speaking in his unique, unwavering voice. Perhaps he himself is the flame. Chapter 39. The game of seeking the murderer. The moment he departed from the temple, Yamcha accelerated to his utmost limit. The currents of high altitude sliced across his face like knives, and the world below rapidly receded from view. Ruins, deserts, dried riverbeds. This once beautiful blue planet now lay in grotesque disarray. He felt no hesitation as he flew directly toward the last known location of the androids in his memory. He needed to find them swiftly. Cell was like a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. If he delayed even a minute, the world would inch closer to the abyss of irretrievable doom. His mind raced, repeatedly simulating the impending encounter. How should he begin? How could he project an aura that would intrigue them without being perceived as a provocation that could lead to instant annihilation? How could he succinctly implant the threat posed by Cell into their arrogant minds? Every detail was meticulously considered, leaving no room for complacency. There was only one chance. A single misstep in words or actions could result in irreversible consequences. He exhaled deeply, attempting to relax his taut nerves. The formidable combat power of 3 million instilled in him an unprecedented sense of strength. The power coursing through his limbs felt as if it could effortlessly move mountains and fill seas. Yet, within Yamcha, there was not a trace of complacency. Instead, a heavier weight settled upon him. He understood better than anyone the insignificance of this power. At this moment, he resembled a pitiful gambler, clutching his entire fortune as he stepped into a top-tier casino. His wager was his very life, and the future of this world was what he sought to win. The androids lacked breath and could not seek through perception. This had once been Yamcha's protective charm for survival. Yet it now became his greatest obstacle in locating them. He could only resort to primitive methods, searching for the traces of destruction they left behind. Where devastation was most recent, there they would be found. Yamcha lowered his altitude, soaring like a hawk, surveying the vast expanse of this desolate land. Half an hour later, his pupils narrowed sharply. He had found it. Below him, the silhouette of a mid-sized city emerged on the horizon. However, it could hardly be deemed a city anymore. Billowing black smoke and numerous craters transformed it into a colossal wasteland. More importantly, the smoke was freshly ignited, indicating that the androids had recently visited this place, perhaps even still lingered here. Yamcha immediately stifled his presence, compressing the immense energy of 3 million within his body, leaving not a trace to betray him. Like a fallen leaf, he descended silently to the edge of the city. Beneath him lay shattered asphalt, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the faint odor of blood. Silence enveloped the area. Apart from the crackling of flames, No other sound existed in this world. Yamcha held his breath, moving like a specter through the collapsed buildings and twisted steel. His senses heightened to their limits. His ears detected any suspicious sounds, while his eyes scanned every potential hiding spot. The two murderers were nearby, perhaps reveling in the fruits of their heinous creations, or simply bored, idly staring into space. The closer he approached the heart of the city, the more devastating the signs of destruction became. Before a department store that had been severed in half, Yamcha halted. He heard a sound, not the wind, nor the crackling flames, but music. A lively and raucous rock tune emanated from deep within the department store, rendering the desolation around it all the more eerie. Yamcha's heart skipped a beat. He cautiously circled to the side of the building, peeking through a shattered window. Within the clothing section on the first floor, a relatively clean area had been cleared. A portable speaker blared music at full volume. Beside it, a boy with long black hair, wearing a red headscarf and displaying an indifferent demeanor, lounged against a pile of clothes, yawning in boredom. Android number 17. Not far from him stood a girl with golden short hair and deep blue eyes, exquisite like a doll, yet more terrifying than a devil. Gazing into a large dressing mirror, she wore a brand new blue denim jacket, admiring her reflection with a hint of satisfaction in her smile. Android number 18. They appeared as two ordinary young individuals strolling through an apocalypse, utterly unaware of the heinous crimes they had just committed. Yamcha's fists clenched tightly in an instant. The death of Trunks, the wails of countless innocents, flashed through his mind. A torrent of rage threatened to consume his reason. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his murderous intent. Remain calm. Now is not the time. Impulsivity would only render all his efforts futile. He adjusted his breathing, his gaze sweeping past number 17, ultimately fixating on the flawless profile of number 18. Now was the moment. Yamcha ceased his concealment, stepping out from behind the fractured wall, one measured stride at a time. His footsteps were light, yet in this space enveloped by music and silence, they resonated with clarity. The music abruptly ceased. Both number 17 and number 18 froze in their actions. Two cold, emotionless gazes simultaneously turned towards the source of the sound. Yamcha stood less than 20 meters from them, meeting their gaze with a blank expression. He spoke slowly, his voice clearly reaching their ears. Long time no see. Number 17, number 18. Chapter 40. 3 millions pledge. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Number 17 slowly straightened his posture, a hint of surprise breaking through his usually impatient countenance. He appraised Yamcha as if observing a peculiar creature that had crawled out from a heap of refuse. Number 18, however, gradually turned to face him. Her blue eyes flickered with confusion before a smirk of intrigue spread across her lips. Oh, her voice carried a lazy tone, reminiscent of recalling an amusing anecdote. It's you, that amusing little mouse. I believe I let you go once. Sister, stop wasting time with him. Number 17 stood, flexing his wrists, his eyes icy. The tiresome insect has returned. How bothersome. Let us dispose of him quickly. We need to change locations. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his right hand, palm directed at Yamcha. A blinding energy sphere rapidly coalesced. The threat of death loomed large. Yamcha's pupils contracted sharply, yet he neither dodged nor defended himself. Just as number 17 was poised to unleash the energy wave, Yamcha made his move. Without any unnecessary actions, he released the power he had been forcefully suppressing within him. Boom! A formidable, pure, and refined aura erupted from Yamcha's being like a volcanic eruption. The powerful energy wave radiated outward, sweeping across the surroundings. Debris and glass on the ground were instantly blown away. Number 17's movements froze. The energy sphere in his palm dissipated slowly, and the impatience and disdain vanished from his face, replaced by an unprecedented astonishment. This energy was beyond his comprehension. His detector indicated that the man before him had no energy response whatsoever. Yet, how could this palpable pressure be explained? Most importantly, the intensity of this aura. Although it remained pitiably weak compared to his own, it was certainly not the power one would expect from an insect. Meanwhile, number 18's smile had also completely faded. Her blue eyes fixated on Yamcha, no longer filled with mockery, but brimming with intense curiosity and a hint of dangerous provocation. Interesting. Quite interesting. She had initially thought him merely a lucky little mouse that had returned without understanding the peril. To her surprise, this mouse had returned after a year with fangs. While those fangs were not yet sharp enough to inflict harm upon her, The contrast, this sudden outburst of unexpected power from a perceived weakling, evoked a long-lost thrill within her. Cease your actions, number 17. Number 18 spoke calmly. Number 17 glanced at her, ultimately lowering his hand. What is going on? I do not know. Number 18's gaze remained fixed on Yamcha, but this was becoming interesting, was it not? Yamcha stood quietly, allowing their eyes to survey him. The bet was right. The declaration of a combat power amounting to 3 million successfully secured him the right to speak. He gazed at the two individuals, and with a steady and resonant voice, he reiterated, I am not here to engage in conflict. He paused, locking his gaze onto the inquisitive eyes of 18. Enunciating each word deliberately, I have come to deliver a message. A message concerning who would devour you like a delicacy. Delicacy? 17's brow furrowed, finding the term quite jarring. Upon hearing this, 18's expression turned abruptly frigid. Delicacy? She echoed, her tone stripped of any mirth, leaving only an icy chill. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? In this world, it is only they who perceive others as mere playthings and delicacies. When did it become the case that others would treat them as such? Yamcha sensed an overwhelming intent to kill that threatened to freeze him. Yet, he did not recoil. Instead, he stepped forward to meet 18's piercing gaze. I am aware. Furthermore, I know that the one who wishes to consume you is named Sheru. Upon uttering this name, a subtle yet profound change manifested in the expressions of 17 and 18. They recalled the scion known as Trunks, who had been effortlessly slain not long ago. They also remembered the fleeting, sinister aura they sensed after Trunks' demise. So, the one responsible is named Sheru. 18 advanced 2 steps, closing the distance to Yamcha, towering over him. Though their heights were comparable, the innate sense of intimidation made Yamcha feel as though he were gazing up at an imposing iceberg. Interesting, her voice was as frigid as steel. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Now, before you meet your end, why not share it with me? She extended a finger, lightly pressing it against Yamcha's chest, her tone carrying an undeniable command. If your information bores me, I shall ensure your demise is most excruciating. Chapter 41. The hunter and the prey faced with the imminent threat posed by 18, Yamcha's inner turmoil remained undisturbed. He had anticipated this very moment. For beings as profoundly arrogant as 17 and 18, any challenge to their supremacy would provoke the most direct and brutal of responses. He gazed calmly into 18's eyes. Those once terrifying and humiliating blue orbs now reduced to mere targets for his analytical scrutiny. Sheru is the ultimate bioengineered creation of Dr. Gero, a creature birthed from a computer, amalgamating the cells of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Frieza, and all of Earth's mightiest warriors. Yamcha's voice remained unhurried. His sole purpose for existence is to absorb the two of you and evolve into a perfect being. Absorb us? 17 scoffed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. What a farce. Does a mere insect created by Dr. Gero truly think it can even touch us? Yamcha had anticipated 17's reaction. Arrogance was a flaw etched into their very genes. However, 18 did not share his laughter. Her brow furrowed tightly, as if deep in thought. He hails from another timeline, Yamcha continued, dropping a bombshell. In that future, he killed Trunks, seized the time machine, and regressed into an egg to arrive in our era. He lurks in the shadows, growing stronger by absorbing the life essence of ordinary humans. Not long ago, he eliminated this era's Trunks, did he not? Yet, have you noticed that he did not absorb Trunks? Because he already possesses Trunks cells. The act of killing Trunks was merely to eliminate an obstacle. Each of Yamcha's statements was akin to a puzzle piece, slowly unveiling a complete and terrifying truth before 17 and 18. The death of Trunks, the fleeting aura of malevolence, and the fragmented information regarding the time machine coalesced at that moment. 17's complexion gradually drained of color. Impossible. Dr. Gero's computer should have been destroyed by us. He muttered. That was indeed your doing. But how can you be certain he does not possess a more concealed underground laboratory? Yamcha retorted coldly. The atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. For the first time, 17 and 18 sensed the gravity of their situation. They feared no formidable enemy, for they wielded boundless energy and unparalleled strength. However, the notion of a hunter, concealed in the shadows, targeting them while possessing complete knowledge of their capabilities, stirred a profound discomfort and agitation within them. You believe yourselves to be the hunters of this earth, toying with the lives of others at will. Yamcha's voice struck at their most reluctant admissions. But now, the tables have turned. You have become the prey. Something lurks in a dark corner, watching you greedily, salivating, waiting to consume you one by one, merging you into its very being. Prey. The term pierced 18's heart like a venomous thorn. Who is she? She is the perfect creation, the goddess standing atop all beings. The arbiter of life and death. She should be the cat toying with the mouse. How could she possibly become the meat on another's chopping board? An indescribable rage and humiliation surged from her depths. Yet beneath this fury, there lurked an unacknowledged thrill, a morbid excitement. A new, more perilous, and exhilarating game. A game where the roles of hunter and prey are reversed. Her gaze transformed. If previously she had regarded Yamcha as a somewhat curious mouse that had unexpectedly grown stronger, now she looked at him as a harbinger of entirely new game rules. This man, seemingly frail and easily vanquished, dares to stand here, calmly articulating concepts that upend their understanding. In his dark eyes, there is no fear, no plea, only an unfathomable calm. This gaze reminded 18 of a year ago, when she had him beneath her heel. In his eyes, she had seen not only fear but a deeper yearning, a desire to turn the tables and place her beneath his heel, a profound humiliation and anger. It was that very gaze that intrigued her, prompting her to spare him at that moment. And now, that gaze reemerged, stronger and purer than before. This sensation sent a rush of exhilaration coursing through her veins. How do you prove the veracity of your claims? 17 interjected coldly, interrupting 18's reverie. He was more rational than 18 and sought evidence. Quite simply, Yamcha replied with confidence. Seek out a town recently ravaged, where the bodies of the slain have vanished, leaving only their garments behind. That is Sheru's doing. He is absorbing the life essence of humanity. This evidence is irrefutable. 17 and 18 exchanged a glance, each recognizing a hint of seriousness reflected in the other's eyes. They had indeed encountered such a scenario before. At the time, they had merely considered it some tedious explosion that vaporized people without delving deeper. As I reflect upon the matter, numerous doubts arise. Silence. Prolonged silence. Ultimately, it was the 18th who shattered this stillness. She gazed at Yamcha, and on her exquisite visage, a perilous yet captivating smile re-emerged. Very well, your information is indeed intriguing. She extended her hand, delicately tracing Yamcha's chin with her finger, her gesture laced with ambiguity. As a reward, I shall refrain from terminating you, for the time being. Nevertheless, her smile brightened, becoming even more radiant and perilous. You must remain and partake in our little game. Chapter 42. The Cat and Mouse Game. A game? Yamcha observed the 18th with a stoic expression. This was her way of reclaiming her dignity. He had just seized the psychological advantage using information about Sheru, undermining their position as hunters. This displeased the exceedingly arrogant 18th. Thus, she intended to assert her dominance through the most direct means, absolute power, to reaffirm who truly controlled everything. Indeed, a game. The 18th withdrew her hand, stepping back to scrutinize Yamcha with keen interest. I am quite curious about what transpired in your life over the past year. The strength you possess did not materialize from thin air. She tilted her head, a trace of cruel mockery in her smile. Allow me to inspect just how sharp your little teeth have become. No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished in an instant. How swift. Yamcha's pupils contracted sharply, his nerves taut to the extreme. He failed to perceive the 18th's movement before a fierce gust of wind surged toward him from his left. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamcha's instincts surpassed his cognitive thought, and he abruptly darted to the right. Swish. The 18th's hand, enveloped in azure energy, grazed past the tip of his nose. A fierce wind left a burning scar on his face. Failing to strike, the 18th's form disappeared once more. Yamcha dared not linger, propelling himself forward with tremendous force. His body shot backward like a cannonball, shattering the wall of a department store, bursting into the desolate streets beyond. He required space. Engaging in combat with an android in a confined area was tantamount to courting death. Oh, not a bad reaction. The 18th's taunting voice echoed behind him, following closely. Yamcha did not glance back, employing his agility to the fullest. He weaved rapidly between the towering ruins, tracing zigzag paths. He dared not utilize the Kaioken. That was his ultimate trump card, reserved for confronting Sheru or in life-and-death situations. Revealing it now would be tantamount to exposing all his hidden cards to his adversary. He could only rely on his 3 million base battle power and the combat techniques honed through rigorous training on KO's planet and in the sacred realm to contend with this lopsided contest. The 17th did not pursue. He merely leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, akin to a bored spectator, observing his sister toy with the amusing mouse. Run faster, even faster. The 18th's voice rang out behind him, imbued with the thrill of a cat playing with its prey. Where's your strength? What happened to that momentum? Is this all you are capable of? Her speed was evidently far superior to Yamcha's. Yet, she did not immediately close the gap, deliberately maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close, as if toying with her quarry. She launched attacks from various angles, compelling Yamcha to execute a series of desperate evasive maneuvers. Yamcha gritted his teeth, immersing his entire focus in evasion. His mind raced, analyzing the 18th's attack patterns, speed, and power. She was formidable, alarmingly so. Each of her strikes appeared casual, yet contained the potential to effortlessly obliterate a mountain. Yet, Yamcha discerned a flaw. The 18th's fighting style lacked finesse. She relied entirely on her outrageous physical prowess and boundless energy to dominate. Her moves were grand and powerful, yet devoid of the martial artist's pursuit of technique's ultimate refinement. This presented him with an opportunity. After narrowly evading another high kick, Yamcha ceased his frantic flight. He halted abruptly, turning to face the advancing 18th, and stomped his feet firmly on the ground. Universal shockwave. He held nothing back, unleashing the ultimate technique imparted by the turtle hermit without reservation. The energy within him surged along a specific trajectory, unifying his entire essence. A terrifying power, far surpassing 3 million battle power, erupted from his palms. This was not a Kamehameha wave, but a pure, distilled force. The 18th clearly did not anticipate Yamcha's audacity to counterattack. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face. However, as an android, her reaction time was astonishingly swift. In the face of Yamcha's earth-shattering strike, she merely snorted, meeting it with a straightforward punch of her own. To her, such an attack was akin to a mere tickle. Yet, the moment her fist met Yamcha's palm energy, her expression shifted for the first time. Boom! An unfathomable force radiated from Yamcha's palm. The power felt as if it emanated not from a living being, but from a meteor colliding with the earth. The 18th was engulfed by an overwhelming impact. Her once invincible fist was repelled for the first time. Her body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing through 3 dilapidated buildings before barely regaining her balance amidst a cloud of dust. She looked down at her fist, feeling an unusual numbness. Although uninjured, this sensation was something she had never experienced since her creation. She lifted her gaze to Yamcha in the distance, her eyes transformed entirely. No longer was there mockery or playfulness, but a genuine, icy intent to kill that belonged to a warrior. You have successfully provoked my anger. She enunciated each word. A faint blue energy aura began to envelop her. She was now serious. Yamcha gasped for breath. That last full-powered universal shockwave had nearly depleted half of his stamina. Yet he had succeeded. He had successfully shattered the 18th's playful mindset. However, just as tensions escalated and a great battle loomed, a colossal, malevolent energy, brimming with brutality and destruction, erupted from the distant horizon without warning. This energy was so immense that it seemed the very earth trembled beneath its oppressive weight. This aura made Yamcha, the 17th, and the 18th cease all movement in unison. They simultaneously raised their heads, gazing toward the source of this sinister energy. It was not Sheru. While Sheru's aura was cold and cunning, this presence was pure, unmasked evil and annihilation. It resembled a malicious entity descending from the cosmos. Chapter 43, The Arrival of the Tree of Might. What is this aura? The 17th materialized beside the 18th. Even his eternally expressionless visage bore an air of gravity. This sudden surge of energy was peculiar, laden with a sense of malevolence and destruction. Yet in terms of intensity, it paled in comparison to them. Even to the recently formidable Yamcha, it felt more like a deathly wail enveloping the entire planet. I do not know. The 18th shook her head, her gaze fixated on the direction from which the energy emanated. Yet it was certain that it was not the one known as Sheru. Yamcha's heart plummeted to the depths of despair in an instant. He is more aware than anyone else of the source of this ominous aura, that iconic presence, reminiscent of Wukong, yet imbued with malevolence and brutality, along with the rapidly draining vitality of the planet, Dales, and the spirit tree. Why has he appeared in this era? This theatrical version of a boss, which should not exist, why has it descended upon this already battered future world? This boss is several versions behind. Yamcha's mind was in a tumult. Time travel, androids, and now, a new Dales. The future of this world has completely diverged from the trajectory he once knew, sliding into a more unknown and perilous abyss. Just as the three of them were engulfed in uncertainty, the sky above darkened ominously. A massive black object pierced through the thick cloud cover, accompanied by a piercing howl, plummeting towards the earth with alarming speed. It appeared to be the seed of some sort of plant, yet it was larger than a house. Boom! The seed crashed violently into the ground several kilometers away. The entire surface trembled violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Centered around the seed's impact point, the earth quaked even more violently. Gigantic fissures spread outwards like a spider's web. In the next moment, an indescribably colossal tree burst forth from the ground. It grew at a visible speed, soaring hundreds, then thousands of meters into the sky. Its trunk was incredibly thick, as if it aimed to pierce a hole through the heavens. Countless sturdy roots, resembling gigantic serpents, burrowed frantically into the earth, spreading in all directions. Visibly, the earth was losing its vitality at an astonishing rate. The grass turned yellow and withered, trees rapidly decayed. Even the steel and concrete of the ruins seemed to have their essence drained, becoming gray and fragile. An energy representative of life was continuously siphoned from every corner of the earth, absorbed by this eerie giant tree, then converging at the top of its canopy. What is this thing? Number 18 gazed at the towering tree that obscured the sun, her face revealing shock for the first time. It is absorbing the earth's energy. Number 17 also sensed something was amiss. Yamcha's complexion had turned the color of despair. The spirit tree, undoubtedly. This is the malevolent tree upon which Dales relies to survive and grow stronger. It would act as a gigantic parasite, draining the life force of the entire planet within mere hours, before bearing a fruit infused with the planet's energy. Whoever consumes this fruit will gain unimaginable power. Although that power boost is insignificant to Yamcha at present, the tree itself poses a lethal threat to Earth. A chilling laughter echoed from above the giant tree. 5 figures slowly descended from the sky, landing upon one of its thick branches. The leader, clad in dark battle attire, had spiky black hair, and his face bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. It was none other than the lower-class Scion warrior, Dales. Behind him were his 4 subordinates, members of the Dales Corps. What a vibrant planet, albeit somewhat damaged. Dales spread his arms wide, ecstatically absorbing the energy converging from all corners of the planet. Once the spirit tree's fruit matures, my power will ascend to a whole new realm. His gaze quickly fixed upon Yamcha and his companions below. Upon seeing numbers 17 and 18, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. 2 worthless beings without energy? How did they end up here? As a being capable only of sensing energy, he regarded numbers 17 and 18 as no different from stones by the roadside. However, when his gaze landed on Yamcha, he instinctively pressed the device at his ear. The readings on the device began to spike dramatically. Oh, on such a remote border planet, there's someone with considerable battle power? Before he could finish his thought, beep, crash. The device at his ear emitted a shrill alarm before exploding, releasing a puff of black smoke. Dales and his subordinates were momentarily stunned. The device malfunctioned? Dales, somewhat surprised, touched his ear and then shook his head. He regarded Yamcha with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for an ant. Forget it, no matter how strong you are. Soon you will become nothing but nourishment for our spirit tree, he declared, his words dripping with haughty arrogance and an undeniable verdict. This statement ignited a powder keg. Worthless? Number 17 slowly raised his head, his gaze as frigid as ice, yet a cruel smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Who are you calling worthless? Sister, this guy really resembles Sun Wukong, number 17 remarked to number 18, his tone laced with extreme contempt and murderous intent. Our mission seems to be to eliminate Sun Wukong, though this pathetic impostor appears to be weak. Number 18 remained silent, but her gaze towards Dales was one of a person looking at a corpse. They could tolerate the existence of the hunter, Sheru, as he posed a threat to their own survival. But they absolutely could not abide any insignificant creature with such weak power that it could cause a detector to explode, daring to present such arrogance before them. Especially when this individual bore the visage they despised the most. Unaware of his own inferiority, Dales completely failed to grasp the disparity in strength between himself and his opponents. Seeing the unfriendly expressions on their faces, he disdainfully snorted, gesturing to his subordinates behind him. Eliminate them. Yes. The members of the Dales Corps responded in unison. They then transformed into 4 beams of light, which appeared laughably slow to Yamcha as they charged towards numbers 17 and 18. A one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Yamcha was temporarily overlooked by everyone. He stood still, gazing at the enormous tree that was continuously siphoning the Earth's vitality. He glanced towards the distant, alluringly glowing fruit that was nearing maturity. An uncontainable thought surged within him. This tree must be destroyed at once. If only he could seize the fruit before that. Chapter 44. This fruit I shall claim. The 4 members of the Dales Corps were considered elite warriors on their own planet. Each possessed battle powers around 30 to 40,000. To them, dealing with the 2 energy-less beings below was child's play. However, they would soon pay the price for their ignorance with their lives. Die, lower-class beings. A reptilian alien, grinning maliciously, hurled a punch towards number 17's face. Number 17 didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Just as the alien's fist was about to make contact, he casually extended a finger. Ding! A faint sound. Barely audible. The alien's powerful punch was firmly stopped by number 17's fingertip, unable to advance an inch further. What? The alien's expression changed drastically. He felt as though all his strength had struck an immovable planet. The terrifying recoil made every bone in his arm scream in agony. Trash! Number 17's icy voice echoed in his ear. In the next moment, he gently flicked his finger. PFF. An invisible shockwave erupted instantly, obliterating the alien's entire arm into a mist of blood. Immediately following, the residual force of the shockwave penetrated his chest. Instant kill. A cosmic elite with a combat power exceeding tens of thousands was effortlessly dispatched by a mere finger, without even a flinch from his opponent. This scene left the remaining 3 extraterrestrials in the sky, as well as Dailies perched upon a branch, utterly astounded. How could this be possible? Amand, who seemed utterly breathless, had been defeated. The arrogance on Dailies' face was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of horror and dread. He had misjudged the situation. He was gravely mistaken. These 2 individuals, appearing as ordinary earthlings, were anything but worthless. They were akin to divine beings beyond his comprehension. It was now your turn. The silhouette of number 18 appeared as if by teleportation, silently materializing among the 3 extraterrestrials. A sweet yet cruel smile graced her lips. The game is over. Before her words could fully resonate, she merely waved her hand. 3 blades of energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered and vanished. The terrified expressions on the faces of the 3 extraterrestrials had not yet fully solidified before their bodies were instantaneously shredded into countless fragments, transforming into a rain of blood without a single cry escaping their lips. The Dailies Legion was utterly annihilated. From the moment they struck to their complete destruction, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Bastards! As Dailies watched his once proud subordinates being slaughtered with such ease, he trembled in fear, cold sweat soaking through his battle attire. What manner of monsters are you? The ones who will take your life. Number 17 and no. 18 appeared on either side of Dailies, encircling him. With a face reminiscent of Sun Wukong, he radiated an aura of frustration. Let us end this swiftly, number 17. No. 18's tone was laced with impatience. I wish to continue our game with that little mouse. Her gaze flickered momentarily towards Yamcha below. Yamcha stood frozen, seemingly stunned by the battle before him. Yet, internally, he was fervently calculating. This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity that may never come again. Dailies' strength barely amounted to a fraction of his 300,000 combat power, rendering him no match for number 17 and number 18. He would be driven into a corner. And what would a scion pushed to the brink do? Create an artificial moon. At that moment, no matter how he struggled, it would be futile before the androids, and the situation would descend into utter chaos. The spirit tree fruit, gathering the life energy of the entire earth at the top of the giant tree, would become his singular target. Damn it, do not underestimate the scions. As anticipated, encircled by 2 creatures of unfathomable strength, Dailies felt the looming threat of death and profound humiliation. With a roar, he raised his hands high, as a dazzling energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palms. Behold, the potential that belongs to the scions. He hurled the energy sphere towards the sky, and it exploded with an intensity rivaling that of the moon. Under the brilliance, Daly's body began to undergo drastic changes. His muscles swelled at a visible rate. His black pupils transformed into blood red, and his aura surged exponentially. In the blink of an eye, his combat power soared from a mere 30,000 to over 300,000. This is the power of 10 times. The surge of strength rekindled a flicker of hope within Daly's. Perhaps he still had a fighting chance. He roared, channeling all his strength into a single punch, charging towards number 17. However, what awaited him was number 17's unyielding face and an outstretched index finger once more. Oh, from an ant, you've transformed into a slightly stronger ant. Number 17 easily countered Daly's punch with the tip of his finger, his tone filled with disappointment. This is exceedingly dull. Now is the time. While all eyes were captivated by the ludicrous battle in the sky, Yamcha below made his move. His silhouette became a streak of white lightning, unhesitatingly shooting towards the colossal spirit tree, his target singular. That fruit at the apex of the tree, radiating boundless life energy, capable of altering the tide of battle. That fruit is mine. Yamcha roared silently in his heart. Chapter 45, The Fisherman's Prophet Mine. The spirit tree was colossal. Its trunk was thicker than a skyscraper, and its crown obscured the entire sky. Yamcha's figure appeared minuscule before it, akin to a mere mosquito. Yet this served as his finest concealment. In the sky, no. 18, akin to a cat toying with a newly walking mouse, scrutinized the power-enhanced Daly's with keen interest. She was even too lazy to dodge, allowing Daly's forceful strikes to land upon her, yet he could not even manage to make her stagger. Occasionally, she would extend a finger, casually flicking him, causing him to spit blood, all the while wearing a playful smile. Oh, is this the power the Scions gained from the artificial moon? No. 18 let out a chiming laugh, her tone rife with mockery. It appears you've grown considerably, yet alas, you remain so weak. Truly a fascinating gorilla toy. No. 17 floated nearby, arms crossed, seemingly apathetic to this absurdly lopsided game. To him, not only was Daly's combat power of 300,000 inconsequential, but even Yamcha's 300,000 was no more significant than the dust below. Yamcha was uninterested in the farce above. Daly's meager strength posed no threat to him. The only beings he needed to be wary of were those two unpredictable androids. He maximized his flight technique, moving with spectral grace. Simultaneously, he suppressed his energy to nearly zero, evading the notice of those two monsters. The closer he drew to the spirit tree, the more intense the sensation of life force being drained became. Yamcha felt his stamina rapidly depleting, as if an invisible pump was furiously siphoning energy from within him. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself upward relentlessly. Faster, even faster. He understood that the game above would not endure for long. Number 18 could lose interest at any moment. He had to secure the fruit before the androids grew bored and casually crushed Daly's. That little mouse. Amid the playful antics, the keen-eyed No. 18 noticed the figure below, resembling a small insect, desperately climbing upward. Her brow furrowed, and the playful smile vanished instantaneously, a flicker of displeasure rising within her. This mouse dares to pilfer while she is having fun? But before she could react, Daly's, whom she had kicked away, also spotted Yamcha's intentions. He was instantly consumed by fury. The spirit tree fruit was his hope for reaching the pinnacle of the universe, the source of his power. He would not allow any insignificant ant to dare lay claim to his treasure. Die! Daly's roared, momentarily freeing himself from number 18's grasp. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a robust dark red energy blast, akin to a roaring dragon, aimed straight at Yamcha. This strike contained all the fury of his being, capable of erasing a city from existence. However, before the energy blast could travel far, a figure interposed itself before Daly's. It was number 18. Hey, did I allow you to attack him? On the 18th, a look of extreme displeasure adorned her face, as if her toy had defied her commands. She extended a single hand and casually slapped Dales across the face. With a sharp crack, Dales, along with his formidable energy cannon, was sent flying into the distant horizon, ultimately erupting into a massive mushroom cloud in the faraway mountains. Her actions were not motivated by a desire to rescue Yamcha. Rather, she was simply incensed that her toy dared to divert its attention to attack elsewhere while playing with her. She felt a profound sense of annoyance and indignation at being disregarded. You better behave and be a good toy until I grow weary of playing, She coldly glanced in the direction where Dales had vanished. It was this very irritation that afforded Yamcha an exceptional opportunity. Now was the moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed the last remnants of his power, elevating his speed to a new echelon. He broke through layers of branches and leaves, finally reaching the pinnacle of the spirit tree. There hung a fruit, entirely transparent and seemingly sculpted from the purest life crystal, radiating a dazzling brilliance from within. The immense life energy it exuded was irresistibly alluring, as if the essence of the entire universe had coalesced within. The spirit tree's fruit. An unprecedented light ignited in Yamcha's eyes. He reached out and forcefully plucked the fruit from the branch. You seek your own demise. In the distance, Dales, like a cannonball, hurtled back, witnessing the scene before him, his rage intensifying to the brink of madness. He disregarded 17 and 18 entirely, channeling the last and most colossal surge of energy into his palm. A dark red energy sphere, larger and more terrifying than any prior attack, swelled ominously in his hand. Return that fruit to me, he roared, hurling the all-or-nothing energy sphere toward Yamcha, who stood atop the tree. He intended to obliterate Yamcha, along with the tainted fruit and the spirit tree, reducing them to cosmic dust. Just as Yamcha grasped the fruit, he beheld an energy sphere, radiant as the sun, rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Its cataclysmic power was enough to make any planet tremble. Yet to Yamcha, possessing a combat power of 3 million, it was merely a flickering firefly. He did not even need to evade. His own aura was sufficient to crush the attack to smithereens. A glint of icy derision flickered in his eyes as he regarded the boundless vitality of the fruit in his hand, and then glanced at the futile attack below. A cold smile curling upon his lips. He opened his mouth, exerting all his strength, and bit fiercely into the spirit tree's fruit. I have triumphed. Boom. Chapter 46. The taste of power, 4 million combat power. Boom. Dale's all-or-nothing energy sphere plummeted like a falling sun, instantly engulfing the apex of the spirit tree. Yamcha did not even flinch. He simply stood there, allowing the raging energy to wash over him. The sensation was akin to standing beneath a warm waterfall. Aside from a bit of noise, it was nothing more. Is this the extent of the spirit tree's fruit? He murmured softly, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice, one he had not even realized himself. Moments ago, he had bitten into the fruit that encapsulated the life essence of the entire planet. It melted in his mouth, lacking the anticipated sweetness or any flavor at all. It transformed into the purest, most primordial stream of life, surging down his throat and flooding into his limbs. In that instant, every cell within Yamcha rejoiced, exulting in a leap of life's essence. It was not merely an increase in power, it was a transcendence of his very essence, like a parched blade of grass. Long deprived of water, revived by divine rain, every corner of his being flourished with renewed vitality. The subtle injuries left from breaking the genetic lock and the minute fissures caused by forcibly activating the Kaioken were instantaneously mended, even rendered more resilient than before. His body, honed to perfection through countless trials, was now completely filled. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from the depths of his being. 3,000,000, 3,500,000, 3,800,000. Ultimately, this power stabilized at the threshold of 4 million. Standard combat power, per million. Slowly, Yamcha raised his hand. Observing the nondescript palm, he exhaled gently, a white wave of energy escaping his lips. This subtle change immediately captured the attention of the two truly terrifying entities below. 17 stood with his hands in his pockets, arching an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. Meanwhile, 18's flawless visage softened slightly, her playful smile diminishing. Her icy blue eyes scrutinized the unscathed Yamcha, as if admiring a newly polished and more intriguing toy. You actually in the distance. Dale's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His all-or-nothing strike had been endured by his opponent without so much as a hair being harmed? How could this be? Impossible. My detector cannot be wrong. What have you, a lowly creature, done? Dales was unable to comprehend or accept this reality. Yamcha could hardly be bothered to cast a glance his way, fixated instead on the half-fruit in his hand, feeling the surging power within. 4 million. This number, a year ago, had been beyond his wildest dreams. Yet it was still insufficient. The disparity remained as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. How utterly tedious. Just then, 18's cold voice broke the silence. She seemed to have completely lost interest in Dale's, her gorilla-like toy. "Hey, I'm bored now," she remarked to 17 beside her. "Ah, it should have ended long ago," 17 yawned. Before the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from sight. What? Alarm bells rang in Dale's mind. He had failed to even catch a glimpse of 17's movement. In the next instant, a chilling hand gently pressed against his back. "Farewell, trash with Goku's face," 17's voice whispered like a hellish murmur in Dale's ear. Stab. There was no earth-shattering explosion nor dazzling energy display. 17's palm merely quivered slightly, and a wave of destructive energy instantly pierced through Dale's body. Dale's, whose form had swelled from the surge of power, abruptly froze. He looked down at the vast hollow in his chest, his eyes filled with endless horror and disbelief. "I am the ruler of the universe." His body began to crumble from within, disintegrating into particles of dust, vanishing into the air. The artificial moon in the sky also lost its energy support, flickering twice before extinguishing completely. A scion who aspired to dominate the universe was effortlessly erased from existence. Having completed this feat, 17 casually dusted off his hands and reappeared beside 18, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Yamcha witnessed the entire event, his heart tightening involuntarily. This is what an android is. An absolute, unreasonable power. Dale's, with his combat power having surged tenfold to over 300,000, had not even possessed the qualifications to struggle before them. And how long could his own 4 million endure? As Yamcha found himself enveloped in profound contemplation, he suddenly sensed an unwavering gaze upon him. Raising his head, he locked eyes with the icy blue orbs of number 18. Her silhouette gracefully ascended, reaching an altitude that aligned with Yamcha's own. Her body, a paragon of the golden ratio, appeared even more breathtaking against the backdrop of her tattered denim jacket and black miniskirt. Every inch of her skin seemed to be a masterpiece, crafted by the hand of divinity. Yet, from this flawless shell emanated a chill capable of freezing one's very soul. At that moment, the bothersome flies had been dispelled. "No." 18 tilted her head slightly, her golden strands swaying gently in the breeze. A smile, one that sent shivers down Yamcha's spine, reformed at the corners of her lips. "Now it's your turn, my dear little mouse," she purred softly, her voice imbued with a blend of gentleness and sweetness, tinged with a cruel excitement akin to a cat toying with its prey. "You've ingested something you shouldn't have. It seems your strength has increased just a tad. Come, let me see what new surprises you can offer me now." Chapter 47. Your life is now mine. Number 18's figure glided before Yamcha like a ghost. The proximity so close that he could detect a faint, pristine scent reminiscent of new clothing. He could clearly observe her long eyelashes and the depths of her icy blue pupils, which revealed an unabashed mockery akin to that of a plaything. Her visage was a flawless embodiment of beauty, as if it encapsulated all that was lovely in the world. Yet, no flicker of desire stirred within Yamcha. "Have you grown bolder with a slight increase in power?" Number 18 extended a slender, pale finger, gently poking at Yamcha's chest. "Just now, it seemed you could hardly be bothered to evade." Despite the lightness of her touch, Yamcha felt as though he had been struck by an iceberg. An invisible pressure seized his breath, illustrating the vast chasm that lay between them. A battle power of 4 million felt as fragile as mere parchment before her. He forced himself to regain composure, suppressing the tumult of humiliation and murderous intent surging within. The time was not yet ripe. Engaging her directly would lead to certain death. His mind raced, yet his face contorted into a grin that was more grotesque than a cry of despair. "It's merely luck. Compared to you, this power is inconsequential." "Oh, you possess a certain self-awareness," Number 18 remarked, seemingly pleased by his insight. Her fingertip traced circles on his chest, her tone laced with amusement. "However, having devoured my snacks, you must pay a price. I did not come to fight you." Yamcha inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain eye contact with her, articulating each word with clarity. "I am here to propose a transaction concerning how to deal with that creature known as Shalu." "Transaction?" Number 17, who had drifted closer, crossed his arms with an air of impatience. "And you think you are worthy of negotiating? What is there to discuss about that pest? He is indeed a nuisance." Yamcha replied gravely. "You must be aware that he possesses the regenerative abilities of Baiku. Yet, this regeneration is not without its limits and weaknesses. Based on my observations and the data left by Dr. Galuo, his core of regeneration resides in his head. A decisive blow to that area would render him incapable of rebirth. Otherwise, even if reduced to dust, he can restore himself and, due to the nature of Scion cells, grow even stronger. His other vulnerability lies in his pride, stemming from Wukong and Beijita. He yearns to battle the strong, craving a flawless victory. We can exploit this. Before he absorbs you and becomes uncontrollable, we can set a trap and strike decisively. These revelations extinguished the relaxed demeanor on number 17 and no. 18's faces, especially with the mention of Dr. Goluo and the unsettling notion that the monster regarded them as mere materials for evolution. An affront and provocation stirred within them. Number 17's expression hardened, his aura becoming dangerously palpable. A decisive strike? How easily you speak of it. However, no. 18's reaction was even more peculiar. A fleeting flash of offended anger crossed her face, only to morph into a twisted, morbid excitement. Interesting, truly interesting, she murmured, her icy blue eyes glinting with perilous light. Setting a trap? You little mouse aspire to be the hunter? Her focus returned to Yamcha. Suddenly, she reached out, gripping his chin and forcing him to look up at her. Are you telling us this so we might confront him, allowing you to reap the benefits? Her nails pressed slightly into his skin, threatening to break the surface. No, Yamcha winced against the pain, struggling to respond. I need you both to survive. Once Shallow transforms into his complete form, he will obliterate the entire Earth, including me. I must stop him, and right now, only you can do that. His words were the truth, yet to number 18, they transformed into a more intriguing declaration. You need us alive, she smirked, a cruel curve forming on her lips. Then you wish to defeat us yourself, correct? She had pierced the very depths of Yamcha's desires. Though he remained silent, his eyes conveyed everything. 18 suddenly erupted in laughter, her voice melodious, yet chilling, sending shivers down Yamcha's spine. I adore that look in your eyes. She leaned closer to his ear, her warm breath brushing against him. That expression of wanting to tear me apart, yet being forced to bow down, is simply exquisite. Her body, intentionally or otherwise, pressed against Yamcha. The astonishing curves and soft touch left him momentarily dazed. You have indulged in the fruit, gaining a slight boost in strength. But that changes nothing. From this moment forward, your life belongs to me. Until I grow weary of my game, you had best obey. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to break your limbs one by one and offer you as a snack to that creature named Shalu. Yamcha's fists clenched tightly at his sides. This madwoman could easily fulfill her threats. Before we continue our game, Yamcha forced the words through gritted teeth, pointing toward the decaying spirit tree below, visibly withering and spreading death across the land. We must first deal with this behemoth. Otherwise, it won't be long before this planet is devoid of life. He needed to divert the conversation. Otherwise, he feared he would succumb to the urge to strike that beautiful face, so tantalizingly close. Chapter 48. The true value of the spirit tree. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, number 17 and number 18 shifted their gaze downwards. The once vibrant land now lay barren and desolate. Centered around the spirit tree, all flora within 100 miles had perished, leaving the ground cracked and parched, as if all moisture had been drained. Furthermore, this area of death was expanding at an alarming rate. TCH, what a troublesome entity, number 17 frowned. He cared little for the fate of the Earthlings or the condition of the planet. However, if the entire world were to transform into a lifeless husk, there would certainly be no enjoyment left. They reveled in wreaking havoc in bustling cities, delighting in the screams of humanity as they fled in terror. If only ruins and silence remained, what fun would that be? Why not just blow it up? Number 17 said impatiently, energy gathering in his palm. Absolutely not. Yamcha immediately interjected, destroying it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Its root system has already penetrated deep into the core. Even if you obliterate the surface, it will continue to siphon the planet's vitality until it is utterly lifeless. Oh, then what do you propose? Number 18 inquired with keen interest, seemingly eager to see what this little mouse could conjure. Yamcha had already formulated a plan in his mind. He gazed at the colossal spirit tree, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. To others, it appeared to be the source of destruction. Yet, to him, a time traveler endowed with knowledge of the future, it was an invaluable treasure. To destroy it would be the height of folly, he pronounced with feigned profundity. The essence of this tree is to concentrate the life energy of a planet and bear fruit. If it can grow, there must be a way to reverse its growth. Reverse growth? Number 17 questioned, puzzled. Indeed, Yamcha affirmed, nodding as he began to unveil his grand scheme. I possess a method to reconstitute it into a seed. This seed would serve as a portable life energy capsule. Its value far exceeds that of a barren dead planet. He spoke no falsehood, merely concealing the most crucial aspect. He needed this seed to sow hope for his future. Number 18 narrowed her icy blue eyes, scrutinizing Yamcha. Sounds promising. But the question is, why should we trust you? You could seize this and turn it against us. Yet, Yamcha seemed to have anticipated this, meeting number 18's gaze with a calm demeanor. A hint of self-mockery dancing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. This candid admission startled both number 17 and number 18. They had not expected such openness from Yamcha. My goal has always been singular, to eliminate you and avenge my companions. Each word he uttered was laden with unwavering resolve. To that end, I must utilize every available resource to grow stronger. This seed is one of the best resources I can currently perceive. He paused, shifting his gaze to number 17 and number 18, a subtle provocation glimmering in his eyes. I have made my intentions quite clear. The choice is now in your hands. You can kill me now and figure out how to deal with this tree on your own. Or, you can watch this planet transform into a worthless mass of mud. He spread his hands. Alternatively, you could allow me to take care of it. This would merely save you some trouble, would it not? After all, in your eyes, even if I obtain the seed, I remain a mere ant that could be crushed at any moment, correct? His words struck at the core of the android's deep-seated arrogance. Indeed, what could a mere human achieve, even if granted the grandest opportunity? They were perfect creations, standing at the pinnacle of the world like gods. An ant, even if it stumbled upon a grain of rice, could hardly shake an elephant. Number 18 laughed once more, finding this little mouse more clever and amusing than she had imagined. He possessed not only an indomitable spirit, but also a keen understanding of his adversary's psychology. Very well. I shall grant you this seed. Her smile grew increasingly playful. I am curious to see how far you can grow with this morsel. Just don't disappoint me. However, she shifted her tone, pointing to the nearby spherical spacecraft belonging to Dales, which had survived the explosion. Do not think you can take the seed and flee. That ship and you are both under my watchful eye, should you attempt any tricks. Her unspoken threat was clear in her icy gaze. I understand, Yamcha nodded, a weight lifting from his chest. The plan had succeeded. Without further hesitation, he took a deep breath and gradually released his energy. Rather than resorting to violent destruction, he transformed his energy into its most gentle form, akin to countless fine tendrils cautiously penetrating the vast trunk of the spirit tree. He needed to locate the core, the central nerve that governed all growth and absorption. This required an extraordinary level of finesse and mastery over his energy. In the past, Yamcha would not have dared to entertain such a thought. Yet, after training on Kaioshin's planet and breaking through his genetic lock, his control had improved immensely. Time ticked away. Number 17 and number 18 floated silently in the void, observing Yamcha in deep concentration, seemingly engaged in something remarkable. At last, Yamcha abruptly opened his eyes. Found it. He clasped his hands together, and the nature of his energy instantaneously transformed. A wave of reverse instructions, originating from the spirit tree's life energy, but operating in stark contrast, surged forth. Through the network of energy he had previously established, it swiftly spread throughout the entire colossal tree. Buzz, the entire spirit tree, along with its vast root system deep in the earth, emitted a violent hum. Then, to the astonishment of number 17 and number 18, the immense tree began to wither at a visible pace, as if a reverse button had been pressed. Countless branches transformed into luminous points, the massive trunk continuously collapsing. The life energy it had siphoned off converged in a peculiar manner towards the crown of the tree, specifically the spot where Yamcha had previously plucked the fruit. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the entire colossal tree disintegrated into a cloud of ash, dissipating into the wind. At the center of this ash, a seed, no larger than a fist and radiating a vibrant green hue, as if sculpted from the purest jade, floated serenely, its interior aglow with brilliant, star-like points of light. Yamcha extended his hand, and the seed obediently settled into his palm. A surge of life energy, more potent and refined than the previous fruit, emanated from the seed, invigorating Yamcha's spirit. Chapter 49. Sowing the seeds of the future. Yamcha clutched the warm, jade-like seed tightly, feeling the overwhelming vitality pulsing through his palm. An indescribable exhilaration surged within him. This was not merely a seed, it was his capital against despair. It was a lifeline sewn into this desolate future. He lifted his gaze to number 18, who was scrutinizing him with her icy blue eyes, a smirk gracing her lips, as if to say, "You've obtained the item. Now let us see your performance." Yamcha offered no further words, merely nodding before turning toward Dales's spherical spacecraft. The vessel's exterior had suffered slight damage from the previous explosion, yet its structural integrity remained intact. Such standardized spacecraft were renowned for their durability. The hatch hissed open, and without hesitation, Yamcha stepped inside. The interior of the spacecraft was compact, imbued with a cold metallic ambience. The main control console was still illuminated, displaying the standard Frisia Force Universal script. Fortunately, during his time idling in the temple, Bulma had provided them with a primer on some universal languages and scripts. Regrettably, they had not recorded the coordinates of Namek. Seating himself at the controls, he swiftly operated the panel, activating the star map to filter out habitable planets, excluding those with intelligent civilizations. Soon, a green planet that was only a few hours' journey from Earth appeared on the screen. According to the detection data, that planet possesses an environment akin to Earth, teeming with primitive life, yet lacking the emergence of an intelligent civilization. This is it. Yamcha established the flight path, and the spacecraft shuddered slightly before ascending gracefully. It transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the atmosphere, vanishing into the vast cosmos. Gazing out from the spacecraft's window, the azure Earth gradually diminished in size within his view. Yamcha's emotions were unprecedentedly complex. He recalled his mentor, Kame Sennin, and Mr. Popo, wondering how they were faring. The memories of being toyed with and humiliated by number 18 resurfaced. Those feelings of humiliation seared into his very soul like a brand. Clenching his fists, Yamcha vowed, "Just you wait. One day, I shall return all that you have inflicted upon me, doubled. You will kneel before me, bow your head, and with your own lips, atone for the deaths of our fallen comrades." This overwhelming hatred fueled his resolve to advance. However, mere hatred was insufficient. Observing the stars racing backward outside, his mood gradually settled. This venture, though seemingly perilous, promised immense rewards. His strength had surged from 3 million to 4 million, and more importantly, he had acquired the seed of the spirit tree. This was akin to possessing an inexhaustible supply of super senzu beans. Once planted, when it matured, the fruits would elevate his power yet again. Even if it could not provide infinite enhancement, it would undoubtedly serve as a trump card to break the deadlock. No longer would he be relegated to passively enduring blows, relying solely on narrow escapes from death to grow stronger. He began to amass his own resources, a transition from a mere individual to a formidable lord. Hours passed swiftly during the journey, lost in contemplation. The spacecraft landed smoothly in a vast primordial jungle. As the hatch opened, a refreshing, moist air rich with the essence of life enveloped him, invigorating Yamcha, who had long dwelled in a desolate world. This place was akin to paradise. Towering trees, exotic flora, and various gentle creatures curiously regarded this iron contraption that had descended from the heavens. Without lingering to admire, Yamcha, with the seed in hand, ventured deep into the jungle, seeking a valley bathed in sunlight with the most fertile soil. He dug a deep hole, carefully placed the verdant seed inside, and covered it with earth. With hands clasped together, he bowed his head in prayer to the land. For Goku, Gohan, Trunks, for all who have perished, for that shattered world, may you grow strong. Having completed this, he felt a heavy burden lift from his heart. Without a hint of nostalgia, he promptly returned to the spacecraft and set a course back to Earth. On the journey home, Yamcha felt significantly lighter. He even found time to explore other functionalities of the spacecraft. Although modest, it was well equipped, featuring a small food synthesizer. He synthesized a steaming meat steak and devoured it ravenously. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he could enjoy a warm meal with such peace of mind. Just as the spacecraft was about to re-enter Earth's atmosphere, a frown suddenly creased Yamcha's brow. He sensed several familiar presences on Earth. One belonged to number 17, another to number 18. Yet beyond them, there was an overwhelming aura filled with malevolence, greed, and chaos. This presence, unfamiliar to him before, invoked a visceral sense of revulsion and danger. Moreover, this sinister energy was rapidly approaching number 17's location. "This is bad," A sinking feeling gripped Yamcha as he realized, it's Cell. During my absence, he has recovered. And he has located number 17. He immediately pushed the spacecraft's engine to its maximum capacity. The ship roared under the strain, transforming into a fireball as it hurtled toward the convergence of those two energies. He had to arrive. He could not allow Cell to absorb No. 17 at this critical moment. Chapter 50. The encounter of monsters after Yamcha departed from Earth. A somber atmosphere enveloped the ground. No. 18 sat languidly on a crumbling wall of debris, her long, slender legs swinging idly. Occasionally, she glanced skyward, seemingly calculating when the little mouse would return. Meanwhile, No. 17 grew increasingly impatient. TCH, so slow. With his hands in his pockets, he paced restlessly. Where could that creature named Cell be hiding? Waiting was the last thing they relished. Hey, number 18, I'm going out for a bit. Unable to bear the tedium any longer, number 17 declared. I'm going to find him. Suit yourself. Number 18 replied without looking up, her interest evidently lying not with Cell, but with the returning Yamcha. She was keen to see what expression he would wear upon his return. Would he obediently become her plaything, or would he foolishly resist? Either scenario seemed intriguing. Granted permission, No. 17 wasted no time, vanishing into the horizon. With no clear target, he relied solely on his instinct, akin to a beast, heading towards the cities that Yamcha had described, those drained of vitality. He flew swiftly, the ruins and wastelands below receding rapidly from view. Soon, he stumbled upon a new ghost town. This city was larger than any they had encountered previously, yet it lay in eerie silence. Empty cars were abandoned haphazardly on the streets, and shop windows displayed goods untouched. Yet, not a single living soul could be found within the city. The only evidence of the millions who once inhabited it lay in the scattered clothing strewn across the streets, houses, and offices, as if every person had vanished in an instant. What a disgusting method. Number 17 descended slowly into the city square, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes at the bizarre scene. Though he too was a killer, he preferred to savor the beauty of his prey's demise amid terror, rather than this silent eradication. Just then, he sensed something amiss. It was not a mere energy. It was a thick, nauseating presence. He abruptly turned his head toward the shadows of the square. Come out, insect. I can smell your stench. Number 17 said coldly. From the shadows emerged a figure, grotesquely formed as if a patchwork of various creatures. Its green skin was adorned with black spots, sporting an insect-like exoskeleton on its head, and a pair of folded wings on its back. Most striking was the long, thick tail resembling that of a scorpion, ending in a syringe-like absorber. It was Cell, in his first form, having traveled from the future. At last we meet, my brother, number 17. Cell croaked with a raspy laugh, his gaze filled with greed and desire, fixating intently on number 17. My creator, the great Dr. Gero, surely wishes to witness this moment. Brother? No. 17's face contorted in displeasure. Do not address me with such repulsive terms. You, a haphazardly stitched monster, are hardly worthy of being compared to us. Cell, unfazed, merely grinned wider. Soon, you shall understand. We are, after all, one and the same. Come forth, number 17, and become a part of me. Together, we shall attain true perfection. As the words left his lips, Sheru's form vanished from sight in an instant. His speed was astonishing, yet to number 17, it appeared almost laughably slow. Is this the extent of your speed? Number 17 could not be bothered to move. He merely raised a hand and struck the air with a casual punch. Bang! Sheru staggered into view, his abdomen struck by an invisible force, and he was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball, crashing violently into a distant building. Coughing, Sheru struggled to rise from the rubble, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was aware of number 17's formidable strength. However, having absorbed the life energies of countless humans, he had anticipated a qualitative leap in his own power. Even if he could not triumph, he believed he at least possessed the strength to contend. Yet that single punch had not even prompted number 17 to move. How could he be so powerful? Sheru was bewildered. Why was number 17 in this era so much stronger than the one from his own time? Too weak. No. 17 shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. I expected something remarkable, yet it turns out you are merely an insect. Losing interest, he raised a finger, gathering an energy blast. The game is over. However, just as he prepared to strike, Sheru unexpectedly took an action that caught him off guard. Sheru opened his mouth, and a blinding light erupted forth. Solar Fist. The intense radiance enveloped the entire city. What? Number 17 was taken by surprise, momentarily blinded by the brilliant flash. Now's my chance. Sheru seized this rare opportunity. Rather than attacking, he focused all his strength on his tail. Sheru's elongated tail struck like a venomous serpent. With a speed that surpassed his own limits, it lunged toward number 17, shrouded in the blinding light. He aimed to absorb him. Just one strike. If he could pierce number 17's body with his tail, everything would be over. Just as the syringe-like absorber was about to make contact with number 17, a thunderous boom echoed from above. A spherical spacecraft descended like a meteor, crashing violently between Sheru and number 17. The tremendous impact created a massive crater. The shockwave and dust forcefully repelled Sheru's anticipated strike. The hatch of the spacecraft burst open. Yamcha emerged from the haze, stepping forward. He glanced at number 17, still recovering from the blinding light, then turned to Sheru, who was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and felt a single thought. I made it just in time. Chapter 51. The most dismal spectators' seats as Yamcha leaped from the spacecraft. The entire scene fell into silence. The residual glow of Sheru's solar fist had yet to dissipate. Number 17 shielded his eyes, muttering curses, evidently still recovering from the brilliance. Meanwhile, Sheru stared at the unexpected arrival, perplexed. He recognized that face. It was Yamcha, the Earthling who had long been the weakest among the Z fighters and should have perished. Why was he here? Moreover, the aura he exuded upon exiting the spacecraft, while nowhere near number 17's, was still far more powerful than Sheru had anticipated. Yamcha? How can you still be alive? Sheru rasped, his voice laced with wariness. Yamcha ignored him, his focus entirely on number 18, who stood atop a tall building, arms crossed, looking down at the unfolding spectacle with a hint of displeasure at the disruption of her plans. Yamcha's spacecraft had not escaped her notice. She simply had not anticipated his dramatic entrance into the fray between number 17 and Sheru. You have returned at just the right moment, my little mouse. No. 18's voice seemed to resonate directly in Yamcha's ear, as if there were no distance between them. In the next moment, her figure appeared behind him. A soft yet irresistible hand rested on his shoulder. Yamcha's body tensed instantaneously. Look, your insect friend seems rather disobedient. Number 18's tone carried a chilling amusement, as she pulled him closer with a forceful tug, making him feel utterly powerless. Stand here and watch closely. Number 18 drew him to her side, almost enveloping him in her embrace. Her chin rested gently on his shoulder, her warm breath caressing his neck. This is a rare spectacle, a clash between monsters. The best seats in the house. Yamcha's body became rigid. He could distinctly sense the astonishing elasticity and softness emanating from the perfect form behind him. Her long arms encircled him, nearly binding him. A mixture of youthful fragrance and the faint scent of gunpowder invaded his nostrils. It was a torment both exquisite and maddening. His body reveled in the heavenly softness, while his soul writhed upon the infernal blades of agony. He longed to struggle. Yet reason warned him that any resistance would only invite a more brutal suppression. What is the matter? Do you not enjoy this position? No. 18 seemed to relish his rigid response. She pressed her body closer, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. Or do you find it quite pleasurable? Yamcha's teeth ground together in anxiety. He forced himself to turn his gaze toward the battlefield. At that moment, number 17 had recovered from the effects of the solar fist. Rubbing his eyes, his expression darkened ominously. Insect, you have thoroughly provoked my ire. Just a moment ago, I was nearly struck by that repugnant tail. Such humiliation. Furious. Seeing the ambush fail, and with the unexpected presence of Yamcha, Sheru began to contemplate retreat. He feigned a maneuver, attempting to flee. Think you can escape? No. 17's form suddenly blocked his path. A powerful punch imbued with rage struck Sheru squarely in the face. Bang! One side of Sheru's face instantly caved in, and he was sent flying once more. Yet an unusual scene unfolded. The caved-in portion of his cheek began to pulsate as if alive, gradually returning to its original state. Piccolo cells are truly convenient. Number 17 scoffed, intensifying his onslaught. Fist, knee strike, knife hand strike. Number 17's attacks resembled a torrential storm. Meanwhile, Sheru was akin to a small boat battered by the tempest, utterly defenseless. He could only rely on his remarkable regenerative abilities to barely maintain his form amidst the relentless blows. Yamcha, ensnared by number 18, was forced to witness the one-sided beating, his heart racing with anxiety. This is wrong. Number 17 is far too arrogant. He is completely disregarding Sheru's absorption capabilities. He is merely reveling in the pleasure of torment. Sheru is waiting for an opportunity. He seeks a moment to draw near and deliver a fatal strike with his tail. Yamcha's heart raced faster and faster. He could not allow Sheru to succeed. Absolutely not. Number 18 seemed to sense his tension, tightening her embrace around him. What's the matter, my little mouse? Her crimson lips almost brushed against Yamcha's earlobe. What are you so anxious about? Are you afraid your new ally will be killed? Are you still hoping that he can bring a surprise to Shichi? Yamcha clenched his fists tightly. This deranged woman, why doesn't she just die? He could not directly warn Shichi, as that would only heighten Shiba's suspicions. He must devise a way to disrupt Shalu's plans that appears to be unintentional. At that moment, Shalu, who had been kicked away by Shichi, suddenly flashed a cunning glint in his eyes. He seized an opportunity as Shichi pursued him, twisting his body midair. That lethal tail once again lunged at an extremely awkward angle, aiming for Shichi's lower back. The speed was astonishing, and the angle peculiar. Even Shichi could not evade it entirely. Now is the time. Yamcha's heart roared with fury. Be careful, he instinctively shouted. Simultaneously, his body, gripped by tension, surged forward. This seemingly trivial movement fortuitously collided with Shiba, who was embracing him. Shiba, engrossed in relishing the battle, deriving pleasure from tormenting Yamcha, never anticipated such a sudden action. Chapter 52, The Unexpected Interferer. Yamcha's mind went blank. Instinctively, upon witnessing Shalu's grotesque tail darting towards Shichi, he shouted out. He could not allow Shalu to succeed now. Once Shichi was absorbed, and Shalu evolved into his second form, everything would be over. At that point, revenge would be impossible. He and this world would be utterly crushed by that more formidable monster. Yet, his unintentional act triggered a chain reaction. The force with which he collided into Shiba was insignificant to her, like a mere mosquito bite. However, she was completely absorbed in the battle, relishing the sensation of holding Yamcha captive. This unexpected movement momentarily distracted her. Moreover, Yamcha's shout of caution resonated like thunder on the silent battlefield. Shichi's combat instincts were unparalleled. Though arrogant, he was no fool. The abrupt warning instantly made him aware of the danger lurking behind. In the blink of an eye, he barely had time to turn around, and his body reacted with utmost swiftness, shifting half a meter to the side. Swish! Shalu's deadly tail narrowly grazed Shichi's side, leaving merely a trivial scratch on his black combat suit. What? Shalu's eyes brimmed with utmost shock and fury. So close. Just a fraction of a second. He could have succeeded. All because of that damned earthling. Yamcha, that worthless fool who was obliterated by a vegetable man. Having failed his sneak attack, Shalu realized the peril and sought to retreat without a second thought. Yet, Shichi's fury had been ignited. He slowly turned around, his handsome face no longer shadowed. Instead, it bore the stillness that precedes a tempest. He did not look at Shalu but directed his icy gaze towards Yamcha, who was ensnared in Shiba's embrace. Are you reminding me? Shichi's tone was measured. Yet, Yamcha detected a chilling intent to kill emanating from him. In an instant, Yamcha's heart plummeted. What the hell is happening? I saved him, and now he wants to kill me? Do you think I need a worthless being like you to remind me? Shichi's glare resembled that directed at an insignificant insect. Are you insulting me? This fury eclipsed even the anger he felt when Shalu had attacked. For Shichi, being ambushed by Shalu was merely irksome. However, being cautioned by Yamcha, whom he regarded as an ant, was akin to a martial arts master being warned by a 3-year-old child that a beggar was about to strike him on the left cheek. It was an utter humiliation. Cold sweat drenched Yamcha's back. He could sense that Shichi truly harbored murderous intent. Shiba, who held him captive, also paused momentarily due to this unforeseen turn of events. She glanced down at the rigid Yamcha in her arms, then looked towards the enraged Shichi. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her ice-blue eyes. She loosened her embrace around Yamcha, but one hand remained on his shoulder, preventing his escape. Hey, Shichi. Shiba's voice was languid, yet carried an undeniable authority. He is my toy. You better not make any rash moves. Your toy? Shichi's brows knitted tighter. A meddlesome toy deserved to be dismantled. That won't do. Shiba's fingers gently tapped on Yamcha's shoulder, as if playing a cheerful melody. I am not done playing with him yet. Moreover, do you not find his earlier demeanor rather amusing? Amusing? Yamcha nearly cursed. How could this be amusing? I almost got killed by your brother's glare. Now, caught between two volatile murderers, he felt as though he were a leaf in a tempest, liable to be torn apart at any moment. Humph. Shichi snorted coldly, seemingly suppressing his murderous intent towards Yamcha and refocusing his gaze on Shalu. Very well, let me first deal with this disgusting insect before addressing your toy. Before his words faded, Shichi vanished once more. This time, his assault was devoid of playfulness and filled with sheer destructive intent. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying gusts of fists and energy blasts erupted throughout the ruins of the city. Under Shichi's torrential onslaught, Shalu could barely defend himself, relying solely on the perverse regenerative abilities of his Piccolo cells to repeatedly reconstruct his battered form. Truly unsightly. Shiba's voice whispered in Yamcha's ear. She pressed her body against him once more. This time, she did not embrace him, but instead rested her hands on his shoulders, her entire form draping over him, chin resting atop his head, gazing down at the distant battle. Look, your ally is on the verge of collapse. Her warm breath, mingled with the unique fragrance of a young woman, continuously stirred Yamcha's senses. He could feel the two captivatingly soft and resilient forms against his back. This is hell. Yamcha gritted his teeth, forcing himself to disregard the sensations behind him, focusing all his attention on the battlefield. He understood that Shiba was deliberately tormenting him, toying with him. The more he exhibited humiliation and rage, the more exhilarated she became. Calm down. Must remain composed. He fixated on the battlefield. Shichi was in a frenzy, mercilessly slaughtering. Though Shalu was in a pitiful state, those cunning eyes were still searching for opportunities. He was waiting. He was waiting for a chance to turn the tide. Yamcha's heart raced. He knew that Shalu's trump card, aside from the absorption via his tail, was at that very moment. Shalu, having been struck into the ground by a powerful punch from Shichi, suddenly burst forth from the deep pit. He did not attack, but instead clasped his hands in front of his chest, a massive and familiar energy coalescing instantly. Kamehameha. A dazzling blue energy beam shot towards Shichi. TCH, mere child's play. Shichi's face displayed disdain. With a single hand, an energy shield unfurled instantly, easily blocking the Kamehameha. However, Shalu's intention was never to attack. In the fleeting moment when number 17 was captivated by the Kamehameha, the figure of Sheru, like a phantom, materialized behind him. He was employing the same tactic again. That lethal tail once more lunged toward number 17's unguarded back. This is bad. Yamcha's heart seized with dread. He could only watch helplessly as the tail, which held the fate of the world, drew ever closer to number 17. However, just as Yamcha thought the outcome was sealed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A hand, as swift as lightning, reached out from a diagonal angle and seized Sheru's long, thick tail. It was number 18. Unbeknownst to Yamcha, she had left his side and appeared on the battlefield. I had mentioned before that number 18's ice blue eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. Grasping Sheru's tail as one might hold a dead serpent, she declared, "He is my brother. Only I can bully him." For the first time, fear flickered across Sheru's face. Meanwhile, with her other hand, number 18 gently caressed the tip of Sheru's tail, the syringe-like absorber. "Using such a disgusting device against my family. Do you wish to test death?" No sooner had she spoken than the hand gripping Sheru's tail exerted a tremendous force. Ag! Sheru let out a chilling scream as he was hurled into the air by number 18, crashing to the ground like a ragged sack. Boom! The earth cracked, and dust billowed into the sky. Yamcha, standing at a distance, was rendered speechless by this shocking scene. This script is not right. Chapter 53. You Are My Toy. The sight before Yamcha utterly shattered his understanding. He had envisioned countless scenarios, but never did he anticipate that it would be no 18 who intervened to thwart Sheru, and in such a dominating, overwhelming manner. Number 17 was also taken aback, gazing at his sister who stood before him. His expression somewhat complex. "Do I need your meddling?" he retorted, yet the murderous intent in his eyes quietly diminished. "Shut up," number 18 replied coldly, without turning her head. "I merely do not wish to see you sullied by this insect." After she spoke, her grip on Sheru's tail intensified, forcibly pulling him from where he was lodged in the ground. Then, as if discarding refuse, she flung him away, causing him to crash into a dilapidated building in the distance. Cough, cough, cough. Sheru struggled to rise from the rubble, his body covered in wounds. His once proud tail now twisted at a grotesque angle, clearly broken. He gazed at number 17 and number 18 in the near distance, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. Facing number 17 alone had already rendered him powerless. Now, with the addition of the equally formidable number 18, he felt utterly cornered. Flee. He must escape. This thought instantly consumed Sheru's mind. All right, the warm-up is over. Number 18 clapped her hands, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. She turned and walked back towards Yamcha, a playful smile gracing her lips. Now, it's our turn, my little mouse. Yamcha's heart raced. He felt as if it had lodged in his throat. Just as he had escaped one den of wolves, he had stumbled into the lair of tigers. No, these two were 1,000 times more terrifying than wolves or tigers. Hey, number 18, number 17's voice called from behind. Stop playing around. Let us deal with that insect first. He is becoming quite a nuisance. What is the rush? Number 18 approached Yamcha, gently lifting his chin with her index finger, forcing him to meet her gaze. Look, he is so scared he is nearly trembling. How adorable. Adorable, my ass. Yamcha raged internally, yet he dared not move a muscle. He could feel that although number 18's grip seemed gentle, it contained a terrifying power capable of crushing his jaw. I've made my decision. Number 18 observed the humiliation, anger, and forced composure in Yamcha's eyes, her smile widening. Number 17, let us join forces and tear that green-skinned insect apart, shall we? I can't wait to play even more interesting games with my little mouse. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's heart sank. It was over. If they teamed up, Sheru would undoubtedly perish. If Sheru died, I would be next. Join forces? Number 17 chuckled, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Does it take both of us to deal with that kind of trash? Number 18, you're overestimating him. His pride was his greatest weakness. I am more than enough. Number 17 shoved his hands back into his pockets, a look of disdain on his face. You just stand aside and watch. Don't hinder me. Is that so? No. 18 remained unperturbed, retracting her hand from Yamcha's chin. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him close in an extremely intimate manner. All right then, hurry up. I can't wait. As she spoke, her gaze shifted back to the distant Sheru. Sheru had overheard their conversation. He realized that this was his only opportunity. Taking advantage of number 17's arrogance, while they had yet to truly join forces. Run. In that fleeting moment of thought, Sheru's figure suddenly vanished from his position. Yet his escape route was not toward the distant horizon, but rather towards Yamcha. What? Yamcha's pupils dilated in shock. He felt a sudden rush of foul wind sweep over him. Sheru's target was none other than him. Too fast. So fast that even number 18, who held him, had no time to react. A large hand, covered in black spots and resembling an insect's claw, clutched Yamcha's throat, yanking him away from number 18's embrace. Cough. The sensation of suffocation engulfed him, and Yamcha's face turned a deep shade of purple. Let him go. For the first time, genuine fury flashed across number 18's face. She moved to charge forward. Don't come any closer. Sheru hissed. With his other hand, he pressed a blade-like grip against Yamcha's heart. Take one more step, and I will kill him. Number 18 halted mid-stride. She looked at Yamcha, now held hostage by Sheru, her ice blue eyes nearly boiling with rage. You seek death. Huh? Seek death? Sheru panted, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Indeed, I may be courting death. However, before I perish, I intend to take your little toy with me. He understood all too well that number 18 held an extraordinary attachment to this earthling. This was his only shield. Number 17 observed this dramatic scene from a distance, and rather than feeling tense, he crossed his arms and watched the unfolding spectacle. Huh, how amusing. He even chuckled aloud. Number 18. Your toy seems to be on the verge of being broken. Shut your mouth. Number 18 yelled at number 17. Then, her attention returned to Sheru, her voice icy enough to freeze the air. What do you want? Very simple. Sheru, holding Yamcha hostage, stepped backward. Let me go? Once I am safe, I will naturally release him. Do you think I would believe the words of an insect like you? Number 18 replied coldly. You have no choice. Sheru tightened his grip, and Yamcha's throat emitted a distressing crack. Or, you can just stand there and watch as I crush his throat, and then we'll die together here. He was wagering on how much number 18 cared for this toy. Yamcha felt his consciousness beginning to blur. He sensed Sheru's hand, like an iron vice, ready to crush his neck at any moment. Damn it, how did I become a hostage? This plot is utterly ridiculous. Should I use the Kaioken? On the 17th, standing by with keen interest, showed no intention of intervening. To him, The fate of Yamcha was utterly inconsequential. He even believed that if Shalu were to truly kill Yamcha, provoking 18th to unleash her wrath, the ensuing chaos might prove far more entertaining. The decision rested entirely upon 18th alone. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. 18th stared intently at Shalu, her chest heaving violently. She was weighing her options. Caught in a struggle, killing Shalu was a simple task, yet the price would be the loss of this intriguing toy that captivated her more with each passing moment. To release Shalu would spell endless trouble, yet she could always reclaim this toy. Yamcha's heart had already sunk into the icy depths of despair. It appeared that he would have to resort to Kaioken and utilize Taioken to escape. With the cruelty and arrogance of androids, how could they possibly compromise for the sake of a mere human? Yet, just as he was about to give up, 18th's voice resonated once more. In her tone, he detected a hint of reluctance and compromise he had never heard before. All right. This single word distinctly reached the ears of everyone present. Yamcha's eyes widened in shock. The smile on 17th's face froze in place. Shalu was ecstatic. He had gambled correctly. You can leave. 18th spat out these words through clenched teeth, her fists tightly balled. But remember this. Her gaze transcended Shalu, locking fiercely onto Yamcha's face. Your life belongs to me. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. I will personally sever your limbs, transforming you into a doll that belongs solely to me, forever unable to escape. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with an eerie possessiveness. Listening to her words, instead of fear, Yamcha felt an absurd sense of absurdity welling up within him. Damn it, am I being entangled by a Yandra? Chapter 54. A desperate escape. Shalu hesitated not for a moment. The instant he received 18th's permission, he seized Yamcha, his form transforming into a streak of green light. At the speed of his life, he soared toward the horizon. He dared not glance back, nor could he afford to pause even for an instant. He felt the two cold gazes behind him, like a malignant growth, sending shivers down his spine. Especially 18th's gaze, filled with cruelty and possessiveness, instilled terror in his heart. That woman is a lunatic. As he fled frantically, he cursed in his mind. He could not comprehend why 18th of this era would compromise for a mere earthling. In his original future, 17th and 18th were merciless demons, viewing human life as insignificant. How could such emotions of concern possibly exist? Was there a flaw in Dr. Jiro's programming? Yamcha found himself gripped by Shalu, being dragged along like a rag doll. The fierce winds generated by their high-speed flight stung his cheeks painfully. He had no time to ponder why 18th had let him go. All he knew was that he had temporarily escaped the clutches of those two insane siblings. Yet now, he had fallen into the control of another monster. Cough, cough, let me go. Yamcha managed to force out a few words from his throat. Shut up, Shalu growled, tightening his grip. If you utter another word, I will drain you dry. Yamcha instantly fell silent. A wise man does not court disaster. Confronting this startled creature head-on was decidedly unwise. On the ground, 17th watched as Shalu and Yamcha vanished into the distance. His expression shifted from initial astonishment to confusion and anger. He approached 18th, his brow furrowed. What on earth are you doing, 18th? He questioned. You let that insect go for the sake of a human? Do you realize that creature poses a significant threat to us? I know, 18th replied coldly. She gazed up at the sky, her icy blue eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. So what if I do? 18th abruptly turned her head, interrupting 17th's words. Her gaze was so sharp that it unnerved 17th. It's merely an insect. It cannot escape. 18th stated icily. However, that toy belongs to me. Only I can decide when it is played out and when it is discarded. No one else is allowed to touch it. 17th was taken aback by her demeanor. He had known 18th for many years, from their days as humans to their transformation into androids. He had never witnessed her exhibit such intense obsession over anything. It transcended mere interest. It was a pathological, frenzied possessiveness. You. 17th opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately he just let out a disgruntled huff. Suit yourself. Just remember, our game is to annihilate this tedious world, not to play some trivial charade. After saying that, he turned away from 18th, seemingly intent on venting his frustration in another direction. 18th did not respond. She simply stood silently, extending her right hand before her. That hand seemed to still bear the warmth and rigid touch of Yamcha's body from when she had embraced him moments ago. And his eyes, those eyes, filled with fear, humiliation, and resentment when facing her. Yet beneath it all, they concealed an unabashed, overwhelming hatred that longed to trample her underfoot. Huh. 18th's lips curled upward uncontrollably, releasing a low, chilling laugh. How utterly fascinating. My little mouse, do be careful not to be devoured by that insect. I am not yet done playing. Meanwhile, Shalu carried Yamcha, soaring over 1,000 kilometers in one breath. Only when he could no longer sense the suffocating pressure did he finally exhale in relief. He found a secluded, desolate valley and dove into it. Thud! He unceremoniously tossed Yamcha to the ground, while he gasped for air, the extreme flight having drained much of his strength. Cough, cough, cough. Yamcha landed hard against the rocky surface, feeling as though his entire body was about to fall apart. He clutched his painfully sore throat, coughing desperately, greedily inhaling fresh air. After resting for a moment, Shalu turned his gaze, filled with greed and malice, toward Yamcha. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, I have finally secured you. Shalu took deliberate steps toward Yamcha, his twisted tail thrashing anxiously behind him. Alarm bells rang in Yamcha's mind as he struggled to retreat. What do you want? Didn't we agree that once you were safe, you would let me go? Let you go? Shalu responded as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Naive earthling. Do you think I would honor an agreement with my food? You are of use to me. The murderous glint in Shalu's eyes was unmistakable. You shall become a part of my evolution. Your energy, though inferior to 17th and 18th, is sufficient to elevate my power to the next level. Once again, it was evident that reasoning with such a monster was utterly futile. Don't come any closer, Yamcha shouted, his bravado masking his fear. Struggle, whale. Your fears will only serve to make your energy all the more delectable. Shalu unleashed a piercing, maniacal laugh as he lunged ferociously at Yamcha. The nearly mended tail, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, aimed its syringe-like tip directly at Yamcha's heart, preparing to strike with lethal intent. The shadow of death enveloped Yamcha in an instant. He could distinctly perceive the glint of cold light flashing from the syringe and the nauseating stench emanating from Shalu. No, I cannot perish. I have clawed my way back from the grave. I have painstakingly cultivated my strength to this moment. I have yet to exact vengeance upon that woman. 18. I have yet to witness the dawn of hope in this desolate world. How could I possibly meet my end in such a wretched place? At the hands of such a grotesque creature. Ah! An unprecedented surge of fury and defiance erupted from the depths of Yamcha's soul like a volcano. To hell with patience. To hell with plans. I shall no longer feign restraint. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Yamcha's body instinctively reacted with primal ferocity. The blood within him ignited in a frenzy. Every cell in his being roared in defiance. The wild, crimson energy that he had forcefully suppressed within him could no longer be contained. Kaioken. Yamcha's eyes blazed a fiery red. Let me unleash it to its fullest extent. 20 times. Boom. A visible, tangible wave of crimson energy erupted from Yamcha like the explosion of a nuclear bomb. The terrifying shockwave hurled Shalu, who had lunged at him, violently aside. The entire valley trembled under the might of this explosive force. Rocks shattered, and the earth cracked. A battle power soaring to 80 million, filled with rage and a desire for destruction, ascended to the heavens. Chapter 55, The Unyielding Fury. 20 times Kaioken. What is this? Shalu, propelled through the air by the shockwave, performed a flip and landed securely against a distant cliff. His face was etched with shock as he gazed incredulously at the silhouette enveloped in crimson flames. He could not sense the energy, yet he could distinctly feel the force of its eruption. It was pure, brazen energy, brimming with wrath and a will to annihilate. Although he deemed the intensity of this energy trivial, the moment of its eruption sent a fleeting shiver through his being. Even as an ultimate life form composed of countless powerful cells, this Yamcha possesses such explosive power hidden within him. You dare to resist? Shalu's voice shifted from astonishment to a tone laced with cruel mockery. How fascinating, truly fascinating. I never expected my meal to exhibit such intriguing behavior before being consumed. Yamcha offered no reply. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. His battle-hardened body, forged through countless trials of life and death, finally learned to master the tempestuous energy of the 20 times Kaioken. Every cell rejoiced as blood surged rapidly through his veins, providing an endless supply of power. Yet, there was no hint of joy on his face. He understood the insurmountable chasm that lay between himself and Shalu. An 80 million battle power would likely not even qualify him to inflict injury upon his opponent. But he did not care. What he sought was not victory. Rather, he aimed to tear a piece of flesh from this monster. Shalu. Yamcha slowly lifted his head, his crimson eyes locking onto Shalu with unwavering intensity. His voice, laden with primal strength, became hoarse and deep, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Come, taste my nearly rotten teeth. Let's see if they are hard enough. No sooner had he spoken than Yamcha's figure vanished from sight. Bang! In the next instant, he appeared before Shalu, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in crimson flames straight to Shalu's face. Too fast. Shalu's pupils constricted slightly. This speed exceeded his expectations. He instinctively raised his arm to block. Thud! A thunderous sound, reminiscent of a colossal bell being struck, reverberated through the valley. Yamcha's fist landed solidly against Shalu's forearm. The force of the impact caused the cliff beneath Shalu to crack, sending him sliding backwards several meters. Oh! Shalu shook his slightly numb arm, a more excited smile spreading across his face. Not bad, not bad. This power is finally showing some promise. But mere strength alone cannot bring me down. Let us see how this fares. Yamcha roared in fury, his figure becoming a phantom as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Shalu. Wolf Fang fist, foot, knee strike, elbow smash. Bolstered by the 20 times Kaioken, Yamcha transformed into a bloodthirsty wolf. He abandoned all defense, wagering everything on offense. Countless shadows of red fists and legs descended upon Shalu from every direction. He targeted not the torso, but the eyes, throat, and joints, known theoretical weaknesses. Boom, 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 boom. The entire mountain trembled under the ferocity of their battle, crumbling around them. For the first time, Shalu felt challenged. Yamcha's strength might not match his own, but his combat skills had reached an astonishing level. Every move, every technique, was devilishly cunning and vicious, combined with the explosive speed from Kaioken, rendering Shalu forced into passive defense. Damned insect, your little tricks end here. Shalu finally lost his patience, seizing an opening. He unleashed a powerful aura that repelled Yamcha's attacks with sheer force. He then pointed a finger forward, unleashing a golden energy beam that shot toward Yamcha's heart with blinding speed. Yamcha's pupils dilated. In a moment of life and death, he twisted his body with great effort, narrowly evading this fatal strike. Yet, the energy beam still grazed his shoulder, tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh. The excruciating pain caused his movements to momentarily falter. Shalu had long awaited this opportunity. It's over. In an instant, Shalu appeared behind Yamcha, delivering a devastating chop to his neck. It's finished. A chill gripped Yamcha as hard as his body, racked with pain and inertia, could no longer respond. However, just as Shalu's hand was about to descend, a shimmering white energy sphere materialized before him, intercepting his lethal strike. Chi Ball. In the instant he charged, Yamcha had discreetly divided a portion of his energy, coalescing it into this controllable energy sphere. Boom. The Chi Ball exploded. Though its power was insufficient to harm Shalu, the explosion at such close range successfully pushed him back, granting Yamcha a precious moment to breathe. But this isn't over yet. Yamcha roared, raising both hands high, channeling more energy into the shattered core of the energy sphere. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 3 highly compressed chi balls surrounded Shalu in a triangular formation. Die! Yamcha clenched his fists tightly. The 3 chi balls launched simultaneously from different angles, hurtling toward the center where Shalu stood. Mere tricks. Shalu scoffed, bringing his hands together before his chest, preparing the Kamehameha. A robust blue beam of light erupted from his palm, instantly devouring the first energy ball that approached, and continuing unabated towards Yamcha himself. Yamcha's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly maneuvered the other 2 energy balls to collide with the Kamehameha wave, attempting to detonate it. The explosion was deafening. However, the power of Shalu's Kamehameha was overwhelming, and the shockwave brutally struck Yamcha. With a grunt, he was hit hard, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, and the crimson aura surrounding him fluctuated violently due to the blow, but quickly stabilized once more. Suspended in midair, he panted heavily, his vision blurred from blood loss. Yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. He understood that conventional methods were no longer effective. The game was over. Shalu emerged unscathed from the dust, stepping through the air. his gaze filled with a cat-and-mouse mockery and cruelty. I must admit, you are far more delectable than I imagined. Your struggles and your rage make your energy all the more tempting. Now, allow me to relish you. With a sudden acceleration, his sharp tail aimed once more at Yamcha's heart. Damn it, am I going to die here? Yamcha's heart was filled with reluctance. Yamcha? Remember that chi is merely one of the tools we martial artists use, not the entirety. The ultimate secret of our Kame Sennin style is not the energy wave, but the supreme unity of essence, chi, and spirit, unleashing a power that transcends limits. Your body, forged through relentless training, has become the perfect vessel. This move, Wan Guijing Tianzhong, is tailored specifically for you. A fierce light ignited in Yamcha's eyes. He relinquished all defenses and abandoned thoughts of escape. In the moment Shalu lunged towards him, he poured all the strength of his 20-fold Kaioken, along with his entire essence and spirit, into his right palm. His right hand emitted no light, appearing unremarkable. Yet, the space before it began to visibly warp. Open. Yamcha summoned his last ounce of strength. Confronting the oncoming Shalu, he slowly, yet resolutely, pushed forth the palm that encapsulated all his might. Wan Guijing Tianzhong. Chapter 56. The palm that distorts space-time seemed to slow at that moment. In Shalu's eyes, filled with madness and disbelief, Yamcha's seemingly ordinary palm magnified. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no world-destroying radiance, not even a whisper of wind. Yet, Shalu felt an unprecedented, primal fear stemming from the depths of life itself. He could see clearly that the space before Yamcha's palm rippled like water disturbed by a stone. Then, that space began to contort violently, folding like a twisted towel. What kind of technique is this? This is not an energy attack. This is a power of a higher order that he could not comprehend. Shalu wanted to flee, to escape, but his body was utterly unresponsive, forcing him to watch helplessly as the palm that distorted space struck his chest. No. Shalu let out a final, terrified, and unwilling scream. In the next moment, Yamcha's palm gently pressed against his rapidly expanding body. There was no explosion, no deafening crash, not even a collision. Yamcha's hand pierced through Shalu's chest and out his back as if it passed through an illusion. Following this, a bizarre scene unfolded. Centered around Yamcha's palm, Shalu's massive, grotesque body began to collapse inward. Like a punctured balloon, the terrifying energy that was about to explode, along with his flesh, bones, and shell, was compressed and concentrated towards that singular point by an invisible force. Space warped, light distorted, everything twisted. Shalu's screams abruptly ceased. In the span of a mere second, his body was compressed into a fist-sized, ominously glowing green orb. Then, that orb silently vanished into the warped space, leaving not a trace of dust behind, as if he had never existed in this world at all. With a sigh, Yamcha slowly retracted his hand, darkness enveloping him as he could no longer hold on. Boom. He crashed to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast human-shaped crater in the flattened mountains. Coughing, he lay in the pit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The frenzied power of the 20-fold Kaioken, combined with the explosive force of Wan Guijing Tianzhong, had completely drained him. His body felt like shattered porcelain, with not a single part intact. Muscles torn, bones shattered, and his internal organs felt displaced. He lacked even the strength to move a finger. The crimson aura of the Kaioken had long since vanished. Is this it? Am I to die here? Yamcha's consciousness began to fade. He recalled the moment he had crawled out of the grave upon his arrival. Was he destined to end his second life in such a wretched manner? No, I refuse to accept this. Master Kame Sennin is still waiting for my return. Mr. Popo is still watching over the temple. I have yet to make that scoundrel number 18 atone for the death of her comrades. And the seed of the spirit tree that I planted has yet to sprout. A fierce will to survive, like a glimmer of light in the darkness. Sustained Yamcha's fading consciousness. Chi. That's right, I still have chi. Master Kame Sennin taught me that after the body collapses, I can use chi to trigger cellular explosions for forced healing. With the last remnants of his mental strength, Yamcha struggled to mobilize the chi within him, which flowed like a gentle stream. This chi was not for battle. Instead, it acted like precise surgical blades, stimulating his dying cells, repairing torn muscle fibers, and nourishing his shattered internal organs. This was an excruciating process. Each circulation of chi felt like countless steel needles piercing through his body. Yet, Yamcha gritted his teeth, remaining silent. This pain was nothing compared to the humiliation of being trampled by number 18. Time passed, second by second. After an indeterminate duration, Yamcha finally regained a bit of strength. He struggled to rise from the pit. Glancing at the battlefield, he saw that the entire mountain range had vanished from the map, replaced by a bottomless crater over 10 kilometers in diameter. Was this the result of 80 million battle power, combined with the might of wailing Tianzhong? Yamcha's heart was filled with awe. This power was nearly equivalent to 500 or 600 million in explosive force. It was indeed a one-time use. He looked down at his hands. These hands had just personally erased a future ultimate boss capable of annihilating the world, despite the heavy toll it had taken on him. He could feel that his body was now at its weakest. Forget about androids. Even a moderately strong beast could take his life. He must find a place to hide as soon as possible. Yamcha, struggling to maintain his balance, dragged his heavy feet in a limping manner toward a direction away from the battlefield. He dared not fly. The energy within him was merely sufficient to sustain his basic bodily functions, utterly inadequate to support the use of his aerial techniques. Moreover, the recent battle had created an immense commotion. Who knows if it would attract the attention of those two lunatics, 17 and 18. He had to vanish immediately. Just as he was about to leave the ruins with his weary body, his steps abruptly halted. His pupils contracted sharply. He saw, not far from the edge of a massive pit, a mass of writhing green flesh slowly reassembling into a humanoid form. It was Xiaolu. How could he still be alive? A chill coursed through Yamcha, rising from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. How was this possible? He had witnessed Xiaolu being compressed into nothingness by his formidable wailing Tianzhong. Such power, capable of distorting space itself. How could he have survived? Soon, the mass of flesh reformed into the likeness of Xiaolu. However, at this moment, he appeared even more wretched. His body seemed to have shrunk, the once robust muscles now emaciated, radiating an aura of extreme weakness. He knelt on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes filled with the terror of having survived a catastrophe. That was close. That was close, Xiaolu murmured to himself, relieved that at the last moment, he had managed to separate his most vital core along with a small portion of cells. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. The word core sent turbulent waves through Yamcha's heart. He recalled that in the original story, Xiaolu survived precisely because the core in his head, which contained all his memories and personality, was not destroyed. Thus, even after self-detonation, he could be reborn and evolve into the stronger lightning Xiaolu, thanks to the characteristics of the Scion cells. This meant that his tremendous strike had merely obliterated Xiaolu's body, failing to harm his essential core. Damn it! Yamcha felt his hands and feet turn cold. At this moment, he was nothing more than a paper tiger, appearing fierce but lacking true strength. Forget about executing another wailing Tianzhong. He couldn't even muster the energy for the most basic Kamehameha. Meanwhile, although Xiaolu was also at his weakest, with just a bit of time and his monstrous recovery ability, he would soon regain his combat strength. At that point, it would be his own life at stake. What to do? What to do? Yamcha's mind raced frantically. Escape? Impossible. In his current condition, even walking was a challenge, let alone outrunning him. Begging for mercy? Even less likely. That fiend had just attempted to drain him completely. How could he possibly let him go now? Was he truly left with no other option but to await his demise? No, there must be another way. Yamcha's gaze fixated on the kneeling Xiaolu, who was still panting heavily. He noticed the fear and apprehension in Xiaolu's eyes when they turned toward him. He feared me. He was still intimidated by the power of my earlier strike. He did not know that I had exhausted all my strength. A bold, even reckless thought formed instantaneously in Yamcha's mind. Take a gamble. Bet that he is unaware of my true condition. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha forcefully suppressed the agony and weakness coursing through his body, straightening his back. He mimicked the aloof demeanor of 17 and 18, wearing a nonchalant and disdainful expression. Step by step, he approached Xiaolu. He moved slowly, each step feeling as if he were treading upon blades. Yet he had to proceed. He needed to convey an impression of indifference regarding the recent battle, instilling a sense of pressure in Xiaolu. Xiaolu noticed Yamcha approaching. Seeing his calm demeanor, a tightness gripped his heart. He appeared completely unscathed. How could this be? He had endured immense strain and unleashed a cataclysmic technique. How could he be entirely unharmed? Could it be that his physical resilience had surpassed that of a scion? Xiaolu was genuinely afraid. The experience of being crushed inch by inch in the distortion of space, nearly obliterating his very consciousness, had left an indelible psychological scar. He struggled to rise, but the weakness in his body caused him to collapse back to the ground. "Don't come any closer." Sha Lu's voice trembled with fear. Yamcha said nothing, merely continuing to advance, step by step. His heart raced, for he was betting that Sha Lu would not dare to strike. If Sha Lu attempted even a tentative attack, this paper tiger would instantly reveal its true form. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Yamcha finally stood before Sha Lu, looking down upon the monster kneeling in submission. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now?" Yamcha spoke in a tone that was exceedingly calm, yet filled with disdain. His voice, though weak and slightly hoarse, rang in Sha Lu's ears as a mockery from a stronger being to a weaker one. "Do you still wish to self-destruct?" The corners of Yamcha's mouth curled into a cold smile. "Shall I assist you with that?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. Sha Lu's pupils dilated to the size of pinpricks. That hand again. The terrifying palm that could distort space and obliterate all. "No, don't." Sha Lu was terrified, scrambling backward, his face a mask of sheer terror. "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." In this moment, this ultimate life form composed of countless powerful cells cast aside all dignity and pride, begging Yamcha for mercy like a dog wagging its tail. Success. A surge of euphoria coursed through Yamcha's heart. He had made the right bet. He had successfully intimidated this future major antagonist with nothing but a facade. Yet his expression remained one of indifference. "Spare you? Give me a reason not to kill you. We can cooperate." Sha Lu quickly responded, seizing the moment. "Cooperate?" Yamcha scoffed, as if he had heard something ludicrous. "Do I need to collaborate with someone like you? No. You need me. You absolutely need me." Sha Lu insisted fervently. "Our goals align. We both wish to eliminate 17 and 18, do we not? Alone, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot contend with both of them simultaneously. They possess infinite energy and can wear you down to nothing. But if we join forces, it will be a different story." Desperate to survive, Sha Lu began to sell his value. "I possess all of Dr. Gero's battle data. I know their weaknesses. I also have the combat techniques of Sun Wukong, Beiji Ta, and Pai Ku. I can help you distract one while you take on the other. Together, we can surely defeat them." Yamcha fell silent. He was not contemplating the offer, but rather recovering his strength. The energy within him was gradually mending his battered body. To Sha Lu, his silence seemed like serious consideration of the proposal. "How about it? Think it over." Sha Lu pressed on. "If you help me absorb 17 and 18, allowing me to become my complete form, I will immediately leave Earth. I promise. I will not harm anything on this planet ever again. My true aspiration is to venture into the cosmos in search of formidable adversaries, akin to Frisia and Sun Wukong. This insignificant Earth holds no significance in my eyes." The words of Sheru stirred something profound within Yamcha's heart. A plan swiftly took shape in his mind. A pretense of collaboration. To exploit Sheru in order to confront number 17 and number 18. Let these three monsters engage in a ferocious battle amongst themselves, while I seize this opportunity to remain in the shadows, amassing strength and seeking the ultimate chance for a decisive strike. This may well be the sole method to break free from this dire predicament. "Oh," Yamcha finally spoke, his voice still tinged with a feigned arrogance. "You wish to transform me into your perfect form? That sounds rather intriguing." However, he abruptly shifted his tone, a glint of icy light flickering in his eyes. "What reason do I have to trust you? If you achieve your perfect form, I would undoubtedly be your first target." "No, absolutely not." Shara hastily swore. "I can pledge on the name of Dr. Gero. Once I attain my perfect form, I will depart immediately. Our grudges will be erased." "Your oath is no different from empty words," Yamcha scoffed disdainfully. He recognized the necessity of establishing a safeguard for Sheru, one that would ensure his own peace of mind while maintaining control. "Unless..." Yamcha elongated his tone. "Unless what?" Sheru, like a man grasping at straws, inquired eagerly. "Unless you surrender your so-called core," Yamcha pointed to Sheru's head, "to me for safekeeping before you absorb them." "What?" Sheru's expression shifted dramatically. "Entrusting your core to me? That is inconceivable." He rejected the notion vehemently, his reaction as intense as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The core represented his ultimate lifeline, the very essence of his ability to regenerate indefinitely. Surrendering it would mean relinquishing his life entirely to Yamcha's control. Inconceivable? Yamucha's countenance hardened. Then there is nothing left to discuss. He slowly lifted his right hand, palm facing Sheru's head. That horrifying sensation of distorted space enveloped Sheru once more. It seems you prefer the taste of being ground to dust. No. Wait. The terror of death overwhelmed all else. Sheru shrieked in panic, his body trembling violently from fear. Let us speak rationally. Yamucha regarded him coldly, his silence punctuated by the raised hand that remained poised. The intangible pressure bore down on Sheru like a mountain, rendering him breathless. Sheru realized he had no choice. Either he would die now, or he would gamble that this mysterious and powerful earthling would honor his promise. With great difficulty, Sheru squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. I agree. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, the carapace on his forehead slowly splitting open. A crystal, no larger than a thumb and shimmering like a diamond, pulsating gently, emerged from the fissure. This was Sheru's core, the culmination of Dr. Gero's lifelong efforts, the ultimate product embodying biological and computer technology. The moment the core detached, Sheru's entire presence immediately waned, as if his very soul had been extracted. Now, he was merely a slightly stronger ordinary being, possessing regenerative capabilities akin to Piccolo's and the ability to manipulate ki. Yamucha extended his hand, drawing the core into his palm. Upon contact, it conveyed a chilling yet solid sensation, as if it contained some extraordinary rhythm within. Without hesitation, he stored it in a universal capsule. Once this was accomplished, he finally sighed in relief. The greatest threat had been neutralized. He gazed at Sheru, now sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. The icy mask he wore could finally be lifted. He sat down heavily, panting for breath as the excruciating pain surged through him once more like a tidal wave. You. Sheru observed Yamucha's frail demeanor and instantly comprehended everything. He had been deceived. This scoundrel was merely a facade of strength. He too was at the end of his rope. Oh, you despicable earthling. You have deceived me. Sheru bellowed in fury, struggling to charge at Yamucha in a desperate attempt to confront him. You would do well to refrain from any rash movements. Yamucha, still gasping for air, cast a cold glance at him, shaking the universal capsule in his hand. Your life rests in my hands now. A mere squeeze from me, and this capsule, along with the core within, shall be reduced to mere dust. Sheru's movements froze instantly. He regarded the universal capsule in Yamucha's grasp, his eyes ablaze with rage and resentment, but overshadowed by an overwhelming fear. He dared not gamble. He could not afford to lose. You. Sheru gritted his teeth. What do you intend to do? Quite simply, Yamucha leaned against a rock, striving to regain his strength. From this moment forth, you shall be my dog. You will do as I command. Do you understand? You shall never succeed. Sheru roared defiantly. Oh. Yamucha raised an eyebrow, feigning to crush the capsule. Understood. Sheru conceded instantly, his voice laced with humiliation. Excellent. Yamucha nodded in satisfaction. His next task was to extract all valuable intelligence from the mouth of this monster. Now, I will ask, and you shall answer, Yamucha stated coldly. The first question, when you absorb number 17 and number 18, is it truly to leave Earth? Yes, Sheru replied, albeit begrudgingly, yet truthfully. I do not believe you. Yamucha retorted. The power of your perfect form should far surpass that of the two of them. At that point, no one on Earth would be your match. Would you willingly depart from a planet right for your domination? I speak only the truth. Sheru defended himself urgently. My ultimate goal is to become the most powerful warrior in the universe. Earth is too small. There are no worthy opponents here. Dr. Gero implanted the Scion warrior gene in my DNA. What I crave is combat against true strength. Like Sun Wukong. At the mention of this name, a fervent light flickered in Sheru's eyes. Yamucha felt a stirring within. It appeared that, in this regard, Sheru had not lied. His obsession with defeating Sun Wukong was ingrained in his very genes. The second question, Yamucha continued. You mentioned earlier that absorbing either of them would suffice for your transformation to perfection? And no, not to perfection, Sheru corrected, but to a quasi-perfect form. Absorbing no. 17 will lead me to my second form. Only after absorbing number 18 will I achieve true perfection. However, by absorbing either one, I will acquire the eternal energy core within them. Eternal energy core? Yamucha feigned ignorance. Precisely. Sheru's tone grew animated. That is Dr. Gero's greatest invention. With it, I would possess infinite energy. No longer would I tire after a single battle. Sheru hesitated momentarily, as if weighing whether to disclose further information. And what else? Yamcha pressed. Furthermore, once I obtain an eternal energy core, my body will perfectly fuse with the Scion cells. At that point, even if I sustain severe injuries, as long as my core remains intact, I can regenerate indefinitely. Moreover, with each resurrection, my power will surpass its previous limits. This is the most formidable talent we Scions possess. Revival from the brink of death, with a surge in battle prowess. Upon hearing this, a tempest of realization surged within Yamcha. He finally understood. He finally comprehended why, in the original narrative, Shalu did not perish after self-detonation, but rather transcended his second form, evolving into the formidable lightning Shalu, even stronger than his complete form. This was because prior to his self-detonation, he had already absorbed number 17, acquiring an eternal energy core that activated the Scion cells within him. Thus, after the explosion, he triggered a resurrection glitch, resulting in a dramatic surge in power, culminating in his ultimate evolution. This implies that he had no need to absorb number 18. The presence of number 17 alone sufficed. Absorbing no. 18 was merely a means to achieve a state of perfection as delineated by Dr. Gero's programmed objectives. What a close call. Yamcha felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, relieved that he had just thwarted the absorption of number 17. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. A creature endowed with infinite energy and the potential for limitless upgrades was indeed the nightmare of all. Yamcha suppressed the shock within, maintaining an impassive expression. Now, for the final question, his gaze sharpened. Between number 17 and number 18, which of them possesses greater strength? This was his foremost concern. For knowing oneself and one's adversaries is the key to invincibility. Shalu appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Yamcha's inquiry. Reflecting on the recent battle, he spoke with trepidation. Number 17's power exceeds that of number 18, but that woman is far more terrifying. She is a madwoman. Chapter 59. The Secret of the Eternal Energy Core Madwoman? Yamcha echoed the term, involuntarily conjuring the image of number 18's exquisite visage, along with her ice-blue eyes filled with a morbid possessiveness. Indeed, to describe her as a madwoman was utterly fitting. Precisely, she is a madwoman. Shalu's tone was laden with afterthought. Her reasoning was utterly beyond conventional comprehension. The data in Dr. Gero's computer contained no information regarding her behavioral patterns. She resembled an unhinged program. In contrast, although number 17 was arrogant and ruthless, his actions remained within predictable bounds. His pursuit was purely the ecstasy of destruction and slaughter. By aligning with his temperament, one could even exploit his pride. However, I find number 18 entirely inscrutable. Shalu's analysis aligned with Yamcha's judgment. No. 17 was akin to a tiger whose attack routes could be anticipated, while number 18 was a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, forever unpredictable in her lethal strikes. What level of power do they truly possess? Yamcha posed the pivotal question, seeking an accurate figure to gauge the disparity between himself and them. Extremely formidable, outrageously so. Fear flickered across Shalu's countenance. In my original era, while number 17 and number 18 were indeed powerful, they did not reach such heights. In this era, they appear as though liberated from certain constraints. If I were to quantify their battle capabilities using the metrics of Frisia's army, Shalu pondered briefly before delivering a figure that caused Yamcha's heart to stall. That man, number 17, possesses a standard battle power of at least 700 million, while that woman, number 18, does not fall below 600 million. 700 million? 600 million? Yamcha found his breath becoming increasingly labored. What does this signify? The pinnacle battle power of Frisia in his final form on Mykuxing was merely 120 million. Yet these two androids casually surpassed Frisia by several multiples. How could one possibly contend with them? Even with his utmost efforts, utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, his battle power barely reached 80 million. Even accounting for the 3- or 4-fold surge from the Wangwujing Tianzhong, his limit would still hover around 300 to 400 million, less than half of theirs. Moreover, they possessed infinite energy. A profound sense of helplessness and despair enveloped Yamcha once more. He had initially believed that by breaking the genetic lock and mastering the Kaioken and Wangwujing Tianzhong, he had earned the right to contend with the androids. It now seemed he had been woefully naive. In the face of absolute power, any technique or strategy appeared utterly futile. What? Are you frightened? Shalu observed Yamcha's grim expression, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Now you understand why I said you needed my assistance, do you not? Silence, Yamcha coldly interrupted, forcing himself to regain composure. Despair would not resolve any issues. This was not the time for self-pity. Although the chasm between them was vast, it was not devoid of opportunity. First, he had secured Shalu, this unstable ally, along with his most vital core. Second, he had uncovered the secret of the eternal energy core, ensuring it must not fall into Shalu's hands. Lastly, and most crucially, the image of the verdant seed he had planted surfaced in Yamcha's mind, the spirit tree. That was his greatest trump card for a comeback. As long as the fruit of the spirit tree ripened, his power would soar once again. If one attempt failed, he would try twice. If twice failed, thrice. He refused to believe that he could not outmatch these two overpowered beings with enhancements. With this resolve, the clouds of despair lifted from Yamcha's heart. He raised his head once more, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. Well, I have gathered the intelligence. Yamcha rose, stretching his still aching body. Now, let us discuss our forthcoming strategy. Strategy? Shalu was taken aback. Indeed, Yamcha's eyes sparkled with wisdom and cunning, as he proposed a flawless plan to gradually whittle away at those two monstrosities. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away, amid the ruins of a city, No. 17 sat languidly on the rooftop of a building, observing his sister below, who was wreaking havoc, his brow furrowed. A golden energy wave erupted from number 18's hand, obliterating a relatively intact sports arena in an instant. Hey, number 18, have you wreaked enough havoc yet? Number 17 finally could no longer contain himself and yelled down. This marked her third city destruction. Since Shalu had absconded with Yamcha, number 18 had fallen into a frenzied state. She resembled a crazed lioness, rampaging through her territory in search of the thief who had pilfered her toy. Unable to locate him, she resorted to destruction, unleashing pure, violent devastation to vent her fury. Get lost, number 18 retorted, not even glancing back at number 17, her voice icy and tempestuous. Number 17's expression soured. What on earth has gotten into you? He flew to her side, bewildered. Is it worth it over a mere human? That insect has likely drained him dry by now. He hasn't no? 18 asserted with unwavering certainty. Oh, you are that certain? Number 17 raised an eyebrow. Number 18 turned her gaze, her ice blue eyes locking onto number 17. He is my toy. Until I tire of him, no one is allowed to damage him. Her expression was so earnest, so obsessive, that it sent an involuntary shiver down number 17's spine. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately chose silence. He realized he was increasingly unable to comprehend his sister. Ever since the arrival of that earthling named Yamcha, her behavior had spiraled into abnormality, her emotions now fluctuating violently. She would feel wrath, resentment, and tension. These emotions were not meant to exist within Dr. Guluo's program. Just as he contemplated this, 17 shook his head, finding the situation rather dull. I shall seek some other amusement, he declared, turning to leave this place of chaos. However, at that very moment, both he and 18 paused in unison, their gazes instinctively drawn toward the same direction. Within their electronic eyes, a crimson light, emblematic of a high-energy reaction, was hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. Oh, has a new toy come to us? A curious smile crept across 17's face. Yet, upon discerning the specific data of the light, 18 was rendered speechless, her entire demeanor shifting as an even fiercer rage erupted from within her. Yamcha. She clenched her teeth, uttering the name. You wretched rodent, have you finally emerged from your hole? Chapter 60, Go Absorb in the Universe. In the valley, Yamcha leaned against a large boulder, gasping for breath. Your plan is commendable, yet I cannot possibly contend with 17 right now. Let alone facing those two monsters together. Shalu gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. You need not worry about that. After catching his breath, Yamcha continued. Now, allow me to assign you your forthcoming task. Task? Shalu was taken aback. Indeed, Yamcha replied, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Do you not desire to grow stronger? Do you not wish to absorb 17 and 18, to become a complete entity? I shall illuminate your path. Shalu regarded him warily, unable to fathom the motives of this adversary who had just placed him in peril. How much energy do you think these remaining humans on Earth can provide you? Yamcha scoffed. Each one is as feeble as an ant. Even absorbing 1,000 of them, would that suffice for you? Shalu fell silent. What Yamcha said was the truth. His urgency to find 17 and 18 stemmed from the inefficacy of absorbing ordinary humans. However, the universe is different, Yamcha asserted. The universe is vast, teeming with powerful beings. Do you recall Frisia? He commanded a formidable army. Though Frisia is deceased, his remnants still linger throughout the cosmos. Any one of those individuals possesses energy far surpassing that of Earthlings. Would it not be far more efficient to absorb them rather than chasing after mere mortals here? Sha Lu's eyes instantly lit up. Indeed, how did I not think of that? He bore Frisia's cells within him, allowing him not only to survive in space, but also to sense the energy of those extraterrestrial beings. And do not forget, your genes still retain psion combativeness. Yamcha pressed on. Your ultimate goal is to challenge Sun Wukong, is it not? Given your current strength, even if you absorb 17 and 18, do you truly believe you can rival Sun Wukong? Remaining in this small pond of Earth, you shall never become a force to be reckoned with. Venture into the universe. There lies your true hunting ground. Seek out the remnants of Frisia's army and those formidable beings lurking in the cosmos, and transform them into your sustenance. Once you have grown sufficiently strong, return to confront 17 and 18. You shall have a greater chance of success. Every word from Yamcha struck a chord deep within Sha Lu's heart. To grow stronger, to battle the mighty. This is the very instinct ingrained in my genes. Yet, he hesitated, but my core is in your possession. Thus, this is both your mission and your oath of allegiance, Yamcha declared. You shall obediently toil for me in the universe. When you have become strong enough for me to believe you are worthy to contend with 17 and 18, I shall naturally return your core. Of course, you could also choose to perish right now. Yamcha waved the capsule in his hand. Sha Lu's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. He understood he had no choice. Yamcha had painted a tantalizing picture before him, one he could not refuse. Very well, I accept your terms. Sha Lu finally gritted his teeth and said, but you must promise me that once I am strong enough, you will return the core to me. I want a final confrontation with 17 and 18. That is only natural. Yamcha stood, brushing off the dust from his clothing. I have no interest in holding onto this trinket indefinitely. By the time you return, the opportunity may have passed. At this moment, your current state suggests you may not even be able to fly. Yamcha observed Sha Lu's weakened form, contemplating. He pulled out another flying capsule from his pocket and tossed it over. Use this. It will conserve your energy. Sha Lu accepted the capsule, casting a complex glance at Yamcha. This man was shrewd, ruthless, and certainly a formidable foe. Begone. And remember, do not cause chaos on Earth, or else. Yamcha made a gesture as if to crush something. Sha Lu ceased his speech and pressed the capsule. A small spacecraft materialized, and he struggled to climb inside, activating the vessel as it shot into the sky like a comet. Watching the ship vanish from sight, Yamcha finally exhaled, sinking back onto the ground. He had triumphed. He had successfully removed Sha Lu, the most significant unstable factor, from Earth, thereby securing precious time for both himself and this ravaged world. Next, he must confront the two even more troublesome individuals. Yamcha lifted his gaze toward the distant ruins of the city, obliterated by 18, his expression turning grave. He could sense the energies of 17 and 18 still lingering there, especially 18, whose violent and furious energy was palpable even from hundreds of kilometers away. Madwoman, Yamcha muttered under his breath. He understood that returning now would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. 18 would not easily forgive him. Yet, he had to go. He must proceed to complete the second step of his plan, luring these two harbingers of death off the planet. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha summoned the energy within him, slowly recovering, and forced himself to stand. He oriented himself, transforming his body into a fleeting shadow as he sped toward the desolate ruins, reeking of death and destruction. Chapter 61. Your toy has returned. The howling wind whipped through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. Yamcha hovered above the devastated city, surveying the desolate scene below, his heart growing cold. The stadium, the commercial avenues, the residential buildings, traces of human civilization had been utterly erased. Only twisted steel and shattered concrete remained. This was the game of the androids, a senseless destruction, paid for with life and city. His gaze soon fixed upon two figures at the heart of the ruins. 17 lounged nonchalantly atop a broken overpass, legs crossed, exuding an air of indifference. In contrast, 18 resembled an enraged lioness, her golden hair thrashing wildly in the wind. Her exquisite face marred by impatience and fury. Buzzing, Yamcha did not conceal his energy. He descended slowly, landing in an open space 100 meters away from the pair. Almost as soon as his feet touched the ground, two icy glares locked onto him. "Oh, who do we have here?" 17 whistled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Our little mouse dares to return?" 18 remained silent, but her icy blue eyes ignited with a fierce glare. A surge of anger, stronger than any prior outburst, erupted from her, igniting the very air around them. Yamcha. She almost squeezed that name from between her teeth, each syllable imbued with a chilling intent to kill. In the next instant, her figure vanished from sight. Yamcha's pupils constricted sharply. He barely had time to react before a slender, yet terrifyingly powerful hand seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. It was number 18. The sensation of suffocation enveloped him instantly, and Yamcha felt the bones in his neck creaking under unbearable pressure. He had no doubt that a mere flick of her wrist would snap his neck like a fragile twig. "You damned rat. You finally dare to emerge from your hole." Number 18's flawless face loomed before Yamcha, her ice blue eyes blazing with fury. "Run. Aren't you good at running?" Coughing violently, Yamcha's face turned crimson from lack of oxygen. He knew he could not afford to show weakness. Doing so would likely result in this capricious woman crushing him on the spot. He had to present enough value to temporarily suppress her murderous intent. Enduring the excruciating pain, he managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Mimicking the disdainful tone of numbers 17 and 18, he stammered, I came back to find you, didn't I? Find us." Number 18's fury seemed to intensify with those words. "Did you come back to die?" Her grip on Yamcha's throat tightened further. "Of course not." Yamcha struggled to clarify, feeling his consciousness begin to fade. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he declared, "I returned to share some good news." "Good news?" Number 17 approached with keen interest, observing the suspended Yamcha. "I am quite curious about what good news you could possibly bring." "The creature named Shalu," Yamcha gasped. "I have dealt with him." "What?" Both number 17 and number 18 froze in shock. Surprise flickered across number 17's face, while number 18's fiery anger dimmed slightly, replaced by scrutiny and skepticism. She released her grip on Yamcha's throat. Gasping for air, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently. Fresh air filled his lungs, imparting a sense of rebirth. "You say you dealt with him?" Number 18 gazed down at him, her voice icy. "You? Really?" Her tone dripped with disbelief and mockery. To her, Yamcha's survival at Shalu's hands was already a miracle, let alone any notion of countering him. "Of course, I did not do it alone," Yamcha panted, rapidly concocting a lie in his mind. "I was just fortunate enough to discover his weakness and deliver a fatal blow." "Weakness?" Number 17's interest piqued. "What weakness?" "Well," Yamcha teased, purposely withholding details, rising from the ground and dusting off his clothes, feigning an air of mystique. "This is crucial intelligence. I cannot divulge it for free." He needed to seize the initiative, refusing to be led by these two killers. Observing Yamcha's facade of calm, number 18 suddenly smiled, finding it amusing. "Interesting. You seem more intriguing than before." She reached out, tilting his chin to force him to meet her gaze. "However, you seem to have misunderstood something." Her voice was cold as she continued, "Your life is mine. Your information, naturally, belongs to me as well. I ask you answer. Should you dare utter a single negative word, or let me discover you lying?" Her finger glided lightly across Yamcha's neck, leaving a chilling sensation. "I will dismantle you into a pile of parts." Yamcha's heart sank to the depths. In the face of absolute power, any cleverness appeared utterly ludicrous. "Now, tell me how you dealt with that creature." Number 18's gaze bore into him, scrutinizing every minute expression on his face. "Also, I ask you, who permitted you to damage my toy?" Chapter 62. A chase that sweeps through the universe. Damage? Yamcha forced himself to maintain eye contact with number 18's icy blue gaze, his mind racing. "No, I did not damage him. On the contrary, he might be even more threatening now." "Oh." Number 18 raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. Number 17, arms crossed, appeared ready to watch the unfolding drama. Yamcha recognized that this was his only opportunity. He had to weave an enticing lie that could not be verified, diverting the attention of these two murderers. "He is not dead," Yamcha began slowly, "but he is no longer a significant threat, at least for now." "What do you mean?" Number 17 inquired. I destroyed his potential to become a perfect entity, Yamcha declared, delivering his pre-prepared line. A creature like him, composed of countless cells, has a core that can regenerate infinitely. Only after he absorbs both of you and achieves a perfected form will that core truly materialize. Until then, his regenerative capabilities are limited. He seized the opportunity to clarify that he had obliterated the crucial cells responsible for evolution within Shala's body. Yamcha's narrative was a blend of truth and fabrication. While Shala's core was indeed no longer within him, it resided in Yamcha's possession. He cleverly reframed the concept of the core being stolen as it being destroyed before formation. This explanation accounted for Shalu's retreat while concealing his greatest secret. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, seemingly assessing the veracity of Yamcha's claims. Their internal detectors could not analyze such biological information, relying solely on intuition for judgment. Even if what you say is true, number 18 remarked coldly, what of it? A broken toy holds no value for me. No, he is not broken. Yamcha quickly countered. As I mentioned, he has merely temporarily lost the potential for evolution. Yet, his essence remains unchanged. He possesses cells from Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and even Frieza. His combative nature and cunning are ingrained in his genes. After suffering such a significant setback, do you think he will simply let it go? Yamcha intensified his tone, fixing his gaze on them. He will undoubtedly seek every means to regain his strength in return for revenge. Revenge? Number 17 scoffed. With him? Does he truly think he can seek revenge against us? Certainly not now, Yamcha acknowledged. That is why he fled. He escaped from Earth. Escaped from Earth? Both number 17 and number 18 were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yamcha affirmed. He possesses Frieza's cells, allowing him to survive in space. There are no nutrients left on Earth to bolster his strength rapidly, so he has ventured into the cosmos. Although Frieza perished long ago, remnants of his army still linger throughout the universe. Those beings are far stronger than any Earthling. He will consume those extraterrestrial beings like locusts, continuously amassing power. Once he deems himself strong enough, he will return. By then, an entity that has absorbed countless cosmic warriors. How terrifying do you think Shalu will become? Yamcha's words finally etched a serious expression on the faces of numbers 17 and 18. They were androids, endowed with infinite energy, yet their power was not immutable. In truth, in this era, due to special interferences, the restrictions set by Dr. Gero had long been lifted. Their strength will gradually and slowly increase with the passage of battles and time. However, this growth is not without its limits. If Shalu can indeed devour endlessly and grow stronger, as Yamcha suggests, it poses a significant threat. A boss, number 17, stroking his chin, murmured to himself that this certainly seemed far more intriguing than engaging in the mundane destruction games on Earth. Number 18 remained silent. Yet her icy blue eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, an amalgamation of fury, dissatisfaction, and a hint of morbid excitement. Are you suggesting we venture into the cosmos to hunt him down and eliminate him? Number 18 inquired, gazing at Yamcha. Precisely. Yamcha rejoiced internally, realizing he had successfully baited them, intending to extinguish the threat in its infancy. Otherwise, should he truly become formidable, it would spell disaster for us all. Absurd. Number 17 suddenly chuckled. What gives you the right to presume we would heed your directives? And what makes you think our journey into space is to assist you with your troubles? That was not my intention, Yamcha swiftly retorted. I was merely stating a fact. Shala's target is you. He wishes to consume you to acquire the eternal energy core. Even if you choose not to pursue him, he will inevitably return after growing stronger. This is a conflict between you, is it not? As for me, Yamcha chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am merely an unfortunate soul caught in the crossfire of your monstrous battles. My only desire is to survive. This reasoning was both logical and shrewd, absolving him of ulterior motives while directing all focus squarely onto Shalu. Number 17 and number 18 fell silent once more. After a long pause, number 17 suddenly turned to number 18 and asked, Hey, what do you think? Number 18 did not respond to his inquiry, but instead turned her gaze sharply on Yamcha. You, little toy, truly know how to amuse me. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of her lips. A cosmic chase sounded exhilarating indeed. She suddenly reached out, pinching Yamcha's face again. But do not forget, you are still my toy. When I tire of this game, I shall return to seek out more entertaining pursuits. With that, She released him and soared into the sky. Hey, wait for me. Number 17 shrugged at Yamcha, displaying a look of self-preservation, and followed suit into the air. The two figures transformed into shooting stars, vanishing into the azure sky, heading towards the boundless depths of the universe. Watching their departing figures, Yamcha's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He had succeeded. He had successfully lured these three cataclysmic beings away from Earth. This battered planet had finally welcomed a moment of long-awaited peace. Chapter 63. Tranquility after the storm. On the ruins of the city, an eerie silence prevailed. Yamcha sat on the ground, gasping for breath as if trying to inhale every ounce of air from this second chance at life. The wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust that made him cough uncontrollably. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. Twisted rebar, shattered walls, charred ground. Everything silently narrated the violent destruction that had just transpired. But they were gone. Number 17, number 18, and Shalu. These three swords hanging over Earth's head had temporarily departed. An indescribable weariness and exhaustion washed over him like a tide. The nerves that had been taut for so long finally relaxed completely at that moment. He didn't even want to move a finger. He just wanted to lie there until the end of time. He had done it. As a traveler. As a character who had long since met his demise in the original narrative, he had, through his wit and courage, pried open a glimmer of hope in this desperate chess game. He had outsmarted Shalu and seized the core that allowed for his infinite regeneration. He had also deceived number 17 and number 18, diverting their attention from destroying Earth to hunting down Shalu. A monster hunt that spanned the cosmos had begun, and Earth, this fragile stage, could finally momentarily retreat from the spotlight to catch its breath. Yamcha couldn't help but laugh, though tears welled in the corners of his eyes. He thought of Trunks, the boy who bore the heavy burden of the future alone. If he were here to witness this, he would surely be delighted. He remembered Gohan, Piccolo, and all the Z warriors who had sacrificed themselves to protect this world. I did it. I have secured time for you. For this world, Yamcha murmured to himself. Yet, this was far from sufficient. He understood all too well that this was merely a stopgap. How powerful Shalu would become in the universe remained an unknown. The strength of number 17 and number 18 was also on the rise. When they settled their scores or grew weary of this game, they would eventually return. At that point, if he lacked sufficient strength, all he had accomplished would be in vain. The spirit tree, the image of the seed he had planted with his own hands, brimming with infinite hope, surfaced in Yamcha's mind. That was his true trump card. He must return swiftly to assess the growth of the spirit tree. Moreover, he needed to use this hard-won period of peace to grow stronger. With this thought, Yamcha reignited his fighting spirit. He leapt from the ground, feeling as though the fatigue in his body had lessened significantly. He oriented himself and flew at full speed towards the location of the temple of the gods. When Yamcha's figure appeared on the lookout, the turtle hermit, who was meditating, and Mr. Popo, who was watering the flowers, both paused in their actions. Yamcha, the turtle hermit, sprang to his feet, his face etched with shock and disbelief. You're still alive? Mr. Popo's eternally calm face also revealed a ripple of surprise. Master, Mr. Popo. I have returned. Yamcha landed, gazing at his long-lost kin. Warmth surged within him. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. The turtle hermit exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to clap Yamcha on the shoulder, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Thank goodness you're safe. We thought you had. I have a strong fate, Yamcha smiled, not wishing to cause his master any worry. He briefly recounted the harrowing battle, downplaying its severity. He merely mentioned how he had utilized information to sow discord, redirecting the androids and Shalu towards the cosmos. Of course, he withheld details regarding his acquisition of Shalu's core and the spirit tree. Even this abridged version left the turtle hermit and Mr. Popo wide-eyed with astonishment. You clever boy, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. The turtle hermit exclaimed after hearing the tale. In such dire circumstances, you still devised such a plan. You have indeed grown. Now, Earth is finally temporarily safe, Yamcha stated. Indeed, the tranquility after the storm is always particularly precious, the turtle hermit reflected. However, his brow soon furrowed again. But, ultimately, this is not a long-term solution. When they return. So I need to grow stronger, Yamcha interjected. His gaze turned resolute. I must gain enough power to surpass them all during this time. He turned to Mr. Popo and earnestly asked, Mr. Popo, aside from the room of spirit and time, Is there any other place in this temple that can be used for rapid power enhancement? He required a new training ground. Mr. Bobo gazed at Yamcha, his profound eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of the human heart. He remained silent for a considerable time, as if lost in contemplation. Just when Yamcha believed he would decline, Mr. Bobo slowly nodded. Yes. He turned and walked towards the interior of the temple. Follow me. Yamcha exchanged a glance with the turtle hermit and immediately followed suit. Mr. Bobo led them through familiar corridors, yet did not head towards the room of spirit and time. Instead, they arrived before an ancient and heavy stone door. The door was etched with numerous incomprehensible ancient runes. Mr. Bobo extended his hand, pressing against the stone door, and began to recite an obscure incantation. With a rumble, the door gradually opened, revealing a deep staircase leading underground. Where's this? The turtle hermit inquired with confusion. This is the House of Time, Mr. Bobo explained slowly. It was constructed by the first celestial god after creating the room of spirit and time, serving as another secluded chamber for training. Unlike the room of spirit and time, the flow of time here can be adjusted freely, but the environment is far more unstable. There was a hint of gravity in Mr. Bobo's tone as he recounted how warriors from the celestial temple had once entered to train, never to emerge again, utterly lost in the chaotic tides of time. I want to go in, Yamcha declared without hesitation. The turtle hermit opened his mouth, intending to dissuade him. But upon seeing the resolute look in Yamcha's eyes, he ultimately swallowed his words. He understood that his disciple's determination was unshakable. Mr. Bobo regarded Yamcha deeply and nodded. Since you have made your decision, then proceed. He led Yamcha down the staircase. At the bottom of the stairs lay an immense circular chamber. The walls of the space were adorned with a variety of clocks, sundials, hourglasses, and gear clocks, each moving at different speeds, some fast, others slow, producing a symphony of ticking sounds that intertwined in a bizarre melody. In this place, you can set your desired time, Mr. Bobo elucidated. However, the longer the duration, the more unstable the space becomes, increasing the burden on your mind. Yamcha gazed at the clocks, his heart ablaze with excitement. This was, without a doubt, a training ground tailor-made for him. I understand, he turned to Mr. Bobo and the turtle hermit, deeply bowing. Master, Mr. Bobo, wait for me to return. With that, he resolutely stepped into the strange and mysterious space formed by the multitude of clocks. A new phase of training had begun. Chapter 64, Piccolo's Ultimate Technique. The Special Beam Cannon. The moment Yamcha stepped into the House of Time, he felt as though he had passed through an invisible curtain of water. All external sounds vanished, replaced by the hypnotic ticking of countless clocks. The entire space was vast and silent, save for the various clocks on the walls, tirelessly ticking away. The flow of time was set to 1 day outside, equating to 1 year within. Following Mr. Bobo's teachings, Yamcha infused his energy into a core device at the center of the room. In an instant, all the clocks on the walls began to spin at an astonishing speed. He could feel the time in this space being forcibly accelerated. All right, 1 year to go. Yamcha took a deep breath and sat cross-legged. Instead of rushing into his training, he chose to calm his thoughts first. His current power level stood at 4 million under normal conditions. By activating the 20-fold Kaioken, he could reach 8 million. Coupled with the explosive force of the Universal Spirit Bomb, he could unleash nearly 300 million in attack damage at peak condition. While this figure sounded formidable, it paled in comparison to the 600 or 700 million of the android's typical battle power, not to mention their infinite energy. The Kaioken and Universal Spirit Bomb were both explosive techniques that placed immense strain on the body and could not be sustained for long. He needed more trump cards and a more diverse array of offensive strategies. Let us begin with you. Yamcha thought of his fallen comrades, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Chaozu. Each possessed their unique and formidable techniques. If he could assimilate their moves into his own repertoire, his combat system would undoubtedly become richer and more powerful. First up, it's you, Piccolo. A glint of determination sparkled in Yamcha's eyes. Special Beam Cannon. He vividly recalled the devastating power of this attack. In the original story, it was Piccolo's awe-inspiring Special Beam Cannon that ultimately turned the tide of battle against Raditz. Its terrifying penetration could even pierce through the bodies of Scions with far superior battle power. The only drawback was its lengthy charge time. However, for him, this might not be an issue. His energy was far more abundant than Piccolo's at that time. Moreover, his body, having undergone physical enhancement, could control energy in a manner far superior to that of Piccolo. Without further ado, Yamcha extended his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers towards the empty expanse ahead. He closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the scene he had witnessed on screen when Piccolo executed this technique. He concentrated all his energy, compressing it intensely at his fingertips. Then, he differentiated a portion of that energy, forming a spiral around the main energy beam to enhance its rotation and penetrating power. It sounded easy, but executing it was a Herculean task. A hum resonated as Yamcha attempted to condense his energy at his fingertips. A sphere of golden energy formed, yet it was incredibly unstable, resembling a flame that could extinguish at any moment. He tried to compress the energy further, but as soon as he exerted force, the energy sphere exploded with a loud bang. Have I failed? Yamcha remained undeterred. This was indeed a technique of A-rank difficulty. Success could not be expected immediately. He extended his fingers once more, starting afresh. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Time within the house of time seemed to lose all meaning. Yamcha immersed himself entirely in the study of the special beam cannon. His fingertips were battered and bloodied by the violent energy. Yet his energy swiftly mended the wounds. His mind, fatigued from intense concentration, nevertheless compelled him to rest only briefly before diving into the next attempt. He thought of Piccolo, the proud Namekian. To protect Gohan and Earth, he willingly sacrificed himself. The resolute and unwilling expression on his face during his final execution of the special beam cannon remained etched in Yamcha's memory. Is it about pouring all your beliefs into that strike? Yamcha seemed to grasp a glimmer of insight. The special beam cannon was not merely about compressing and rotating energy. It was also about the gathering of spirit. It embodied a pure will to pierce through all enemies before him, no matter the cost. He extended his fingers once more. This time, he did not merely summon the energy within his body. He channeled his fury towards the androids, his sorrow for his fallen comrades, his yearning to survive, and his determination to alter this bleak future. All his emotions and will converged at his fingertips. A resounding hum echoed as a dazzling golden light ignited at his fingertips. This light was more solid and radiant than any previous attempt. Following that, another, slightly weaker energy differentiated from his body, spiraling around the golden main energy beam, forming two perfect spirals. I did it. A surge of joy flooded Yamcha's heart. He sensed that the energy within his fingertips had reached a critical point. The terrifying penetrating power astonished even him. Special beam cannon. Yamcha abruptly opened his eyes, letting out a powerful roar. A slender yet destructive spiral beam erupted from his fingertips, its speed so swift that it left a lingering golden trail in the air. It did not produce a deafening explosion. Instead, it silently struck the distant, unyielding wall. A soft thud resonated as the wall, which could only bear a faint imprint from a blow of 20-fold Kaioken, was effortlessly pierced by this delicate beam, creating a seemingly bottomless hole. Yamcha stared at the small aperture, momentarily stunned. He slowly lowered his hand, examining the faint smoke still wafting from his fingertips, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. He had succeeded. He had not only mastered the Makwan Kasapo, but the entire process, from energy condensation to release, had taken less than 30 seconds. Excellent. Yamcha clenched his fists. With this technique, he had acquired a formidable trump card. Without pausing for rest, he immediately set his sights on the next target. Next up is you, Tenshinhan. He assumed a classic pose, with both hands forming a triangle before his forehead. Kikaho. Chapter 65. The ultimate evolution of the turtle hermit style. If the Makwan Kasapo represents the pinnacle of pinpoint attacks, then Tenshinhan's Kikaho embodies pure area destruction. This forbidden technique, originating from the Crane School and later refined by Tenshinhan, is renowned for its unparalleled might. It is not merely a Kiko wave. Rather, it converts the practitioner's own life energy into sheer destructive force. Its power far exceeds that of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, yet it places immense strain on the body. Yamcha's impression of this technique was rooted in the Cell games. At that time, Tenshinhan, fully aware of the vast power disparity, unhesitatingly unleashed successive Kikaho blasts to prevent the second form of Cell from absorbing Android 18. The echoes of his furious shouts of Kikaho, and the repeated impacts that sent Cell deep into the ground, along with Tenshinhan's resolute determination to hold him off at the cost of his own life, were deeply etched in Yamcha's memory. Transforming life energy into destructive force? Yamcha closed his eyes, meticulously contemplating the principles of Kikaho. His body, enhanced by genetic breakthroughs and physical modifications, possessed a life force that was incomparable to that of ordinary earthlings. Coupled with his extraordinary combat power of 4 million, he was confident that his Kikaho would achieve unprecedented levels of power. Furthermore, for him, consuming life energy was not irreversible. As long as it did not harm his essence, he could replenish and restore his energy at any time. The principles of the Crane School emphasized a brute force approach, unleashing energy in the most direct and forceful manner. In contrast, Tenshinhan's refinement introduced an element of control, enabling a more concentrated energy release that maximized destructive power. Yamcha's martial arts talent was exceptionally high. After grasping the A-rank difficulty Makwan Kasapo, transitioning to Kikaho felt like a natural progression. He quickly mastered its intricacies. Yamcha suddenly opened his eyes, bringing his hands together before his chest, aiming forward. Kikaho! With a thunderous shout, a massive, square energy blast, radiating white light, erupted from his palms. The entire House of Time shook violently. The ferocious energy collided with the distant wall, producing a deafening roar. Although the wall remained unbroken, it bore a significant and conspicuous dent. Yamcha surveyed the damage he had wrought, nodding in satisfaction. The power was formidable and the range ample. With the Makwan Kasapo, Kikaho, alongside my own Kaioken and Wan Guijing Tianzhong, Yamcha assessed his arsenal. Makwan Kasapo possesses the strongest single-point penetration, but requires approximately 10 seconds of charge time, making it suitable for ambushes or exploiting significant openings in the enemy's defense. Kikaho boasts strong area damage, can be used successively, ideal for clearing minions or exerting firepower suppression. Kaioken instantaneously enhances combat power, but places a heavy burden on the body, unsustainable over time. Wan Guijing Tianzhong, the ultimate secret of the Turtle School, capable of distorting space and unleashing tremendous power. However, it is also an explosive technique. After one use, the body falls into a brief paralysis. And energy consumption is exceedingly severe, essentially a one-time deal. Yet, it is still insufficient. Yamcha furrowed his brows. His current techniques either required charging or resulted in significant aftereffects. Against the likes of androids 17 and 18, who possessed limitless energy and could engage in high-intensity battles without fatigue, his trump cards would falter if the battle dragged out. He needed a technique that combined the explosive power of Wan Guijing Tianzhong without the lengthy aftereffects and massive consumption. One that could serve as a powerful and efficient regular attack. Could it be possible to merge these techniques? A bold idea emerged in Yamcha's mind. The principle of Wan Guijing Tianzhong lies in the unification of spirit, energy, and essence, releasing internal energy in a unique trajectory at speeds of 200 or even 300. The principle of Makwan Kasapo involves highly compressing energy and adding a spiraling force to achieve extreme penetration. The principle of Kikaho revolves around transforming life energy into destructive force, aiming for maximum area damage. These three techniques, seemingly disparate, fundamentally differ in their application of energy. If I base it on the energy trajectory of Wan Guijing Tianzhong, Yamcha's eyes began to shine brighter. At the moment of energy explosion, rather than allowing it to fully dissipate, he would employ the compression technique of Makwan Kasapo to bind this vast energy into a high-density energy sphere. Then, using the principles of Kikaho, he would launch this energy sphere in a palm strike at high speed. This concept became increasingly clear and refined. This would no longer be merely a Kiko wave, nor a simple martial technique. Instead, it would be a novel mode of attack that perfectly fused energy and body, merging explosion with control. It would wield the terrifying power of Wan Guijing Tianzhong, yet due to the high energy compression, the aftereffects would be drastically reduced. It would possess the penetration of Makwan Kasapo, yet with a broader range, making it harder to evade. It would carry the might of Kikaho, but the energy consumption could be controlled within acceptable limits. The essence of the Turtle School is Wan Guijing Tianzhong. The essence of Piccolo is Makwan Kasapo. Thus, what I, Yamcha, will create is a brand new essence that integrates the strengths of all. Yamcha extended his right hand, palm facing upwards, as a golden energy began to slowly coalesce and swirl in his palm. Let us call it Moguzhong. An unprecedented wave of ambition surged within Yamcha. He was no longer the side character trailing behind Goku, picking up scraps. From this day forth, he too would forge his own path. The ultimate evolution of the turtle school, belonging to him, Yamcha. Chapter 66. The birth of the new essence, Moguzhong. The idea was splendid, yet reality proved to be harsh. Creating an entirely new martial art essence is a daunting challenge, far exceeding the difficulty of mastering an existing technique by 1,000-fold. Yamcha soon encountered his first obstacle, energy conflict. The energy trajectory of Wan Guijing Tian Zhang emphasizes dispersion, instantaneously spreading energy throughout the body before converging in the palms to unleash a simultaneous explosion, aiming for maximum area damage and impact. The technique of the Ma Guanguang Sha Pao emphasizes the concept of convergence. It involves the relentless compression of energy, condensing it into a singular point, in pursuit of ultimate penetration. Fundamentally, these two approaches are contradictory. Yamcha attempted to forcibly compress the energy of the Wan Guijing Tianzhong halfway through its operation, employing the principles of the Ma Guanguang Sha Pao. The result was a cataclysmic explosion of energy within him. He coughed violently, spewing blood, and was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the wall. He felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, and his meridians were in utter chaos. Gasping, Yamcha managed to sit up with a bitter smile, immediately channeling his chi to mend his injuries. Fortunately, his body was no longer that of the past. Such internal damage would have incapacitated him for days or even weeks. Yet now, in mere minutes, he had returned to his former state. He realized he could not approach this matter with brute force. Sitting cross-legged, Yamcha began to reflect. The concepts of dispersion and convergence may seem at odds, yet they are not entirely incompatible, much like the Big Bang, which originated from a singularity and expanded into the cosmos. This process embodies a transition from convergence to dispersion. My approach should not involve forcibly melding these two elements, but rather discovering a balance, a vessel capable of harboring these two extreme energies. His gaze fell upon his own palm. The path of body refinement. The revolutionary teachings of the Kame Sinin resurfaced in his mind, transformed the flesh into the mightiest weapon. Indeed, my body is the finest vessel. Enlightenment washed over Yamcha. There is no need to seek balance at the level of chi. My focus should be on enhancing the vessel itself. I must ensure my palm, my arms, and my entire body can withstand the backlash from this energy conflict. With this clarity, Yamcha swiftly altered his strategy. No longer in a rush for results, he commenced a new, even more intense regimen of body refinement. He summoned the energy of the House of Time to create a tenfold gravity field around him. Then, he began the fundamental yet most effective exercise of push-ups, albeit performing them one-handed. Moreover, on the palm he pressed against the ground. A volatile, unstable manifestation of the Ma Gong palm energy coalesced, constantly clashing and erupting. With each push-up, the energy within his palm detonated. The ferocious energy shattered his hand, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Yet, the moment he completed the motion, he would utilize his chi to heal the wounds, only to proceed to the next repetition. What a frenzied and masochistic method of training. This was no longer mere practice. It was a brutal compulsion to acclimate his body to the tempestuous energy. Shatter, heal, shatter again, and heal once more. In this infinitely stretched expanse of time, Yamcha forgot fatigue and pain. His mind was consumed with a singular thought, to grow stronger. He recalled the icy gaze of No. 18 as she tightened her grip around his throat. He remembered the gluttonous visage of Sa Lu as he regarded him as prey. He thought of Trunks' defiant roar before his demise. Humiliation, rage, and sorrow, all negative emotions transformed into the driving force propelling him forward. Uncertain of how much time had passed, perhaps a month or possibly half a year, Yamcha's physique underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. His muscles became denser, brimming with explosive power. His bones, through countless cycles of fracturing and reshaping, grew harder than diamond. Most importantly, his palm could now fully withstand the backlash from the Ma Gong palm energy conflict. The once ferocious energy now swirled gently in his palm, as docile as a lamb, coalescing with grace. The moment had arrived. Yamcha slowly rose to his feet. He sensed an unprecedented surge of immense and pure power coursing through him. He raised his right hand, palm directed towards the wall before him, which had become a pock target. The energy trajectory of Wan Guijing Tianzhong initiated. The energy compression technique of Ma Guanguang Sha Pao was infused. The energy release method of the Qi Gong cannon prepared. Three distinctly different forces harmoniously melded within him. A new profound principle ignited within Yamcha's eyes, radiating brilliance. Magong Palm. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor cataclysmic brilliance. A solidified golden palm imprint, seemingly composed of pure energy crystal, shot forth from his palm in an instant. In the next moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the once impenetrable wall. These fissures rapidly spread like a spider's web. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the entire wall and the space behind it were obliterated in the wake of this palm strike. A colossal human-shaped void manifested in the wall, through which the chaotic and distorted currents of space-time could be glimpsed. Yamcha gazed upon his handiwork, exhaling a deep breath. He felt no fatigue. His internal chi had barely expended 20%. He sensed he could unleash another 4 or 5 strikes. Success! Yamcha clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. A genuine smile blossoming on his face. Number 17, number 18, Salu, await my return. When we meet again, you shall savor the taste of my Magong Palm. Chapter 67. The monster hunting grounds of the universe upon pushing open the heavy stone door of the House of Time and returning to the divine temple. Only 3 days had elapsed outside. The warm sunlight enveloped him, evoking a sense of having traversed through time. You emerged? The voice of the Kame Sennin reached him. As he and Mr. Popo engaged in a game of chess at the observation deck's edge, both men looked up simultaneously, their gazes locking onto Yamcha. The moment their eyes met him, these seasoned veterans involuntarily gasped in astonishment. The Yamcha before them seemed like an entirely different person from 3 days ago. His aura had become more restrained and profound, akin to an unfathomable ancient well. Yet beneath that tranquil exterior lay a terrifying power capable of unsettling the very fabric of reality. If the Yamcha of 3 days past was akin to a sword radiating brilliance, then now he was a divine weapon sheathed, waiting for the moment to unleash cataclysmic force. It appears you have reaped considerable rewards, the Kame Sennin remarked, his eyes filled with satisfaction and admiration. Indeed, I have achieved a small breakthrough, Yamcha humbly smiled. He offered no further explanation, merely greeting the two elders. Has Earth experienced any disturbances in my absence? He inquired. All remains calm, Mr. Popo replied, gently placing a piece on the board. The 2 androids have not reappeared. That's a relief, Yamcha exhaled, sensing that his plans had progressed smoothly. Number 17 and number 18 had been successfully lured deep into the cosmos by Salu, the mobile experience package. By the way, Master, I must take my leave for a moment. Yamcha suddenly recalled something. Where are you going? To check if the seeds I've sown have begun to sprout. With a mysterious smile, he did not wait for the Kame Sennin to inquire further. In an instant, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of golden light, disappearing into the horizon. On an unnamed, desolate planet devoid of any signs of life, Yamcha descended from the heavens. He made his way directly to the valley where the seed of the spirit tree had been planted. As soon as he touched down, an immense and pure surge of life energy enveloped him. In the center of the valley stood a small tree, approximately 10 meters tall, resplendent in vibrant green and radiating a soft, luminous glow, thriving robustly. Its trunk, though slender, was brimming with vitality. Each leaf seemed to be composed of the most pristine life energy, gently pulsating even in the absence of wind. Is it growing this quickly? A look of astonishment graced Yamcha's face. How much time has passed? This spirit tree has already reached a height of 10 meters. At this rate, it won't be long before it bears its first fruit. How splendid! A surge of warmth filled Yamcha's heart. The fruit of the spirit tree was his greatest trump card against the artificial beings. Consuming it would propel his strength to new heights. With the assurance that the spirit tree was flourishing, Yamcha felt at ease. He did not linger, soaring back to Earth once more. In the days that followed, Yamcha immersed himself in a disciplined and enriching training regimen. He dedicated a portion of each day to consolidating and refining his new magical techniques. The remaining time was spent under the tutelage of the turtle sage, engaging in various high-intensity body training exercises, relentlessly honing his physical form. Occasionally, he would depart from Earth to monitor the growth of the spirit tree, simultaneously sensing the locations of the 3 monsters in the universe. Time flew by in this tranquil training. Meanwhile, tens of millions of light years away from Earth, amidst a chaotic asteroid belt, an earth-shattering battle was unfolding. Boom, boom, boom. Gigantic asteroids, each several kilometers in diameter, erupted under the ferocious impact of energy, disintegrating into cosmic dust. A grotesque creature, covered in green spots, was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. It was none other than Sha Lu and number 18. At this moment, Sha Lu was no longer the pitiful figure easily crushed by number 18. During his months of wandering through the universe, he had devoured countless powerful beings from various planets. Remnants of the Frisia army, cosmic pirates, and an array of bizarre extraterrestrial masters had all become the nourishment for his ascent in strength. His combat power had already surpassed 500 million. Now, he and number 18 were locked in a fierce back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. Damn it! How has this insect become so strong? Number 18 exclaimed, kicking Sha Lu away, her heart a tumult of surprise and anger. She could sense that her own power had seen considerable improvement through their recent battles. Yet, compared to Sha Lu's rapid, experience-based growth, her progress felt painfully slow. Hee hee. Is that all you've got, number 18? Sha Lu steadied himself, emitting a smug chuckle. Soon, you and your brother will become part of my perfect form. Not a chance. Number 18 shouted in rage, charging forward once more. Not far away, on another asteroid, number 17 watched the battle with folded arms, his expression inscrutable, devoid of worry, and instead tinged with a hint of amusement. What an intriguing hunting ground, he mused. Sha Lu, Yamcha's era seems far more lively than we imagined. Just as the battle between Sha Lu and number 18 reached a fever pitch, an exceedingly strange and malevolent aura swept through the depths of the universe. This aura was entirely unlike any energy they had ever encountered. It was saturated with malice, chaos, and an indescribable, ancient, and powerful magic. In the midst of their fierce combat, Sha Lu, number 18, and the observing number 17 halted simultaneously. They all turned their gazes toward the source of that aura. What is this? A perplexed expression crossed number 18's face. Upon sensing the aura, Sha Lu felt as if a certain gene within him had been activated, igniting an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling compelled him to abandon his struggle with number 18, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the source of that aura. Chapter 68. The invitation from the demon realm. Sha Lu's speed reached its zenith. He became a green meteor, tracing a long arc through the dark cosmos. That strange and malevolent aura acted like a lighthouse in the night, guiding him onward. He had no knowledge of what it was, yet his cells clamored with an insatiable urge to draw nearer and uncover the truth. After a brief hesitation, no. 18 and number 17 followed suit, equally curious about this unprecedented surge of magic. They chased for what felt like an eternity, traversing countless star systems. Finally, the source of that aura came into view. It was an oddly shaped, spherical spaceship, pitch black with an exterior covered in peculiar spikes and runes, quietly hovering in orbit around a lifeless, dark red planet. Sha Lu came to a halt, concealing himself behind a massive asteroid, suppressing his energy. He sensed that the source of the evil aura resided within that ship, and it seemed there were not just one, but multiple life forms inside. He refrained from acting impulsively and patiently lay in wait. His instincts, enriched by the battle experiences of numerous powerful beings, told him that great secrets lay hidden within that vessel. Before long, number 18 and number 17 arrived as well. They too chose to conceal themselves, quietly observing from a distance. At that moment, the hatch of the spherical spaceship slowly opened. A diminutive creature with pale yellow skin, an unsightly appearance, and clad in an odd mage robe emerged. It hovered at the entrance, clutching a transparent crystal ball. Depula, how goes the situation on the demon realm? The small creature inquired, its voice sharp and grating. The crystal ball shimmered, revealing the image of another being. This one was tall, robust, with pink skin, sharp eyes, and in appearance strikingly handsome, yet exuding an aura of extreme malevolence, marked by a prominent letterm on his forehead. All preparations are complete, Lord Babidi. The man within the crystal ball replied respectfully. The army of the demon realm is assembled and ready to descend upon Earth at your command. Excellent. The creature known as Babidi nodded with satisfaction. However, there is no rush. Before we go to Earth to resurrect the powerful creature created by my father, Majin Bu, I must first make a trip to the demon realm to personally bring you aboard. Yes, Lord Babidi. I await your arrival. The image in the crystal ball vanished. Babidi stowed the crystal ball away, a sinister and fervent smile spreading across his face. Hee hee, Wait for me, Earth. Wait for me, Kaishin. The pain you inflicted upon my father will soon be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The entire universe will tremble beneath the feet of Majin Buu. Babidi mutterings, though echoing through the silence of the cosmos, were distinctly heard by the lurking Sha Lu. Vacuum transmission, sorcerer. Demon realm, Majin Buu, Kaishin. A barrage of unfamiliar terms bombarded Sha Lu's mind. Yet, he keenly grasped a few critical pieces of information. The individual known as Babidi appears to wield a power referred to as magic. He intends to venture to Earth to resurrect a formidable entity known as Morin Bu. He possesses a remarkably powerful subordinate from the demon realm. A bold plan instantaneously formed in Sha Lu's mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This Babidi seeks to create disturbances on Earth, which happens to be the territory of Yamcha, as well as the androids number 17 and number 18. If an alliance can be forged with him, and furthermore, Sha Lu found himself intrigued by this so-called magic. If he could absorb this power for his own use, he would not hesitate. With that thought, Sha Lu unleashed his immense and malevolent energy. The overwhelming aura erupted like a bomb in the stillness of the cosmos. Who goes there? Babidi, who was preparing to return to his spaceship, was startled by the sudden surge of energy. He swiftly turned to the source of the aura, where he beheld a grotesque, green-hued humanoid figure emerging from behind a meteorite. Such potent energy. The device resembling a power-level detector that Babidi wore on his ear emitted a piercing alarm. The displayed reading sent a shiver down his spine. Who are you? Babidi demanded, trying to maintain his composure. A person who can assist you in achieving your goals more swiftly, Sha Lu replied, hovering before Babidi with an imposing presence. Assist me? Babidi faltered momentarily before scoffing. Do I truly require the help of someone of your dubious origins? Indeed, you do, Sha Lu retorted, a confident smirk gracing his lips. For the place you intend to visit, I am far more familiar with it than you are. I hail from Earth. What? Babidi's expression shifted dramatically. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Sha Lu, filled with shock and skepticism. You claim to be from Earth? Indeed, Sha Lu descended slowly to stand before Babidi. I overheard your plans. You aim to resurrect Morin Bu, correct? I can assist you in eliminating all obstacles on Earth. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Sha Lu's eyes. For there were several individuals on that planet he yearned to eliminate personally. From a distance, number 17 and number 18 observed the entire exchange. Morin Bu? Babidi? No. 17 furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of these characters. Uncertain, number 18 responded, her expression grave, but it seems they may be even more troublesome than Sha Lu. How amusing that this insect wishes to ally with them, number 17 remarked with a hint of disdain. Humph, number 18 snorted. Regardless of their schemes, if they dare to disrupt Earth, they shall be exterminated. Her tone was cold and calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Chapter 69, A New Ally. The sorcerer Babidi assist me in clearing obstacles? Babidi circled around Sha Lu, his small eyes glimmering with shrewdness and calculation. He scrutinized this formidable being that claimed to be from Earth, seemingly evaluating his worth. Are there still entities on Earth that can be deemed obstacles? Babidi's tone carried a hint of disdain. To my knowledge, aside from the ailing Kaishin, the so-called experts on Earth have long since perished. It seems your intelligence is outdated. Sha Lu coldly replied. The current Earth poses far greater dangers than you can imagine. Oh, Babidi's interest was piqued. Do enlighten me. There are currently 2 monsters on Earth whose power rivals mine, Sha Lu stated, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. They are androids, possessing boundless energy and are exceedingly difficult to deal with. He gestured to the unhealed scars adorning his body. These are the result of their handiwork. Babidi observed the wounds on Sha Lu with a contemplative gaze. He sensed that Sha Lu's energy was at an extraordinarily terrifying level. The notion that there were monsters capable of inflicting such injuries while possessing unlimited energy indeed presented a significant challenge. And there is more, Sha Lu continued. In addition to those 2 androids, there exists an even more fearsome individual on Earth. Upon mentioning Yamcha, a hint of fear and resentment crept into Sha Lu's voice. This individual is a human, yet he surpasses any scion I have encountered in strength and cunning. It was he who deceived me and took my core. What? Babidi was genuinely shocked. A human? How is that possible? There is nothing impossible, Sha Lu gritted his teeth. That individual is a complete monster. A devil masquerading in human skin. Babidi fell silent, as Sha Lu's words completely upended his perception of Earth. Androids. Powerful Earthlings. This resurrection plan for Morinbu would not unfold as smoothly as he had anticipated. Now, do you still believe you do not need my assistance? Shala queried, regarding Babidi intently. We can collaborate, Shala pressed. Our objectives align. You wish to resurrect Morinbu and conquer the universe, while I merely seek to eliminate those few individuals. Reclaim my core and become the perfect life form. I can serve as your vanguard, clearing all troubles on Earth, and in return, you shall use your magic to aid me. Shala's eyes gleamed with a greedy light. Help me grow stronger. Babidi regarded Shalu, and then suddenly burst into a sharp, sinister laugh. How intriguing. Truly intriguing. He extended his diminutive finger toward Shalu. You are powerful, and your heart is brimming with a thirst for strength and a hatred for foes. This is precisely the source of energy I adore. Excellent. I agree to collaborate with you. An evil glimmer sparkled in Babidi's eyes. However, to demonstrate our sincerity, you must first undergo a small ritual. As he spoke, he began to chant an obscure incantation. A surge of black, magical energy erupted from his hand, enveloping Shalu in an instant. Shalu was taken aback, and as he attempted to resist, he discovered that his body had become immobile. It felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his brain with great force. A powerful will was forcibly invading his thoughts. Is this mental control? Futile. Surrender your resistance. Babidi cackled. Before my magic, any powerful warrior is but a marionette at my command. Become my servant. Babidi shall grant you even greater power. Babidi attempted to control Shalu as he had done with Dubra and other warriors of the demon realm, yet he miscalculated. Shalu was no ordinary warrior. Within him flowed the proud blood of the scion Prince Vegeta. You wretched scum. Shalu's body trembled violently, his eyes turning a deep crimson. You think to control me? Begone. A thunderous roar erupted from Shalu's lips. An energy more massive and ferocious than ever before exploded from within him. The black magical energy was shattered by Shalu's might. Babidi was struck as if by a heavy blow, spewing forth a mouthful of purple blood, and was sent hurtling against the wall of the spaceship. No, it cannot be. Babidi clutched his chest, his face etched with disbelief. You actually managed to break free from my control. With your meager abilities, you dare think you can dominate me? Slowly, Sheru advanced towards Babidi, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. It seems our partnership requires a revision. What do you intend to do? Babidi exclaimed, his soul nearly fleeing in terror. Quite simply, Sheru replied as he stepped before Babidi, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. From this moment forth, you will obey my commands. Babidi struggled desperately in Sheru's grip, but it was futile. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to sample the taste of a wizard's blood before we reach the earth. The chilling tone of Sheru's voice extinguished any hope of resistance within Babidi. All right, I will listen to you, Babidi managed to say through labored breaths. Excellent, Sheru said, releasing his hold and discarding Babidi to the ground like refuse. He had successfully reversed their positions, firmly securing the reins of this alliance in his grasp. Now, follow my instructions. Immediately summon your subordinate, the one named Depura, and we shall return to Earth. His gaze penetrated the infinite void, seemingly envisioning that azure planet and the man who had subjected him to profound humiliation. Yamcha, wait for me. This time, I will afford you no opportunities. Chapter 70. The Terror of the Demon King, a Temporary Alliance. In the depths of the cosmos, Babidi's spaceship floated silently in the frigid void. Within, the atmosphere was more suffocating than the absolute zero outside. Sheru, the perfect being forged from the genes of the universe's mightiest warriors, now gazed down upon the incapacitated wizard Babidi with an unassailable demeanor. Now, heed my words. Sheru's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Do as I say. Open the portal to the demon realm and summon your most formidable subordinate, the Demon King Depura. Babidi trembled, recognizing the deathly threat in Sheru's tone. The terror of this green monster surpassed his wildest imaginings. He had believed himself to be the puppeteer, only to find his own throat ensnared instead. Why do you wish to meet Depura? Babidi stammered, unable to fathom why this creature, already so powerful, sought even greater strength. I require pawns, and you are far too weak, Sheru scoffed without pretense. A demon king who can be controlled by you must possess considerable power. Just right for me to use as cannon fodder against those few beings. The few beings he referred to were, of course, Yamcha and the android siblings. Babidi was consumed with humiliation and rage. Yet the circumstances were beyond his control, and he dared not resist. Struggling to rise from the ground, he began to chant a more ancient and sinister incantation. As you command, great Lord Sheru. As the spell progressed, a dark magical circle slowly materialized on the floor of the ship, emanating a palpable aura of malevolence. The space began to warp, and a bottomless black vortex formed at the circle's center, seemingly linking to another world. He, can you feel it? This is the essence of the demon realm. Depura will soon descend. Babidi cackled, attempting to reclaim a semblance of his diminished dignity. However, just as the portal was on the verge of full manifestation, an indescribable, colossal wave of sinister energy surged forth from the vortex's depths. This energy was steeped in pure malice and destruction. Its intensity caused the countenance of every individual present to shift dramatically. What is this? The confidence and sense of control that had adorned Sheru's face vanished in an instant, replaced by unprecedented horror. A number that made his very soul tremble materialized in his mind. 5 billion. 5 billion battle power. How could this be possible? Even after countless battles and absorptions, Sheru's own power had barely crossed into the hundreds of millions, still far from a billion. Yet this so-called demon king Depura boasted over 10 times his strength. This was no mere pawn. This was a true demon king capable of obliterating him in an instant. Babidi had deceived him. Depura's might far exceeded any of his claims. Simultaneously, aboard another distant ship, the ever-watchful androids 17 and 18 also reacted. Warning, detected ultra-high energy response. Energy levels cannot be estimated. They exceed database limits. The data streams in 17's electronic eye flickered wildly, pinpointing the energy source at Babidi's vessel, rapidly approaching. Exceeding limits? 18's usually playful visage turned grave for the first time. Are you saying it's stronger than us? Not just slightly stronger, 17 replied, his voice grave. Based on the energy responses scale, their strength may be tenfold, or even more. Tenfold. 18 gasped. Both she and 17 had reached a terrifying battle power of around 600 million. What did it mean to face an opponent 10 times stronger? Fascinating. Such creatures exist in the universe, 17 remarked, a dangerous glint in his eyes, as if the game was about to become far more intriguing. But 18 could not share in this sentiment. She understood that an adversary of this caliber was no mere game. Should they descend, they would face an unprecedented crisis. We must stop him, 18 promptly concluded. Almost telepathically, Sheru and the android siblings, each in their respective locations, made the same decision in that moment. Damn it, Sheru roared, swiftly turning to face the forming portal to the demon realm, raising his hand to unleash his most potent energy blast. Boom. Simultaneously, from a distance, androids 18 and 17 also struck. Two equally formidable beams of energy sliced through the dark cosmos, precisely targeting Babidi's spaceship. 3 terrifying energies collided with the still unstable spatial portal in unison. Babidi, in the midst of his spellcasting, let out a wretched scream as the sudden energy shockwave sent him flying. The magical circle became exceedingly unstable, the profound black vortex twisting and flickering, on the verge of collapse. Seal it. Immediately, seal this portal. Sheru appeared before Babidi in a flash, seizing him from the ground. With a fierce snarl, he commanded, otherwise. I assure you a fate worse than death before that monster emerges. Babidi was paralyzed with fear, sensing Depura's wrath on the other side of the portal due to its instability. Meanwhile, Sheru's murderous intent was palpable. He dared not hesitate any longer. Hastily forming seals with his hands, channeling all his magic, he directed it towards the impending collapse of the portal, reciting a sealing spell. In the name of Babidi, I hereby temporarily seal the time-space gate. A golden chain shot forth from his hands, coiling tightly around the black vortex, swiftly constricting it. The vortex struggled violently, gradually shrinking until, with a final, reluctant howl, it vanished entirely. Calm returned to the ship, yet the hearts of all remained restless. How long can the seal hold? Sheru coldly inquired as he released Babidi. With my current magical power, I can only maintain it for a maximum of 3 months. Babidi gasped, sprawled on the ground, his face reflecting utter exhaustion. After 3 months, the seal will automatically be lifted, and Depura will descend once more. 3 months. The expression in Shalu's eyes darkened significantly. For an ordinary person, 3 months may seem lengthy, yet for him, it is a span that evokes despair. He must find a means to combat that monstrous entity with a battle power of 5 billion within this brief time frame. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards the two artificial beings outside the spaceship, both exuding formidable auras. He understood all too well that it was utterly impossible for him to elevate his strength tenfold within 3 months solely on his own. The only solution is to become a complete form, by absorbing number 18 and acquiring the eternal energy core. Along with harnessing the scion trait of becoming stronger when on the brink of death, he might achieve a rapid surge in power. A glint of determination and madness flickered in Shalu's eyes. Number 18, you must become a part of me. Just then, the figures of number 17 and no. 18 appeared outside Babiti's spaceship. Their icy gazes pierced through the windows, landing squarely on Shalu and Babiti. Chapter 71. Reclaiming the Core, Turning the Tide. It seems we have a common enemy. The voice of number 17 echoed through the spaceship's communication system, calm, yet emanating an undeniable aura of pressure. However, before that, there is an account to settle between us. Shalu turned around, locking eyes with number 17's icy blue orbs through the window. He sensed that the opponent's battle power appeared to have increased yet again. An account? There is nothing to settle between us, Shalu scoffed. Now, we should unite against external threats, should we not? Unite against external threats? Number 18's voice interjected, laced with mockery. Do not jest, you greenskin monster. You, that short wizard, and that impending giant are all mere refuse that must be eradicated in our eyes. Shalu's expression darkened. He recognized that reasoning with these two arrogant artificial beings was futile. They only believed in their own strength. If that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss. Shalu's tone grew sinister. However, before we engage in battle, I must reclaim something that belongs to me. His gaze shifted towards the trembling Babiti. You, the wizard, Shalu commanded. Use your magic to retrieve the core that was deceitfully taken from me by that earthling. The core? Babiti looked utterly perplexed, having no inkling of what Shalu was referring to. It is the key to my resurrection. It was deceitfully taken from me by a scoundrel named Yamcha. Shalu gritted his teeth in explanation, recalling the humiliating experience at the hands of Yamcha, causing his cells to tremble with rage. You mean to say, you want me to use magic to transfer something from a great distance? Babiti's eyes widened, realizing this was no simple trick. Enough with the nonsense. Do you not call yourself a great wizard? Cannot you accomplish even this minor task? Shalu seized Babiti by the throat, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If you cannot do it, I will kill you now. I can do it. Sensing the threat of death, Babiti quickly nodded and bowed. I need a moment, and also to know the specific location of the core or its connection to you. It is within my body. It is a part of me. Shalu roared. Very well, I understand. Babiti dared not inquire further and immediately sat cross-legged, palms together, chanting an obscure incantation. A peculiar wave of magical energy emanated from him, spreading through the infinite expanse of the universe, reaching out towards a distant location. Meanwhile, in another star domain, on a vibrant green planet, Yamcha sat cross-legged atop a towering tree, quietly attuning to the surge of power within him. In his hands, he toyed with a pulsating, tumor-like object emanating faint energy. This was the core he had deceitfully taken from Shalu. Suddenly, Yamcha felt the core tremble violently in his grasp. An overwhelming, malevolent magical force materialized out of thin air, enveloping the core entirely. What is this? Yamcha exclaimed internally, immediately attempting to resist with his energy. However, the magical force seemed to possess no substance, effortlessly penetrating his defenses and acting upon the core. In the next moment, the core flickered violently in his palm before vanishing with a whoosh. This is bad. Yamcha's expression changed dramatically as he realized that this was undoubtedly the work of Shalu. No one else knew of the existence of the core. How could he possibly retrieve it from such a distance? On the cosmic battlefield, I found it. Babiti abruptly opened his eyes, his face alight with elation. He thrust his hands forward and shouted, "Space transfer." The space before him twisted, forming a miniature vortex. Moments later, the coveted core that Shalu had longed for emerged from the vortex, hovering steadily in midair. Well done. Shalu erupted into a triumphant laugh. He opened his chest, and the core transformed into a beam of light, merging seamlessly into his body. A sense of completeness enveloped him. Shalu could distinctly feel his innate regenerative abilities returning. Moreover, due to having absorbed a substantial amount of energy prior, his physical strength and recovery speed surpassed previous levels. Ha ha ha. I have returned. The complete me has returned. Shalu howled to the heavens, a powerful wave of energy erupting from his being, causing the entire spaceship to vibrate violently. Outside the spaceship, number 17 and no. 18 distinctly sensed Shalu's transformation. His energy had become more stable and potent. Number 17 furrowed his brow slightly. So what? Number 18 scoffed dismissively, merely a desperate struggle. No sooner had she spoken than she transformed into a golden flash, hurtling towards Babiti's spaceship with a devastating punch. Boom! The fragile exterior of the spaceship crumbled under the weight of number 18's punch, explosive as though made of paper. The frigid vacuum of space rushed in, eliciting a terrified scream from Babiti, whose frail body could hardly endure the cosmos. Just as he was about to be claimed by the void, Shala seized him. An energy shield enveloped both of them. Your opponent is me. Shala glared at number 18, his eyes brimming with greed and desire. Finally willing to step forth to meet your demise. Number 18 regarded Shalu with a cruel smile. Meet my demise? No. I have come to make you a part of me. Before Shalu's words could finish, he vanished, reappearing before number 18, delivering a fierce chop. Number 18 reacted swiftly, raising her hand to block. Bang! The collision of their immense powers stirred a tempest of energy. The tide of battle had shifted instantly. Previously overwhelmed by number 18, Shalu, upon reclaiming his core and regaining his full strength, could now contend directly with her. Complicating matters further, he had Babiti, who could wield various arcane magics, at his side. He, artificial being, taste the might of Lord Babiti. Babiti, cowering behind Shalu, pointed at number 18 with a sinister grin. Space confinement. No. 18 suddenly felt the space surrounding her body become viscous. As if she were sinking into a quagmire, her movements momentarily slowed. It was this fleeting delay that granted Shalu the opportunity. Now is the time. Shalu's eyes sparkled with a fierce light. His tail, akin to a venomous serpent, shot out and elongated in an instant, opening its absorbing end to mercilessly stab at the back of number 18. He intended to absorb her right here, right now, and transform into the perfect life form. Chapter 72, 1 billion combat power, frantic escape. Sister. In a moment of peril, number 17 appeared behind number 18 as if teleporting, delivering a powerful kick to Shala's extended tail. Bang! Shala's tail was deflected, skimming past number 18's body. TSK, what an annoying fellow, Shala muttered discontentedly, retracting his tail. Seizing the opportunity, number 18 broke free from Babiti's spatial confinement. She glanced at number 17 beside her, snorting coldly. I do not require your assistance. Is that so? No. 17 shot her a sidelong glance. Had it not been for me just now, you might well be inside him. You. No. 18 felt a surge of anger, but could not counter his assertion. Babiti's magic was indeed insidious, rendering her defenseless. Enough bickering. You two, Shalu remarked. A playful smile gracing his face as he regarded the sibling pair. Why not join forces? It would save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Arrogant. Number 17's gaze turned icy, ceasing any further dialogue as he unleashed an unprecedented surge of energy. The golden aura that enveloped him suddenly shimmered with hints of brilliant white light. His momentum soared, instantly transcending into an entirely new realm. Shala's smile faltered. His internal detector emitted a piercing alarm, revealing an astonishing figure. 1 billion. This man's combat power had skyrocketed from 600 million to 1 billion in such a brief span. How is this possible? Aren't androids supposed to have limits? Why can they grow stronger in battle like the Psiots? Shalu was perplexed, yet he understood that the situation had turned dire. Number 17's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before Shalu, delivering a devastating punch imbued with 1 billion combat power directly to Shala's abdomen. Puff! Shala's body contorted painfully, spewing forth a stream of green blood. It felt as though a supernova had struck him head-on. His internal organs and the very cells composing his body were violently shredded in that instant. Boom! His body flew backward like a cannonball, shattering countless meteors in the cosmos before he finally came to a halt. However, before he could catch his breath, number 17's figure materialized behind him once more. Too slow. A chilling voice echoed in his ears. Shalu's inner alarm blared, but before he could retaliate, a hand pressed against his back. Continuous energy blasts. Boom, 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 boom. Countless high-density energy blasts erupted upon Shala's back, like a torrential downpour. Each blast possessed the power to effortlessly annihilate a planet. Shala barely had time to scream before he was engulfed in blinding light. As the radiance dissipated, Shala's body lay in a shattered state, barely half of it remaining intact. Damn, that damned fellow. Shala gasped for air, desperately urging his cells to regenerate. Green flesh rapidly squirmed over his broken body, and soon, he regained his former state. However, nearly 30% of his internal energy had been depleted in that onslaught. In contrast, number 17 remained calm and collected, as if that cataclysmic attack had merely served as a warm-up for him. This is the terrifying advantage of the eternal energy furnace. Do you see? This is the insurmountable gap between you and us. Number 17 approached Shalu, his eyes devoid of warmth, akin to observing a lifeless object. Your energy is finite, while ours is infinite. Shala's face darkened to an extreme. He recognized the truth in number 17's words. Even if he could regenerate infinitely, each rebirth required a tremendous amount of energy. At this rate, he would inevitably be exhausted to death. Babidi, Shalu yelled toward the distant sorcerer. Use your magic. Get me out of here. Hee, thinking of fleeing? Number 18 interposed herself before Babidi. Your opponent is me. Babidi, trembling before the terrifying aura exuded by this woman, pleaded. Lord Shalu, save me. Useless. Shalu cursed inwardly, realizing he could not rely on Babidi any longer. He glanced at the advancing number 17, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Solar Fist. Shalu brought his hands together, unleashing a blinding light. Ugh! Number 17 and number 18, caught off guard, instinctively shut their eyes. In that fleeting moment, Shalu transformed into a streak of light, not attacking number 17 nor rescuing Babidi, but rather dashing in the completely opposite direction. Fleeing desperately, he even burned his life energy to attain greater speed. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Number 17 swiftly regained his vision, sneering as he pursued Shala's fleeing form. A chase unfolded across the vastness of the universe. Meanwhile, number 18 looked displeasedly at Babidi, abandoned by Shalu. Your master seems to have forsaken you, number 18 taunted. Please, don't kill me. Babidi pleaded, collapsing to his knees in the void. I am very useful. I can help you deal with Shalu. I can use magic to track him. Oh, number 18's interest was piqued. You can track with magic? Yes, of course. Babidi nodded vigorously, unhesitatingly betraying his newly allied master to save his life. Simultaneously, on the far side of the universe, Shalu was frantically absorbing all life from a planet belonging to the remnants of the Frisia Force. As he absorbed alien warriors one after another, the energy he had previously expended was rapidly replenished. In fact, due to the psion cells within him, his combat power had seen a slight increase following this near-death recovery. Not enough, far from enough. Shalu felt the growing strength within him, yet he experienced no joy. The 1 billion combat power of No. 17 loomed over him like a mountain, suffocating him. He had to become stronger. He must attain his perfect form in the shortest time possible. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar magical wave locking onto his position. It was Babidi. That scoundrel had betrayed him. A frigid, murderous intent flickered in Shalu's eyes. Babidi and the androids, just wait. Our next encounter will be your demise. Without hesitation, he abandoned the planet, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. Chapter 73. Each with their own plans. Siblings part ways when number 17 and number 18 regained their sight. They found themselves in an empty expanse of space. Shala had escaped. Damn it. Number 18 furiously struck out, her energy wave obliterating a distant meteor into dust. That little runt used spatial magic to flee. In the chaos, just as Shalu had created an opportunity to escape with his solar fist, the terrified sorcerer Babidi had also unleashed a similar spell, transforming into a cloud of smoke and vanishing. To make matters worse, they sensed Shalu's malevolent aura re-emerging shortly after its brief disappearance, now intertwining with Babidi's presence. Clearly, Babidi had encountered Shalu during his escape and had clung to him for a spatial jump. They had reunited. On the 17th, a foreboding gloom enveloped his visage. A creature endowed with limitless regenerative and growth potential, accompanied by an assistant versed in various arcane magics. The situation had escalated into a predicament. All traces of their quarry had vanished. The 18th approached him, her tone equally grave. It was not merely the absence of clues. The sharpness of 17's gaze cut through the atmosphere. Did you feel it? In that fleeting moment, his energy had surged once more. Within him resided the cells of a scion, and each resurrection from the brink of death only augmented his strength. Should we continue this pursuit, we risk nurturing him into an insurmountable monstrosity. 17 required no prompting from Babidi. Through the foundational data implanted in their minds by Dr. Gero, he understood the characteristics of scion cells all too well. This game of cat and mouse appeared to favor them, yet in truth, time was decidedly on Sheru's side. They possessed boundless energy, untroubled by exhaustion, while Sheru boasted nearly infinite growth potential. Should this continue, there would come a day when Sheru's strength would eclipse theirs. And at that juncture, it would be their lives at stake. Moreover, looming on the horizon was a demon king, Dabura, whose battle prowess would reach a staggering 50 billion in 3 months. The situation was far more dire than anticipated. We can no longer pursue blindly, 17 stated, gazing into the distant sea of stars. Do you have a plan? 18 inquired. This aimless chase is woefully inefficient, 17 analyzed. We must alter our strategy. We need to comprehend him, discover his weaknesses, and deliver a decisive blow. Furthermore, we ourselves must grow stronger. His gaze fell upon 18. Sister, you must return to Earth first. Return to Earth? 18 paused momentarily. What about you? It is perilous for the two of them to remain together. Separating will enhance our efficiency. The tone of 17 brooked no argument, bolstered by his billion-unit battle power. The current reality was that our understanding of Sheru was alarmingly scant. We only knew he sought to absorb you into his perfect form. But how formidable is this perfect form? Does he harbor other vulnerabilities? We are utterly in the dark. He paused briefly before continuing. Dr. Gero's underground primary research facility must still retain all data concerning Sheru. You shall go there and retrieve every bit of information related to him. Additionally, 17's expression grew somewhat complex. Also, see if there are any plans regarding our own enhancements. Since we can grow stronger, there must be methods to facilitate that growth. This marked the first instance of 17 actively seeking the remnants of Dr. Gero's legacy. Once, they had harbored deep animosity toward the father who transformed them into cold-blooded weapons. Yet now, for survival and the pursuit of strength, he found himself reassessing the technologies they had once scorned. 18 fell silent, grasping 17's intent. Their adversaries were no longer the frail humans of Earth, but Sheru, Babidi, and the impending demon king, Dabura. Each foe surpassed the last in power and enigma. Should they stagnate at their current level, only destruction awaited them. And what will you do? Wander aimlessly through the cosmos? 18 expressed her lingering concern. Do not fret, 17 replied with a cold smile. I am not so easily vanquished now. I shall remain in this star region, searching for their traces while continuing my training. They cannot escape far. I will haunt them like a specter, applying pressure. Complete your mission post-haste, then return to regroup. Understood. 18 cast a lingering glance at her brother before ultimately nodding. She recognized this as the most prudent course of action. The siblings exchanged a few brief words before parting ways. 18 transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the starry expanse, while 17 floated within the icy cosmos, closing his eyes as his vast energy perception unfurled like an invisible net, enveloping the surrounding galaxies. The hunt had entered a new phase. On Earth, within the heavenly temple, Teacher, Mr. Bobo, I must depart for a time, Yamcha declared. Where to? To retrieve the weapon for our counterattack. Yamcha's eyes sparkled with confidence. He piloted a spacecraft salvaged from the ruins of Capsule Corporation, departing Earth at full speed towards the planet where he had sown the seeds of the spirit tree. He understood that the key to determining the future of this world lay there. Upon his return to that vibrant planet, the sight before him filled him with profound awe. What had once been a mere sapling had, in a short span, grown into a towering tree reaching several dozen meters high. An overwhelming life force emanated from its trunk, nourishing the entire planet. At the apex of the lush canopy hung a fruit, radiant with a kaleidoscope of colors, pulsating slowly like a heart. The spirit tree fruit had ripened. Chapter 74. 6 million battle power, 30 times Kaioken, standing beneath the immense spirit tree. Yamcha gazed upwards at the fruit brimming with boundless vitality, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was the hope he had staked everything on, meticulously planned from the hands of the androids. He could sense that the energy contained within this fruit surpassed anything he had witnessed in the theatrical versions. Perhaps this was due to the severe devastation wrought upon the Earth of this future world, which had accumulated an excess of death energy, thus becoming the ideal nourishment for the spirit tree. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamcha leaped, swiftly reaching the top of the canopy, extending his hand to pluck the weighty fruit. As it rested in his grasp, it felt warm and alive, pulsing gently in his palm. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha brought the fruit to his lips and bit down without hesitation. The sweet juice exploded in his mouth, transforming into a warm, overwhelming torrent of life energy that surged down his throat and flooded through his limbs. Boom! An indescribable surge of immense power erupted within him. Yamcha felt every cell within his body dissolve and then reassemble under the onslaught of this life energy. His body, bones, and meridians underwent a cataclysmic transformation. This was a leap in the realm of life. Previously, he had unlocked the full potential of humanity by shattering his genetic locks, achieving a base battle power of 4 million. Now, with the aid of this fruit, which encapsulated the life essence of an entire planet, he shattered his own limitations once more. Yamcha closed his eyes tightly, channeling this colossal energy, refining his physique. He could distinctly feel his battle power soaring at a terrifying pace. 4,500,000. 5 million. 5,500,000. Ultimately, when the fruit's energy was entirely absorbed, his base battle power stabilized at an astonishing 6 million. Yamcha exhaled a long breath, relishing the seemingly boundless power coursing within him. A satisfied smile gracing his features. A base battle power of 6 million was indeed a fearsome figure. It is worth noting that in the original work, Frisia's base battle power was merely 530,000. Even Frisia, without unleashing his full energy, only reached 60 million. Yet now, his base was already 10 times that of the first stage Frisia. But this was not the end. The most crucial aspect was that his body, following this evolution, had become more resilient, capable of withstanding even higher multiples of Kaioken. Come forth, let me discover the limits of my strength. Yamcha let out a low grunt, his body erupting with a crimson aura. Kaioken, 10 times. It was effortless. His body felt no burden whatsoever. 20 times. He remained at ease. At an 8 million battle power, the 20-fold Kaioken had been his limit. Yet now, it was merely an appetizer. Yamcha's gaze intensified with fervor. He yearned to challenge a higher realm. 25 times. A slight pressure coursed through his body, but it was entirely manageable. 30 times. Boom. The scarlet aura around him seemed to transform into a tangible flame. A terrifying shockwave erupted from his core, bending the spirit tree beneath him. 180 million. His battle power soared to an astonishing height of 180 million under the 30-fold Kaioken. Laughing heartily, Yamcha gasped for breath. Reveling in the nearly explosive power within him, his face alight with ecstatic joy. He had succeeded. He had successfully borne the immense strain of the 30-fold Kaioken. This was not his limit. He sensed he could even attempt to reach higher multiples. However, for prudence's sake, he decided to pause at 30 times. With a battle power of 180 million, he was now comparable to Son Goku, who first transformed into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. Perhaps even stronger. Yet, this was still insufficient to contend with the formidable 18 million battle power of Android 18. Nonetheless, Yamcha possessed one last trump card. Mogojong. He slowly raised his right hand, merging the colossal energy of the 30-fold Kaioken with his unique technique. The explosive method of the Wan Gui Jing Tianzhong, the compression technique of the Mogwan Guang Sha Pao, and the energy application of the Qigong Cannon harmonized flawlessly. A highly concentrated energy sphere, radiating an aura of destruction, gradually formed in his palm. Although the energy sphere was no larger than a fist, the energy within began to warp and tremble the surrounding space violently. Yamcha could distinctly feel that the power of this strike had undoubtedly surpassed the 700 million threshold. 700 million was a force substantial enough to confront Android 18 directly. Excitement and confidence sparkled in Yamcha's eyes. He finally possessed the qualification to engage in equal conversation with that woman. Android 18, wait for me. I shall return to find you soon. Yamcha dissipated the energy from his palm, calming his racing heart. He understood that now was not the time for celebration. Cell and Android 17 and 18 had already departed from Earth, pursuing their agenda in the cosmos. Time was of the essence. He needed to return to Earth swiftly, consolidate all his power, and prepare for the impending battle. Just as Yamcha prepared to embark back to Earth, his powerful aura suddenly detected an object hurtling towards the planet at high speed. This sensation? Yamcha paused momentarily. Android 18. A peculiar expression crossed his face. What brings her here? Wasn't she supposed to be on Earth, searching for Dr. Gero's lab? Could she be looking for me? A foreboding feeling surged within Yamcha. Chapter 75. I am not your toy. Android 18 streaked across the tranquil skies of this verdant planet like a shooting star. She ultimately landed steadily in an open space not far from the spirit tree. Dressed in a denim jacket and short skirt, she strode down with her long legs. Her gaze immediately locked onto the figure standing beneath the tree. My little toy, I've returned for you. A sickly, playful smile danced across Android 18's face, reminiscent of a hunter spotting a long-desired prey. She had not gone directly to Earth, but had traced Yamcha's location along the way. In her eyes, capturing this intriguing toy was far more important than searching for Dr. Gero's lab. Yamcha watched Android 18 before him, alarm bells ringing in his mind, his muscles tensing instantaneously. I am not your toy, Android 18. Yamcha's tone was grave, his eyes fixed intently on her. Although his 6 million standard battle power was perfectly contained, it was utterly insignificant against Android 18's terrifying battle power of 600 million. Oh, after some time apart, your tone has grown quite bold. Android 18 surveyed Yamcha with keen interest. Do you really think you can escape from me a second time? To her, any struggle from Yamcha was futile. Surviving last time had been sheer luck. Before she finished speaking, Android 18 vanished from sight. Quick! Yamcha's pupils constricted in horror. He had no time to react before an irresistible force struck his cheek with tremendous force. Crack! With a sharp sound, Yamcha was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. He spun through the air a dozen times before crashing heavily to the ground hundreds of meters away, carving a long trench. Coughing, he spat blood, one side of his face burning with pain and his head ringing. A mere casual strike had made him feel the threat of death. Pathetically weak, truly disappointing. Android 18's figure loomed beside him, looking down with disdain. I expected you to bring me some surprises. Coughing, Yamcha struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze sharpening. Surprises? You will see. Boom. Just as the words left his mouth, a crimson aura erupted explosively from Yamcha's body. Kaioken, 20 times. 120 million. The terrifying energy surged skyward, cracking the ground beneath him. A flicker of genuine surprise flashed in Android 18's eyes. She could clearly sense the man's battle power soaring 20-fold in an instant. Although this power was still inadequate in her presence, the sheer explosiveness exceeded her understanding of humanity. This is getting interesting. The playful glimmer on Android 18's face deepened, but it was still far from sufficient. With a flicker, she charged at Yamcha again, delivering a whip kick that sliced through the air with a deafening roar. This time, Yamcha was finally able to keep pace with her movements. He crossed his arms, bracing against Android 18's attack. Bang! A heavy sound resonated, and the ground beneath Yamcha instantly collapsed into a deep pit, propelling him backward for dozens of meters before he could barely halt, pain radiating through his arms. How powerful! Even in the state of 20-fold Kaioken, the disparity in strength remained staggering. You actually managed to withstand my kick? Android 18's assault showed no signs of abating, transforming into a flurry of afterimages as she unleashed a torrential barrage upon Yamcha. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees. Each strike contained devastating force. Yamcha pushed his martial arts techniques to their limits, desperately dodging and blocking amidst the relentless onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. He was continuously struck, accumulating more wounds, and the crimson aura began to waver. Die for me. Android 18 seemed to have lost her patience, completely enraged, as her eternal energy core operated at full capacity. The terrifying battle power of 600 million erupted without reservation. She transformed into a golden beam of light, delivering a punch straight toward Yamcha's chest. This punch sealed off all his avenues for retreat, reaching the pinnacle of speed and power. There was no escape. Under the immense pressure of life and death, Yamcha let out a thunderous roar. 30-fold. Boom. The aura within him instantaneously transformed from crimson to deep red, resembling blood ablaze. His combat power soared to an astonishing peak of 180 million in an instant. He swung his right fist, unleashing the full might of the 30-fold Kaioken. The two fists collided midair with a resounding crash. A shockwave, more than 10 times stronger than before, erupted violently. The ground within a radius of several kilometers was instantly flattened around the two figures. The distant spirit tree swayed madly under this force, seeming on the verge of snapping. Crack! The sound of Yamcha's right arm fracturing under the unbearable strain echoed, and he was once again sent flying, but this time, he managed to stabilize himself after retreating only a kilometer. He had withstood the full force of number 18's strike head-on, albeit at a grievous cost. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Number 18's beautiful blue eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her slightly numb fist. She glanced at the blood-soaked figure in the distance, still standing defiantly, and her mind went blank. How could this be possible? This man survived my full-force attack. I told you so. Yamcha gasped for air, blood dripping from his arm, yet his face bore a smile filled with madness and fighting spirit. You will witness the surprise. In Chapter 76, the battle was intense and visceral, revealing the alluring nature of number 18. For the first time, a sense of astonishment appeared in number 18's azure gaze. She lowered her head to examine her slightly numb fist, then looked up at the bloodied figure a kilometer away. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, yet still standing resolutely. How could it be? My unreserved 600 million combat power was met head-on by him. Although he paid the price of losing half an arm, he survived. A mere human, whom she viewed as less than dust, a toy she could manipulate at will, had grown to a level where he could confront her directly. The jarring realization sent her mind into a brief stupor. I told you so. Yamcha breathed heavily, his lungs aflame, each breath pulling at his numerous wounds. The burden of the 30-fold Kaioken, even enhanced by the spirit tree's fruit, continued to tear at his body mercilessly. Blood dripped from his fractured right arm, splattering onto the cracked ground. Yet, he laughed, madly, filled with an insatiable fighting spirit. You will witness the surprise. This provocative statement jolted number 18 back to reality. Her blank mind was instantly replaced by a more intense emotion, shame, an inexpressible humiliation. The perfect android had been driven to this point by a lowly human. You seek death. Number 18 screamed, her golden hair swaying without wind, her aura surging violently, shattering the ground beneath her. She moved. This time, there was no playful intent. Only pure, cold, killing intent remained. Her figure transformed into a golden flash, instantly crossing the kilometer distance to appear before Yamcha. A knee strike, imbued with terrifying power, aimed directly at Yamcha's abdomen. Swift, faster than before. Yamcha's nerves were already taut to their limits. At the moment number 18 moved, he too sprang into action. He endured the excruciating pain from his right arm and forcefully pushed off with his left foot. His body slid to the side at an impossible angle. Boom. Number 18's knee grazed his side, the force of the wind stinging his skin. Yet, that power struck solidly against empty air, creating a visible shockwave that blasted a massive hole into the distant mountains. With her first attack missing, number 18 did not miss a beat in her assault. She twisted her waist, pivoting on her right foot, and her left leg transformed into a scythe, cleaving the air as it descended toward Yamcha's head. This kick was fast, precise, and fierce. Her denim skirt traced a seductive arc through the air, tightly hugging her curvaceous form, accentuating her breathtaking silhouette. But beneath that curve lay a power capable of annihilating all. Yamcha dared not be careless. He raised his remaining left hand to meet the oncoming leg. Bang! Another heavy thud resonated. Yamcha felt as if his left arm had been struck by a meteor, his bones lamenting under the strain. And he was driven to his knees, the ground collapsing beneath him. But it was not over. Number 18's delicate voice rang above him. Using the momentum from her downward strike, she flipped in midair, entangling her legs around Yamcha's neck. She intended to use a strangulation technique to snap his neck. In this life-and-death moment, Yamcha's combat instincts surged to their zenith. He forcefully pushed against the ground with his kneeling legs, advancing rather than retreating. At the instant her legs closed in, he transformed into a red blur, breaking free from the deadly scissor grip. The two figures passed each other in a flash. Yamcha rolled to dissipate the force, regaining his footing several dozen meters away. His left arm trembled slightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth once more. Number 18 landed gracefully, turning to fix her icy blue gaze upon him. The brief exchange was perilous, fraught with danger, though Yamcha appeared disheveled. He had once again survived number 18's lethal assault. He gasped heavily, the energy from the 30-fold Kaioken rapidly depleting. His heart raced, each beat akin to a drum, delivering explosive power throughout his body. He knew he could not hold on much longer. It was imperative to end this swiftly. I see through your movements. Yamcha roared, initiating his counterattack. He stomped down with his left foot, vanishing from his previous position. When he reappeared, he was at number 18's left side. Channeling the full force of the 30-fold Kaioken into his left leg, he launched a powerful sidekick aimed at number 18's waist. Number 18's combat experience paled in comparison to Yamcha's. Her strength stemmed from her body, endowed with limitless energy and terrifying power. Yet, Yamcha possessed the wisdom of all martial artists from Earth, honed through countless battles. His technique had reached its peak. Faced with Yamcha's sudden and unorthodox attack, number 18 instinctively raised her arm to block. Bang! Yamcha's leg struck her arm with tremendous force. The sheer power forced her to stagger backward involuntarily. That was the moment Yamcha had been waiting for. As number 18 lost her balance, Yamcha's figure blurred again. He slid close to the ground, positioning himself behind her. Demon Palm. A roar, suppressed to the utmost, erupted from the depths of Yamcha's throat. His one remaining functional left hand glowed with destructive brilliance. The explosive technique of the 10,000 Nations Shocking Palm. The ultimate compression of the demon-piercing light cannon. The essence of the energy wave. The principles of these three extraordinary techniques melded perfectly at that moment, forming a highly concentrated energy sphere exuding an aura of death. This energy sphere contained the quintessence of his 180 million combat power, further amplified by the Demon Palm's might. The destructive force of 700,200,000 has transcended the combat capability of number 18 herself. This is the decisive strike for Yamcha, who has wagered everything. Number 18 sensed the terrifying energy behind her, a threat to her very existence. She turned abruptly, seeking to react, but it was too late. In that moment, Yamcha's speed surpassed all limits. His left palm, imbued with a cataclysmic force, struck firmly against No. 18's flat, soft abdomen. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The fashionable denim jacket and black lining she wore disintegrated into ash upon contact with the energy. Following that, her porcelain-like skin suffered the same fate. The energy sphere erupted violently against her abdomen. A powerful energy beam, thick enough to pierce through heaven and earth, surged forth from Yamcha's palm, instantly engulfing number 18's petite, alluring form. The terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the two, expanding in a circular frenzy. The earth was upheaved, torn apart, and shattered. The spirit tree swayed violently in this tempest, countless branches and leaves spiraling into the sky, reduced to fragments. With eyes blazing crimson, Yamcha unleashed the last vestiges of his 30-fold Kaioken strength without reservation. He felt his palm endure unimaginable backlash. Flesh was torn away, bones splintered, yet he did not care. This strike must incapacitate her, otherwise, he would be the one to perish. The brilliance persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Yamcha coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body unable to endure any longer, collapsing to one knee. His left hand hung limply, utterly incapacitated. He relinquished the Kaioken and returned to his normal state. His form weakened to the utmost degree. He lifted his gaze to the front. Smoke and dust swirled, revealing a gaping, bottomless pit before him. At the pit's depths lay number 18, her body charred and devoid of clothing, with only tattered remnants hanging on her, exposing large patches of scorched skin. A horrific blood hole was evident in her abdomen, nearly bisecting her. She lay motionless, entirely silent. Chapter 77, Awakening. A pathological constitution. A successful strike. Yamcha knelt half prostrate, every muscle in his body screaming in agony, both arms completely numb, dangling weakly at his sides. He gasped for breath, his lungs ablaze with pain. The energy of the 30-fold Kaioken had been fully expended, leaving his body utterly drained, even moving a finger becoming a distant dream. Yet he still strained to lift his head and look ahead. As the smoke cleared, a vast pit emerged, as if struck head-on by a meteor from the heavens. At the deepest point of the pit, number 18 lay still. Her clothing had disintegrated into ash under the onslaught of energy, leaving only a few tattered strips barely covering her form. Her once flawless skin was now marred by charred burn marks, particularly on her flat abdomen. A ghastly blood hole pierced her body, almost severing her in two. She remained motionless, devoid of breath. Was it over? A flicker of hope crossed Yamcha's mind. This woman, who had brought endless despair to the world and viewed him as mere plaything, had finally fallen at his feet. However, just as he believed everything had concluded and was ready to relax completely, an unexpected change occurred. Lying at the bottom of the pit, the seemingly lifeless No. 18 suddenly twitched without warning. This was not a death struggle, but rather an inexplicable convulsion. Yamcha's nerves tensed instantaneously. He fixed his gaze on the figure at the pit's bottom, determined not to miss a single detail. To his astonishment, the horrific wounds on No. 18's charred body began to visibly writhe and heal at an astonishing rate. Eternal energy core. This was what made the artificial humans so formidable. As long as the core remained intact, no matter how severe the injuries, they could recover. Yet, Yamcha was not focused on this. Rather, he was fixated on number 18's reaction. She emitted no pained groans nor expressed anger at her defeat. Instead, her body trembled incessantly, the intensity increasing. A peculiar flush began to seep through her charred skin, rendering her entire form as if in a peculiar state. Her breathing grew rapid and erratic, producing indistinct, suppressed murmurs from her throat. This was not pain. This was exhilaration, perhaps even a form of awakening. Yamcha's mind was blank. He was utterly confounded by the scene unfolding before him. A being, having sustained life-threatening damage, not only remained alive, but exhibited such bizarre reactions. A long, unique exhalation escaped from number 18's lips. Her body arched slowly, the astonishing curves of her form subtly visible beneath the tattered fabric, radiating an incredible vitality. She gradually opened her eyes. The once icy blue gaze, filled with disdain and murderous intent, was replaced by a bewildering intensity, an intoxicating heat tinged with desire. She raised a recovering hand, gently touching the rapidly healing wound on her abdomen. This sensation, her voice quivered, hoarse yet imbued with an unusual magnetism, was truly exhilarating. She turned her gaze toward the exhausted man not far away, her fervent stare sending chills down Yamcha's spine. This was no longer the gaze of a hunter upon prey, but rather that of an explorer who had discovered a rare treasure. "It is you," number 18 struggled, propping herself up with her arms, slowly rising to a seated position. The majority of her injuries had healed, the blood hole in her abdomen had ceased bleeding, and new tissue was forming. "You have given me this feeling." She licked her parched lips, a sickly yet satisfied smile gracing her features. "My delightful toy. You have indeed provided me with an extraordinary surprise." Severe injuries seemed to invigorate her. The more grievous the harm, the more excited she became. Yamcha's heart plummeted into despair. His ultimate technique, which he had risked everything to execute, had not only failed to vanquish her, but had instead awakened something far more terrifying within her. How could he continue to fight? Once more, number 18 declared, rising to her feet, her bare feet stepping out of the deep pit. Her wounds had healed significantly, and faint red marks lingered on her fair skin. Not only did it fail to mar her beauty, but it also added an exhilarating thrill. She paid no heed to her attire. Those ice-blue eyes were ablaze with fervent flames, fixed intently upon Yamcha. His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. A lunatic. This woman was utterly insane. His ultimate move, the demon skill palm, not only failed to vanquish her, but instead awakened an unusual sensation within her. Yamcha's mind raced, analyzing the dire predicament before him. He still had 4 more demon skill palms at his disposal, yet in his current state, he could unleash only 1 more before losing consciousness entirely. What to do? Escape? He lacked the strength to move even a finger. How could he flee? What's wrong? Number 18 tilted her head, her golden locks cascading down. "My dear toy, have you lost your strength?" She approached step by step, each footfall feeling like a stamp on Yamcha's heart. What a useless creature, giving in so quickly. She towered over him, her gaze dripping with disdain. Yamcha knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat and blood mingling as they trickled down his forehead. He lifted his gaze to meet her fiery, frenzied eyes. He could not yield to her whims. A mad thought took shape in his mind. He suddenly chuckled, despite the pain that coursed through his body, making him grimace. "Want to try?" With the remnants of his strength, he slowly raised his bloodied, nearly incapacitated left hand. A faint glimmer of light began to coalesce within his palm. Upon seeing that familiar energy, number 18's body tensed, her breath quickening. Yes, just like that, she smiled with anticipation. Yet, the light in Yamcha's palm flickered and vanished. "Dream on," he roared, exerting every last ounce of energy, not to invoke the demon skill palm, but to hurl his body forward. He lunged into number 18's embrace. Caught completely off guard, she instinctively attempted to retreat, but Yamcha's movement was too swift, too unexpected. More importantly, deep down, she did not wish to evade him. Yamcha's intent was not to attack. The moment their bodies connected, his already severed right arm twisted at an unnatural angle around her neck. Simultaneously, his legs wrapped around her powerful limbs in a frenzy. He clung to her like an octopus, refusing to let go. "What are you doing?" Number 18 finally reacted, a flicker of shock and indignation crossing her face. This brazen tactic was unlike anything she had ever encountered. She attempted to peel him off, but Yamcha exerted all his weight against her, his arms and legs locked with relentless strength, rendering her efforts futile. "Hey!" Yamcha's face was nearly pressed against her ear, his breath hot and rapid, laced with the scent of blood. "Don't you relish combat? Come on. Let us indulge in something more thrilling." Before his words had fully escaped, Yamcha bit down hard on her smooth shoulder. "You!" A sharp pain radiated through number 18, causing her to shudder. A surge of mixed fury coursed through her veins, igniting her wrath. "Get off me!" she screamed, unleashing a terrifying force with an elbow strike that slammed into Yamcha's back. With a cough, Yamcha spat a mouthful of blood, but he did not relent. Instead, he bit down harder. He aimed to provoke her in the most primal, savage manner possible, to wear her down. He wagered that despite number 18 awakening a peculiar affinity for pain, her pride as a formidable foe and her instinct to battle remained intact. She would absolutely not tolerate a mere plaything clinging to her in such a humiliating fashion. Once she succumbed to pure rage, she would abandon any pretense of enjoyment in her attacks and resort to the most direct, exhausting means to obliterate him. And therein lay Yamcha's opportunity. Thud, thud, thud. Number 18 strikes rained down upon Yamcha like a torrential storm. Fists, elbows, knees. Each blow contained the might to shatter mountains. Yamcha's bones splintered, his insides roiling. Yet he clung on, refusing to release or relent. His consciousness began to blur, sustained solely by an indomitable will. Number 18 grew increasingly alarmed and enraged. This man was like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Moreover, with every brutal blow, the agony that was both maddening and intoxicating made her mind waver dangerously between fury and confusion, teetering on the brink of insanity. Oh, number 18 succumbed to madness. Unleashing her full strength, her golden aura surging skyward, she seized Yamcha's hair, yanking his head back violently, while her other hand coalesced a dazzling energy sphere aimed squarely at his face. Die! In that critical moment, Yamcha's left hand, thought to be utterly useless, moved. He had been waiting for number 18, in her extreme rage, to focus all her attention on her upper body, thus neglecting his hand. Demon skill palm. Second palm. Without warning, the concentrated sphere of destructive energy slammed into the area just below number 18's back. Boom. The terrifying energy erupted around number 18. The denim skirt that hugged her stunning curves, along with the fabric beneath, was instantly reduced to ashes. A scream filled with excruciating pain, humiliation, and a strange exhilaration erupted from her lips. She could never have imagined that Yamcha's target would be of such magnitude. The violent explosion sent her flying, finally liberating her from Yamcha's relentless cling. Number 18 somersaulted through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. She lay there, trembling violently. The pain radiating from her body was almost unbearable. This was not merely a physical wound. It was a profound psychological humiliation. Meanwhile, Yamcha's condition was even more dire. After unleashing the second demon skill palm, he had endured the brunt of number 18's energy explosion at close range. He flew like a marionette with severed strings, hurtling hundreds of meters before crashing heavily among the rubble, falling completely silent. At least half of his bones lay shattered. "You bastard." Number 18 struggled to prop herself up with her arms. She glanced at her own body, marred with countless bruises. The eternal energy core was frantically working to heal her wounds, yet its pace seemed slower than before. Yamcha's demon skill palm was too powerful, and the destructive energy it contained overwhelmed even the eternal energy core's ability to neutralize it instantly. But what drove her to madness was the sensation. "I will kill you." Number 18 staggered to her feet, her golden hair disheveled and obscuring half her face. The ice-blue eyes that remained visible sparkled with unprecedented murderous intent. She advanced step by step toward the place where Yamcha had fallen. She would personally tear that man to shreds. Amidst the pile of rubble, Yamcha lay motionless, his breath faint to the extreme. His consciousness floated in the abyss of darkness, clinging to the last thread of will. Not enough. Still far from sufficient. He sensed that number 18 was approaching, her footsteps resonating like heavy hammers against his fragile nerves. The magical technique had 3 uses remaining. Although the previous strike had taken her by surprise, it had not achieved the desired effect. Instead, it had only incited her fury further. He must find an opportunity, a chance to render her completely powerless. In Yamcha's mind, frantic images of Master Roshi, King Kai, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo flashed before him. He was seeking a tactic that could turn the tide in dire straits. Suddenly, inspiration struck. A bold and nearly suicidal plan took shape in his mind. Slowly, he summoned the last vestige of energy within him, not for offense, nor for defense, but for performance. As number 18 stood before him, gazing down at the nearly lifeless toy, Yamcha's body convulsed violently. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of dark, congealed blood, and then his head drooped. Falling silent, even the faintest breath vanished completely. Dead. Number 18 halted, staring at him in disbelief. Did he truly die just like that? She had yet to tear him apart or make him pay for his earlier actions, and he was gone? A wave of indescribable emptiness and disappointment surged within her. The toy was broken. The only object that had brought her any amusement was gone. The murderous intent on number 18's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of confusion and irritation. She approached, nudging Yamcha's body with her toe. No response. Truly dead. TCH, how boring. She scoffed, withdrew her foot, and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment of her turning away, the supposed lifeless Yamcha sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring. He wagered all his life, all his will, all his anger and resentment on this final instant. Magical technique. A triple strike. His arms, which had been rendered useless, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The first strike shot into the sky. The second struck the ground. This was a feint, a diversion. With 2 weaker magical strikes, he created a massive visual and auditory effect to distract number 18. But the true killing blow was his final strike, the 5th and last. This strike bore no earth-shattering momentum, no cataclysmic brilliance. All the energy was compressed beyond imagination by Yamcha into a minuscule energy singularity, no larger than a fingernail, flickering with a dark glow. Its target was not number 18's body, but the wound left by the first strike, which had yet to fully heal. It was also the focal point for the Eternal Energy Core's repair. Danger. Number 18 reacted the moment Yamcha erupted. Yet those 2 feigned magical strikes had indeed diverted her attention for a mere 0.01 seconds. By the time she realized the true killing blow, it was too late. She could only watch as the dark singularity moved faster than light. There was no explosion, no sound. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Number 18's body stood frozen in place as she looked down in disbelief at her abdomen. Nothing had occurred there. However, the next second with a soft pop, black fissures radiated from her abdomen like a spider's web, swiftly engulfing her entire body. Destructive energy detonated from within her, an internal explosion. Number 18 opened her mouth. Yet no sound emerged. For the first time, true fear glimmered in her icy blue eyes. She felt her body being disintegrated and annihilated at the atomic level. Even the Eternal Energy Core, overwhelmed by this extreme compression of destructive energy, emitted a pained wail, halting its operations in an instant. Bang! Number 18's body fell rigidly backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Yamcha, who had unleashed this earth-shattering blow, finally exhausted his last ounce of strength. His body could no longer maintain an upright stance, collapsing weakly to the ground as if all his bones had been extracted. His consciousness plummeted into an endless darkness. Both had suffered greatly. The outcome was sealed. Chapter 80, Ceasefire, Return to Earth. Silence. Only the wind howled across the planet, stirring up clouds of dust. At the edge of a deep pit, 2 figures lay still, as if they had merged with the desolate earth. Time passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps a day. Suddenly, number 18's fingers twitched slightly. Then came the faint rise and fall of her chest. The Eternal Energy Core, having experienced a brief pause, resumed its operation thanks to its intrinsic nature. Though slow, it was unwavering. Pure energy began to seep from the core, mending her nearly obliterated body. The numerous black fissures across her form slowly began to heal. After a considerable time, number 18 finally managed to open her eyes. What greeted her was the dim, yellow sky of the planet. She had not perished. This realization left her mind momentarily blank. Gradually, she sat up, inspecting her body. Her clothes were long gone, and her pale skin was marked with fresh pink flesh, the remnants of recently healed wounds. Particularly, her abdomen and back bore gruesome scars. Gently touching her abdomen, she felt a profound sense of weakness emanating from her very soul, a clear reminder of Yamcha's final strike. Had it not been for the eternal energy core, she would have been a cold corpse. That man. Images of Yamcha's last desperate and determined expression flooded her mind. An intricate mix of emotions surged within her. Relief at having survived. Embarrassment at being driven to the brink by a mere toy. Fear of that excruciating pain. But more than anything, an unprecedented void. She slowly rose to her feet, surveying her surroundings. Soon, she spotted the crumpled figure in the pile of rubble not far away. She approached him step by step. Yamcha lay there, drenched in blood, bones twisted, breath absent, like a ruined puppet. Number 18 looked down upon him, her icy blue gaze shifting with fluctuating emotions. To kill him? The thought flickered briefly before being dismissed. If she killed him, then what? Return to Earth and resume the mundane games of destruction with number 17? Continue hunting down feeble humans, reveling in the one-sided slaughter? No. After experiencing this exhilarating battle, one that could be deemed a gamble for her life, such pursuits had become utterly tasteless. Only this man, this unyielding madman who consistently brought her surprises, could make her feel alive. He could not die, at least not now. On the face of Shibahao, a sickly smile, suffused with possessiveness, slowly emerged. My toy cannot be allowed to perish so easily. She bent down, her movements somewhat awkward, yet managed to lift the unconscious Yamcha from the ground. The man's body felt heavier than she anticipated, radiating warmth and reeking of blood. This unfamiliar sensation caused Shibahao's body to stiffen momentarily, but she quickly acclimated. Cradling him in her arms, she surveyed the desolate planet. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Embracing Yamcha, she ventured in a specific direction. Before long, a small spacecraft came into view, precisely the one Yamcha had arrived in. Shibahao carried Yamcha into the ship. The interior of the spacecraft was compact yet equipped with all essential facilities. She gently placed Yamcha on a resting bed and proceeded into the cockpit. Observing the intricate control panels before her, Shibahao's brow furrowed slightly. Although she was an android with exceptional learning capabilities, she lacked experience in piloting spacecraft. Nevertheless, this challenge did not daunt her. She extended her fingers, connecting to the ship's central computer, swiftly retrieving and analyzing the operational system and star map data. Within minutes, she had comprehensively mastered the piloting techniques of the vessel. Her fingers danced across the screen, setting the destination for Earth. With a soft hum, the spacecraft vibrated gently, ascending slowly before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the dimly lit horizon. In the cockpit, Shibahao sat at the helm, gazing through the viewport at the stars whizzing past. The coldness and boredom that once characterized her expression were replaced by a newfound radiance, brimming with anticipation and excitement. Dr. Jelluos research facility, she murmured softly. Yamcha, she glanced back at the man lying in the resting chamber. What kind of surprises will you bring me next, my delightful toy? She intended to visit Dr. Jelluos' laboratory to uncover Shallows' weaknesses and subsequently enhance herself. She aspired to grow stronger, strong enough to possess that man entirely and perfectly. And he, too, must become stronger, strong enough to afford her even greater amusement. Chapter 81. The Legacy of Dr. Jelluo. The spacecraft traversed the silent cosmos. Once Shibahao set the ship to autopilot, she remained vigilantly by Yamcha's side. She watched the man who lay in a profound coma, observing the ghastly wounds adorning his body. In her ice-blue eyes resided a complex emotion that even she could not comprehend. She rummaged through the ship's medical kit, locating bandages and some basic healing agents. Mimicking the human gestures she had memorized, she clumsily tended to Yamcha's wounds, her touch gentle, fearful of inflicting pain on her fragile toy. When her fingers inadvertently brushed against Yamcha's feverish skin, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through her, causing her heart to flutter slightly. This feeling was intriguing. The spacecraft traveled swiftly, and days later, the azure planet reappeared outside the viewport. Earth had arrived. The ship did not land in any city, but rather descended silently in a desolate, secluded mountain range. Shibahao, cradling the still unconscious Yamcha, exited the spacecraft. She discerned her bearings, then vanished like a golden streak of light into the forest. Her destination was unequivocal, the underground main research facility of Dr. Jelluo. As one of Dr. Jelluo's most exquisite creations, her mind housed the highest permissions and the most precise coordinates regarding this research facility. Half an hour later, she arrived at the base of a stark cliff. Approaching the rock face, she extended her hand and, with a specific rhythm and sequence, knocked 5 times on an inconspicuous stone. With a resounding crack, the hard cliff split open, revealing a massive metallic gate that glimmered under the light. As the gate rose, a dark, profound passageway appeared before her. Unhesitatingly, Shibahao carried Yamcha inside. As she entered, the gate slowly closed behind her, and the cliff returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. The tunnel culminated in an expansive underground chamber. This was the true research base that Dr. Jelluo had dedicated his life to creating. It was 100 times larger and more advanced than his previous hideout. Countless intricate instruments operated silently beneath the eerie blue glow of indicator lights. Towering cultivation tanks stood at the center of the base, each harboring bizarre biological specimens. The air was thick with a chilling scent of formaldehyde mingled with metal. This place was a sanctuary for geniuses, as well as a workshop of demons. Shibahao paid no heed to her surroundings. Making her way directly to a specific area within the base, the medical and modification zone. She gently placed Yamcha in a multifunctional medical pod and activated the life support system. A soft green healing light enveloped Yamcha's body, initiating the repair of his nearly shattered tissues and organs. After completing this task, Shibahao turned to leave. She needed to access the database. She was determined to research everything about Shalu. She sought to uncover the monster's weaknesses and how to enhance herself further. Time flowed slowly in the silent research facility. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration, Yamcha's fingers twitched within the medical pod. His consciousness struggled to surface from the depths of endless darkness. With a painful groan, he gradually opened his eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling, instruments flickering with an eerie blue light, and the sticky healing gel covering him. Where was this? Yamcha's memory lingered on the moment he unleashed his final powerful strike. He remembered exhausting all his strength before succumbing to unconsciousness. Was it Shibahao? Had she brought him here? Yamcha attempted to sit up, but a wave of agonizing pain coursed through his body, forcing him back down helplessly. His injuries were severe. Although he had received preliminary treatment, he was far from recovery. Just then, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoed through the room. Detection of test subject awakening. Vital signs stable. Brainwave activity active. Identity confirmed. Yamcha. Human martial artist from Earth. Access level. Subject of observation. Yamcha's heart raced, and he quickly turned his head. On one wall of the room, a virtual face composed of countless data streams slowly materialized. Who are you? Yamcha asked warily. I am the main control artificial intelligence of Dr. Jelluo's research facility, designated Noah. My duty is to manage all daily operations of this facility and record all experimental data. Artificial intelligence. Yamcha felt a sense of dread settle in his heart. This was indeed Dr. Jelluo's lair. He was now like fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. Where is Shibahao? He asked in a low voice. The android Shibahao is currently in the central database, accessing level A encrypted files, Noah replied flatly. Yamcha's mind raced. Shibahao had not killed him. Rather, she had brought him here for treatment. Her intentions were undoubtedly not pure. Given that woman's perverse nature, she likely aimed to restore him only to continue using him as her plaything. No, he could not remain idle. Yamcha endeavored to summon the chi within his body, only to discover that his meridians were obstructed, the chi flowing like a wisp of smoke, utterly incapable of coalescing. In his current state, he could not even defeat an ordinary person. Noah, what is the condition of my body? Yamcha forced himself to regain his composure. According to the scan results, you have multiple fractures, severe internal organ damage, and extensive ruptures in your meridians. Most critically, your heart is showing irreversible signs of failure due to excessive strain. With the current pace of treatment, it will take at least 3 months for you to regain basic mobility. However, your heart condition cannot be repaired through conventional means. Heart failure? Yamcha's heart sank. He recalled that during the final activation of the 30-fold Kaioken, His heart had been emitting mournful cries. The path of body refinement strengthens the flesh, bones, and meridians, yet the heart, the most intricate pump of the human body, remained his greatest weakness. Once the Kaioken was activated at such a high multiplier, the burden on his heart increased exponentially. This time, it had utterly collapsed. He could not rely on the Kaioken indefinitely. This was his most significant shortcoming. A glimmer of despair crossed Yamcha's face. Was he destined to be toyed with by that insane woman, 18, for the rest of his life? Suddenly, a wildly daring thought flashed through his mind. He stared at the virtual human face on the wall and inquired deliberately, "Noah, is there any technology for the modification of androids in Dr. Gero's lab?" Chapter 82. Forbidden Modifications, the Modification Technology for Androids? The face of the artificial intelligence, Noah, composed of data streams, remained unchanged. Yet its core database was conducting searches at a staggering speed of billions of times per second. Dr. Gero's research primarily focused on three directions. First, complete mechanical transformation based on humanity, represented by androids number 19 and 20, Dr. Gero himself. Second, the ultimate life form based on pure biological engineering, represented by Cell. Third, biological enhancement and the implantation of the eternal energy core based on humanity, represented by androids number 17 and 18. Noah's voice was cold and objective, clearly presenting Dr. Gero's lifelong efforts to Yamcha. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened. What he desired was the third option. I need to review the detailed information on the third technology, especially regarding the eternal energy core and biological enhancement, Yamcha stated solemnly. Noah paused for a moment. Your authorization level is that of an observation subject. You do not have the right to access A-level encrypted files. It was indeed not so simple. Yamcha's mind raced. He had to find a breakthrough. Noah, what is the purpose of your existence? He shifted his line of questioning. My core directive is to assist Dr. Gero in completing research on the ultimate life form and to record all valuable experimental data. But Dr. Gero is dead, and Cell has already been born. Has your core directive not been fulfilled? The directive has not concluded. Cell is not the perfect form and still has room for evolution. Moreover, there are numerous unfinished experimental projects within the lab. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yamcha's eyes. Then, if I can provide you with a brand new experimental subject of significant research value, along with an unprecedented experimental direction, would you be willing to make an exception for me? A faint ripple appeared on Noah's datastream face. Please elaborate. There was hope. Yamcha suppressed his excitement and organized his thoughts. I am the best experimental subject. I walk a path entirely different from all of Dr. Gero's research directions, the path of body refinement. I have not modified my body or implanted any machinery. Yet my pure physical strength has surpassed that of most martial artists on Earth. I can even withstand the 30-fold increase of the Kaioken. My combat power can surge from 6 million to 18 million in an instant. Yamcha revealed his secret without reservation. He was betting on Noah's relentless pursuit of the unknown and research value as a purely artificial intelligence. Indeed, upon hearing the keywords Kaioken and 30-fold increase, Noah's data stream face flickered intensely. Data cannot comprehend. The Kaioken, according to the database, is the ultimate technique of the North Kai, placing tremendous strain on the body. How can you, a mere earthling, endure 30-fold? That is the value of the path of body refinement. Yamcha pressed on. However, my body has also reached its limit. It is not my muscles, nor my bones, but my heart. My heart is still that of an ordinary human. It had become the greatest shackle to his continued growth. Yamcha's breathing grew rapid, and a fervent flame ignited in his eyes. Thus, I need modification. I do not require the eternal energy core. My own chi is stronger. What I need is an artificial heart that will not fail, capable of withstanding the higher multipliers of the Kaioken. Combine my path of body refinement with Dr. Gero's biological modification technology. Create an unprecedented, perfect warrior. Noah, tell me, is not such an experiment, such data, far more valuable than the outdated information in your database? The entire room fell into a profound silence. Noah's data stream face flickered wildly, calculating. Yamcha's proposal was akin to a mental explosion for it. This was an entirely new domain, a path never envisioned even by Dr. Gero. The combination of Earth martial artist body refinement and android modifications contained immeasurable research value. After a lengthy pause, Noah's voice emerged once more. this time tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. The proposal has passed core logical assessment. Conclusion: this experiment possesses extremely high research value, priority set to SSS level. Authorization has been temporarily elevated. Access to A-level files on Android modification technology has been granted to experimental subject Yamcha. As the words fell, virtual screens unfurled before Yamcha, densely packed with records of all data, blueprints, and technical details regarding the modification processes of androids number 17 and 18. Among them, the description of the eternal energy core made Yamcha's heart race. Yet, that was not his goal. He quickly located what he sought: a biopower heart designed to complement the eternal energy core, theoretically capable of enduring infinite energy surges. "This is it," Yamcha declared. "Noah, I have made my decision." A manic smile spread across his face. "I wish to undergo heart transplant surgery, replacing my original heart with this biopower heart." "Proposal has been recorded," Noah's voice responded. "Risk assessment commencing. Assessment result: success rate of the surgery is below 17. As your body has not undergone comprehensive biological enhancement, forcibly implanting a high-powered heart may trigger systemic rejection and energy collapse. You have a 93% chance of dying on the operating table. Do you wish to proceed?" Yamcha smiled. Death. He had already faced it once. The moment he crawled out of the grave, he had become a fugitive. Compared to being toyed with and humiliated to death by 18, a 17 success rate seemed exceedingly high. "Proceed," he declared without hesitation. "My life is but a grand gamble. I wager everything." Noah fell silent. It fails to comprehend the gambling nature of humanity. Yet, it faithfully executes its own judgment. The SSS-level experimental project for taboo modification has officially commenced. The surgical preparations begin. Cold mechanical arms extend from the perimeter of the medical chamber. Equipped with an array of surgical instruments glimmering with a chilling light, slowly reaching towards Yamcha's chest. A taboo transformation that gambles on the future is formally unveiled. Chapter 83: A New Heart, Infinite Kaioken. The frigid mechanical arm precisely and steadily incisors the skin, severing the ribs, exposing the still throbbing yet cracked flesh and blood heart to the air. Yamcha's consciousness remains clear. To ensure maximum compatibility for the transformation, Noah refrains from administering deep anesthesia, merely blocking most of the pain receptors. He can vividly observe his heart being carefully stripped away, reshaped, and then replaced by a newly modified heart, shimmering with metallic and biological luster, connecting blood vessels, suturing nerves, and channeling bioelectric currents. Each step feels like dancing on the edge of a blade. When the new artificial heart is thoroughly integrated with his body and infused with the first surge of activation energy, a powerful reverberation akin to a war drum resonates within his chest. Following this, the rhythmic beats of the new heart commence, steady yet forceful. An unprecedented, life-infused warm current surges forth from the heart, enveloping his entire being. He senses the clogged meridians within his body, a result of excessive combat, being unblocked one by this powerful flow of blood. Damaged cells are being repaired and activated at an astonishing pace. It worked. Noah's cold voice seems to carry a barely perceptible excitement at this moment. No rejection response. Energy circulation is perfect. Experimental subject Yamcha, you have created a miracle. Yamcha offers no reply, lost in the transformative sensation enveloping him. He gradually sits up, as the mechanical arms automatically suture his chest wound. Clenching his fist, he feels the relentless power coursing through him. His standard combat power remains unchanged at 6 million. However, he distinctly senses a profound transformation in his essence. If he were once a race car with a V12 engine but a body made of paper, now he stands as a war machine powered by a nuclear engine, forged entirely from the universe's hardest alloys. Come on. The fervent light in Yamcha's eyes ignites. Let me see where my limits lie. With a low growl, crimson energy erupts explosively from his body. Kaioken. Without multiplying, he freely channels energy throughout his being. The crimson aura surges explosively. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, 100 million. In mere seconds, his combat power breaks through the 100 million threshold. Yet, his body experiences no discomfort. The new heart within his chest functions like a calm and precise instrument, delivering explosive energy throughout him without a hint of burden or pressure. Ha ha ha. Yamcha cannot contain his laughter. This is the power he has longed for. This is the reward for which he has wagered everything. Infinite Kaioken. From now on, Kaioken is no longer a fleeting explosive ace in his hand. It can be activated and deactivated at will, as long as his body can endure. As long as he breathes, he can maintain Kaioken indefinitely. 30 times. Yamcha roars, ramping up his power once more. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupts. Centered around him, the entire medical chamber trembles violently, countless precision instruments blaring alarm bells. 180 million. He has reached this former limit once again. But this time, he feels entirely at ease. Just as Yamcha revels in the exhilaration of his surging power, preparing to challenge even greater heights, a thunderous crash echoes. The heavy gate made of superalloy is shattered by a kick from the outside. A curvaceous and alluring figure slowly strides in. With golden hair and ice-blue eyes, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuates her figure, it is android number 18. She has evidently just completed her own research and undergone some level of enhancement. The aura she exudes is denser and more dangerous than before. Upon entering, she immediately spots Yamcha, enveloped in crimson energy, radiating terrifying waves of power. A flicker of astonishment crosses her face, quickly morphing into a sickly, fervent smile filled with delight and possessiveness. Oh, my toy has managed to fix itself? And it seems to have become even more entertaining. Number 18 licks her red lips, her ice-blue gaze locked onto Yamcha, as if she intends to devour him whole. Come on, let me see how long you can last this time. Before her words fade, her figure vanishes in an instant. When she reappears, it is before Yamcha, delivering an incredibly swift kick aimed at his neck, the air tearing with the force of her strike. Yamcha's laughter abruptly halts. He raises his head, meeting number 18's frenzied gaze. There is no hint of fear on his face. Instead, he wears a smile brimming with combat spirit. Bring it on. He does not evade but channels the full force of his 30 times Kaioken into his right arm. Striking back without hesitation. Bang! The clash of fist and foot erupts in a thunderous roar. A terrifying shockwave lifts the very ground of the research facility. The two engage in a fierce confrontation, evenly matched. Chapter 84. Monsters in the universe. Meanwhile, on a barren planet, long shrouded in death. Tens of millions of light years away from Earth, two figures stand in confrontation. One is the cold and arrogant android number 17, clad in a black tank top and blue jeans. After a period of pursuit and battle, his power has firmly stabilized at a terrifying level of 1 billion. Opposite him stands a monstrous creature covered in green spots, with a scorpion-like tail, Cell. At this moment, Cell appears somewhat disheveled, sporting several deep wounds that expose bone, gasping heavily. Yet, a glimmer of malevolence and smugness flickers within his crimson, slit-like pupils. Number 17, you've pursued me for so long. Aren't you tired? Cell's voice is hoarse and grating. Silence, monster. Number 17's voice is frigid. Today is your day of reckoning. Day of reckoning? Cell bursts into a fit of laughter, as if he has heard the greatest joke. Ha ha. Number 17, you remain so naive, so arrogant. Do you truly believe I am fleeing from you? A slight frown crosses number 17's brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Cell halts his laughter, revealing a sinister smile. I am not running away. I am merely feeding. Thanks to you, I have devoured all the powerful life forms across dozens of planets along my path. And I owe it all to that foolish sorcerer Babidi, who directed me with his magic. Now my strength. Shala let out a deafening howl. A wave of malevolent and terrifying energy erupting explosively from within him. The entire planet trembled violently under this force. For the first time, a look of shock graced the face of the 17. He could distinctly sense Shala's combat power surging at an alarming rate. 900 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, 100 million. Ultimately, it stabilized at the horrifying height of 12 billion. This power had surpassed him. How could this be? 17 gazed at Shalu in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Shalu twisted his neck, producing a series of ominous cracks. The blood coursing through my veins belongs to the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Psiots. Each brush with death only makes me stronger. And you, 17, while you possess limitless energy, your power has its limits. A mocking grin adorned Shala's face, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Do you still believe you can kill me now? The expression on 17's face darkened immeasurably. He had miscalculated. He thought he was the hunter, yet he had only been nurturing his prey. However, I must thank you. Shala stepped closer to 17, his long tail swaying restlessly behind him. If you hadn't forced me to this point, I wouldn't have resolved my decision so swiftly. What decision? 17 retreated warily. Heh. Shala's smile turned cruel. I had initially intended to toy with you a while longer. But time is of the essence. Shala looked up into the depths of the universe, as if he could see something beyond. In 2 months, the Demon Realm King with a combat power of 50 billion will descend. With my current strength, I am far from his match. Thus, Shala's gaze fell back upon 17, his eyes filled with unrestrained greed and desire. I have decided not to conceal my power any longer. I shall devour you here. Then, I will evolve into my perfect form. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shala's figure vanished in an instant. 17's pupils constricted sharply. He felt a fierce wind rushing towards him. Instinctively, he raised his arms to block. Bang! An irresistible force smashed against his arms. He was blasted away like a cannonball, carving a terrifying trench in the hard ground that stretched for thousands of meters. With just one strike, the outcome was clear. Shala's figure slowly reappeared where 17 had just stood, shaking his fist with a look of ecstasy on his face. The power of 12 billion is truly magnificent. He gazed at 17, who was struggling to rise, as one would look upon a possession. Come, 17. Become a part of me. Let us together embrace true perfection. You bastard. 17 leaped from the deep pit, wiping the energy liquid from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with incredulous rage. He had been knocked away by Shalu with a single blow. This humiliation was something he had never experienced since his inception. Not a bad gaze. Shala's figure appeared like a specter before 17, looking down upon him. Rage, struggle, unleash all your power, or it will be too dull. Enough of your nonsense. 17 roared, erupting in a dazzling blaze of energy, launching a counterattack. His form transformed into a bolt of lightning, unleashing hundreds upon thousands of punches, each infused with enough power to obliterate a small asteroid. Yet, before this torrential assault, Shala merely stood there, not even lifting a hand. Bang, 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 bang. All the punches landed squarely against Shalu, producing a series of thunderous booms. However, Shalu remained utterly unmoved. His body was as though it were the hardest substance in the universe. 17's attacks, capable of destroying everything, left not a single mark on his skin. Is this all you can muster? A look of disappointment spread across Shalu's face. Too weak. He slowly raised a hand, and with a seemingly leisurely motion, yet one so swift that 17 could not react, he seized 17's fist. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed. 17's entire arm was mercilessly crushed by Shala's grip. A surge of pain coursed through him, and 17 let out a muffled groan, yet he did not retreat. With his other hand, he gathered a massive energy sphere and slammed it towards Shala's face. A tiresome trick. Shalu did not even glance, allowing the energy sphere to explode against his face. Boom. The horrific explosion leveled the ground for dozens of kilometers around. Yet, when the dust settled, Shalu still stood in place. A faint dark mark remained on his face, which quickly vanished. It is over, 17. Shalu had lost all patience. He seized 17's severed arm and violently hurled him to the ground. Immediately after, he raised his foot and stomped heavily on 17's chest. Uffed. 17's body arched sharply, and a torrent of energy liquid spewed from his mouth. He could feel his ribcage fracturing inch by inch, the energy within him cracking under the weight of that horrifying foot. Why is this happening? 17's eyes brimmed with unwillingness and despair. He possessed infinite energy. He was a perfect creation. Why was he losing to this monster formed from cells? Want to know why? Shala seemed to read his thoughts, crouching down to whisper into 17's ear in a devilish tone. Because you are merely an artificial being programmed with set parameters, whereas I possess infinite potential. I can learn, evolve, and continually break my limits. From the moment of your inception, your ceiling has already been predetermined. Shala's words pierced through 17's pride like a sharp dagger, shattering his last vestige of dignity. No, that is impossible. 17 struggled frantically, but the foot pressing on him felt as immovable as a mountain, rendering him helpless. Accept reality. Shalu stood tall, his long tail raised high behind him, its tip blooming like a flower bud, transforming into a vast and deep fleshy tunnel. Its opening aimed at the helpless 17 below. Your mission has come to an end. Now, become a part of me and witness true perfection. Shalu seized 17, disregarding his frantic struggles, and held him upside down. No. 17 let out a desperate roar, never imagining he would be defeated in such a humiliating manner. Shalu chuckled coldly, abruptly forcing 17's head into the tunnel of his tail. 17's cries were abruptly silenced, blocked by the slick inner walls. He was pulled irresistibly by a powerful suction, bit by bit, drawn into that dark abyss. His legs kicked futilely outside, until with a chilling slithering sound, 17's entire body vanished completely into Shalu's tail. Shalu closed his eyes, a look of exquisite delight gracing his features, as if savoring the finest delicacy in the world. Boom. An indescribable, immense energy, powerful enough to make the entire planet tremble, erupted explosively from Shalu. The dazzling light consumed the entire planet. Amidst the radiance, Shalu let out a roar of both agony and exhilaration. His body began to convulse violently, expanding. Bones cracked audibly while muscles swelled at a visible pace, causing the outer shell to crack inch by inch, only to reshape into an entirely new form. His figure grew taller and more robust, and the insect-like features of his face began to contract, becoming flatter, with his lips thickening. A more powerful and oppressive form emerged. A brand new monster took a crucial step toward perfection. Inside the Earth, at Dr. Gero's laboratory, a fierce battle raged between Yamcha and number 18, both suddenly halting their movements. They instinctively ceased their attacks and looked up at the sky, as if trying to pierce through the thick layers of rock to glimpse the depths of the universe. A colossal, malevolent energy, imbued with perfection and absolute essence, swept through the cosmos like a tsunami. Yamcha's heart plummeted to the abyss. He recognized this aura. Although it was countless times stronger than he remembered, the core essence was unmistakable. It was Shalu. He had succeeded. He had evolved into his second form. Meanwhile, on the other side, number 18's face was etched with horror and fear. She and number 17 were twins, products of the same project, connected by a bond that others could not comprehend. Just moments ago, she distinctly felt the aura belonging to number 17, which was of the same origin as hers, vanish completely. In its place was an energy so terrifying that it made her soul tremble. Number 17, number 18 murmured in a daze, her ice blue eyes revealing genuine fear for the first time. Chapter 85, Despair. A monster of 2.5 billion. Number 17. The android number 18 stood dazed in place. Her ice blue eyes, usually filled with playful malice, were now wholly consumed by an emotion called fear. The immense, evil energy sweeping in from the depths of the universe gripped her heart like an invisible hand. She and number 17 were twins, Dr. Gero's most remarkable creations, bound by a connection that was beyond others' understanding. Just moments ago, the aura that represented number 17's existence vanished entirely. It wasn't he defeated or exhausted. It had been completely erased from this universe. In its stead was the dreadful energy that sent chills through her very soul. Yamcha's heart also sank to the depths. The crimson aura enveloping his body slowly receded. The newly replaced bioengineered heart, which had been pulsating vigorously, seemed to falter slightly under the immense pressure. He recognized this aura. It was Shalu, though it was infinitely stronger than the second form he remembered. The core essence was unmistakable. He had succeeded. He had devoured number 17. How could this be? Number 18's voice trembled as she turned sharply, glaring at Yamcha with eyes that seemed to want to consume him whole. It was you. You did this. You are in league with that monster. Anger and fear clouded her reason, causing her to overlook the logical fallacy in her thoughts. To her, both Yamcha and Shalu were enemies. It was only natural for enemies to join forces. Calm down. Yamcha barked, his muscles tensing in preparation for defense, fearing this frantic woman might act out of line. Can't you feel it? That power. How many times greater is it than yours now? 10 times? 20 times? No. It is beyond calculation. If I were allied with him, you would already be dead. This statement struck her like a bucket of cold water over her head. Yes, that power, her own combat power, had increased from 600 million to 700 million after basic adjustments and optimization in the laboratory's database. Yet the energy emanating from the depths of the universe was so vast that she could not even conceive an estimate. If Yalu truly allied with that monster, in an instant, she would share the same fate as number 17. Number 17 had truly number 18's body swayed slightly, as if something that had long supported her was collapsing. Since their inception, she and number 17 had been together. They were each other's only family. They had scorned humanity together, relished the joy of destruction, and treated this world as their playground. She could bully number 17, argue with him, even look down on his occasional arrogance. But she had never imagined that number 17 would die, that he would vanish without a trace in such a devouring manner. He is dead. Yamcha showed no signs of consolation. He had been devoured by that creature called Sha Lu like a snack. And now, that monster had become even stronger, with its next target being you. Shut up. Number 18 screamed hysterically, unleashing a golden energy wave toward Yamcha without a moment's hesitation. Yamcha's gaze sharpened. He did not evade but countered with his own energy wave. Boom. The two energies erupted within the confines of the small laboratory, and a terrifying shockwave sent everything around them flying. What good does it do to be angry at me now? Yamcha braved the energy surge, advancing step by step toward her. The 30 times Kaioken power he had just used, which matched her in strength, gave him the confidence to face her now. Sha Lu had absorbed number 17, gained the eternal energy core, and activated the Scion S trait of becoming stronger when near death. His combat power was now at least 5 billion. 5 billion? Number 18 was completely stunned. This number exceeded her comprehension entirely. What is the concept of 700 million versus 5 billion? It was akin to an infant challenging a fully armed giant. No, it was even more hopeless. This is impossible, she murmured, her last vestige of pride making her reluctant to accept this fact. Nothing is impossible. Yamcha's voice exuded an oppressive force. Do you think I deceived you into going to space for no reason? It was to prevent him from absorbing any of you. As long as he cannot become complete, I have a way to deal with him. But now it is all too late. Yamcha observed the dazed number 18, feeling no pleasure, only a heavy burden. He understood this was the only opportunity. He had to bring this proud, cruel yet presently vulnerable woman, who resembled an ordinary girl, onto his ship. Do you wish to avenge number 17? Yamcha locked his gaze onto hers, asking each word deliberately. Number 18 abruptly raised her head, and within her ice-blue eyes, fear, sorrow, anger, and resentment intertwined, ultimately transforming into profound hatred. Avenge? She scoffed bitterly. With what? With you? You cannot even defeat me. Alone, I am indeed powerless. Yamcha admitted candidly. However, with you, combined with Dr. Gero's final legacy, we may yet have a glimmer of hope. The final legacy? Number 18 furrowed her brow. Follow me. Yamcha ceased his chatter, turning to head deeper into the laboratory. Number 18 hesitated for a moment, but her fear of Sha Lu and the desire for vengeance for number 17 ultimately propelled her to take a step forward and follow him. The two walked, one after the other, through the long, cold metallic corridor. The only sound echoing around them was the sound of their footsteps. The atmosphere was stifling. Yamcha was uncertain if number 18 might suddenly strike him from behind. He could not predict whether the legacy he was about to awaken would indeed act as he envisioned. But now, he had no other choice. Soon, they arrived before a colossal circular hatch. Upon it, a prominent number 16 was emblazoned in crimson. 18 gazed at the hatch, a flicker of confusion and disdain crossing her features. Was this yet another failed creation of that old relic, Gua? In her recollection, aside from herself and 17, the esteemed works of Dr. Gua, there had been numerous other unsuccessful experiments. This number 16 seemed to have been permanently sealed due to an excessively gentle disposition, rendering it incapable of executing destructive commands. He is not a failure, Yamcha spoke solemnly, placing his palm upon the hatch's identifier. He is our sole hope now. Authorization confirmed. Experimental subject Yamcha, the cold voice of AI Noah resonated, activating the cryogenic chamber for number 16. Please be advised, this android possesses an exceptionally high danger level. What danger could a worthless being, who cannot even kill, possibly pose? 18 scoffed disdainfully. Yet, Yamcha disregarded her, his gaze fixated intently on the slowly opening hatch. With a hiss of depressurizing valves, the immense circular door slid apart, revealing the slumbering giant within. He sported a mane of fiery red hair and a physique as imposing as a small mountain. His face bore no expression, merely resting with closed eyes, reminiscent of a lifeless statue. He was the android number 16. 18 regarded him with contempt. However, the moment AI Noah's voice echoed once more, her expression froze in disbelief. Android number 16, pure mechanical structure. Initial combat power, 5 billion. What? 18 gasped, unable to fathom her ears. 5 billion. This so-called failure, incapable of killing, possesses more than double my combat power. How is that possible? Just as her astonishment reached its zenith, the slumbering giant gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 86. The Failed Creation with 1.5 billion combat power. Target, Sun Wukong locked. A deep, emotionless voice emanated from the imposing figure. The eyes of android number 16 glowed with a faint blue light, akin to two profound stars. His gaze slowly traversed the barren laboratory, seemingly searching for something. Sun Wukong is dead. Yamcha's voice interrupted his search. Number 16's gaze gradually settled upon Yamcha, his expressionless face revealing no sign of emotional fluctuation. He merely regarded Yamcha quietly, as if analyzing the veracity of his words. Dead? Number 16 repeated, his tone still flat and straightforward. Yes, he died years ago due to a heart condition. Yamcha succinctly explained. Command core error. Number 16's head slightly turned, as if the internal processor was engaged in rapid calculations. Creator DR. Was final command. Eliminate the target Sun Wukong. Target no longer exists. Command cannot be executed. Entering standby mode. With that, the blue light in number 16's eyes dimmed, and he stood still once more, resembling a statue. Hey, is that it? 18 exclaimed, dumbfounded. This being with 1.5 billion combat power just froze because it couldn't find its target? This is absurd. What on earth was Gua thinking, creating such a powerful creature, only for it to become useless due to a dead man? Can Noah reset his commands? Yamcha ignored 18's complaints and directly questioned the AI. Insufficient permissions. Noah's voice remained as frigid as ever. The core directives of android number 16 were personally set by Dr. Gua, possessing the highest priority, unmodifiable, and non-overridable. So, he is merely a useless ornament now? 18's face displayed disappointment. She had been momentarily astonished, only to realize it was all for naught. No, he is not an ornament. Yamcha shook his head and approached number 16, locking eyes with his dimly lit gaze. Number 16, I know you can hear me. Yamcha's voice was steady and powerful. Your creator, Dr. Gua, is also dead. This statement seemed to resonate with a key concept within number 16. The dim light in his eyes flickered back to life. Creator Dr. Gua confirmed dead? Indeed, he was killed by the android known as 18, alongside her brother 17. Yamcha unflinchingly pointed to 18 behind him. 18 raised an eyebrow, ready to retort, but upon meeting Yamcha's serious gaze, she swallowed her words. Number 16's focus shifted to 18, lingering on her for several seconds, as if scanning her. Confirming energy signature of android number 18 matches database. Confirming life signal of android number 17 has vanished. His voice remained unemotional, yet Yamcha keenly detected a subtle shift within. Your creator is dead. Your target is also deceased. Your reason for existence has vanished. Yamcha continued, attempting to guide this pure machine through logic. However, a being more dangerous than Sun Wukong, more sinister than Dr. Gua, has emerged. His name is Sharu, the ultimate android created from the cells of all warriors by Dr. Gua. Like you, he is also a creation of Dr. Gua. Yet, he is more perfect and far more malevolent. His sole purpose is to devour and evolve until he becomes the strongest life form in the universe. Yamcha paused, his voice growing heavier. Just moments ago, he consumed 17. Your kind. Now, his power has expanded to a level we cannot contend with. His next target is 18. Once he devours her, he will achieve completeness. And at that point, the entire Earth, even the entire universe, will be obliterated by him. At this juncture, Yamcha's gaze sharpened. Number 16, I have reviewed your data. Dr. Gua sealed you not because of weakness, but due to your overwhelming kindness. You cherish every blade of grass and every small creature in this world. You are unwilling to execute senseless orders of slaughter. Now, that monstrosity named Sharu is doing what you detest the most. He will annihilate everything you hold dear, transforming this beautiful planet into a desolate star. Although your directive to eliminate Sun Wukong is no longer relevant, does not protecting this planet and the innocent lives within it hold far greater significance than a defunct command? Yamcha articulated all of this in one breath. His gaze fixed intently on number 16, awaiting his reaction. 18 beside him was also taken aback by Yamcha's discourse. For the first time, she realized that this man, whom she had always regarded as a mere toy, possessed such intricate logic. As time ticked away, number 16 stood silently, the blue light in his eyes flickering continuously, seemingly engaged in an immensely complex internal computation. Finally, After a full minute of silence, his low electronic voice resonated once more. Analyzing new threat, Sharu. Threat level, extinction. Analyzing new directive, safeguard Earth's life and core logic. Cherishing nature is not in conflict. Analyzing combat power, 1, 5 billion compared to target Sharu's combat power, 2, 5 billion. Probability of victory, 0. However, number 16's tone shifted abruptly. Analyzing structure as purely mechanical, unable to be absorbed by target Sharu. Confirming ability to execute delay tactics to buy time for allied units. New directive established. On the 16th, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a blue light as he gazed at Yamcha. I accept your proposal. My objective is to prevent Shalu. Splendid. A heavy stone that had been hanging over Yamcha's heart finally lifted halfway. Wait. Number 18 suddenly interjected, her expression laden with skepticism as she regarded number 16. Do you truly possess a combat power of 1.5 billion? What will you use to thwart that 25 billion monster? Are you seeking death? My mission is not to defeat him, number 16 replied calmly. It is to delay him. Delay? Number 18 scoffed, a hint of derision in her tone. Don't be naive. In the face of absolute power, delaying is akin to courting death. There is a distinction, Yamcha interjected on behalf of number 16. He is a purely robotic entity, impervious to Shalu's absorption. If number 16 can entangle Shalu, even if only for a brief moment, we shall have an opportunity to turn the tide. Yamcha turned to number 16, his expression gravely serious. Number 16, Shalu should still be in space, acclimating to his newfound powers. I need you to set off immediately to locate him in the cosmos and, at all costs, prevent him from returning to Earth. Can you accomplish this? Command acknowledged. Number 16 nodded decisively, without hesitation, estimating execution time until complete destruction of his body. With that, his imposing figure took strides toward the exit of the research facility. This was a mission fraught with certain death. He was to confront a monster with 10 billion more combat power than himself. Yet, he felt no fear or hesitation. As he departed, number 18's lips moved as if she wished to speak, but ultimately, she remained silent. Her emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, she perceived this giant as foolish, sacrificing himself for an ethereal guardianship. On the other hand, she glimpsed something in this failed creation that she had never encountered before. This feeling left her discomfort. Boom. The ceiling of the research facility was forcefully breached by number 16, who soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of red light before vanishing into the horizon. Inside the facility, silence reigned once more, leaving only Yamcha and number 18. Well, we have bought ourselves a precious moment. Yamcha inhaled deeply, turning to number 18 with fervent intensity. Now it is our turn. Chapter 87. Your life is mine. Within the research facility, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Following number 16's departure, the vast underground space was left with only Yamcha and number 18. The air was thick with the mingling sense of combat smoke and tense emotions. Our turn. Number 18 slowly turned, her icy blue eyes refocusing on Yamcha. The wavering she had felt from the death of number 17 and the arrival of number 16 seemed forcefully suppressed, replaced by a familiar, slightly deranged scrutiny. Indeed, it is our turn. Yamcha met her gaze without flinching. Number 16 is merely delaying time. He cannot defeat Shalu. We must become strong enough during this interval to avenge number 17. He deliberately mentioned number 17, attempting to reignite her fighting spirit. Avenge? Number 18 scoffed, her tongue playfully licking her lips, an action that rendered her both alluring and perilous. That's easy to say. Do you think the two of us can vanquish that 25 billion monster? As she spoke, she elegantly sauntered toward Yamcha, her high-heeled combat boots echoing crisply against the metal floor. I admit, this toy, have indeed surprised me. She approached Yamcha, extending a slender finger to delicately trace the scar on his chest, now freshly healed. Having replaced your heart, you can withstand 30 times the Kaioken, even matching me. Quite remarkable. The chill of her fingertip caused Yamacha's body to tense instinctively. However, you wouldn't naively believe that's sufficient, would you? Her voice lowered, laced with temptation. Your 180 million is but a meager offering against 25 billion. I am aware. Yamacha's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced himself to remain composed. Thus, I require your assistance. You need me as well. You need me? Number 18 erupted in laughter, the sound vibrant and disarming. Her ample bosom heaved as her fitted combat attire accentuated her breathtaking curves. Make no mistake, Yamcha, her laughter ceased abruptly. From the very beginning, you have merely been my plaything. Your life belongs to me. If I desire you to live, you shall live. If I wish for your death, then you must meet that fate. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Number 18's face manifested an excited, almost deranged smile once more. I wish to see your new heart, to dismantle you and discover what it truly is. If you do not wish to be consumed, then cooperate with me. He glared deeply into number 18's eyes. Do you truly think you are stronger than number 17? His 10 billion combat power was rendered utterly ineffective before Shalu. What can your mere 700 million accomplish? You will be captured, crushed like a bug, your resistance and pride obliterated. And then you shall be devoured piece by his revolting tail. No, that shall not happen. Panic flickered in number 18's gaze, her instinctive rebuttal spilling forth. Yes, it will. Yamcha emphasized. At that moment, you will no longer be the exalted artificial being number 18. You will merely be a source of nourishment within Shala's body. Your consciousness, your existence will be entirely eradicated. Just like number 17. Shut your mouth. Number 18, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly shoved Yamcha away, letting out a piercing scream. Yamcha stumbled backward a few steps. This woman's pride and fear of death were her greatest vulnerabilities. Panting heavily, number 18's chest heaved as she regarded Yamcha, her expression a tumult of emotions. She yearned to annihilate the man who incessantly tore at her scars. Yet she could not deny the truth in his words. What exactly do you wish to convey? At last, she regained her composure, her voice hoarse as she inquired. Very simply, Yamcha rubbed his neck, straightening his posture. Cooperation. We are like grasshoppers bound together on the same string. Shalu is our common adversary. You seek vengeance. I wish to survive. Our goals align. What do I stand to gain? Number 18 asked coldly. The benefit is that you won't be devoured by Shalu. Yamcha retorted bluntly. Moreover, do you not wish to grow stronger? He gestured to the surrounding equipment. This is Dr. Jero's research facility, housing the most comprehensive database. Noah, retrieve the upgrade plan for number 18. Command acknowledged. The AIS voice resonated, initiating a search for the subsequent enhancement plan for test subject number 18. Search complete. Plan A, biological tissue enhancement, expected to elevate combat power to 1 billion. Plan B, energy core overclocking, with a 30% risk of core collapse. However, success would elevate combat power to 1.2 billion. Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion, number 18's eyes brightened. If she were to attain 1 billion combat power, would number 17 not have survived? I choose A. She made her decision almost instantaneously. Though she was reckless, she was not foolish. A 30% failure rate was far too perilous. Excellent, Yamcha nodded. How long will the upgrade take? According to the process of Plan A, complete transformation will require 72 hours, Noah replied. 3 days? That is exceedingly tight. Yamcha furrowed his brow, uncertain how long number 16 could hold Shalu at bay. During your upgrade, I too have my own matters to attend to. Yamcha gazed at Shibahao with a serious expression, declaring that he needed to depart in search of the key that could utterly vanquish Shalu. Key? Shibahao inquired skeptically. What key? A true trump card that could turn the tide in our favor, Yamcha replied, his eyes glinting with determination. I must find someone, a genius more brilliant than Dr. Jeluo. Only she could assist me in realizing my plan. Who are you seeking? Bawerma, Yamcha uttered, knowing that in this desperate future, she was the only one capable of countering Dr. Jeluo's dark technologies. The heiress of the Capsule Corporation, the genius scientist who transformed the world. You should pursue her. Shibahao unexpectedly did not object, but added, Yamcha, remember this. Your life belongs to me. She stepped closer to him, tapping her finger against the spot where his newly replaced heart resided. Once I have dealt with Shalu, I will personally come to claim it. By then, I hope you become a more engaging toy. With that, she turned and walked toward a vast transformation chamber, unhesitatingly lying down within. The chamber door slowly closed, severing her possessive gaze. Yamcha let out a long sigh. Dealing with this madwoman was more exhausting than confronting Shalu head-on. Nonetheless, he had managed to stabilize her. Time was of the essence. He needed to find Bawerma before Shalu breached the defenses of Shilia. Chapter 88. Survivors in the wasteland. Yamcha opted not to fly, but instead sought out Dr. Jeluo's laboratory, where advanced aircraft rivaling the speed of Wukong's flight technique awaited. The high-speed craft sliced through the dim sky, leaving a white trail above the endless ruins beneath. Sitting in the cockpit, Yamcha furrowed his brow. He had departed from Dr. Jelluo's research facility half a day prior. He piloted the experimental aircraft at several times the speed of sound, heading towards the city of Shidu that lingered in his memory. Buerma's residence. The headquarters of the Capsule Corporation lay within Shidu. Though it too had undoubtedly become a desolate wasteland, Yamcha felt that if Buerma were still alive, she would most likely be hiding near her most familiar surroundings. Outside the aircraft's window stretched a lifeless expanse. Once vibrant cities now lay in ruins, with twisted steel and shattered concrete composing a dismal post-apocalyptic tableau. Not a hint of greenery was visible, nor any sign of life. This world had truly succumbed to death. Yamcha's heart felt unbearably heavy. He had traversed this world for nearly 2 years. From initial terror and despair to subsequent struggles for survival, he now bore the weight of it all. He felt like a puppet pushed along by fate, devoid of agency. Memories of Kuei Shinran and Bobo surfaced. He wondered how they fared now. After the androids departed Earth, the temple should have been safe. Yet now, Shalo's power had expanded to a new dimension. The malevolent aura might even be felt by the temple far beyond in the heavens. His master must be deeply worried. Shaking his head, Yamcha forced himself to dismiss these thoughts. This was not the time for sentimentality. He activated the life detection radar aboard the aircraft. This was one of Dr. Jelluo's advanced technologies, far more precise than the Capsule Corporation's Dragon radar, capable of scanning for signals from all higher life forms within hundreds of kilometers. The radar screen revealed a barren expanse. Yamcha sighed. This was expected. After years of slaughter by the androids, humanity on Earth had likely dwindled to a mere handful. They were like rats hiding in the shadows, clinging to life in obscurity. To find Buerma in such a vast area was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, he had to find her. Just as Yamcha felt on the verge of despair, the radar screen suddenly flickered with several faint green dots. Although weak, they were indeed life signals. Moreover, they were not just one or two, but a cluster. Yamcha's spirits soared instantly. He promptly adjusted the craft's direction and sped toward the flickering green signals. Minutes later, a scene starkly different from the surrounding ruins came into view. It was a colossal crater, or rather, a meteorite impact site. Astonishingly, within the crater lay an oasis. Although small in size, it was undeniably lush and green. At the center of the oasis stood rudimentary structures built from discarded materials, forming a small settlement. He found it. A base for human survivors. Yamcha's heart raced as he controlled the aircraft, gradually lowering its altitude. However, just as the craft was about to enter the crater, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, energy blasts shot up from the settlement below, accurately targeting the aircraft. What? Yamcha's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated an attack here. Instinctively, he yanked the control stick, and the aircraft executed a perilous roll, evading most of the energy blasts. Yet one still grazed the wing of the craft. Boom. The aircraft jolted violently, alarms blaring. Warning. Right wing damaged. Balance system compromised. Yamcha gripped the control stick tightly, attempting to stabilize the craft. However, it spiraled downward like a bird with a broken wing. Yamcha was astonished that these survivors possessed energy weapons and exhibited such vigilance. Clearly, the years of apocalyptic existence had turned everyone into skittish creatures. Finally, the aircraft crashed heavily at the edge of the crater, skidding for over 100 meters before colliding with a massive rock and coming to a halt. Inside the cockpit, chaos reigned. Yamcha's physical prowess had significantly improved, and this impact was nothing to him. He unbuckled his seatbelt, kicked open the mangled door, and leaped out. Almost instantaneously, a dozen figures surrounded him from all directions, encircling him completely. These individuals were clad in ragged clothing, their faces bearing the marks of hardship. Yet their eyes were filled with an unusual wariness and ferocity, each wielding various energy weapons, all aimed at Yamcha. "Don't move," commanded a bearded middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader, his voice sharp. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yamcha raised his hands, indicating his lack of hostility. He observed these individuals, inwardly astonished. Despite their disheveled appearance, they all possessed a faint aura. Though less than his own battle power from years ago, they were indeed martial artists capable of harnessing energy. It seemed that in the face of despair, humanity had unleashed its survival potential. "I mean no harm." Yamcha endeavored to keep his voice calm. "I merely passed through. My aircraft lost control. Passed through? The bearded man scoffed. This is a wasteland of death, with no living soul within 1,000 miles. You expect us to believe you merely passed through? Capture him. Another shouted. He must be in league with those murderers. Murderers? Yamcha's interest piqued. Are you referring to the androids? Upon hearing the term androids, the expressions of everyone shifted instantly, their eyes brimming with heightened hostility and fear. You indeed know them. The energy gun in the hands of the bearded man began to gather a dangerous radiance. Brothers, fire. Kill him. Suddenly, Yamcha shouted urgently, wait. I am not one of them. I am here to confront them. Confront them? The bearded man seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. You? Do you even know what you are saying? That creature has wiped out all the Z warriors. I know. Yamcha replied gravely. I know Son Goku, and I know Vegeta. My name is Yamcha, and I was once a member of the Z warriors. The name Yamcha caused some of the older individuals present to display expressions of contemplation. I remember now. An elderly man exclaimed, Yamcha, the master of the Wolf Fong Fist, the star contestant of the World Martial Arts Tournament. But I thought you were dead long ago, weren't you? Yamcha interjected, indeed, I have died once. However, I have returned. Recognizing the skepticism in their gazes, he understood that mere words would not suffice. He slowly lowered one hand, extending his index and middle fingers towards a massive boulder in the distance, gently tapping it. Whoosh! A faint, nearly invisible golden beam shot forth from his fingertips. In the next moment, the towering boulder, measuring over 10 meters high, silently split into two halves. The cut as smooth as a mirror. This was the Moken Kasapo, although he had only utilized the slightest fraction of his power. The iconic gesture and its effect caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. This is the signature move of the Demon King Piccolo. How could someone capable of such a feat be an ordinary person? The ferocity on the bearded man's face transformed instantaneously into shock and reverence. He gulped, gradually lowering his energy gun. Are you truly Lord Yamcha? Others also lowered their weapons, their gazes towards Yamcha shifting from hostility to admiration and hope. In this desolate world, anyone associated with the Z warriors was regarded as a legend, a savior. I need your assistance. Yamcha wasted no time with pleasantries, stating directly, I am searching for someone. A person of utmost importance to us all. Her name is Bulma, a blue-haired scientist. Have any of you seen her? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Yamcha's heart sank. Could it be that Bulma? Wait. Just as despair began to engulf Yamcha, the elderly man who had recognized him suddenly spoke up. Sir, the Bulma you speak of, is she exceptionally intelligent and can fix anything? Yamcha's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, that's her. Have you seen her? Indeed, indeed. The elder replied excitedly, she is here with us. She is the goddess of our settlement. Our survival is entirely due to her. Where is she? Please take me to her. Yamcha grasped the elder's shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement. Sir, follow me. The elder, not daring to delay, hurriedly led the way. Yamcha followed closely behind, weaving through the crowd towards the center of the settlement. His heart raced more violently than ever before. Bulma, the mother of future Trunks. That brilliant woman who continued to shine even in times of peace. Would he finally meet her? Chapter 89. The Genius in a World of Despair Under the Elder's Guidance. Yamcha traversed the rudimentary settlement. The surrounding survivors gazed at him with a mixture of awe, curiosity, and hope, whispering among themselves. Is he really the legendary Z warrior? He looks so young. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Can he defeat those androids? Yamcha paid no heed to their murmurs. All his focus was directed ahead. The elder brought him to a structure resembling a large laboratory, constructed from shipping containers and various discarded metal panels. This was the most heavily guarded area of the settlement, with several armed guards stationed at the entrance. Lady Bulma is inside. The elder pointed to the closed door. She has been engrossed in her research and hasn't come out for several days. Yamcha nodded, feeling his palms grow slightly sweaty. How should he broach the subject? How could he tell her that her son Trunks, the hero who bore all her hopes and traveled back in time to alter history, had perished? How could he inform her that they now faced an enemy, Cell, far more terrifying than the androids? Moreover, how could he disclose that in 2 months, a demon king with a power level reaching 50 billion would descend upon Earth? Any one of these pieces of news could shatter an ordinary person's spirit. Let me in. Yamcha took a deep breath and addressed the guards. No. The guards replied sternly. Lady Bulma has instructed that no one is to disturb her until she emerges. I have an urgent matter. one that concerns the lives of everyone. Yamcha's tone grew more emphatic. This is an order. The guards remained resolute. Yamcha furrowed his brow, unwilling to waste time or resort to force. Let him in. Just then, a clear yet slightly fatigued female voice emanated from within the laboratory. The intercom transmitted her voice clearly to the outside. The guards paused momentarily, then respectfully stepped aside. The heavy metal door creaked open. Yamcha adjusted his breathing and stepped inside. The interior of the laboratory was expansive, yet appeared somewhat chaotic. Various intricate instruments and incomprehensible wires cluttered the room, the air thick with the scent of machine oil and metal welding. A woman clad in a white lab coat, stained with grease, stood with her back to him, focused intently on a large control panel. She had characteristic short blue hair, though strands of silver had begun to weave through. Her figure seemed somewhat frail, her shoulders appearing delicate. Yet, her straightened spine exuded an indomitable tenacity. It was Bulma, though time had left its marks upon her, making her look older than Yamcha remembered. The unique aura of a brilliant scientist remained unchanged. Who are you? Bulma did not turn around, her eyes fixated on the complex virtual screen before her, her hands flying over the keyboard. I heard there is someone claiming to be a Z warrior. If you seek refuge, you have come to the wrong place. We cannot even protect ourselves. Her voice was calm, almost cold, as if she had lost all hope in the name Z warrior. Yamcha's heart ached slightly. He could imagine that after enduring the loss of her husband, her son, and all her comrades, and single-handedly bearing the weight of despair for so many years, her heart had likely grown cold and hardened. My name is Yamcha, he spoke slowly. Bulma's hands paused abruptly over the keyboard. She gradually turned around. Upon seeing Yamcha's familiar face, her blue eyes, bloodshot from long nights, erupted with disbelief. Yamcha? Her voice trembled. How could this be? You were supposed to be dead. Indeed. Yamcha offered her a bittersweet smile. I died alongside everyone else at the hands of the androids. However, for certain reasons, I have returned. Bulma's lips trembled as she approached Yamcha step by step, extending her hand as if yearning to touch him, yet unable to believe that the reality before her was genuine. Is it truly you? Are you alive? Her eyes instantly reddened. This woman, who had struggled for over a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, had never once shown a hint of vulnerability in front of others. At the sight of her old friend, all her strength crumbled. This is wonderful, truly wonderful, she exclaimed, grasping Yamcha's arm tightly, her scalding tears finally spilling down her cheeks. You are alive. We still have someone alive. Yamcha could feel the intensity of her grip, a force akin to clutching the last straw of hope. An unsettling feeling enveloped his heart. He would have preferred Bulma to remain indifferent or even hostile towards him, for the words he was about to utter would be unbearably cruel to her. Bulma, please calm down, Yamcha urged, steadying her shoulders and guiding her to a nearby chair. I have something exceedingly important to discuss with you. Bulma seemed to realize her emotional outburst and took several deep breaths, wiping away her tears as she struggled to regain her composure. Speak, I have endured much already. Her voice still carried a hint of a sob. Yamcha fell silent, gazing at this facade of strength before him, momentarily at a loss for words. It concerns Trunks, doesn't it? Bulma suddenly inquired, her soft voice striking Yamcha's heart like a hammer. Yamcha's body stiffened. How do you know? During his absence, I counted the days. Each one a torment, Bulma revealed, a tragic smile gracing her lips. According to the flow of time, he should have returned long ago, yet he had not. Several months ago, my reconnaissance drones detected unusual energy signatures near West City, reminiscent of the energy Trunks exhibited when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Since then, I have felt his presence vanish. Though she could not sense Ki, the bond between mother and son had allowed her a premonition of the grim fate that awaited. She had simply refused to accept it. Now, Yamcha's arrival and his expression confirmed her darkest fears. I'm sorry, Yamcha's voice was parched. Trunks has perished. He was killed by a creature known as Cell. Although she had prepared herself mentally, the moment she received the confirmation of such a dreadful reality, Bulma's body trembled violently. Her complexion turned as pale as a ghost. Yet she did not weep or protest. She merely bit down on her lip, suppressing any sound. The last glimmer in her blue eyes extinguished completely. Seeing her in such anguish pained Yamcha more than if he had lost his own life. He would have preferred her to weep or lash out at him. This suffocating sorrow was the most unbearable of all. Bulma, I'm fine, she interrupted him, lifting her head to meet his gaze with her hollow eyes. Did you say Cell? Is this a new enemy? Her voice was terrifyingly calm. Yamcha felt a shiver run through him. Such profound sorrow had thrust this brilliant scientist into a state of cold rationality. Yes, he nodded, deciding to reveal everything. Cell is an ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. His body contains the cells of Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, of us all. His most fearsome ability is absorption. He traveled through time from a future even further ahead than Trunks, using a time machine, with the intent to absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form. Trunks died trying to stop him. Yamcha detailed everything he knew about Cell, the origins, his goals, and his terrifying ability to absorb. Bulma listened quietly, her expression betraying no emotion. What now? Where is this monster named Cell? She asked. He has successfully absorbed Android 17 and evolved into his second form, Yamcha said with difficulty. His combat power now exceeds 2.5 billion, and that is not the worst part. Taking a deep breath, he revealed the most despairing news. According to my intelligence, in no more than 2 months, a demon from the demon realm named Dabura will descend upon Earth. His combat power is 50 billion. What did you say? This time, Bulma could no longer maintain her composure. 2.5 billion from Cell was already a nightmare beyond defeat. And now a 50 billion demon was approaching? How could they possibly combat this? Would the world truly be annihilated? Darkness enveloped her vision, and she swayed, nearly collapsing from her chair. Bulma. Yamcha reacted swiftly, catching her. It's not over yet. He grasped her shoulders, shaking her with urgency, attempting to pull her from the abyss of despair. We still have a chance, so long as you are willing to assist me. Bulma's vacant gaze slowly sharpened, focusing on Yamcha's face. Help you? She scoffed sadly. What can I do? I am merely a powerless scientist. My husband, my son, they are both gone. What more can I offer? You can do more than anyone else. Yamcha's eyes shone with unprecedented determination. Bulma, you are the smartest person in the world. Your intellect is our final weapon. I need your help. Combine Dr. Gero's artificial intelligence with your expertise to create a brand new enhancement plan, one that can prepare me to confront those monsters within 2 months. Trust me, and trust yourself. We can win. Yamcha's voice resonated through the empty laboratory. Bulma stared at him, captivated by the fierce flame of hope burning in his eyes. That flame possessed a certain magic, dispelling the coldness and despair within her heart, reigniting a faint flicker of life in her long-dormant spirit. Chapter 90. The Frantic Plan Against 50 Billion. Her blue eyes, once hollowed by sorrow, gradually refocused on Yamcha's face. She beheld the undying flame in his eyes, a light more precious than anything else in this desolate world. Hope. It was a feeling she had not experienced for far too long. 2 months to confront 50 billion. Bulma murmured, her voice no longer devoid of life, but infused with the curiosity of a scientist. After enduring immense shock and grief, her mind began to operate at an extraordinary pace. This is impossible, Yamcha, she declared, straightening her posture, her years of experience propelling her instinctively to the control panel. Her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, summoning a series of complex data models. Energy growth is not linear. From millions to tens of millions, even to hundreds of millions. It may be feasible, yet the leap from hundreds of millions to billions, and then to 50 billion, requires exponentially more energy. On the screen, a sharply ascending red curve pierced the eye, almost vertical. According to the combat data analysis left by Dr. Gero, 50 billion surpasses any biological limits we currently comprehend. This constitutes godlike power. A mortal body cannot possibly withstand it. Bulma's voice regained its calmness, a rational composure characteristic of a top-tier scientist. She was not disparaging Yamcha, but rather stating a cold, unvarnished truth. I know this sounds insane. Yamcha approached her, gazing at the incomprehensible formulas and charts on the screen. But Bulma, I am no longer the Yamcha of the past. Or rather, my body has transformed beyond that of an ordinary human. What do you mean? Bulma turned her head, looking at him with curiosity. Yamcha took a deep breath, knowing that gaining Bulma's trust was crucial for her to join him in this high-stakes gamble. I underwent modifications at Dr. Gero's research facility. The mere mention of this caused Bulma's pupils to constrict. Modifications? You became an android? Not entirely. Yamcha shook his head, gesturing to his chest. My heart, having been pushed to its limits through the Kaioken technique, has completely failed. Noah, Dr. Gero's artificial intelligence, utilized his technology to replace it with a biodynamic heart. A biodynamic heart? Bulma immediately searched the term in her database. Indeed, Yamcha explained, this heart theoretically provides me with nearly limitless biological energy to withstand the burdens of the Kaioken technique. I can now activate the 30-fold Kaioken without fear, with the only limitation remaining being the strength of my muscles and bones. Integrate your bodily data. Bulma's expression shifted instantly. She transformed from a desperate mother back into a genius scientist, fervently eager for the unknown. Yamcha complied, pressing his palm onto a data collection panel. Instantly, a torrent of data surged into the central processor. Bulma's eyes were glued to the screen as she rapidly recited, heart rate stabilizing at an ultra-high frequency. Energy output efficiency exceeds 300 times that of a normal human heart. Oh my, your cellular activity is continuously self-repairing and enhancing. This is beyond the realm of humanity. Bulma gazed at Yamcha as though he were a perfect specimen, pondering how that madman Gero had indeed created something extraordinary. So, Bulma, I have a foundation, Yamcha said earnestly. I possess an engine that will not overload. What I need now is a body that can endure the engine's maximum output. Bulma's breathing quickened as her mind raced. A multitude of ideas and solutions colliding. You broke through the human genetic lock once before, correct? She suddenly inquired. Indeed, at the hands of Lord Kao. Through a near-death experience, Yamcha nodded. Exactly, Bulma exclaimed, slapping the control panel, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. If you could break the first lock, you can break the second. The depths of human genes inherently harbor infinite possibilities, only constrained by layers of locks. Your initial breakthrough proves your willpower is strong enough to shatter this bondage. She turned, retrieving another file marked as taboo. Dr. Gero once had the boldest hypothesis. He called it the Divine Gene Project. He theorized that through external high-intensity energy resonance combined with special biological agents, one could forcibly dismantle a living entity's cellular structure. Then, during the cell reorganization process, activate dormant, ancient potential genes, achieving a leap in the level of life. This plan was too insane, too risky. So he abandoned it in favor of more stable mechanical and biological modifications. Bulma pointed at the proposal on the screen, her voice trembling slightly. But Yamcha, you are different. You already have a successful experience. Your body has adapted to this process of destruction and rebirth. Your will is the key to guiding cellular reorganization. We can resurrect this project. I shall call it gene activation, utilizing the highest intensity of energy to shatter each of your cells. Then with my latest concocted biological agents, stimulate your gene chain, forcibly unlocking your second genetic lock. Once successful, your standard combat power will experience a qualitative leap, potentially increasing several-fold. At that point, your body will be able to withstand higher multiples of the Kaioken. Yamcha listened quietly. He could sense the excitement in Bulma's voice. Yet he was more concerned about another matter. What are the risks? Bulma's enthusiasm waned as she fell silent for a few seconds before reluctantly speaking. This process will be 1,000 times more painful than your last near-death experience. Your consciousness must remain fully aware throughout to guide the volatile energy. A moment's carelessness could cause your body to completely collapse into a useless mass of flesh. Moreover, genetic mutations are uncontrollable. Even if you successfully guide the energy, there is a possibility of your gene chain incorrectly reorganizing, turning you into a mindless monster. She looked at Yamcha, enunciating each word carefully. Noah's preliminary simulation results indicate a success rate of less than 10%. Over 90% will either die or become a monster. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Yamcha observed Bulma's face, etched with worry and tension, and suddenly smiled. 10%. He recalled the moments when he clawed his way back from the grave, with hope of survival at zero. He remembered challenging the 15-fold Kaioken on Kao's planet, where hope was equally non-existent. He recalled facing the resurrected cell, where hope remained at zero. For me, that is already quite high. Yamcha's smile carried a serene acceptance of life and death. Bulma, I did not rise from the depths of hell to merely watch this world be destroyed again. The information Trunks sacrificed his life for is not meant for us to sit idly by. Do not speak of 10%. Even if it were but 1%, 1 in 10,000, I would still wager. His gaze was unprecedentedly resolute. Let us proceed. Bulma regarded him. Seeing a man who should have been enjoying life during peaceful times, yet now bore the weight of the world's fate, embarking on a perilous gamble. Her eyes brimmed with tears once more, but this time, she did not weep. She nodded firmly. wiping away the grease that had unknowingly stained her face, revealing a determined smile. All right, let us go. We shall return to Dr. Jero's research facility immediately. There, we will have the most advanced equipment and Noah's assistance. I will finalize all plans on the way. Yamcha, remember this. Bulma stepped before him, extending her hand and patting his chest where the new heart resided. You are not fighting alone. If you perish, I shall not survive either. Therefore, you must succeed. Chapter 91. The gamble with a success rate of less than 10%. Once the decision was made, neither of them hesitated. Bulma acted with alacrity, immediately beginning to gather necessary equipment and data. Her rapid movements brought the previously chaotic laboratory to life. Various intricate instruments were skillfully disassembled, packed, and stored in universal capsules. Meanwhile, Yamcha took on the task of bidding farewell to the surviving members outside. As he exited the laboratory, the bearded leader and the elderly man who had recognized him approached eagerly. Yamcha-sama, are you leaving? The bearded man's tone was filled with respect and a hint of unease. Yes, there is some urgency. Yamcha nodded, looking at the survivors in the settlement who cast hopeful glances his way, feeling a weight in his heart. Please take this. The elderly man offered a package. This is the best food and water we have here, though it is not much. Yamcha accepted it without refusal, earnestly replying, thank you. Please take care of yourselves. Remember, no matter what happens, never relinquish hope. He yearned to convey to them that the future would indeed be bright. However, he found himself unable to do so. Any promise made before the genuine resolution of the crisis would be but a hollow assurance. Mr. Bulma, her bearded companion hesitated to inquire. She is with me. Yamcha cast a glance towards the direction of the laboratory. We embark on a quest for this world, seeking a future. Having said this, he did not linger. He turned to depart. He feared that if he remained even a second longer to witness those hopeful gazes, the burden upon his shoulders would grow heavier still. Before long, Bulma completed her preparations. The craft, which had sustained damage from the survivor's energy weapon, was swiftly restored by her skilled hands in a matter of mere minutes, even enhanced in performance. Let us proceed, Bulma exclaimed as she leapt into the pilot's seat. Calling out to Yamcha, the craft descended amidst the complex gazes of the survivors, transforming into a streak of white light, vanishing into the dusky horizon. Within the cockpit, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. As Bulma piloted the craft, she continuously engaged in data simulations on the virtual screen before her. Lines of intricate code and formulas flashed rapidly. Yamcha, seated in the co-pilot's seat, gazed out at the rapidly retreating ruins, his mind troubled. Bulma, he suddenly spoke. Bulma replied, not lifting her gaze, fully engrossed in her task. How exactly will the gene activation proceed? You mentioned I must remain fully conscious and guide the energy. What does that entail? Bulma halted her operations, turning to face Yamcha with a serious expression. This is the most critical and perilous aspect of the entire plan, she explained. I will utilize a neutron energy resonator to directly infuse high-purity energy into your cellular structure. This energy will be exceedingly volatile. Its purpose is to dismantle, to utterly shatter your cellular architecture. During this process, you will endure unimaginable agony. Yet, you must not lose consciousness, for if your awareness falters, this chaotic energy will spiral out of control, tearing your body apart to the atomic level, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. Yamcha swallowed hard, his throat tightening. To be torn to atoms, what a striking description. Your task, Bulma continued, is to envelop and guide this energy with your will, or rather, your chi. Imagine yourself as a craftsman, those shattered cells as clay, and the tumultuous energy as your hands. You must use your resolve to forcibly reshape this clay into a completely new version of yourself, according to the correct blueprint that emerges from the depths of your genes. It sounds rather esoteric, Yamcha remarked with a wry smile. The end of science is indeed metaphysics. Bulma quipped, to put it plainly, this is a battle between you and your body's instincts. Your body will wish to surrender, to collapse under the weight of pain. And your will must conquer it, command it, and reshape it. I understand, Yamcha nodded. Ultimately, it was a gamble with his life, wagering his willpower to see if it was resolute enough. He recalled the time on Kaioshin's planet when Ko had pressured him with immense energy, compelling him to unleash the 15-fold Kaioken. The sensation back then bore a resemblance to what Bulma described, except this time, the destruction would arise from within, and the level of pain and danger would likely be magnitudes greater. He closed his eyes, visions flashing through his mind, His own demise at the hands of the cell games, the death of comrades at the hands of the androids, and the image of the golden-haired youth with steadfast eyes, Trunks. Trunks. He opened his eyes, instinctively clenching his fists. This life of mine is a second chance, snatched from the grave. Since I have survived, I cannot live in vain. I shall accomplish what Goku and Vegeta could not. I will fulfill the revenge that Trunks was unable to complete. I will bring an end to this hellish future. A powerful conviction surged from the depths of his heart, sharpening his gaze to an extraordinary clarity. Bulma sensed the shift in his aura, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Her greatest fear had been that Yamcha would falter at the last moment, yet it appeared that his resolve was even more resilient than she had anticipated. We have arrived. Bulma's voice pulled Yamcha from his reverie. The craft began to decelerate, revealing a continuous expanse of desolate mountains below, seemingly devoid of anything remarkable. Bulma halted the craft before a valley, approached a massive rock face, and pressed her hand against several inconspicuous depressions in a specific sequence. With a rumble, the rock face slowly parted, revealing a deep, metallic glimmering passageway. Dr. Gero truly has a knack for concealment, Yamcha remarked in awe. Let us proceed, our future lies within. Bulma stepped forward, and Yamcha followed closely, entering a place that had birthed countless nightmares, but now held their final hope. The corridor was lengthy and imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Upon reaching the end, a massive circular gate opened automatically. Welcome back, Dr. Bulma. Welcome, Mr. Yamcha. A gentle, emotionless, synthetic voice resonated throughout the spacious hall. The artificial intelligence, Noah, was still operational. Chapter 92. I desire the ability to absorb energy. The vast underground research facility was brightly lit and impeccably clean. Various intricate instruments, whose names Yamcha could not recall, stood silently like a slumbering army of steel. Hello, Noah, Bulma greeted warmly as she walked in, removing her coat to reveal a fitted work uniform beneath. Hello, Dr. Bulma. Noah replied, I have detected that you have returned with a significant amount of advanced analytical equipment. Shall I connect it to the central system? Absolutely. Grant me access to all computational permissions of grade A and above. Excitement sparkled in Bulma's eyes, akin to a child entering a candy store. Additionally, prepare the neutron energy resonator and the gene recombination life pod, adjusting the energy supply to maximum capacity. Instructions received. Executing now. Noah confirmed as Bulma dove into her work with fervor. She integrated her equipment with the research facility's systems, a torrent of data flowing and converging on the screens before them. She was like a general orchestrating a grand strategy, with Noah as her most capable aide. Yamcha observed her focused demeanor, marveling at her brilliance. This woman was indeed an unparalleled genius in the realm of science. No wonder she bore a son like Trunks. Nor why the proud scion prince, Vegeta, would pause for her. Yamcha, come here. Lie down. Bulma soon completed her preparations, pointing to a massive glass pod filled with blue nutrient fluid. That is the gene recombination life pod. Without hesitation, Yamcha removed his shirt, revealing his scarred and battle-hardened physique, and lay down within the pod. The cold yet viscous nutrient fluid enveloped him, imparting a peculiar sensation of weightlessness. Put this on, Bulma instructed, handing him a metal headband connected to numerous wires. It will monitor your brainwaves, and should your consciousness begin to wane, I will alert you immediately. Yamcha donned the headband, took a deep breath, and nodded to Bulma. She approached the main control panel, while a massive instrument resembling a cannon gradually descended, aiming at the life pod where Yamcha lay. That is the neutron energy resonator. All systems are ready. Energy output is stable, Noah reported. The gene activation procedure can commence at any time. Bulma placed her hand on the activation button, but just as she was about to press the button, the voice of Yamcha echoed through the communicator of the life support capsule. Wait, Bulma, I have an idea. Bulma's finger paused in midair, her brow furrowing. At this moment, what outrageous notion do you have? Yamcha's voice was clear. I want to add another function to this transformation. What function? Energy absorption. Yamcha articulated deliberately. Like androids 19 and 20, I wish to possess the ability to absorb energy directly. Bulma was taken aback, doubting her own hearing. Are you insane? Do you even know what you're saying? The energy absorption system and biological gene modification are entirely different technological paths. Dr. Gero spent 20 years barely making it work on 19 and 20. You want to integrate this function into yourself? I understand it is difficult, Yamcha replied. But think about it, Bulma. Our enemies, whether it be Sheru or that demon King Depura, possess combat power far exceeding ours. Even if I were to activate a higher multiplier of Kaioken, the odds of victory remain slim. However, if I could absorb even 1% of their attacking energy during battle, it could change the tide. His reasoning was incredibly lucid. What he needed was not merely brute strength, but a decisive advantage to turn the battle in their favor. Bulma's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. She understood Yamcha's rationale. If this could indeed be achieved, he would become an immensely formidable opponent. Noah, bring up the design schematics for the energy absorption systems of androids 19 and 20, along with the related experimental data. Simulate the feasibility of integrating it with the gene activation plan. Bulma commanded with calm authority. The computation core of Noah began to operate at high speed. Moments later, a chilling figure appeared on the screen. Simulation complete. The integration plan presents significant technical conflicts. The implantation of the energy absorption device would severely disrupt the energy stability during the gene recombination process. The success rate of the gene activation plan would plummet from 9.7 to 4.3. The likelihood of success is halved once more. Yamcha, did you hear that? Less than 5%. Bulma's voice trembled. With a risk of over 95%, you will die. Absolutely die? I cannot let you take this risk. No, Bulma, you are mistaken. Yamcha's voice was eerily calm. If I merely sought to enhance my combat abilities, facing Sheru's 2.5 billion or Depura's 5 billion power, my chances of victory would be less than 1%. Now, trading a 95% risk of death for a hope of victory greater than 1% is a bargain. This is not a bargain. It is your life. Bulma shouted. My life has long been forfeit, Yamcha replied softly. Bulma, trust me. Trust yourself. You are the best scientist. You can do this. Bulma gazed at the solitary figure lying in the life support capsule, looking into his eyes that still held unwavering trust through the glass. She bit her lip hard. This rascal always bore all the pressure alone. Noah. Bulma closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, only resoluteness remained. Revise the plan to incorporate the implantation of the energy absorption device into the modification process. Command received. A new plan is being generated. Gene activation plus has been created. Bulma stared at the glaring 43 on the screen, extending her slightly trembling hand to press the red activation button. Yamcha, hold on. Boom. The neutron energy resonance device's muzzle erupted with a blinding light, illuminating the entire research facility. Chapter 93. The Pain of Torn Genes. The moment the light ignited, Yamcha felt as if he had been cast into the heart of the sun. No, it was far worse. It was not mere scorching heat, but an utterly unreasonable destructive energy. It pierced through the walls of the life support capsule like countless invisible steel needles, penetrating the nutrient solution enveloping him, invading his skin, muscles, bones, and every single cell. An uncontrollable scream erupted from Yamcha's throat, echoing through the main control room via the communicator. Bulma clutched the edge of the control panel tightly. She shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the devastation within the capsule. It was too agonizing. Yamcha felt his body being dismantled. Every cell wailed in anguish, screaming in torment. He could clearly see his cell walls shattering under the onslaught of the savage energy, cells being crushed, and gene chains torn into countless fragments. His body was devolving into a chaotic mass of organic matter at the most fundamental level. This agony transcended any corporeal torture. It directly assaulted the soul, the essence of existence itself. His consciousness began to blur, darkness enveloping him like a warm tide, tempting him to surrender. Sleep, and the pain will cease. A voice echoed in his mind. No, I cannot sleep. Yamcha bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting his awareness back momentarily. He recalled Bulma's words. Guide this energy with your will. What is my will? It is to survive. It is to avenge Trunks. It is to protect the last flicker of light in this hellish world. Yell. Yamcha let out a silent roar within his heart. His formidable mental strength, honed through countless trials, erupted at that moment. He no longer resisted the destructive energy, but sought to understand it, to accept it, and ultimately to control it. He extended his aura outward, forming an invisible web to cautiously ensnare those frenzied energy particles. It was challenging. The energy surged like a herd of untamed wild horses, rampaging in all directions. Each collision sent violent tremors through his mental web, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Yamcha? Hold on. Your brainwaves are weakening. Bulma's anxious voice came through the communicator. Don't give up. Think about why you are here. Bulma's voice acted as a stimulant, invigorating his near-collapsing spirit. Why am I here? He envisioned the ruins of Shidu, Master Roshi's worried gaze, Android 18's beautiful yet deranged face, and Trunks lying in a pool of blood. I cannot lose. He summoned all his spirit, all his faith, tightening the invisible web of energy with all his might. Come to me. A miracle occurred. Those wild energies, under the coercive force of his will, began to yield slightly. They were no longer solely destructive. They began to align with Yamcha's intent, undergoing a sort of selection. Just then, a new wave of intense pain surged through him. The energy absorption device. The implantation of this foreign object shattered the fragile equilibrium once more. The energy, which had just been calmed, erupted violently again. Pooh! Yamcha felt his insides being torn apart by an immense force. Blood mixed with fragments of his organs spewing from his mouth, staining the nutrient solution before him. Warning! Subject's life signs are rapidly declining. Heart rate below 10%. Warning! Gene chain collapse. Uncontrollable mutations detected. Noah's alarm blared sharply. Yamcha? Bulma cried out in despair. Had he failed? Yamcha's consciousness had already plunged into the deepest abyss. Just as he was about to lose everything, he seemed to perceive something. It was a wall. An intangible barrier composed of countless genetic symbols, exuding an ancient and primordial aura. This was humanity's second genetic lock. It stood there, mocking his audacity. Unwillingness surged within him. He could not accept defeat. He had clawed his way out of the grave, endured so much, not to perish here. He had yet to avenge Trunks. He had not witnessed the world bathe in light once more. He had not settled the score with that madwoman. Break for me. With the last remnants of his strength, Yamcha condensed his waning will into an invisible G, slamming it against the wall. A faint sound, akin to a hallucination, resonated deep within his soul like a subtle crack. A fissure appeared on the impenetrable wall, which rapidly spread across its surface like a spider's web. Boom! The wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. A torrent of golden energy, 1,000,000,000 times more ferocious than before, surged forth from behind the wall, emanating from the very essence of life. This power was brimming with vitality and infinite possibilities. It washed over Yamcha's battered body, enveloping the rampaging energies, the shattered cells, and the foreign implants. From destruction came rebirth. From ruin arose renewal. Under the onslaught of this golden torrent, Yamcha's body was being reshaped and evolved at an unimaginable speed. In the control room, all alarms ceased abruptly. Noah's emotionless electronic voice, for the first time, carried a hint of unperceived shock. Detection of unknown high-dimensional life energy experimental subject gene chain undergoing transformative recombination. Vital signs restored and rising exponentially. Bulma gazed blankly at the life pod. The nutrient solution, once stained red with blood, now radiated a soft and sacred golden glow. At the heart of this radiance, the man was experiencing a miracle. She knew not what Yamcha had undergone in that final moment. She only knew that he had succeeded. This man had once again grasped the flicker of life with unwavering resolve. A wave of immense joy and exhaustion washed over Bulma simultaneously. Her legs gave way, collapsing into the chair, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Chapter 94, Normal State, 20 million. 40 times Kaioken. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that moment. Yamcha had no sense of how long he had slept. He felt as though he had traversed a long, long dream, transforming into a speck of dust floating in the cosmos, witnessing the birth and death of stars. When he finally opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was Bulma's face, etched with fatigue yet adorned with a relieved smile. Her eyes were sunken and bloodshot, clearly having gone without sleep for a long while. You're awake? Bulma's voice was hoarse as she offered him a glass of water. How long have I been asleep? Yamcha sat up, feeling an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. No, it was not merely good. It was a sensation of being reborn. He could distinctly feel that every cell within him was saturated with explosive power. Blood surged through his veins like a roaring river. The new heart pulsed steadily, delivering an unending stream of energy to this rejuvenated body. Not long, just 2 days, Bulma yawned. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Sorry to worry you. Yamcha replied, as he flexed his body, bones cracking with a satisfying pop. Rising to his feet, his bare torso revealed muscles more defined and powerful than before. How do you feel? Bulma inquired. I feel. Yamcha clenched his fist, the air compressing with a resounding crack. I feel like I could shatter this planet with a single punch. It was no mere illusion. He could sense the immense power lying dormant within him, far surpassing his previous modifications. Noah, report the final data, Bulma commanded into the air. Command received, Noah's voice responded. Experimental subject Yamcha, gene activation plus program complete. Successfully breached the second phase of the genetic lock, evolving in life form hierarchy. Current normal state combat power, 20 million. 20 million. Prior to his modifications. After consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, his normal state combat power had only reached 6 million. This transformation had more than tripled his foundational combat power. Is this the strength that comes with breaking the second genetic lock? Yamcha murmured, incredulity washing over him. And this is just the beginning, Bulma beamed with pride. Your potential has been further unlocked, and your body's capacity has increased geometrically. Try your Kaioken and see where your limits lie. All right. Yamcha inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. Kaioken. Virum. A crimson aura erupted from within him, engulfing his entire being in flames. The entire research facility began to tremble violently. 10 times. Combat power, 200 million. Effortlessly. 20 times. Combat power, 400 million. Without strain. 30 times. Combat power, 600 million. The biopower heart raced at high speed. Yet he felt no discomfort. Not at my limit yet. Excitement sparkled in Yamcha's eyes. He could feel that his body could endure even more. He swung his arms, and the aura surged again. 40 times Kaioken. Boom. An unprecedented wave of terrifying power erupted from within him. The crimson flames coalesced into a tangible energy storm around him. Instruments within the research facility exploded under the force of this power, sending sparks flying. Combat power, 800 million. Bulma exclaimed, watching the numbers on the main console soar. 800 million. Though a significant gap remained between him and Cell and Dabura, this was undoubtedly a monumental advancement. Wonderful. We did it. Bulma leaped in excitement, embracing Yamcha. He too reigned in his energy, relishing the surging power within him, his heart swelling with pride. Yet, at that moment, a piercing alarm blared through the research facility. What is happening? Noah. Bulma asked urgently. Warning. Energy reaction in modification chamber B03 has concluded. Experimental subject 18, enhancement modification complete. Noah's voice paused, seemingly processing a complex data set. Current energy level monitoring peak, 1 billion. 1 billion. Both Yamcha and Bulma's smiles froze in place. Creak. The heavy metal door of chamber B03 slowly slid open. A figure clad in a blue denim jacket and a black miniskirt, donning high-heeled combat boots, stepped out. It was Android 18. She appeared unchanged. Perhaps even more alluring than before, but an invisible, chilling pressure emanated from her, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Chapter 95. The Yandere girlfriend with 1 billion combat power. Android 18 emerged from the modification chamber, cracking her neck with a soft pop. She clenched her fist, feeling the new power within her, vastly stronger than before. 1 billion. A number that even she found satisfying. If the 17th could possess such power. That notion was but a fleeting thought, quickly suppressed. Her gaze gradually swept across the disarrayed research facility, ultimately fixating on two figures not far away, Yamcha and the woman with blue hair, Bu-erma. They stood quite close, the woman even embracing Yamcha's arm in her excitement. In an instant, the demeanor of 18 became icy. What are you doing? Her voice was soft, almost mundane, yet it rendered the previously jubilant atmosphere utterly frozen. Bu-erma instinctively released her hold on Yamcha, sensing a palpable, unmasked hostility aimed directly at her. 18. Have you completed your upgrade? That's splendid. Yamcha stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bu-erma, forcing a smile. I was just about to ask what you were doing. 18 completely disregarded his words, striding towards them with long strides. The sound of her high-heeled boots echoed sharply against the metallic floor. Her gaze passed over Yamcha, locking onto Bu-erma behind him. You, woman, keep your distance from my toy. The possessiveness and warning in her voice sent a chill through Bu-erma's heart. He is my companion, not your toy. Though fear gripped her heart, Bu-erma refused to show weakness. She could not allow this deranged woman to dominate the moment. Oh, the corners of 18's mouth curled into a dangerous smirk. Companion? She halted, tilting her head slightly, a glint of undisguised malice flashing in her icy blue eyes. Yamcha, it seems you've learned to associate with unsavory characters during your time away from me. 18, please don't do this. Yamcha felt overwhelmed. Bu'er Ma is helping me grow stronger, to confront Sha Lu, to avenge 17. He invoked the name of 17 once more. Indeed, upon hearing it, 18's eyes flickered momentarily. Yet, she quickly suppressed that brief reaction, her gaze returning to Yamcha with a scrutinizing, playful expression. Grow stronger, is it? Let me see for myself. Before the words had scarcely left her lips, her figure vanished in an instant. So swift. Yamcha's pupils constricted as he failed to catch 18's movement. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward him. With no time to ponder, his instincts kicked in. He crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as an unimaginable force crashed against his arms. Yamcha was propelled backward like a cannonball, shattering several precision instruments in his path. He finally slammed heavily against an alloy wall, creating a massive dent. Coughing, Yamcha collapsed to the ground, feeling his arms tingle and his blood surge. Is this the strength of a billion? Just a casual strike, and it's this terrifying. Yamcha, Bu'er Ma screamed, attempting to rush towards him. Don't move. 18's cold voice interrupted, having appeared before Bu'er Ma without her noticing. A slender finger hovered dangerously close to Bu'er Ma's forehead. One more move, and I'll kill you. Bu'er Ma froze, sensing the seriousness of the threat. That finger held enough terrifying energy to vaporize her in an instant. Not bad, 18 remarked, her gaze still locked on Yamcha in the distance. To withstand my blow, it seems that woman has indeed enhanced you, making you a more entertaining toy. Yamcha shook his head, rising from the ground. The numbness in his arms was rapidly dissipating. His newfound body possessed astonishing recovery capabilities. I told you, I am not your toy. Yamcha's expression darkened. Whether I am or not is not for you to decide. In the blink of an eye, 18 reappeared before Yamcha, delivering a lightning-fast kick that sliced through the air, aimed at his neck. Chapter 96. The universe is our battlefield. Faced with 18's extreme attack, Yamcha's eyes sharpened with focus. He could no longer afford to be the passive recipient of blows. 40 times KO Ken. Boom. Crimson energy erupted forth as 800 million battle power was unleashed without reservation. He sidestepped just in time to avoid that leg capable of shattering mountains, simultaneously delivering a hand strike imbued with a fierce aura towards 18's side. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed 18's eyes. She hadn't anticipated Yamcha's reaction speed to match her own. She twisted her waist, evading his strike at an impossible angle, while her other leg shot upwards like a scorpion's tail, aimed at Yamcha's chin. Bang, bang, bang. Within the confines of the small research facility, their figures blurred into streaks of light, colliding fiercely. Each encounter unleashed earth-shattering sounds, creating devastating energy shockwaves. Instruments in the control room shattered in clusters under the aftermath of their battle. Stop, you two lunatics. Stop it now. Bu'er Ma, hiding behind a relatively sturdy console, shouted desperately as she witnessed the hope that she and Yamcha had painstakingly built being obliterated by their own hands. The data and equipment here were their only means to combat Sha Lu and Apu La. If they were destroyed, everything would truly be lost. Boom. Another violent exchange of punches sent both Yamcha and 18 reeling back. Yamcha felt a searing pain in his fist. 800 million versus 1 billion. There was still a noticeable gap. Each time they clashed head-on, he was the one at a disadvantage. Yet 18 was equally taken aback. This man was now capable of trading blows with her upgraded self. Though she still held the upper hand, the sense of complete control had vanished. This realization left her feeling quite unsettled. However, simultaneously, a twisted excitement surged within her. This man was becoming increasingly amusing. We cannot fight here. Yamcha gasped. Shouting at 18, we will destroy everything. And what of it? 18 replied with a cold laugh. If it gets destroyed, so be it. This world is about due for an end anyway. Yamcha was at a loss for words. This deranged woman simply did not care. However, 18 shifted her tone, licking her lips, her icy blue eyes darting between Yamcha and Bu'er Ma. Indeed, there is an eyesore present while we fight. It was evident she referred to Bu'er Ma. Come with me. 18 beckoned to Yamcha with an undeniable tone. Where to? The universe. A serious expression adorned 18's face. I can sense that the energy of that foolish giant, 16, is rapidly waning. That scoundrel, Sha Lu, should be nearby. We must find him now and eliminate him. Why go to the universe? Buerma could not help but inquire. 18 cast a disdainful glance her way. Her disdain unmistakable. First, I do not wish for our playtime to inadvertently damage this still relatively enjoyable playground known as Earth. She spoke, her gaze provocatively directed towards Yamcha. Secondly, I do not wish to be disturbed by inconsequential distractions buzzing around me. This statement was unabashedly aimed at Bulma. In an instant, Yamcha comprehended her intent. Venturing into the cosmos was the most prudent choice at this juncture. Not only would it divert this volatile woman, thus safeguarding Bulma and the last research facility, but it would also prevent their conflict from spilling over onto Earth. Very well, I shall accompany you, Yamcha resolved decisively. However, Bulma must remain here, he added, for she has far graver matters to attend to. She is our ultimate trump card. He needed to afford Bulma a position of significance, instilling a sense of caution in 18. With a nonchalant shrug, 18 acquiesced, fine. She wouldn't be able to keep pace with us anyway. Upon finishing her words, her figure flickered and she appeared directly beside Yamcha. Seizing his arm with an astonishing grip. Let us depart, my plaything. The true game is only just beginning. Yamcha, being pulled along, cast a reassuring glance back at Bulma. By the way, Noah, can my body survive in the vacuum of space? He inquired inwardly, simultaneously transmitting his command via the headband. Indeed, Noah's voice resonated directly within his mind. The Gene Activation Plus program has reconfigured your bodily structure into a universally adaptive life form capable of thriving in various extreme environments, including vacuum, high pressure, and intense radiation. Excellent. Yamcha felt a wave of relief wash over him. What are we lingering for? 18 interjected impatiently, tugging at Yamcha, transforming into a streak of golden light as they pierced through the research facility's dome and ascended skyward. Chapter 97. The monsters soaring into the cosmos. With a thunderous roar, the sturdy alloy dome was effortlessly torn asunder by their ferocious power, a gaping hole allowing blinding sunlight to flood in, making Yamcha and 18 squint after their prolonged confinement underground. They burst forth to the desolate world above the meteorite crater. Yamcha, should I catch you enticing unsavory women again, I shall not be so lenient next time, she declared, her golden aura shimmering as she propelled Yamcha skyward with unimaginable speed. Yamcha managed but a fleeting glance at the small oasis and the diminutive yet resilient inhabitants before being swept away by an overwhelming force. Leaving behind the land he vowed to protect. Their velocity accelerated, the air thinned around them, the sky deepened from blue to an abyssal black. They breached the atmosphere, entering the vast, boundless cosmos. The sensation of weightlessness and the biting cold enveloped them instantaneously. Instinctively, Yamcha attempted to breathe, only to discover that it was unnecessary. Noah's words rang true. His body had fully adapted to the vacuum. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to a fish returning to water, an unparalleled sense of freedom. How does it feel? Your first time in space, country bumpkin? 18 released her grip, hovering beside him with a hint of mockery in her tone. Not bad. The vista is quite expansive. Yamcha subdued his curiosity and surveyed his surroundings with calmness. The stars twinkled, magnificent yet frigid. The massive Earth appeared as a sapphire, quietly suspended beneath them. In which direction are number 16 and Cell? He swiftly transitioned into a battle-ready state. I can sense them. 18's expression grew serious as she closed her eyes, attuning herself to the energy around them. Number 16's energy flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Cell's energy remained vast and repulsive. She opened her eyes and pointed. Over there. We must hurry, otherwise we won't even make it in time to retrieve that oaf's remains. Without further ado, they unleashed their energies, transforming into two streaks of golden and crimson light, trailing luminous arcs through the pitch-black universe as they soared toward the distant starry depths. Cosmic travel proved tedious and protracted. 18 appeared somewhat bored, her restless, playful spirit resurfacing. Suddenly, a fist-sized energy orb shot from her hand without warning, narrowly grazing Yamcha's cheek as it zipped past. He did not flinch, merely tilting his head slightly at the last moment to evade it effortlessly. Focus, he stated coolly. Ah, your reflexes have sharpened, 18 remarked, a playful glint in her eyes. Yet, her enthusiasm only escalated. In an instant, dozens, if not hundreds, of energy orbs rained down upon Yamcha from all directions, sealing off every avenue for evasion. Yamcha frowned at this madwoman. He opted not to withstand the barrage. Instead, his body executed astonishing twists and turns at high speed, akin to a master acrobat dancing through a hail of gunfire. Every energy orb whizzed past him, none finding their mark. Your reflexes have improved, but it's still insufficient, 18 commented, though a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed her icy blue eyes. This exquisite control over his body and the innate combat skills he exhibited were not merely the result of energy augmentation. They were the fruits of relentless training in martial arts. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yamcha's eyes glimmered with determination. He refrained from counterattacking. Instead, as he dodged an energy orb, he thrust his palm towards it, opening his hand wide. A force of attraction surged forth, yanking the orb back from its trajectory and drawing it into his palm, where it vanished from sight. A faint yet pure energy coursed through his arm and into his being. Although the amount was minimal, it was undeniably effective. As 18 prepared for her next offensive, her movements abruptly halted. Suspended in the void of space, she gazed incredulously at Yamcha's right hand. What did your hand just do? Chapter 98. Your power is now mine. Yamcha spread his palm, feeling the absorbed energy from 18 coursing through him. Although feeble, it was incredibly pure and distinctly different from his own energy, a more refined and direct essence. This newfound ability exceeded his expectations. It was practically tailor-made for prolonged battles. 18 ceased all movements, hovering in the dark cosmos, her icy blue eyes fixated on Yamcha's right hand. In that instant, she had unmistakably felt the severing of the link between her released energy orb and herself. It had not been shattered or neutralized, but had simply vanished, like a stone sinking into the sea without a trace. Additionally, she sensed a faint energy fluctuation from Yamcha that was alien yet familiar. You. 18's voice tinged with displeasure. What have you done to my energy? Observing her astonished expression, Yamcha felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction. He had long been a mere plaything in her hands, treated as an expendable toy. Now, he finally possessed a card that could catch her off guard. Nothing much, Yamcha replied, retracting his hand with a nonchalant tone. As you witnessed, I absorbed it. Absorbed? 18's brow furrowed instantly. She disdained that term. This is a new ability I acquired after my transformation. Energy absorption, Yamcha declared, pausing deliberately to gauge 18's reaction. As anticipated, her pupils constricted sharply. Energy absorption? Isn't this merely a rudimentary function that Dr. Gero has longed for, yet only realized in the failures represented by androids number 19 and number 20? What Yamcha has just absorbed is her energy. It is the power generated by the eternal energy core. You can absorb energy too? Android no. 18's voice was laden with skepticism, yet it was also tinged with an indescribable excitement. It was as if she had discovered a Rubik's Cube filled with countless secrets. With every side she unraveled, she unveiled an increasingly intricate structure. It seems that Bulma has transformed you into something more intriguing. The corners of no. 18's mouth curled into a dangerous arc, suggesting not only increased resilience, but also the ability to emulate my powers. In an instant, her figure flickered and appeared before Yamcha. The distance between them scarcely half a meter. She extended a delicate finger, lightly tapping on Yamcha's chest, feeling the strength of his robust biological heart. So, as long as there is an energy attack, you can continue to fight indefinitely? Her voice held a hint of seduction, much like mine, possessing boundless energy? One could say so. Yamcha did not retreat, maintaining eye contact with her. He was, of course, exaggerating. Noah had mentioned that this absorption device had its limits, and the conversion efficiency was far from optimal, let alone granting him infinite energy. However, he needed this facade to intimidate, or, rather, to pique the interest of this madwoman before him. Suddenly, number 18 erupted into low laughter, which grew louder until it transformed into unabashed guffaws. Her body trembled with mirth, her golden hair floating silently in the vacuum. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. She seized Yamcha by the collar, pulling him close enough for their noses to nearly touch. A toy like me, one that would never tire, a companion with whom I could play until the end of days. Her gaze was frighteningly fervent, filled with a morbid desire for possession and ecstasy. Yamcha, you have truly given me an extraordinary surprise. Yamcha felt a chill run down his spine under her intense scrutiny. The workings of this woman's mind were beyond conventional understanding. Just as this bizarre atmosphere threatened to erupt, their expressions suddenly shifted. A faint yet unmistakably familiar energy was dissipating at an astonishing rate. It was android number 16. That simpleton was nearing his end. Number 18's smile vanished in an instant, her expression turning icy. She released Yamcha and abruptly turned toward the distant source. Cell. She spat out the name through gritted teeth, her murderous intent radiating like a palpable force, seemingly freezing the surrounding cosmos. The image of number 17 being absorbed resurfaced in her mind. Move. Number 18 commanded sharply, disregarding Yamcha as she transformed into a golden streak, racing toward the battlefield with even greater speed. Yamcha's heart raced. He immediately activated the 40-fold Kaioken, enveloping himself in a crimson aura as he pursued her. He knew that the real battle was only just beginning. They sped through the desolate cosmos, surrounded by countless shattered meteors and remnants of stars, a clear indication that a horrific battle had recently unfolded here. The closer they got, the clearer the flickering aura of number 16 became. Finally, at the end of their line of sight, a harrowing scene emerged. Upon a vast expanse of what appeared to be devoured planetary debris, a massive figure was being trampled by another. The large figure was none other than android number 16. One of his arms had vanished, his body riddled with grotesque fissures, and the dull glow of his crimson electronic eye suggested it might extinguish at any moment. The one standing over him was a grotesque and powerful monster, entirely green with black spots, Cell's second form. Oh, it seemed that Cell had sensed their arrival long before. As he slowly lifted his head to gaze at the two streaks of light rushing toward him, a malicious smile spreading across his face. My other dessert, and that bothersome earthling, have finally arrived? His voice resonated through the air, clearly reaching Yamcha and number 18. How convenient. I need not seek you out anymore. Chapter 99. The Despairing Battlefield, a Triumvirate Alliance. Cell. Upon witnessing number 16's plight and hearing Cell's taunting words, number 18's reason was instantly consumed by rage. The hatred for number 17's absorption made her forget the despairing power disparity between them. I will kill you, she shrieked, her golden aura surging violently as her speed escalated. Like a golden comet, she charged headlong toward Cell. Fool, come back. Yamcha's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly followed. He understood number 18's nature all too well. Once this woman was riled up, she would not consider the consequences. Cell regarded the oncoming number 18 with a mocking expression akin to a cat playing with a mouse. He did not even raise a hand. He merely lifted a finger, gathering a small orb of purple energy at its tip. The terrifying power contained within that energy made Yamcha's scalp tingle. A casual strike with 25 billion battle power could easily obliterate the 10 billion powered number 18. Stay calm. He possesses 25 billion in battle power. Charging in like that is tantamount to suicide. Yamcha exerted every ounce of strength, finally managing to intercept No. 18 just as she entered Cell's attack range, wrapping his arms around her waist. Let me go? Number 18 struggled frantically, raining down punches on Yamcha's back. I want to kill him. To avenge number 17. Each punch contained a force equivalent to 10 billion in battle power, and even with the 40-fold Kaioken activated, granting him 8 billion in battle power, Yamcha felt his blood surge. Yet, he held on to number 18 tightly, refusing to let go. You need to snap out of it. Yamcha shouted at her. Do you want number 17's sacrifice to be in vain? Do you want us all to die here? She halted her assault, but her body continued to tremble violently. Cell watched this scene with keen interest, retracting the energy at his fingertip. Oh, what a touching moment. However, Earthling, do you think stopping her is of any use? He pressed down slightly, causing number 16's body to emit a strained creaking sound under the pressure. My energy is over 16 times yours. You cannot confront me directly. Number 16's broken voice echoed as he struggled to raise his intact arm, seemingly attempting to grasp Cell's foot. Yet, Cell effortlessly kicked him aside. Silence, failure. Cell stated coldly. Your only purpose was to lure them here. Your task is now complete. Number 18, listen. Yamcha seized the opportunity to speak rapidly. We are not entirely without a chance. Number 16 is a purely mechanical entity. Cell cannot absorb him, and you possess infinite energy to continuously deplete him. I have a secret move that can severely injure him. Number 18 panted heavily, her ice blue eyes fixed on Cell, then glancing at the barely conscious number 16, finally resting on Yamcha's face. Secret move? Her voice brimmed with skepticism. Just based on you? Yes, based on me. Yamcha's gaze was unwavering. But I need you to create an opportunity. Number 16 will hold him directly. You attack from the side with energy to distract him. Just give me 3 seconds. No, just one chance, and I can obliterate him into cosmic dust with my magic palm. Number 18 fell silent. She longed to assert her independence, but reason told her that Yamcha spoke the truth. The 25 billion of Cell loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on her heart. That was a gap so vast it made her feel hopeless, even with her upgraded powers. Very well. A single word emerged from the gaps of number 18's teeth. It was settled. Yamcha released her. He understood that this temporary alliance was fragile to the point of collapse, yet it remained their only hope. Hey, you two, have you finished your discussion? Sha Lu said impatiently. I can hardly wait to savor my dessert. He extended his tongue, licking his lips, his gaze greedily sweeping over number 18's alluring figure. I will ensure you and number 17 are eternally reunited within my being. Bastard! Number 18 shouted angrily. This time, she refrained from recklessly charging forward. Instead, she flickered and appeared at Sha Lu's flank. Attack! Yamcha bellowed, launching the first strike. The 40-fold Kaioken unleashed a staggering 800 million battle power without reservation. He struck like a crimson lightning bolt, aiming directly at Sha Lu's face. Meanwhile, number 16 struggled to rise from the ground, his intact arm suddenly transforming into a colossal cannon aimed at Sha Lu. Hell Flash! A massive beam of energy roared towards Sha Lu. Simultaneously, no? 18 unleashed countless golden energy blasts from another direction, raining down upon Sha Lu's every possible escape route. The trio joined forces, officially confronting Sha Lu in his second form. Yet, in the face of this tri-directional saturation attack, Sha Lu's face maintained that repugnant, nonchalant grin. Excellent coordination. However, it is futile, he roared, a terrifying wave of energy emanating from him, exploding outward in all directions. Chapter 100. The absolute suppression of 2.5 billion. Boom. The energy wave Sha Lu released swept across the battlefield like the most ferocious hurricane in the universe. The hell flash shot by No. 16 was rendered as insignificant as a child's water gun in the presence of this energy torrent. It could not withstand even a second before being obliterated. The torrential energy blasts from number 18 fared no better, vanishing midair as if hailstones met with the scorching sun. Not a single blast could approach Sha Lu's form. Yamcha, at the forefront, felt as if he had collided with an invisible wall composed purely of raw power. The impact of 800 million battle power felt laughably weak against the backdrop of 25 billion. Ugh! Yamcha let out a muffled groan. His body forcibly halted in midair before uncontrollably hurtling backward. Too weak, too weak. Sha Lu's voice echoed in their ears, dripping with condescension. Your power resembles a child's game. Is this your combined effort? Truly disappointing. Before he finished speaking, his figure had vanished from sight. Watch out. Yamcha's pupils constricted as he shouted urgently. But it was too late. Sha Lu's silhouette appeared, ghost-like, behind number 16. I'll start with you, you obstructive hunk of metal. With a swift motion, he delivered a decisive chop. Crack! Number 16's remaining arm, along with half of his shoulder, was cleanly severed. Ugh! Number 16 emitted a cry akin to an electric shock. His massive form collided with a giant meteor, creating a deep crater upon impact. No. Number 16. Yamcha's eyes widened in horror. Your opponent is me. No. 18's voice rang out. Unbeknownst to them, she had circled around to Sha Lu's rear. With a kick infused with 1 billion power, she struck with the force to rend space itself towards Sha Lu's nape. The speed and strength of this kick reached their zenith. However, Sha Lu, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, did not turn around. He casually raised his left hand. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Number 18's kick, potent enough to obliterate a small planet, was effortlessly caught in Sha Lu's palm. His grip on her ankle was like that of an iron vice. What? No. 18's face displayed genuine shock for the first time. The power she prided herself on proved utterly futile before him. Good force, but unfortunately, it is of no use to me. Sha Lu turned his head, revealing a cruel smile to number 18, who was now so close. Your brother gazed at me with the same unwillingness before he died. Deliberately employing the most venomous words, he prodded at number 18's nerves. Do you know? In his final moments, he pleaded with tears for me to spare him, looking quite pitiful. You lie? Number 18's eyes turned red in an instant. She gathered energy in her other hand, launching an energy wave at point-blank range towards Sha Lu's face. Sha Lu neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the energy wave to collide with his visage. Boom! An explosion of flames engulfed his head. Yet, when the flames dissipated, he remained unscathed, not a single hair singed. Do you see? This is the gap between us. Sha Lu's grin twisted into something more sinister. Your attack isn't even worthy of a tickle. Grasping number 18's ankle, he swung her violently. Number 18 was hurled like a rag doll, crashing towards the approaching Yamcha. Damn it! Yamcha quickly shifted direction, attempting to catch number 18. But Sha Lu's speed surpassed his own. As he flung number 18 away, Sha Lu's figure vanished once more, reappearing at Yamcha's side in an instant. Now it's your turn, annoying insect. A heavy punch, imbued with the power to annihilate everything, crashed into Yamcha's abdomen. Too fast. There's no way to evade. Yamcha could only cross his arms in front of him, while simultaneously channeling his 800 million battle power to its peak. Boom! The fist struck Yamcha's arms with a resounding impact. An indescribable agony coursed through his body in an instant. He felt his bones scream beneath the force of the blow, as if they would shatter completely in the next moment. He was propelled uncontrollably like a cannonball, crashing through several meteors of varying sizes before finally coming to a halt. Pooh! He spewed a jet of blood, the crimson aura of the Kaioken flickering ominously. In just one exchange, the three were utterly defeated. This was the absolute suppression of 25 billion battle power. Any technique, any strategy, appeared utterly powerless in the face of such overwhelming strength. It is over. Sha Lu hovered at the center of the battlefield, arms outstretched as if proclaiming himself a monarch. Your struggles are meaningless. Now, obediently become part of me, number 18. He advanced step by step towards number 18, who had just regained her footing. Number 18 gazed at the advancing Sha Lu, her fists clenched. She feared not death, but she would not resign herself to becoming a mere fragment of her enemy's power. It is not over. Just then, Yamcha's furious roar echoed from afar. He wiped the blood from his lips, his arms still trembling violently, yet his eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Number 16. Number 18. Give me 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. His voice resonated in the silent universe, imbued with a sense of desperate finality. I told you, I have one last trick up my sleeve. Chapter 101. The Sole Chance of Victory, Demon Skill Palm. Yamcha's voice thundered like a clap of thunder in the ears of number 18 and number 16. The last trick? Number 18 glanced back at the distant Yamcha. That man was battered and bruised. Even the aura of the 40-fold Kaioken began to falter, as if it would extinguish at any moment. She recalled the earlier slap he had received on the planet. Looking into Yamcha's eyes, ablaze with fervor, no. 18 felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart. It was a gaze she had never witnessed before. It is neither anger nor resentment, but rather a reckless and resolute madness that disregards life and death, staking everything on the next strike. Acknowledged. Responding to him is number 16. The silent giant struggles to rise from the meteorite crater, both arms shattered, a massive hole gaping in the chest armor, exposing the intricate circuits and components within, flickering with perilous electric sparks. My mission is to protect the Earth and prevent you from absorbing number 18. The electronic eye of number 16 once again locks onto Sheru, its dim light rekindling with brilliance. The remaining energy begins to converge at an unprecedented speed towards the gaping hole in its chest. Number 18. The voice of number 16 carries a hint of urgency for the first time. Yamcha, get away from here. Yamcha's heart sinks. Self-detonation. Just like in the original story. Number 16 intends to self-destruct to take Sheru down with it. Wait. Number 16. Yamcha shouts urgently. Your bomb has been disarmed. You no longer have self-detonation capabilities. This was information he learned from Dr. Noah, who genuinely regarded number 16 as a surrogate son. Number 16 pauses, seemingly taken aback. The bomb has been disarmed? Sheru also hears Yamcha's words. He is momentarily stunned before erupting into a maniacal laugh. Ha! What a ridiculous joke. A failure who doesn't even know whether he has weapons wishes to perish alongside me? He strides towards number 16, a mocking expression on his face. In that case, I shall dismantle you, scrap metal, piece by piece. Number 18. Yamcha roars at the still hesitant number 18. Now is the time. Trust me just this once. Number 18 grits her teeth. At this juncture, there are no other choices left. Rather than watch number 16 be killed and herself absorbed, she decides to trust this man one last time. She gambles on the so-called final move, hoping it truly can create a miracle. In the split second her words leave her lips, number 18 springs into action. She pushes the power of the eternal energy core to its limits, unleashing a staggering billion units of battle power without reservation. Instead of attacking Sheru, she transforms into a golden flash, executing supersonic maneuvers around him. Simultaneously, her hands unleash a barrage of energy blasts. These energy blasts do not target Sheru, but rather the space surrounding him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy blasts explode around Sheru, creating a tempest of chaotic energy that temporarily obstructs his movements and disrupts his perception. Trivial tricks. Sheru scoffs disdainfully, preparing to break through the energy turbulence forcefully. Hell flash. The roar of number 16 erupts. He channels all the remaining energy within him into his eyes, shooting forth two thicker crimson beams than before. These beams accurately strike Sheru's back. Ugh! Sheru's body jolts violently. Although not injured, his forward momentum is abruptly halted. Now, Yamcha's gaze sharpens with intensity. He clasps his hands together, raising them above his head. The energy within him, along with the newly formed biological power core, begins to resonate and operate in a frenzied manner. The principles of Turtle Hermit Style's dispersal, the gathering of Demon Cannon's might, and the technique of Ki Blast, three distinct martial arts philosophies, are forcibly fused within him. A terrifying energy, far exceeding 800 million battle power and capable of warping space, begins to coalesce in his palms. The surrounding meteorites, drawn by this energy's gravitational pull, uncontrollably rush towards him and are ground to dust as they near. What is this power? Number 18, engaged in her attack, also senses the terrifying fluctuations emanating from Yamcha, stirring a tempest within her heart. Previously, Yamcha's demon palm held only 700 million in destructive power, hence her perception was not acute. Sheru senses it too. He abruptly turns to face Yamcha, the composure on his face vanishing for the first time, replaced by a hint of gravity. This guy? He can no longer afford to pay attention to number 16 and number 18, his body shaking violently as he dispels number 16's attack, transforming into a green beam and charging towards Yamcha. He must not allow that move to be executed. Not a chance. Number 18 exclaims, instantly appearing before Sheru, arms outstretched, using her body to block his path. Get away. Sheru bellows, launching a punch. Bam! Number 18 is sent flying by the punch, blood spilling from her mouth. Yet, she has successfully bought Yamcha a fleeting fraction of a second. It's over. A terrifying glint erupts in Yamcha's eyes. The energy, gathered to its zenith, transforms in his palms into a swirling, dark vortex, as if intent on devouring the very light itself. Demon palm. He expends every ounce of his strength, thrusting the dark vortex forward with tremendous force. There are no earth-shattering sounds, no blinding brilliance. The dark energy mass silently slices through the lifeless cosmos. Where it passes, space contorts in an eerie manner, resembling a crumpled canvas. Sheru's pupils constrict violently. He senses the imminent threat. He wants to evade. But having just been hindered by number 18, his old strength is spent, new strength yet to arise, causing a momentary rigidity. This fleeting moment of stillness seals his fate. Too slow. Sheru screams in his mind, frantically channeling energy to form a shield before him. However, the dark demon palm moves faster than he anticipated. Just as his shield begins to form, it is already silently imprinted onto his chest. Then, it pierces through. Chapter 102, Feudal Struggle, Destruction and Rebirth. Time seems to slow down at this moment. The swirling dark energy, upon penetrating Sheru's chest, erupts violently. Yet, it is not an explosion in the traditional sense. There is no flame, no shockwave. Sheru's body collapses inward, distorting and disintegrating from the point of impact on his chest. It resembles a punctured balloon or a painting being drawn into a black hole. His flesh, bones, and cells are decomposed by the force of the warped space. Sheru emits his first genuine scream of pain and terror since his creation. His voice becomes fragmented, filled with despair due to his body's disintegration. Impossible, I am perfect. His words go unfinished, as his entire upper body, along with that proud head, vanishes entirely into the dark energy vortex. After devouring most of Sheru's body, the dark energy continues unabated, flying forth until it collides with a planet larger than Earth. There is no explosion. The massive planet disappears silently, as if an eraser has wiped it from the cosmic canvas. The entire process is eerie and terrifying. The battlefield falls into a profound silence. Yamcha kneels half-heartedly in the void, gasping for breath. The state of 40 times Kaioken is unsustainable, and the crimson aura recedes like a tide, revealing his pallid face. Every muscle in his body groans in agony, but he pays no mind to this. He raises his head, fixated on the location where Sheru once stood. There, only the lower half of Sheru remains, still upright, the cut smooth as if severed by the sharpest laser. Is he dead? This time, surely it must be the end. Right? In Yamcha's heart, a glimmer of hope ignited. Had they succeeded? Number 18, clutching her injured abdomen, flew to Yamcha's side, gazing at the mangled remains, uncertainty lacing her voice. Number 16 also approached, dragging his battered form, his crimson electronic eye scanning and analyzing intently. The absence of any life signals from Sha Lu rendered their findings as zero. Upon hearing number 16's conclusion, both Yamcha and number 18 felt their hearts sink. Something was amiss. It was too easy. Given Sha Lu's cunning and strength, how could he be vanquished so effortlessly? Just as doubts began to fester, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The half-destroyed body, which should have been lifeless, suddenly began to tremble violently without warning. At the severed edge, a green, slime-like substance began to writhe and proliferate frantically. Countless fleshy buds intertwined like vines, visibly reconstructing bones, muscles, and nerves at an astonishing rate. What is this? Number 18 stared in shock, never having witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying spectacle. It was Piccolo's cells. Yamcha's face turned ashen, more ghastly than death itself. Damn it! How could I have forgotten? This fiend possesses Piccolo's regenerative abilities. How could he overlook such a critical detail? As long as that core cell in the head remained intact, Sha Lu could regenerate indefinitely. He had specifically aimed to obliterate the regenerative core, yet, just like in the original story, Sun Wukong shattered the upper half, and Sha Lu still managed to recover. Ha ha! A maniacal, triumphant laughter erupted from the newly formed flesh. A new head sprouted in the briefest of moments. Sha Lu had resurrected. Moreover, his aura was now even more potent, more sinister. The Scion's characteristic of a significant power boost upon revival was perfectly exemplified in him. What a splendid attack. Truly, I have felt the terror of death. Yamcha. Sha Lu flexed his newly formed neck and arms, relishing the surge of power within him. A manic ecstasy etched across his face. In this dire moment, I am fortunate to have relocated my core. Otherwise, I would have indeed perished at your hands. However, thanks to you, I have grown stronger. Now, I fear my battle power has reached 3 billion. 3 billion. That figure struck Yamcha and number 18's hearts like a hammer. Now it's my turn. Sha Lu's gaze fell upon the nearly exhausted Yamcha, and to express my gratitude, I shall allow you to be the first to experience my newfound strength. With a flicker, he appeared before Yamcha, a hand chop aimed mockingly at his neck. Yamcha attempted to evade, but his body betrayed him completely. Depleted of energy, he lacked even the strength to move a finger, helplessly watching the hand chop grow larger in his vision. Am I to die? Just as the moment seemed dire, a golden figure intervened before him. It was number 18. With a resounding thud, she blocked Sha Lu's strike with her arm. Yet, the chasm of power between 3 billion and 1 billion was insurmountable. A sharp crack echoed as her arm fractured, and she was sent flying by the overwhelming force once more. Number 18. Yamcha's heart raced with despair. Humph, such touching sibling affection. No, you are not siblings. Sha Lu sneered, not even glancing at the flying number 18, his attention refocusing on Yamcha. No one can save you now. However, just as he prepared to strike again, 2 robust mechanical arms latched onto his body from behind. It was number 16. Unbeknownst to them, he had somehow retrieved his severed arms, reattaching them through some emergency means. My task is to hold you off. Number 16's voice was intermittent due to excessive energy depletion. Yamcha, flee. Seeking death. Sha Lu bellowed, his body convulsing violently. Crack. Crack. Number 16's reattached arms shattered once more. Yet this time, he did not let go. Instead, he wrapped his fractured arms around Sha Lu like iron bands. Hurry. Yamcha understood that this was number 16's last opportunity created at the cost of his life. Gritting his teeth, He drew upon the last vestige of strength within him, preparing to unleash his magic palm one final time. He still had 2 chances left. He still held a trump card. Number 18. Give me your energy. He shouted toward number 18, who was nursing her nearly severed arm, her face reflecting a moment of struggle. Must we do this again? Trust me. Yamcha's voice rang out, looking into his indomitable eyes, and then at number 16, who was desperately holding on to Sha Lu. She finally made her decision. She flew to Yamcha's side, pressing her palm against his back. If you fail again, I will not. A tremendous surge of energy flowed into Yamcha's being once more. Chapter 103. The Final Bet, Magic Sealing Wave. The moment number 18's palm pressed against Yamcha's back, a torrent of life energy, far more pure and vast than her previous attacks, surged into him. Like a river breaking its dam, it flooded into his parched body. This energy was so untainted, brimming with vitality, akin to the primordial spring of creation, swiftly permeating and nourishing every muscle and cell in him. Yamcha could almost hear his body moaning in ecstasy. Eternal energy furnace. A shockwave coursed through Yamcha's heart. This was the true terror of the eternal energy furnace. It was not mere combat energy, but an inexhaustible source of life. He could distinctly feel that as number 18 channeled energy into him, her own aura remained unwavering. It was as if the energy she expended was replenished instantaneously. A perfect cycle of renewal. Now is the moment. With a resurgence of strength, Yamcha abruptly retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket. In number 18's astonished gaze, he pressed down hard with his thumb. With a soft pop, smoke billowed forth. An old-fashioned rice cooker, somewhat chipped and worn, materialized in his grasp. Number 18's beautiful blue eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to continue channeling energy. She stared at the household appliance that seemed utterly out of place in this cosmic battle. Incredulously, she exclaimed, "A rice cooker? Have you lost your mind? Are you preparing to serve him dinner? Release me, you useless scrap metal." In the distance, Sha Lu continued to rage, gathering power as he pounded relentlessly on number 16's back. The solid metal exterior was already dented and misshapen, countless sparks flying like a waterfall. Yet, number 16's steel arms, reattached after being severed, remained steadfast, akin to chains binding a mythical demon, unmoving. With his core program and unwavering dedication to life, he fought for every millisecond of time for Yamcha. Ignoring number 18's taunts, Yamcha's expression grew more solemn than ever. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully opened the rice cooker's lid with one hand, tossing it into the void, aligning the dark opening toward Sha Lu. In his mind, the long-buried memories of a past life flashed by like scenes from a film. The martial arts master wagered his life, unleashing the earth-shattering sealing wave. The Turtle Sage, in the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament, resolutely employed a forbidden technique to protect the earth at the cost of his own life. In the depths of despair, Tianjin Fan tirelessly practiced the formidable technique known as Mo Feng Bo, determined to ensnare Baiku. This technique defies all reason, disregarding the disparity in combat power, and relies solely on the user's essence, spirit, and life force as the ultimate sealing art. It is an absolute forbidden technique that could lead to the death of its caster. However, the current Yamcha is transformed. He possesses a modified, superhuman biodynamic heart and vitality that far exceeds that of ordinary Earth inhabitants. More crucially, he stands alongside the inexhaustible energy source, number 18. This is his ultimate trump card, and the only conceivable method to eradicate the regenerative monster, Sha Lu. What are you doing? What is that? Sha Lu instinctively sensed something amiss, an indescribable dread surging from the depths of his soul. He struggled violently, his muscles tensed, unleashing a fiercer energy than before. Yet he remained firmly restrained by number 16. Yamcha responded not a word, instead forming a peculiar stance with his hands before his chest. The energy he had just regained, along with his spirit, will, and even his burning soul, coalesced to an extreme point. Mo Feng Bo. With a roar that reverberated through the cosmos, a spiraling emerald light burst forth from his palm, like an awakening ancient dragon. The light traced a brilliant and lethal arc through the pitch-black vacuum, enveloping both the thrashing Sha Lu and the steadfast number 16. What is that? Get away! Sha Lu screamed in a primal terror. He felt an irresistible force, a law of power that ignored the principles of combat, enveloping him. This force transcended the concepts of energy, It was akin to an absolute, supreme command, intent on forcibly stripping his very existence from the universe and sealing it away. His body was mercilessly pulled and distorted. The cells that constituted his perfect form began to disintegrate, transforming into a reluctant stream of light, uncontrollably drawn toward that small, absurd rice cooker. At that moment, number 16 received Yamcha's intent through the emerald glow and immediately released his iron grip, allowing the overwhelming power to drag Sha Lu closer. No, Sha Lu's anguished cries echoed. His upper body, along with his head filled with fear and confusion, was completely drawn into the rice cooker's opening, leaving only his legs thrashing wildly in a final struggle. Victory was within reach. Yamcha's eyes widened, bloodshot. As he exerted the last vestige of his strength, the green ceiling light became even more dazzling. However, just as Sha Lu's entire body was about to be entirely consumed and the seal nearly complete, a strange, ominous pink light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Sha Lu's remaining lower half. With a barely audible sound, Sha Lu's body was seemingly severed at the waist by an invisible scissor. His lower half, along with the green ceiling light that was pulling him, vanished without a trace. The upper half that had been sucked into the rice cooker lost its structural integrity, and the sealing process abruptly halted. The green light quickly dimmed and dissipated, as if it had never existed. Chapter 104. A failed escape. The green vortex of Mo foam bow lost its target and suddenly contracted inward before vanishing with a pop. The ancient rice cooker fell into the void, its lid snapping shut with a crisp sound. Ugh! A pained groan escaped Yamcha's throat as his body fell back like a marionette with severed strings. The exertion of Mo foam bow had nearly drained him of everything. His spirit, strength, and soul felt weak, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. A soft yet powerful arm caught him just in time, cradling him in a fragrant embrace. Number 18 looked down at the unconscious Yamcha, her brow furrowed, her azure eyes filled with complex emotions. This toy had once again brought her an enormous surprise at the brink of death, and once more, he had nearly perished. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, unsure of whom she was cursing. They fled as number 16's damaged body floated over, his voice heavy with mechanical gravity. The recent spatial fluctuation was magic. We must leave this place immediately. Number 18 lifted her gaze toward the direction where Sha Lu had vanished, her expression icy. She was acutely aware that the enemy had escaped in a manner she could not comprehend. Meanwhile, aboard a bizarre, spherical spaceship tens of thousands of kilometers away, Sha Lu's severed body thudded heavily onto the metallic floor, green blood and tissue fluids pooling around him. His remaining upper body convulsed incessantly, his face a mask of terror and unending rage. My body, my lower half. Sha Lu howled in agony. He felt the part absorbed by the rice cooker severed from him completely. No matter how he urged Bai Ke's regeneration ability, he could not sense the existence of that portion of his body. He, Sha Lu, the perfect life form, had been rendered a cripple. That was close. A small, yellow-skinned alien with a pointed face floated in midair. It was the sorcerer Babidi, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. You were almost entirely sealed away. What kind of sorcery was that? It was Mo foam bow. Sha Lu gritted his teeth, the forbidden technique of earthlings. He struggled to harness the remaining energy within him, the flesh around his wounds writhing violently. As a tremendous amount of energy was consumed, a new lower half began to regenerate slowly. Although he had lost the sealed portion, the psion cells within him, combined with the Namekian regeneration ability, allowed him to reconstruct his body through sheer willpower, albeit at a great cost. Gasping for breath, Sha Lu's newly formed body felt weak. Find them, he roared at Babidi. Now, immediately. I want to tear that man apart inch by inch. Why yes. Babidi trembled at Sha Lu's ferocity, hastily activating the crystal ball. The image quickly materialized, revealing number 18 carrying Yamcha and the damaged number 16, sprinting toward a ship hidden behind a distant asteroid. Found them. They are trying to escape, Babidi exclaimed. Chase them. In the cold expanse of space, number 18 dashed into the ship concealed in the shadow of an asteroid, cradling Yamcha. Number 16, hurry inside, she called back. Number 16's massive form crashed through the hatch, landing heavily in the cabin. Number 18 carefully placed Yamcha on the floor beside the pilot's seat before swiftly taking her place at the controls. She had familiarized herself with the ship's operation during their journey here. Engines activated. Maximum power. The ship's rear emitted a blue flame, accelerating rapidly as it transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the vast cosmos. Less than 10 seconds after their departure, Babbidi's ship appeared at the location. Damn it, they've escaped. Sha Lu glared at the empty void of space, furiously punching the wall of the ship, leaving a deep dent. Don't worry, Lord Sha Lu, Babbidi hurriedly reassured. While their ship is fast, it cannot maintain maximum speed indefinitely. My crystal ball can continuously lock onto their location. They cannot escape. Then let us pursue. Sha Lu's voice echoed like a harbinger from the depths of hell. I shall make them acquainted with true despair. Within the confines of the spaceship, the atmosphere had reached an unbearable intensity. Number 18, her expression inscrutable, piloted the vessel at maximum speed. Occasionally, she cast a glance at Yamcha, who lay on the ground. His breathing shallow, his complexion as pallid as parchment. Fragile, this was the singular word that occupied number 18's mind. The man who once dared to strike at her, who had used exhilarating techniques to inflict considerable damage, and even risked everything to deploy a bizarre sealing technique, seemed utterly transformed. She extended her hand, as if to caress his face, but her fingers halted just a centimeter from his cheek. An unfamiliar emotion, named irritation, began to spread within her heart. Why? Why did she agree to grant him energy? Why, when he fell, did she instinctively catch him? Why did his current state of near lifelessness evoke such discontent within her? He was merely a toy, a rather intriguing toy at that. Have we escaped? A feeble voice interrupted number 18's thoughts. She looked down to find Yamcha had opened his eyes, struggling to sit up. Don't move. Do you wish to perish? Number 18 coldly chided. Yamcha managed a bitter smile, surrendering to his struggles. He could feel his body was weaker than a mere sheet of paper. What about Sha Lu? Thanks to you, he has fled. Now he is pursuing us like a rabid dog. Number 18's tone dripped with derision. Your so-called rice cooker sealing technique appears rather ineffective. It's the magic sealing wave. Yamcha gasped, explaining, at the last moment, I was rescued by someone who wields spatial magic. It must be his new ally, Babbidi. He was filled with regret. They were so close, just a hair's breadth away. If only they could have completely sealed Sha Lu, all crises would have been resolved. A narrow escape. The word magic lingered on number 18's lips. What is our current situation? Yamcha inquired. We are being pursued. Number 18's response was succinct. Yamcha fell silent. He sensed that while Sha Lu's aura had weakened due to regeneration, we cannot defeat him. Yamcha spoke a harsh truth. I know. Number 18's voice remained cold. We cannot continue fleeing indefinitely. The spaceship's energy is limited. Yamcha calmly analyzed the situation. They must find a place to hide and completely obscure their presence. Number 18 said nothing, but the ship's course began to subtly adjust towards an asteroid field marked as desolate on the scanners. Chapter 105. The Desperate Chase Through Space. Alarm. Alarm. A high-energy reaction is rapidly approaching from behind. Contact expected in 30 seconds. The shrill alarm shattered the brief silence within the spaceship. Number 18 abruptly yanked the control stick, causing the ship to execute a perilous roll, narrowly skimming past a colossal asteroid. A massive purple energy cannon shot past the ship's shields, obliterating a nearby asteroid. Damn it, they are tailing us too closely. Number 18 gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her brow. This was the third day of their flight. For 3 days, Sha Lu had been like a relentless parasite. No matter how they changed course or utilized the complex terrain to evade him, he always managed to catch up within half an hour. That cursed magic crystal ball of Babbidi's is far more accurate than the most advanced detection radar. This cannot continue. We will be exhausted. Yamcha leaned against the wall. His complexion still pale, yet his spirit had improved considerably. I need you to be silent. Number 18 snapped irritably, her hands moving so swiftly over the controls that they appeared to blur. The spaceship darted through the dense asteroid field like a nimble fish, evading the sporadic lethal attacks from behind. Boom. Another energy blast grazed the ship, sending it into a violent tremor, the lights within the cabin flickering erratically. Energy levels at 40. Damn it. Number 18 slammed her fist against the console. She knew full well that the ship's armor could not withstand a single blow from Sha Lu. Listen to me, Number 18. Yamcha's voice was now eerily calm. Fleeing like this is futile. We must retaliate, or rather, create an opportunity for ourselves. Retaliate? With what? With your rice cooker? Number 18 mocked without looking back. With number 16. Yamcha's gaze shifted to the rear of the cabin, where the massive figure lay motionless, resembling scrap metal. Number 18 paused, then realized. He is already damaged. His core program and power furnace should not be entirely destroyed. Yamcha asserted. We lack the technical skills to repair him, but one person does. You mean Bulma? Number 18's tone dripped with skepticism. Yes. This ship is equipped with long-range communication devices. If we can contact her, she will certainly have a solution. Hope ignited in Yamcha's eyes. She is the most brilliant scientist in the world. She can guide us remotely and even utilize the ship's equipment for basic repairs. Number 18 fell silent. She recalled that aging yet keen-eyed human woman. Perhaps there truly is hope? Alarm. Energy levels at 20. We have no time to hesitate. Yamcha urged, give me 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Number 18 took a deep breath, a resolute glimmer flashing in her azure eyes. Very well. I grant you 3 minutes. If you cannot accomplish it, we shall become cosmic dust together. As soon as the words left her mouth, she thrust a red control stick to its limit. Engine overload mode activated. A blinding white flame erupted from the ship's rear, its speed surging to a new level as it lunged forward, temporarily distancing itself from Shalu. Yamcha dared not delay. Immediately struggling to crawl to the communication device, his hands trembling as he began to operate it. His body remained weak, but the will to survive propelled him onward. The screen flickered with static, various data streams fluctuating wildly. Connection to Earth's signal search in progress. Damn it, the cosmic radiation interference is too strong. Yamcha gritted his teeth, his fingers flying over the keyboard in an attempt to filter out the chaotic signals. 1 minute passed. Boom. The ship jolted violently once more, clearly. Shalu had caught up again. 2 minutes remaining. Number 18's voice echoed from the cockpit, laced with barely perceptible tremors. Yamcha was drenched in sweat, the signals on the screen still intermittent. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He shouted to number 18, find the largest asteroid. We need a brief signal blackout. Number 18 did not question why and immediately complied. The spaceship executed a graceful tailspin, hiding behind a massive asteroid over 100 kilometers in diameter. The moment the ship entered the shadow of the asteroid, the interference from cosmic radiation sharply diminished. The static on the screen dissipated, revealing an aged yet familiar face. Yamcha? Is that you? Bulma's voice brimmed with surprise and joy. Bulma, it is I. Yamcha exclaimed with relief. To make a long story short, we are being pursued by Shalu. Number 16, in an effort to protect us, has already. He quickly relayed their desperate situation. Bulma's expression grew gravely serious. Shalu's power has increased by 3 billion. He is practically a monster, she murmured, her gaze then turning resolute. Do not give up. Number 16 is a pure mechanical being. As long as his core and power furnace are not utterly destroyed, there remains a possibility for repair. The spacecraft is the latest model of the Jianan Corporation's exploration vessels. Equipped with multifunctional maintenance robots and nanorepair fluid. Connect the body of number 16 to the medical diagnostic interface of the ship and transmit all his data to me. Understood. Yamcha immediately turned to number 18 and shouted, Number 18, bring number 16 over. Although number 18 was still piloting the ship, she had been attentively listening to their conversation. Upon hearing that Bulma indeed had a solution, she wasted no time. One hand maneuvered the ship while the other reached out, and an invisible force dragged the massive form of number 16 from the rear of the cabin. Yamcha struggled to connect various data cables to the damaged body of number 16. Data transmission commenced. Received. A response from Bulma came instantly. My goodness. His internal structure is damaged over 70%, but the core unit remains intact. The power furnace only has a broken energy transmission line. There's hope. Energy at 10. We can't hold on much longer. Came number 18's urgent cry. The enormous meteorite had been shattered by Shalu's energy cannon, and the spacecraft was once again exposed within his attack range. Yamcha, number 18, listen. Bulma's voice became urgent and forceful. I am now transmitting an emergency repair program and reinforcement plan through the data stream. You must immediately find a completely safe place to hide. This process will take at least 12 hours. Remember, this is our last chance. Received. Yamcha cut off the communication and shouted to number 18. The plan is successful. We must go. A glimmer of light appeared in number 18's eyes. She gritted her teeth and overloaded the engine once more. Hold on tight. The spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, faster than before, racing into the unknown and dark depths of the universe. Behind them, Shalu gazed at the vanishing light with an expression of furious disdain. Flee, escape to your heart's content. In this dark hunting ground, there is no way out for you. Chapter 106. A World for Two in the Metal Graveyard. Energy remaining at 5. Shield system about to fail. The electronic synthesized voice announced the countdown to doom. No. 18 gripped the control stick tightly, her veins visibly bulging on the back of her hand. Sweat dotted her forehead, and for the first time, a look of distress appeared on her usually composed face. 3 days and nights of relentless driving had even caused her proud eternal energy furnace to feel a hint of mental fatigue. 3 o'clock to the right. Charge in. At that moment, Yamcha's unusually resolute voice rang from behind. He was hunched over the ship's radar, eyes fixed on a screen displaying a twisted and chaotic signal area. That was the strong magnetic storm meteorite belt. Entering it would be suicide. No. 18 yelled back without turning her head, executing a maximum limit Z-shaped maneuver, narrowly avoiding a devastating energy beam that grazed past them. No, that is not a magnetic storm. Yamcha's voice conveyed a wild certainty. The gravitational and magnetic fields there are disturbed abnormally. It is not naturally occurring. There must be something behind it. Something colossal that can warp space and time. This is our only chance. Number 18's azure eyes narrowed sharply. She glanced back at the pale-faced man who could barely stand. Though he appeared weak enough that a gust of wind could topple him, the fire burning in his eyes caused her heart to race inexplicably. I will trust you this once, she declared with determination, no longer hesitating. The spacecraft's direction abruptly shifted, like an arrow released from its bow, charging straight toward the chaotic signal area that represented death and turmoil. Boom. The moment the ship plunged into the magnetic storm, it felt as though an invisible hand had grasped it, violently tearing and twisting. All the lights in the cabin extinguished instantly, leaving only a few emergency indicator lights on the control panel blinking red in the darkness. The screech of metal distortion echoed incessantly, as if the ship could disassemble at any moment. Hold on tight. Number 18 uttered a low shout, her hands becoming a blur on the control panel. Utilizing her reflexes that surpassed supercomputers and her intuition for machinery, she frantically adjusted the engine's output power and the anti-gravity stabilizer, engaging in a heart-stopping struggle against the ferocious magnetic force. Yamcha clung tightly to a nearby fixture, feeling as though his innards were about to be dislodged. He could only choose to trust number 18, believing that this woman, who regarded him as a mere toy, would unleash her strongest survival instinct before allowing her toy to be damaged by others. Time passed without measure until the violent force capable of tearing everything apart suddenly relented. The ship surged forward, escaping the magnetic storm's grasp. After a violent jolt, it finally stabilized. The backup power activated, casting a soft light across the cabin once more. Outside the window lay a scene that defied all imagination. An immense planet floated silently in the cosmos. Its surface bore no soil, no oceans, no atmosphere. Instead, it was an endless expanse of silver-gray earth, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Countless bizarre metallic structures towered over the land, resembling towering trees or twisted mountains, forming an extensive metallic jungle. Strangely, among these metallic thickets, immense figures, akin to mechanical beasts, could be seen moving slowly. They seemed to be the native inhabitants of this planet, pure metallic life forms. What is this place? Number 18 murmured as she gazed out at the scenery. She could sense that the violent magnetic field emanated from this very planet. This power formed a natural and utterly perfect barrier, a place where they could survive. Yamcha released his grip, sliding down to the floor in exhaustion, gasping for breath. The threat of Shalu had vanished. Number 18 deactivated the radar, her tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Not just the energy, but Babiti's magical tracking is likely also shielded by this planet's strong magnetic field. Leaning against the wall, Yamcha revealed a smile of survival against the odds. We are temporarily safe. Number 18 said nothing, calmly piloting the ship as it descended gently onto a relatively flat metallic plane. This area was far from the moving metallic life forms and resembled an abandoned graveyard. The moment the ship came to a halt, Number 18 immediately stood from the pilot's seat, turned without a word, and walked towards Number 16, who lay in the rear of the cabin. Let us begin. Her words were succinct. Yamcha nodded, struggling to rise as he pulled up the data transmitted by Bulma onto the main screen. A torrent of data refreshed like a waterfall. according to Bulma's plan. The first step was to connect number 16's core power furnace to the ship's backup energy source for emergency charging and circuit reorganization. Yamcha's voice was somewhat hoarse. Number 18 approached number 16, observing his battered and enormous form with a furrowed brow. She extended her slender fingers, effortlessly tearing open the thick alloy armor on No. 16's chest, revealing the complex, charred, and broken circuits within. Yamcha, dragging his weakened body, took the multifunctional repair arm from the ship and began the most delicate operation, referencing the three-dimensional structural diagram on the screen. The third red line on the left connects to the ship's C3 interface. Upon hearing this, number 18 precisely pinched the delicate line, thinner than a hair, with 2 fingers, aligning it steadily with the interface. Her movements were gentle yet precise, entirely unlike mechanical repairs. Rather, it resembled the crafting of an exquisite work of art. Yamcha watched, somewhat entranced. In a moment that was but a heartbeat ago, a woman who had harbored intentions of ending his life now found herself fighting alongside him for a shared objective. This sensation, both absurd and yet undeniably real, enveloped them. "Your driving skills are quite impressive," Yamcha remarked suddenly. The individual designated as 18 paused momentarily, refraining from turning around, and merely emitted a dismissive grunt. "Less chatter. Report the next command. Without you, we would have perished moments ago," Yamcha continued, his tone earnest. After a brief silence, 18 responded coldly. "My toy must not be damaged by others." A bitter smile crept onto Yamcha's face. Indeed, reasoning with this woman was futile. His current task was not to oppose her, but to stroke her ego, convincing her that her toy was obedient and valuable. Only then could he ensure his survival and carve out more time and opportunities for himself. The maintenance work proceeded silently and efficiently, with Yamcha directing and performing intricate tasks while 18 handled all aspects requiring strength and absolute stability. Their collaboration was seamless. As time ticked away, Yamcha, already weakened, began to feel dizzy from the intense concentration. His repair arm wobbled slightly, nearly crossing the wrong circuit. "Focus," 18's voice cut through the haze. "Sorry," Yamcha replied, shaking his head in an attempt to clear his mind. Suddenly, a soft yet icy hand gently steadied his arm. Yamcha stiffened, turning to see 18 had quietly positioned herself beside him, her striking blue eyes fixed on him. "You appear on the verge of breaking," she stated, her tone devoid of emotion. "I can still hold on," he managed a strained smile. "Umph." 18 withdrew her hand and returned to 16's side, labeling him as useless. Despite her words, her subsequent actions were markedly more proactive. Many steps that had required Yamcha's direct intervention were now executed by her, following the instructions displayed on the screen. Hours passed, and at last, the critical reconfiguration of the power core circuitry was complete. "All right, initiate the charging program." Yamcha pressed the final button. A pure surge of energy began to flow slowly into 16's body. The core indicator on his chest flickered to life, glowing a faint red. Success! Yamcha felt a rush of joy. However, just then, a red warning box abruptly appeared on the main screen. "Warning: severe damage detected in the neural conduction matrix of the critical components. Nanorepair fluid cannot penetrate. Manual physical bridging required. This operation carries high risks." With a success rate below 30, Yamcha's expression darkened instantly. Manual bridging? That required micro-level welding between neuron fibers that were hundreds of times thinner than a human hair. It was impossible with the ship's current equipment. "What's wrong?" 18 observed his distress. Yamcha pointed to the screen and succinctly explained the situation. After scrutinizing the intricate and daunting matrix structure, 18 declared, "Grant me access." "What?" I said. "Grant me operational access," she reiterated, her tone brooking no argument. After a moment of hesitation, Yamcha relinquished control to her. 18 extended her right index finger, and a fine beam of energy glimmered at its tip, resembling the most precise of laser scalpels. She intended to use her energy for micro-level welding. The sheer control over energy was astonishing. Yamcha held his breath, scarcely daring to blink. Time seemed to freeze. In the cabin, only the faint hum of the energy emanating from 18's fingertip filled the air. Her focus was unprecedented, beads of sweat surfacing on her brow. At last, after completing the final bridge, 18 exhaled deeply and withdrew her finger. The energy dissipated, and her complexion appeared somewhat pale, indicating the immense toll this delicate operation had taken on her mental faculties. "Done," she stated flatly. Yamcha quickly glanced at the screen. The red warning box had vanished, replaced by a green notification. Neural conduction matrix repaired. Nanobots commencing full structural repair. Estimated time remaining, 8 hours. They had succeeded. Yamcha looked at 18, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm tired. Ignoring him, 18 walked over to a nearby chair, sat down, and closed her eyes. Observing her fatigued profile, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. He approached her and gently draped his jacket over her shoulders. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she did not awaken. Not wishing to disturb her, he turned and silently moved to the porthole, gazing out at the bizarre metallic world beyond. For now, they were safe. In this forsaken metallic graveyard of the universe, it felt as though only he and she existed. This strange, intimate world for two evoked an unprecedented sense of absurdity and unreality within him. Lost in thought, a soft voice suddenly pierced the silence. Hey! Yamcha turned to find 18, now awake, gazing at him. What is it? Without answering, she slowly rose from her chair and approached him step by step, wearing a smile that sent a shiver of unease through him. As she reached him, she lifted his chin with her finger, compelling him to meet her gaze. Were you just concerned about me? She whispered near his ear, her breath fragrant yet laced with a hint of danger. I suppose my little toy is becoming increasingly understanding. 18's finger trailed down his cheek, eventually resting over his heart. This is quite good. Her smile grew brighter, yet more sinister. Once 16 is repaired, and we deal with that detestable bug, Sha Lu, she paused, her azure eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and madness. I shall transform you entirely into a robot that belongs solely to me, one that will never betray or escape. How does that sound? Chapter 107. Be a good toy? Secretly absorb energy. A sickly radiant smile blossomed on 18's face, her blue eyes alight with a chilling excitement. Yamcha's body remained rigid, yet his modified heart betrayed no sign of turmoil. Slowly, he lifted his eyelids to meet 18's possessive gaze. Instead of fear, a reluctant yet affectionate smile crept across his face. All right, he responded softly. However, he shifted slightly, leaning closer to bridge the distance between them, nearly feeling the coolness emanating from her. Even a doll should be the most unique and powerful one in this universe, shouldn't it? Only the strongest toy deserves the strongest version of you. 18's beautiful blue eyes momentarily faltered. Oh, a playful smirk graced her lips. Rather than releasing her hold, she drew closer, wrapping her arms around Yamcha's neck and gently pulling him into her embrace. My little toy is indeed becoming increasingly endearing, she murmured, burying her head in the crook of his neck, her voice tinged with a sigh of satisfaction. You are correct. My possessions must undoubtedly be the finest. Yamcha leaned against her, feigning a state of weakness that rendered him unable to support his own body. His hands appeared to rest limply against the waist of number 18. Now is the moment. At the instant their bodies made contact, Yamcha felt a low surge within him. The energy absorption device, implanted in his body by Bulma and Noah and derived from the greatest masterpiece of Dr. Gero, silently activated. There were no cataclysmic waves of energy, nor dazzling lights. Everything transpired at the most microscopic cellular level. A stream of life energy, pure beyond imagination, flowed into him through every inch of skin that touched number 18. Like a gentle stream, it quietly surged into his parched and desolate body. The eternal energy core. Yamcha could almost sense the joy emanating from within his body. The energy, which had been damaged during the fierce battle with Cell, was akin to crops rejoicing in the rain after a prolonged drought, eagerly devouring this life force, visibly restoring and regenerating, even becoming more resilient. The energy within him was recovering at a terrifying pace. In just a few breaths, the power he had exhausted while using the Mafuba and the Kamehameha had nearly replenished by half, and the process continued. What a delightful sensation. The feeling of effortlessly appropriating another's hard-earned fruits was 100 times more exhilarating than consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might. What are you thinking? Number 18 seemed to sense his momentary distraction, tightening her embrace slightly. I am contemplating your power. Yamcha instantly composed himself, adopting an air of utmost sincerity. I noticed during the data input that your modifications have been remarkably successful. Your peak energy has reached 1 billion. Truly impressive. He expressed just the right amount of awe and envy. Of course. Number 18's tone was laced with an inherent pride. That old fool Gero may be a scoundrel, but he is indeed a genius in certain respects. Noah has optimized the release of my energy core's limitations based on my physical data. I am now far stronger than that fool. Number 17. She seemed to relish Yamcha's admiring gaze and became more talkative. Unfortunately, I still cannot defeat that monster, Cell. Yamcha sighed at an opportune moment, perfectly revealing a hint of reluctance and disappointment. So what? Number 18 scoffed, releasing him and placing her hands on her hips, her face resuming its haughty expression. Once number 16 is repaired, the three of us, along with your peculiar rice cooker, may have a chance. That is true. Yamcha nodded in agreement, all the while discreetly continuing to absorb energy. He did not withdraw his hand from her waist. The gesture felt so natural at this moment that number 18 remained entirely unaware of any anomaly. The energy within Yamcha finally reached the pinnacle state of 40 times the Kaioken. An unprecedented power and confidence surged through his entire being. He subtly withdrew his hand and stepped back from number 18's embrace, straightening his posture. What? You've recovered so quickly? Number 18 looked at him with surprise. Just moments ago, he had appeared as if he could fall apart at any moment. Yet now he stood tall, radiating an entirely different vigor. Thanks to you. Yamcha flexed his wrist, producing a series of sharp cracks, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Your energy is quite nourishing. He deliberately placed emphasis on the word energy. Number 18 frowned slightly, sensing that there was more to Yamcha's words than met the eye, yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. She could feel that her eternal energy core was functioning normally, the energy still abundant. Just as she prepared to inquire, a piercing buzz suddenly resonated throughout the entire cabin. On the spaceship's long-range radar, an ominous pink light, brimming with malevolence, appeared out of thin air and was rapidly expanding. It's Babidi. Number 18's expression darkened instantly. He has found us. The planet's strong magnetic field indeed obscured energy perception, but it could not entirely shield against Babidi's unreasonable magical tracking. Cell is coming. Yamcha's expression also grew grave. Almost simultaneously, a crisp mechanical sound echoed from the rear of the cabin. The figure that had been lying still began to rise. Android number 16, with his electronic eyes representing absolute rationality, flickered with a brief flash of red light. System repair complete. Mechanical integrity at 92. Power core output restored to 85. He stood up, his towering height of nearly 2 meters exuding an intense aura of pressure. High-threat target cell detected approaching. Threat level, SSS. A crisis has once again descended. Damn, so soon. Number 18 spat, her face etched with irritation. We cannot escape. She turned to Yamcha. What do we do now? Use your rice cooker again? It won't work. Yamcha shook his head. The Mafoba expended too much energy, and Babidi's spatial magic could rescue him at any moment. The same tactic would not succeed a second time. His mind raced. Cell's power has surged to 3 billion, even if he has regained peak strength. Combined with 18th billion and 16th diminished power, they stood no chance in a direct confrontation. A plan must be devised. Number 16. Yamcha suddenly turned to the silent giant. Cell and Babidi are here. We are magically locked on, and no matter where we flee, we will be pursued. Number 16's electronic eyes flickered. Command confirmed. I need you to act as bait. Your energy core is purely mechanical, entirely different from ours. You must leave the ship immediately and fly at full speed in the opposite direction. As long as you move, your energy signature will become the most noticeable target. You want him to go and sacrifice himself. Number 18 immediately retorted angrily. Are we just going to run away? Although she often disparaged number 16 as scrap metal. After their previous joint battle, she had come to regard the silent giant as a comrade. This is not a death sentence. It is a means to buy us time. Yamcha turned to face number 18, his tone leaving no room for argument. Do you not understand? Cell's ultimate target is you. As long as you are not present, he will not waste much time on number 16. 16 only needs to hold him off, not defeat him. Furthermore, Yamcha lowered his voice, filled with persuasion. Do you not wish to grow stronger and crush that insect into dust with your own hands? Number 18's breath caught. Yamcha's words struck precisely at her innermost desires, the yearning for power, the thirst for vengeance. I understand. Before number 18 could respond, number 16 spoke first. Protecting Earth's ecology and eliminating the threat posed by Cell is my core directive. Acting as bait to delay the enemy and create favorable conditions for my allies aligns with the logic of my directives. He approached the spaceship's hatch, glancing back at Yamcha and number 18. Take care of yourselves. With that, he unhesitatingly pressed the hatch control, his enormous form transforming into a streak of green light. Darting into the bizarre metallic jungle outside, heading deep into the cosmos in the opposite direction of Cell's approach. You bastard. Number 18 watched number 16's disappearing silhouette, muttering a curse under her breath, yet ultimately did not stop him. She turned her gaze back, fixing her eyes on Yamcha. Another upgrade? What devious scheme do you have in mind? Her voice was filled with skepticism. Yamcha approached the main control computer of the spaceship, deftly manipulating it with swift fingers. Soon, a highly encrypted hidden file was retrieved. On the screen appeared a design blueprint that made Shiba Hao feel both intensely familiar and utterly alien. It was a humanoid outline, yet its internal structure was infinitely more complex and exquisite than that of herself and Shichi, even surpassing Shirlu. This is Chapter 108, The Deceit of a Scoundrel, completely merging 18 into my being. The intricate humanoid design glowed with a haunting azure light, illuminating Shiba Hao's flawless visage, causing the first flicker of shock to appear in her azure pupils. What is this? As one of the greatest masterpieces of Dr. Goluo, she possessed an intimate understanding of her own biological construction. It represented a genius design that transcended the era, a perfect fusion of biology and mechanical engineering. Yet, this blueprint before her utterly subverted her comprehension. If she and Shichi were epic-defining supercars, then the design on the screen was an interstellar battleship capable of warp speed travel. The two were not even in the same dimension. The ultimate vision of Dr. Goluo. Yamcha's voice came from beside her. He leaned against the console. His body still weak, but his spirit exceptionally invigorated. A plan that had never been realized, remaining only in the theoretical stage. What he sought to create was not an artificial human with infinite energy, but a biological weapon capable of devouring all energy and evolving infinitely. Shiba Hao's body quivered slightly. The words devour energy and infinite evolution immediately conjured thoughts of the green monster, Shalu, whom she despised with all her being. Isn't this Shalu? She coldly retorted. No, entirely different. Yamcha shook his head, his fingers gliding across the screen to call up another set of data. Shalu's devouring was a crude biological absorption akin to feeding. This design, however, utilized a more advanced energy conversion, transforming all external energy sources, including life energy, pure energy attacks, and even cosmic radiation, into its own power. It did not require an eternal energy core because the entire universe would serve as its energy source. Yamcha's tone was filled with fervor. I will undergo this transformation. He gazed intently at Shiba Hao, enunciating each word. Are you insane? Shiba Hao snapped back to reality, looking at him as if he were a fool. The database of Noah records that the theoretical success rate of this plan is less than 1%. Even Dr. Goluo abandoned it. That was in the past. A confident smile appeared on Yamcha's face. Dr. Goluo lacked the most critical elements, a sufficiently powerful vessel and a resolute will to endure the transformation process. And I possess both. He pointed to his chest. My biological power core is the best foundation. And my will, as you have just witnessed, is formidable. Shiba Hao fell silent. She recalled this man's explosive 30-fold Kaioken in a dire moment, remembered his almost self-abusive training to master the demon palm, and most of all, she remembered his audacity to bet his flesh against the minuscule success rate of gene activation. This man's will was indeed as resilient as steel. I need a day. Yamcha continued. Noah and Bulma have already simplified the transformation plan and optimized it based on my biological data. As long as I can endure, my strength will undergo a monumental transformation. By then, not to mention 30 billion Shalu, even 50 billion Demon Realm Kings would not stand a chance. Shiba Hao's heart raced violently. To personally crush Shalu. This thought ignited a flame within her soul, burning fiercely. Yet she maintained her last shred of rationality. Her beautiful blue eyes shimmering with scrutiny and doubt. Why should I trust you? She slowly approached Yamcha, her tall and alluring figure outlined by the eerie blue light, drawing breathtaking curves. She extended her slender finger, gently tapping his chest. You seem changed. In the past, your gaze towards me was filled with hatred and murderous intent. Even if we were to join forces against Shalu, we should be partners, not like this now. She leaned in closer, nearly feeling Yamcha's breath. Why are you being so kind to me? Yamcha did not flinch, allowing her icy fingertips to rest on his skin. He suddenly smiled. Because I have come to understand. Understand what? After defeating Shalu, what shall we do? Yamcha countered. Shiba Hao paused for a moment, then instinctively raised her chin. Of course, we shall continue our game. I will capture you, transform you into my ideal form, and then we will explore the universe for more exciting adventures. Isn't that a conclusion? Yamcha shrugged, a relaxed expression on his face. We join forces to defeat Shalu, and then I will accompany you to enjoy ourselves in the cosmos. Wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Whatever you wish to destroy, we shall destroy. Isn't that a splendid future? Shiba Hao's brow furrowed tighter. Destroy? Do you not care for the earthlings that have been slain? Were not your companions all killed by us? She stared intently at Yamcha's face, trying to discern any trace of deception. However, she was met with disappointment. Yamcha's expression bore only serenity. Oh, you mean that? He seemed to have a sudden realization, patting his forehead. No worries, it's a minor issue. A minor issue? Yes. Yamcha nodded, speaking in a casual tone that caused Shiba Hao's mind to falter. On Earth, there exists a wish-granting orb known as the Dragon Ball. Collecting all 7 allows one to summon the eternal dragon and fulfill any wish. Reviving the deceased is merely one of its most basic functions. Therefore, those you have slain. Once we resolve all troubles, I can use one wish to bring them all back to life. As for the cities that were destroyed, they can be restored as well. Thus, you need not bear any psychological burden. Play as you wish. Dragon Ball. Eternal Dragon? Reviving the dead? Yet, as she gazed at Yamcha's face, so sincere it could not be more genuine, and observed his nonchalant demeanor, her supercomputer-like brain fell into disarray for the first time. If what he said were true, then all her past actions, those slaughters, those destructions, were merely a game that could be restarted at any time? What followed was an indescribable ecstasy surging from the depths of her soul. Are you telling the truth? Her voice trembled. Certainly. Yamcha affirmed with a nod. I have no reason to deceive you. Upon returning to Earth, I can take you to witness it for yourself. Not just Earth, but also Namek, where Dragon Balls exist as well. Shiba Hao stared at him blankly for a good 10 seconds. Then she smiled. It was a smile that radiated pure joy, devoid of any madness or pathology, emanating from the depths of her heart. This smile was like a snow lotus blooming upon an iceberg, breathtakingly beautiful. Good. She nodded emphatically, her azure eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. I promise you, I will help you. She took Yamcha's hand and led him to the only medical life pod on the spaceship. Hurry inside. Once you emerge, we will tear that detestable insect, Shalu, into pieces. Her face beamed with boundless anticipation for the future. Yamcha, however, nodded without a change in expression and lay down in the life pod. The hatch slowly closed. Through the transparent hatch, he beheld Shiba, who lay outside, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Akin to a child awaiting the restoration of a cherished toy, Yamcha closed his eyes. Noah, let us commence. Gene Activation Plus, Stage 2, codename Tao Dai. Time languidly slipped by in the tedium of waiting. Shiba had never perceived time to be so interminable. She alternated between pacing within the spacecraft and racing to the viewport, observing the bizarre metallic realm beyond. She envisioned how, once Yamcha emerged, they would collaborate to vanquish Sheru decisively. She imagined that after defeating Sheru, Yamcha would take her to the celestial sphere known as Dichio, to behold the wondrous Dragon Balls capable of fulfilling any wish. Then, they could embark together on an eternal game amidst the vast cosmos. He would grow immensely powerful, strong enough to withstand all his own assaults, and she would no longer have to fear inadvertently damaging her beloved toy. For he was immortal. Even if broken, he could be restored with the Dragon Balls. Such a vision represented the most flawless future imaginable. The more she pondered, the more joy surged within her, causing her lips to involuntarily curve upward as she hummed a tune out of tune. At that moment, the hatch of the life pod slowly opened amidst a swirl of white mist. Shiba dashed forward immediately. Yamcha emerged from within. He appeared much the same as before, yet Shiba acutely sensed a change in his aura. If the previous Yamcha had been a legendary sword concealed within its sheath, its brilliance subdued, then the current version resembled an unfathomable black hole, from which even light could not escape. Did it succeed? Shiba asked anxiously. Yes, Yamcha replied, stretching his body with a series of satisfying cracks. He lifted his gaze to Shiba, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Now, we can proceed to decapitate Sheru. Wonderful. Sheba exclaimed, leaping with excitement and rushing to embrace Yamcha tightly. Her soft, resilient form pressed closely against him, and the unique, slightly cool fragrance of her presence filled his nostrils. I knew it. I knew you could do it. She buried her head against Yamcha's chest, her voice quivering slightly with exhilaration. Yamcha, you truly are my greatest toy. She tilted her head back, her breathtakingly beautiful visage mere inches away, her azure eyes shimmering with reflections of Yamcha's form. In the throes of emotion, she rose onto her toes, her soft lips gently meeting his. Yamcha's body stiffened momentarily. He could feel the authentic joy and dependence radiating from Sheba. In that instant when their lips connected, Yamcha's arms tightened around her, securing her delicate waist firmly in his embrace. He was no longer passive. He fervently reciprocated the kiss. Simultaneously, every pore on his body opened wide. An immense suction, magnitudes greater than before, erupted from every inch of his skin. The eternal energy core within Sheba surged forth. A boundless tide of energy, finding an outlet as it flowed violently into Yamcha's being, akin to a dam breaking. Sheba's eyes widened in shock. She sensed something amiss. The energy within her was depleting at an unprecedented rate. This was not the gentle trickle of theft she had experienced before. It was an outright assault. She attempted to push Yamcha away, only to find his arms locked around her like iron bands, rendering her immobile. She wanted to voice her questions, yet her lips remained sealed. And then, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. With a hiss, several metallic tendrils, glimmering with cold light, erupted from Yamcha's chest. Like predatory serpents, they ensnared her body from neck to ankle. Each tendril's tip glowed with a crimson light, like greedy suckers, adhering firmly to her skin. The terrifying pull emanated from every point of contact. She could vividly feel her life, her power, her very essence, being voraciously consumed by the man who had just been kissing her. No, with all her might, she finally broke free from the kiss, uttering a sound of disbelief. She gazed at Yamcha's face. The warmth and tenderness that had once graced his features were now replaced by an icy indifference. Why? A single crystalline tear rolled down her flawless cheek. Yamcha offered no reply. He merely caressed her face, ensnared by the tendrils, with a gentle touch. You deceived me. Sheba's body trembled, not from the loss of energy, but from the profound betrayal and despair surging from her heart. You scoundrel. Chapter 109. The Devouring of Sheba, the Birth of the Supreme T-God. Scoundrel. Sheba's heart-wrenching despair echoed within the cramped confines of the spacecraft. The face that had just blossomed with joy and dreams now bore the marks of disbelief and pain. Crystal tears cascaded from her cerulean eyes, tracing paths down her pale cheeks. She struggled with all her strength. The power capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet now seemed feeble against the metallic tendrils that ensnared her supple form. Those tendrils appeared to possess life, deeply embedding themselves into her flesh, their tips glowing red as they ravenously siphoned the vast energy within her. Why? Her voice trembled, each word seemingly forced from the depths of her throat, laden with blood and tears. She could not comprehend it. Just moments ago, they had been comrades in arms. Just moments ago, he had promised her a beautiful future. Just moments ago, they had celebrated their rebirth with a kiss. Why, in the blink of an eye, had everything transformed into the cruelest, coldest betrayal? Yamcha remained silent. He merely tightened his iron grip, pulling her soft, enticing body even closer into his embrace. His face remained buried in her neck, greedily inhaling her uniquely cool scent. Yet this embrace bore no warmth. It was merely a raw, unmasked act of plunder. You deceived me. Sheba trembled violently. The Dragon Balls you spoke of, the resurrection, it was all a lie, wasn't it? No. At last, Yamcha spoke. His voice was calm, devoid of any tremor, as if he were stating a fact unrelated to himself. The Dragon Balls are real, and resurrection is indeed possible. He lifted his head. The warmth and tenderness that had once adorned his handsome face were now replaced by an unfamiliar coldness that sent chills through Sheba. However, I did deceive you. With a gentle motion, Yamcha caressed her tear-streaked cheek. Dr. Gero had no ultimate vision, nor was there any modification plan known as Tao Tai. That blueprint was designed specifically for me, a request I made to Bulma, based on my own physiological data. It was a blueprint meant solely to devour you. These words struck Sheba's mind like a thunderclap, shattering her last vestiges of hope. It was all a ruse from the very beginning. From the moment he proposed a second transformation, from the instant he painted a picture of an exhilarating future, and from the moment he dispelled all his doubts with the Dragon Balls. One step at a time, he dismantled his own defenses, lured his emotions, and made himself willingly protect him, awaiting the completion of the transformation, only to be utterly consumed in the end. You bastard! You absolute scoundrel! 18 cursed furiously, her nails digging deep into Yamcha's back, attempting to inflict harm. Yet, at this moment, Yamcha's body, having absorbed her immense energy, had already surpassed the strength of steel. Her resistance left not a single trace on him. Why? After I clearly promised to wait for you to come out, to kill Shalu together, and then become your toy forever, why do you have to treat me this way? She cried out, questioning, her voice filled with grievance and unwillingness. A toy? Yamcha suddenly laughed, a hint of mockery in his smile. You overestimate yourself, 18. Do you think I truly wish to be your toy, to be summoned and manipulated at your whim? Do you think I have forgotten who killed all my companions? Who turned my world into ruins? His voice turned icy. Everything I have done is for revenge, to annihilate all of you androids, to destroy Shalu, to eliminate all potential foes of the future. And you, Yacha, leaned closer to her, nearly touching noses, and enunciated each word. You are merely the most useful and crucial stepping stone on my path of vengeance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The metallic tendrils entwining 18 suddenly tightened. A more terrifying force of attraction erupted. 18 emitted a muffled groan of pain, acutely aware that her body was being inexorably pulled, forcibly merging into Yamcha's chest. Her fair skin, her alluring curves, her perfect form was gradually being devoured by Yamcha's body. No, don't. Death does not frighten her, but being consumed as nourishment, inch by inch, sent a chilling tremor through her very soul. Let me go, you demon, scoundrel, she screamed with her last ounce of strength. However, Yamcha merely gazed at her expressionlessly. He looked at her beautiful face, where those once proud, disdainful, playful, expectant, and joyful azure eyes now reflected only endless despair and resentment. Do not worry, you shall not simply vanish. Yamcha's voice, like a demonic whisper, echoed in her ears. You will not become a mere eternal furnace. You will live on forever within my body. You will become a part of me, my inexhaustible source of power. You will witness how I wield the strength you granted me to slay Shalu, to crush Dapula, to protect this world. This is the eternal atonement for the sins you have committed against me. As his final words fell, 18's body was finally drawn completely into Yamcha's being. The metallic tendrils, shimmering with cold light, retracted. The cabin fell into silence. It was as if that vibrant, stunning golden-haired girl had never existed. Yamcha slowly closed his eyes. He could feel a monumental transformation occurring within his body. A brand new core, radiating boundless life energy, was gradually taking shape beside his biological power core. That was where 18 would forever rest, his eternal energy source. Waves of vast energy surged from this new core, flowing through his limbs and nourishing every cell in his being. The energy within him, under the catalyst of this new power, began to swell exponentially. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million, eventually stabilizing at 60 million. His standard combat power, 60 million. And this was not the end. With an eternal energy source, the energy within him would never wane, never exhaust. This meant he could use the Kaioken without hesitation or restraint. 40 times Kaioken. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Yamcha's body. Golden energy waves instantly filled the entire cabin. 2,400,000,000. A terrifying number that could send even Shalu in his second form trembling. And this power, he could sustain indefinitely, until the battle was over. Ha ha ha. Yamcha, reveling in the unprecedented strength coursing through him, could not help but laugh heartily. His laughter brimmed with arrogance and delight. This is power. This is the power to dictate one's own fate, to control the lives and deaths of others. What is the sacrifice of 118 for this power? Yet, just as he was basking in his triumph, a clear voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Yamcha, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. You despicable scoundrel. It was 18's voice. I hate you. I hate you. I will not let you off, even as a ghost. One day I will escape from here, and I will trample you underfoot, ruthlessly tormenting you. Is that so? Yamcha's face bore no sign of panic. Instead, a playful smile emerged. I await that day, but until then, You might as well behave and be my battery. Rest assured, I will occasionally let you out for upgrades. After all, the stronger you are as a battery, the more beneficial you are to my enhancement. You wish? I will ensure you have no peace. I will scold you every day. You scoundrel. You are not human. You took my first kiss. Suit yourself. Yamcha shrugged nonchalantly, as long as you provide energy. After all, there are tough battles ahead. He slowly raised his head, as if he could see through the spaceship's metallic shell into the depths of the distant universe. There. He sensed two sources of energy. One, the rapidly weakening energy of 16, having successfully diverted the enemy. The other, Shalu's malevolent and powerful presence, swollen to 3 billion. Shalu. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Yamcha's lips. Your meal has been consumed. Now, it is my turn to savor you. He clenched his fist fiercely, and the golden aura surged violently, causing the entire ship to groan under the strain of such overwhelming power. In the next moment, his figure vanished from its place. The ship's door was torn apart by an invisible force. Yamcha transformed into a golden streak, racing faster than ever before into that bizarre metallic graveyard, hurtling directly towards Shalu's location. Chapter 110, Battling Shalu with My Girlfriend. 2,400,000,000 of revenge. The golden flames tore through the darkness of the universe. Yamcha's speed had surpassed all limits. Every cell in his body rejoiced at this unprecedented power. Ahead, the sources of the two energies were now within reach. 1. Faint as a flickering candle in the wind, belonged to 16. The other, evil and powerful, exuding the nauseating aura of a perfect being, loomed like a black hole ahead. It was Shalu, swollen to 3 billion. Yamcha's figure suddenly halted, hovering above a massive wreckage of metal. The sight before him made his pupils constrict sharply. Once a towering, silent giant known as Rinzaren Shiliha, he now lay in ruins, reduced to a pile of true scrap metal. His arms were severed at the joints, and a colossal hole gaped in his chest. Only half of his head remained attached to the mangled torso, one electronic eye defiantly flickering a faint red light. Beside this heap of debris stood the impeccably shaped monster, Shalu, who idly kicked the head of Shiliha with his toe. What a dull toy, hard and brittle, and utterly inedible. It seemed Shalu sensed something, slowly lifting his gaze towards the direction of Yamcha. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a distinct surprise flickered across his handsome yet malevolent visage. Oh, it's you, Yamcha, Shalu remarked with a hint of amusement. I thought you would have fled to some corner of the universe, trembling in fear. What is this? Have you come to terms with it so quickly, only to return to meet your demise? He felt the immense energy radiating from Yamcha, but paid it little heed. To him, this was merely the futile struggle of an ant facing its end. Your combat prowess has indeed improved. Have you discovered some peculiar fruit to consume? Shalu observed him with keen interest, yet lamented, Alas, you are still too weak. Yamcha's gaze fell upon the battered body of Shiliha. Shiliha, he spoke, his voice penetrating the vacuum and directly reaching the receiver. The mission is complete. You have performed admirably. Now, return to the spacecraft at once and seek Bulma on Earth. She can restore you. The remaining electronic eye of Shiliha flickered, seemingly analyzing the command. Command confirmed. However, the threat level of Shalu. Leave this to me, Yamcha interjected firmly. Your mission has concluded. Survive. Earth still requires your protection. With that, he shifted his entire focus onto Shalu, no longer glancing at Shiliha. Shalu watched this display with interest, refraining from interference. What a touching camaraderie, he mocked. But have you miscalculated? He spread his hands, a cruel smile adorning his face. Do you truly believe I will allow any of you to leave alive? By the way, where is your golden-haired girlfriend? Is she hiding? Shalu scanned the surroundings. No matter. Once I deal with you, I will find her slowly. After all, she is a crucial part of my perfection. You will never find her, Yamcha declared, raising his hand. Golden energy swirling in his palm. For she is forever with me. No sooner had he spoken than Yamcha's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before Shalu, delivering a punch imbued with 24 billion units of power straight to Shalu's cheek. It was too fast. Shalu's pupils constricted slightly. He never anticipated Yamcha could achieve such speed. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated in the vacuum, sending shockwaves radiating in a circular pattern from the two. The surrounding metallic debris disintegrated into ash before this force. Shalu was propelled backward, sliding several hundred meters before regaining his footing. He shook his slightly numbed arm, the ease and amusement on his face completely vanishing, replaced by a grave expression. 24 billion. Shallow murmured, excitement and cruelty gleaming in his eyes. I never expected this little insect could grow to such an extent. Now this is interesting. Now I see the value in unleashing my full strength. He let out an exhilarated roar, unleashing 30 billion units of terrifying energy. The dark green malevolent aura surged skyward, tinting the surrounding space with an ominous hue. Come on, Yamcha. Show me just how much substance lies within your 24 billion power. Shallow's figure vanished in an instant, initiating his assault. Yamcha's expression sharpened. The boundless energy from his eternal energy core allowed him to maintain the pinnacle of 40 times the Kaioken without restraint. Instead of retreating from Shallow's assault, he charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. In the desolate metallic graveyard, these two unimaginable monsters engaged in the most primal and violent of brawls. Fist collided with fist, leg struck leg. With each impact, energy sufficient to obliterate planets erupted. Shallow's strength clearly surpassed Yamcha's. Every punch he threw was powerful and heavy, carrying the force to crush everything. Yamcha found himself at a disadvantage in this pure contest of strength. Each clash left him reeling. Humph, Yamcha scoffed, twisting his body in midair to narrowly evade a heavy punch from Shallow. Simultaneously, he drove his elbow downward, striking fiercely at Shallow's nape. Bang! Shallow stumbled. Although Yamcha's attack lacked the raw power of Shallow's, it was executed with a cunning angle, exploiting a weakness. This was the advantage of a martial artist. Despite Shallow's immense strength and speed, as well as his data on various martial artists, he remained a hastily engineered monster. His combat was largely instinctual and data-driven. Whereas Yamcha had emerged as a true warrior from countless life and death battles, each step forged from the blood and corpses of the fallen. Damn it! Shallow roared, retaliating with a knife hand strike. Yet Yamcha had already anticipated this move, retreating like a specter. He then joined his index and middle fingers together, pointing at his forehead. Magwan Guangsha Pao. Swish. A spiraling beam of condensed energy erupted instantaneously. At such close range, and with such speed, Shallow had no time to evade. Boom. The spiral beam struck Shallow's chest with tremendous force, piercing through to create a massive wound. Aya! Shallow howled in agony, his body propelled by the immense impact, crashing into the remains of a colossal metallic planet. Yamcha did not pause. He recognized that such an injury was trivial for Shallow, who possessed Cell's regenerative capabilities. With a wave of his hands, dozens of highly condensed energy spheres materialized, as if imbued with life, encircling Shallow and sealing off all potential escape routes before hurtling towards him. Chidon. Boom. An unending series of explosions engulfed the metallic remains. However, amidst the fiery devastation, a far more terrifying aura surged forth. Kipai Chigongbwa. A blue energy beam, several times thicker than Yamcha's previous attack, erupted from the heart of the explosion, devouring all the energy spheres, and continued on relentlessly towards Yamcha. His expression shifted as he quickly crossed his arms before his chest, gathering all his energy for defense. Boom. The blue beam struck him with unrelenting force. Yamcha felt an irresistible power overwhelm him, and his body was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc through space. Coughing, he steadied himself, a trickle of golden blood escaping his lips. That last blow had inflicted significant internal injury. In the distance, Shallow emerged from the flames, the wound in his chest completely healed, as if he had never been harmed at all. At this moment, his expression was terrifyingly grim. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath, Yamcha. The voice of Shallow resonated as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. I confess, I underestimated you. Your martial arts skills indeed surpass mine. However, in the face of absolute power, all techniques are futile. Shallow's strength surged once more, his aura becoming increasingly frenzied and malevolent. From this point forward, I shall grant you no further opportunities. Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rather than exhibiting fear. A fervent battle spirit surged forth upon his face. The eternal energy furnace within him continuously supplied energy, astonishingly restoring the energy he had just expended and healing his wounds at an incredible pace. Is that so? Yamcha grinned. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. The warm-up is over. He gradually assumed a stance, his hands coming together before his chest, palms facing one another. A potent, condensed, and domineering energy began to gather in his palms, distinctly different from before. It was a fusion of the astonishing techniques of Wangwu Jing Tianzhong, the concentrated power of Mo Guan Guang Sha Pao, and the ultimate profundities of Qigong Pao Fa Min. Chapter 111. Infinite Demon Technique Palm. Treating Shalu like a dog. The energy coalescing in Yamcha's palms transcended mere strength. It was pure annihilation. It felt as if the energy of an entire star had been compressed into an infinitely small point. You shall not succeed, Shalu roared, unleashing 30 billion terrifying energies without holding back. The dark green malevolent flames blazed furiously as he abruptly brought his hands to his waist, a dazzling blue light rapidly expanding. Kamehameha. He intended to unleash his most formidable energy before Yamcha could complete his technique, obliterating him into cosmic dust. Yet, Yamcha's speed surpassed Shalu's expectations. Just as Shala's light was about to burst forth, Demon Technique Palm. Yamcha's voice was calm. There was no grandiose display, only an unassuming energy sphere. Mingled with gold and purple, leisurely floated from his palm. The speed of that energy sphere was not fast, even somewhat slow. However, Shalu felt as if his very soul was locked in place. Run. Shalu abandoned the nearly completed Kamehameha, forcibly twisting his body and unleashing his speed to the utmost. Attempting to dodge clumsily to the side. Boom. The Demon Technique Palm grazed past him. Shalu could even feel the skin on his arm disintegrating in the instant that energy brushed by, with not even a moment's pain to register. He turned back in a panic. The energy sphere had struck a colossal metallic planet-sized debris in the distance, unerringly. There was no explosion, no flames, not even a sound. That enormous metallic sphere simply vanished silently from the cosmos, as if it had never existed. He abruptly turned his head to Yamcha, a sinister joy mingling with the relief of survival appearing on his face. Ha! You have failed, Yamcha. Your strongest move has been exhausted. Now you are but a hollow shell. His laughter ceased abruptly, for he saw that Yamcha, who should have collapsed from exhaustion, showed no signs of weakness. Instead, the golden aura surrounding him surged once more, instantly restoring him to peak condition. It was as if that apocalyptic demon technique palm had merely been a casual toss of a stone to him. How is this possible? Shala's mind crashed completely. This defied logic. This violated the law of conservation of energy. No one could unleash such a profound technique and emerge unscathed. I told you, the warm-up is over. Yamcha slowly raised his other hand, and once more, that heart-stopping annihilative energy began to coalesce in his palm. Shala's expression shifted from bewilderment to shock, ultimately culminating in unprecedented terror. He can still use it? No, this is impossible. Shalu let out an incredulous roar and dashed toward Yamcha in a frenzy. He could not allow Yamcha to execute this technique again. Yet, Yamcha merely regarded him with indifference. Just as Shalu was about to reach him, Yamcha's body drifted back like a specter, creating the perfect distance. The second demon technique palm was already formed. Scoundrel! Shalu felt a surge of fear, without a moment's hesitation. He unleashed all his power to evade. Whoosh! Another annihilating energy sphere shot past him, hurtling into the depths of the universe. Just as Shalu thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was horrified to find Yamcha's figure had appeared from another angle, preparing the stance for a third time. Shala's lips trembled. He finally understood. Yamcha could use this move indefinitely and without restriction. Demon Technique Palm. Demon Technique Palm. Demon Technique Palm. Yamcha's voice echoed like a death knell throughout the metallic graveyard. Wave after wave of terrifying energy, capable of flattening stars, sealed off all of Shalu's escape routes. Once proud and self-proclaimed as a perfect being, Shalu was now reduced to utter disarray. He resembled a beast ensnared by flames, frantically darting in a confined space. With 30 billion combat power, he dared not touch Yamcha's techniques. Ah! If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. Shalu let out a roar of humiliation. He attempted to charge at Yamcha, intending to shred him with his superior strength and speed. But Yamcha's martial arts realm was simply too high. Each time Shalu launched an assault, Yamcha would use the most exquisite footwork and the simplest actions to deftly create distance, then leisurely conjure the next demon technique palm. Shalu felt he was on the brink of madness. He was like a robust man wielding a dragon-slaying sword, yet being toyed with by a child wielding a pistol with infinite bullets. He could not touch his opponent, while every single bullet from Yamcha could cost him his life. Boom! Another demon technique palm grazed past his cheek, the annihilative energy instantly vaporizing half the skin on his face. He could not continue like this. If this persisted, he would inevitably be obliterated by a slight misstep. Babidi. Shalu erupted with all his energy, creating an energy storm that enveloped the heavens and earth, temporarily obscuring Yamcha's view. Quick, use your magic to take me away. He raced towards the direction where he recalled Babidi was hiding. In the distance, Babidi, who had been cowering behind a massive meteorite, was terrified out of his wits by this celestial clash. He saw Shala charging towards him like a madman and screamed in fright, turning to flee. But Shala's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he seized Babidi by the collar, lifting him up. You worthless creature. Quickly use spatial magic. Shala's voice brimmed with murderous intent. Why yes. Babidi, terrified and trembling, summoned all his effort and raised his hands, murmuring incantations. With a flash of eerie pink light, the space before them began to distort, a swirling vortex slowly forming. Just then, Yamcha's figure pierced through the energy storm. Appearing before them, he merely watched quietly, not immediately striking. Seeing Yamcha not pursue, Shalu felt a slight sense of relief. He looked at Yamcha and shouted with a forced bravado, Yamcha, let us cease hostilities. There is no hatred between us anymore. The 17th and 18th have vanished, and I see no reason to trouble Earth any further. From this moment onward, the universe is vast. I shall venture elsewhere, allowing our paths to diverge peacefully. Having declared this, he afforded Yamcha no further opportunity for response, seizing Babidi and plunging headlong into the nascent spatial portal. The vortex of space contracted abruptly, and their figures disappeared without a trace. The expansive metallic graveyard finally returned to a state of tranquility. Yamcha gradually lowered his raised hand, the tempestuous golden aura surrounding him subsiding to a tranquil state. He gazed in the direction from which Sha Lu had vanished, his expression devoid of any elation. Turning away, he soared toward the remains of number 16, lifting the half-destroyed body and propelling himself toward the spacecraft. His gaze traversed the infinite sea of stars, seemingly beholding that cerulean planet. Sha Lu had escaped. Yet, the 3-month deadline for Dapula, the king of the demon realm with a combat power of 5 billion, to descend upon Earth remained unchanged. Chapter 112. Is draining my girlfriend not enough? Let us ensnare the king of the demon realm. Yamcha floated in the cosmos, the turbulent golden aura gradually retracting to a normal state. He observed the direction in which Sha Lu had disappeared, his countenance reflecting a profound stillness rather than the joy of victory. He understood all too well that he could not eliminate Sha Lu. As long as that fellow's core remained intact, he could regenerate infinitely. Furthermore, after absorbing Scion cells, each revival from the brink of death would exponentially augment his power. In their previous battle, it seemed as if he had toyed with Sha Lu. Yet this was entirely predicated on the boundless energy derived from the eternal energy furnace and the indomitable nature of the magic palm technique. Should Sha Lu adapt to this combat rhythm or discover a countermeasure, given his 30 billion combat power, it would undoubtedly be Yamcha who succumbed. Allowing him to depart was the only feasible option. Having absorbed number 18, and with Sha Lu having absorbed number 17, Earth no longer held any compelling reason for him to remain. Coupled with the psychological trauma left by the infinite magic palm technique, it was unlikely that the perfect monster would return to Earth to seek trouble in the near future. Earth was temporarily safe, but this was merely a fleeting reprieve. In Yamcha's mind, the visage of Babidi's grotesque and fearful face resurfaced. That diminutive sorcerer was still fixated on resurrecting his so-called cosmic emperor, the demon Majin Buu. The key to unlocking the seal lay with Dapula, a terrifying entity with a combat power of 5 billion. In the presence of Dapula, Sha Lu was hardly a match. Once Dapula arrived, Babidi would reclaim dominance, and their objective would remain Earth. It was imperative to eliminate Dapula before that happened. Yamcha turned and flew to the wreckage of number 16, hoisting it onto his shoulder and heading toward the spacecraft. He carefully laid number 16 on the repair platform upon returning. Then, he approached the cockpit and paused momentarily. No. 18. He again addressed her mentally. What do you want? Are you seeking my forgiveness? Dream on. Let me tell you, Yamcha, the day I am free. Silence. Yamcha interrupted her tirade. I need to know where Babidi intends to unseal Dapula number 18's vitriol ceased abruptly. After a few seconds, Her mocking laughter echoed throughout Yamcha's mind. Ha ha ha, you're begging me? You, who treated me as mere sustenance. You have the audacity to plead? Why would I tell you? I would rather that Depu La descended upon Earth right now and obliterated the entire planet. Destroy everything you hold dear. Is that so? Yamcha's tone remained unperturbed. That is inconsequential. I no longer have anyone on Earth whom I care for. Bulma and the others are currently at Dr. Gero's laboratory. It is sufficiently fortified. As for Master Roshi and the others, they may have perished at the hands of your androids long ago. Even if they have not, it is of no consequence. He paused, continuing in a tone that was chillingly flat. Depu La's annihilation of Earth would not affect me. I could live freely in the cosmos. But you have always wished to escape and tear me apart with your own hands. Haven't you? If Depu La arrives, his combat power of 5 billion would instantly obliterate me. At that moment, as a part of my being, you too would cease to exist in this universe, leaving not a trace behind. She fell into a profound silence. Tell me the location, Yamcha reiterated. The Z6 star zone, a planet designated as Yagong. No. 18 almost spat the name through gritted teeth. It is a dark planet, perpetually devoid of light, saturated with malevolent energy. Bob ID claims it is the most suitable place in the universe for the arrival of the Demon Realm King. Excellent. Yamcha had acquired the information he sought. He swiftly operated the star map, inputting the coordinates of Yagong. The spacecraft's course was recalibrated, the engines emitting a deep rumble as it gradually accelerated toward the unknown dark star domain. Having completed this task, Yamcha approached the storage compartment and opened it. A fruit, radiant and exuding an overwhelming life force, lay quietly within. The spirit tree fruit. Initially, on that uninhabited planet, the spirit tree bore 2 fruits. One he consumed on the spot, raising his base combat power from 4 million to 6 million and laying the foundation for the 30-fold Kaioken. The other he had meticulously preserved as a trump card. Now was the time for this card to play its role. What are you planning? No. 18's consciousness detected his actions. Preparing a gift for the Demon Realm King. Yamcha grasped the fruit, a chilling smile gracing his face. Are you mad? You intend to use this against Depu La? That will only provide him with energy. Who said I would use it to attack? Yamcha's smile grew increasingly sinister. The spacecraft traversed the silent cosmos. He refrained from further training, simply sitting quietly in the pilot's seat, eyes closed, cultivating his energy and adjusting his state. The eternal energy furnace continuously supplied him with energy, enabling him to remain in peak condition at all times. All he needed to do was wait to reach that final battleground. Time flowed slowly within the extended journey. At last, a planet emerged outside the spacecraft's window. A planet entirely shrouded in darkness, seemingly capable of devouring light itself. It hung silently in the cosmos, devoid of any stars or satellites, emanating an abhorrent aura of pure malevolence and desolation. Yagong. This was the place. Yamcha slowly opened his eyes. The spacecraft descended steadily upon the cracked, dark earth of Yagong. The hatch opened, and a foul stench, mingled with sulfur and decay, assailed his senses. The entire planet bore no semblance of life. The sky was eternally crimson, the ground a parched black wasteland, and in the distance loomed bizarre, twisted black mountains, reminiscent of ancient monstrous skeletons. The energy here was frigid, viscous, and thick with negativity. An ordinary person would likely descend into madness within a minute of exposure. What a horrid place! Number 18's voice trembled slightly. Indeed. Yamcha stepped out of the spacecraft, absorbing the unsettling atmosphere enveloping him. It is no wonder that Bobby D chose this place. The negative energy here is akin to a paradise crafted specifically for the creatures of the demon realm. He surveyed his surroundings, and a powerful aura swiftly enveloped the entire planet. Before long, he located a point at the heart of the planet, rich in energy and emanating an unmistakably sinister presence. It was a vast basin, at the center of which lay an unfathomable chasm, resembling an entrance to hell itself. Dense demonic energy continuously surged forth from this abyss. This was the place. Yamcha's figure flickered and instantly appeared beside the chasm. Gazing into the profound darkness below, he envisioned a horrifying demon king, bound by countless chains, lying in slumber. Without hesitation, he retrieved the fruit of the spiritual tree from his bosom. What do you intend to do? Yamcha offered no reply. He raised the fruit, and under the incredulous gaze of number 18, he crushed it with a fierce grip. The fruit, containing the essence of an entire planet's life, shattered without hesitation. The crystalline juice, mingled with the broken flesh of the fruit, trickled through his fingers, drop by drop, into the parched, cracked earth below. Immediately, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once desolate blackened soil began to sprout faint traces of green at a visible pace. A vibrant green shoot emerged tenaciously from the fissures. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, the ground within 100 meters of Yamcha was blanketed in a delicate layer of green. These newly born plants did not cease their growth. They climbed, intertwined, and wrapped themselves at an unnatural speed. Vines, green leaves, and flower buds transformed this place, once a symbol of death and evil, into a verdant jungle brimming with vitality. An overwhelming and pure life energy radiated from this forest, contrasting starkly with the surrounding cold and malevolent demonic aura. They clashed like water and fire, light and darkness, creating an uncanny balance of energy. A grand gift naturally demands a splendid presentation. Yamcha surveyed his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Slowly, he settled into a lotus position at the heart of this nascent jungle and closed his eyes. Now, he awaited the arrival of our guest, poised for a grand entrance. Chapter 113. The Temptation of Number 18. The Descent of 5 Billion Demon Kings. Yamcha sat cross-legged in the center of the newly formed jungle, his eyes closed, as if he had become one with the vibrant environment. The eternal energy furnace within him operated steadily, an endless flow of energy coursing through his limbs, enabling him to unleash his utmost power at any moment. Yet, at this moment, he had retracted all his aura to the utmost degree, resembling a silent, unyielding stone. Yamcha, you scoundrel, may you meet a wretched fate. I curse you. I curse you to be torn to shreds by Shalu. I curse you to be ground into a pulp by that creature named Dapala. I curse you to live eternally in pain and regret. Do you think you've won? You worthless being who can only grow stronger by devouring women. You will always be trash, utterly and completely worthless. To this malice, Yamcha turned a deaf ear. He had anticipated such a response. A proud woman, utterly betrayed and consumed as sustenance, would not remain calm in such circumstances. As expected, after an indeterminate duration of frenzied curses, the piercing voice abruptly ceased. The entire consciousness space fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, a voice entirely different emerged, resonating softly. Yamcha, let us talk, shall we? Yamcha continued to ignore her, not even lifting his eyelids. I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Number 18's tone softened immeasurably, tinged with a hint of sobbing. I should not have killed your companions, nor should I have destroyed your world. I am willing to atone for my sins. Indeed, I am willing to pay any price for redemption. Did you not say you have Dragon Balls? If you release me from this dreadful place, I will assist you in seeking the Dragon Balls, and we can resurrect everyone, shall we? When that time comes, I will no longer be that aloof android. I will be yours. Her voice grew lower, increasingly seductive. From the moment I first laid eyes on you on Earth, I found you to be extraordinary. You are so weak yet refuse to give up, like an indomitable cockroach. Later, you escaped from me time and again, even managing to injure me. You do not know, but when you pierced my body with your demonic power, I felt pain, yet there was also a strange sensation, an unprecedented thrill. Yamcha, her voice was now laced with temptation. I have a penchant for being conquered by the strong, for being ravaged. You are so powerful now, far stronger than I am. If you let me out, you can do as you please with me. I promise I will no longer treat you as a toy. Come, treat me as your own personal toy. Ruin me completely, will you? Such brazen words would drive any normal man into a frenzy. However, Yamcha felt no stir within, only a hint of annoyance. What a tragic and laughable ploy. Did she believe she was still the kind of bald-headed woman who could cloud judgment with beauty and desire? He had seen her antics countless times in his past life and had developed immunity. Nonetheless, her incessant mental disturbances were indeed vexing. Yamcha slowly immersed a fragment of his consciousness into his own body. He was the absolute master of this vessel. Having devoured number 18 and merged with the eternal energy furnace, he had indirectly grasped a portion of Dr. Gro's biological modification technology. Soon, he found himself beside the core of the eternal energy furnace. It was as if he had installed top-tier soundproofing in a noisy room. What do you intend to do, Yamcha? You bastard. How dare you? Number 18 seemed to sense his intentions, her voice shifting to one of terror. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her voice was abruptly silenced, as though a mute button had been pressed. The entire world fell quiet. Yamcha exhaled a breath of stale air, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, he could focus on waiting. In this dark planet, devoid of day and night, time lost its significance. 1 day, 2 days, a month, 2 months. Yamcha remained seated quietly, like a statue turned to stone. Beneath him, the jungle birthed from the fruit of the spiritual tree expanded at an alarming pace. Lush green vines, akin to living serpents, coiled and climbed up the obsidian mountains. Towering canopies cast shadows over the land, radiating a magnificent aura of life. The essence of life contained within the crushed fruit formed a peculiar symbiotic relationship with the planet's dense negative energy. The negative energy nourished its growth, while it transformed that negativity into the purest form of vitality. In merely a few months, a towering giant tree surged upward, reaching for the heavens. Its massive crown nearly overshadowed a third of the basin. The entire colossal tree emanated a soft and sacred white light, illuminating this realm of eternal darkness as if it were broad daylight. An immense and boundless life force radiated from the tree, spreading across the planet and diluting the previously thick, ink-like malevolent aura countless times over. At the pinnacle of the giant tree, a brand new fruit was gradually taking shape. It was several times larger than the one previously consumed by Yamcha, displaying a resplendent golden hue, its surface shimmering with visible energy auras, resembling a miniature sun. The spirit tree had reached maturity. On this very day, Yamcha's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. The ground trembled violently without warning throughout the entire Yagan star. It felt as though an ancient beast, imprisoned for eons, was on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. The vast chasm located in the center of the basin, the very place sealing Depura, was now wildly spewing forth inky, black malevolence. This malevolence was 1,000-fold denser than before, almost taking on a tangible form, like a towering black pillar of darkness surging towards the crimson sky. The surrounding life force retreated and dissipated in the face of this pure and extreme evil, as if encountering its nemesis. An energy reaction so terrifying it was suffocating erupted from the depths of that chasm. 5 billion. A number so fearsome it dwarfed Yamcha's usual combat strength of 60 million, rendering it insignificant as dust. In an instant, Yamcha retracted all of his presence. He neither fled nor hid. Instead, he completely merged his being with the aura of the towering tree beneath him. In Depura's terrifying perception, Yamcha at this moment was merely an ordinary leaf upon this grand tree. The black pillar of darkness gradually dissipated. A figure, elegant and composed, slowly ascended from the profound chasm. He possessed skin of vibrant crimson, pointed ears, and a pair of golden pupils filled with malice and arrogance. Clad in resplendent attire reminiscent of medieval nobility, a playful smile danced upon his lips. It was none other than the king of the demon realm, Depura. Oh, the air of freedom. Depura spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply, an expression of unparalleled ecstasy gracing his face. After eons, he finally beheld the light of day once more. He stretched his limbs, seemingly reacquainting himself with this long immobile body. Soon, a clear look of confusion appeared upon his face. He scanned his surroundings, observing this verdant world enveloped in sacred white light, his brows furrowing tightly. Where's this place? Such overwhelming life energy. Did Lord Babidi release me from an elven garden? His tone brimmed with unfiltered disdain. This pure and sacred life energy revolted him to his very core. Before long, his gaze was firmly captivated by the towering tree radiating boundless vitality and the golden fruit atop it. An intriguing fruit. A glimmer of greed flickered into Depura's eyes. To contain such pure energy, if consumed, it might restore a significant portion of my strength. He chuckled softly and, with a flash of movement, soared towards the pinnacle of the giant tree. He remained blissfully unaware that beneath the dense foliage of the giant tree, a figure lay in quiet concealment. Yamcha held his breath, minimizing his presence to the utmost degree. He watched as the demon king, exuding an endless aura of malevolence, drew closer, his heart racing in his chest. This was the most terrifying and despairing adversary he had ever faced since his arrival in this world. Any slight misstep could lead to irreversible doom. The fate of the battle hinged on this very moment. Chapter 114. The Emergence of the Demon King? I stewed it in a rice cooker. Depura's figure traced a graceful arc through the air, gently landing on the branch at the very top of the colossal tree. He extended his hand, aiming directly at the alluring golden fruit radiating enticing energy auras. A true masterpiece, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with an air of condescension. Transforming a dead star into this wondrous form. Only those repulsive elves and the legendary spirit tree could accomplish such a feat. A deeper confusion settled upon his vibrant red face. Strange, why has Lord Babidi not yet appeared? Logically, he should have come to greet me at once. As he pondered this, his gaze shifted towards the bottomless chasm below. Once the seal of his imprisonment. At this moment, that very chasm was entirely sealed by an invisible magical barrier. The entrance to the seal? What could this mean? Depura's brows furrowed even tighter. Could something have gone awry? Just as doubts began to gnaw at him, he prepared to pluck the fruit to replenish his strength before searching for Babidi's whereabouts. An urgent, terrified voice suddenly echoed in his mind without warning. Depura, you bastard. You're finally out. Hurry and save me. It was Babidi's voice. Depura's movements halted abruptly, the playful expression on his face vanishing, replaced by a grave seriousness. Lord Babidi, where are you? What has happened? I've been captured by a green creature named Shalu. This bastard wants to kill me. You must come quickly. The coordinates are. Babidi's sharp roar was abruptly cut off, as if forcefully silenced. Shalu? The name flashed through Depura's mind, a look of disdain crossing his golden pupils. Just a slightly powerful insect, daring to disrespect Lord Babidi. He retracted his hand, which was poised to seize the fruit, preparing to head towards Babidi's coordinates. Yet, as he turned, his movements froze. Not far ahead, at the fork of a sturdy branch, lay an object. A square, silvery metallic contraption. What is that? Depura's senses swept over it, but he found no energy response. It resembled an ordinary piece of mundane iron. Yet, the more ordinary it appeared, the more it exuded an indescribable strangeness. In this transformed paradise of life, atop this giant tree radiating sacred energy, how could such a discordant mundane object exist? A trap? The thought arose, but was swiftly dismissed. Who could possibly set such a clumsy trap before him? The king of the demon realm, Depura? With a hint of curiosity, he drifted closer. It was a rice cooker. A perfectly ordinary rice cooker, commonly found on Earth. Just as Depura's attention was completely ensnared by the rice cooker. Now was the moment. A suppressed roar, built up over time, erupted from the dense foliage behind him. A figure, swift as lightning, surged forth from its hiding place. It was Yamcha. Depura spun around abruptly. He had completely failed to perceive that another person was concealed here. This person's aura seamlessly melded with that of the giant tree. An insignificant ant? After a brief moment of shock, a thick layer of scorn adorned Depura's face. He could sense that this human's typical combat strength was so feeble it hardly warranted a second glance. However, Yamcha offered him no time to react. Demon Sealing Wave. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, Yamcha formed an intricate hand seal, his palms directed towards Depura. The eternal energy furnace within him roared to life. An endless torrent of energy instantaneously mobilized, compressed to the utmost degree, and fully infused into this forbidden technique. Buzz, a bizarre emerald light, adorned with spiral patterns, suddenly emanated from Yamcha's palm. This radiance was not an energy attack, devoid of any destructive force, yet it embodied an irresistible and domineering sealing principle. What on earth is this? The disdain on Depura's face instantly froze, replaced by unprecedented terror. He attempted to evade, only to find his body ensnared by countless invisible chains. Immobilized, the emerald light coiled around him like a parasitic worm, and an overwhelming, unparalleled force emanated from the small rice cooker, frantically tugging at his soul and flesh. No. Depura let out a roar of sheer horror. The explosive release of his 50 billion combat power surged forth, dark magical energy soaring into the sky, striving to break free from the strange pull. However, all was in vain. Before the unreasonable sealing principle of Mo Fong Bo, even the mightiest power lost its significance. His body elongated and twisted, transforming into a stream of energy, uncontrollably rushing towards the opening of the rice cooker. Get in there. Yamcha's eyes burned crimson as he squeezed out the last vestige of strength within him, forcefully shoving the rice cooker. Whoosh. Depura's voice, filled with resentment and malice, was violently dragged into the pot. Without hesitation, Yamcha swiftly grasped the pot lid and sealed it with a resounding clap. Subsequently, he retrieved a pre-prepared seal adorned with runes from his garment and firmly affixed it to the seam of the lid. Buzz! The runes emitted a fleeting glow before vanishing. The entire world fell silent in an instant. Yamcha gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. Even with the eternal energy furnace, the exertion of casting Mo Fong Bo left him reeling. Yet, he had succeeded. The Demon Realm King, whose combat power reached 50 billion, capable of plunging the entire universe into despair, had been sealed away by him using a mere rice cooker. Meanwhile, on a desolate planet at the other end of the universe, Shalu was gripping Babiti's neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. A trace of irritation crossed his dark green face. A terrifying energy, so potent it caused his heart to race, had just erupted from a corner of the cosmos. 50 billion. That Demon Realm King, named Dapula, had emerged. What a nuisance, Shalu pondered. He was not yet in his perfect form and stood no chance against Dapula. Without number 18, how could he evolve? Was he truly to seek out other powerful beings to devour? Just then, Babidi, held in his grasp, suddenly sensed that familiar, tyrannical, malevolent energy, his fear transforming into ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Babidi cackled sharply. Do you feel it, you green insect? I, King Dapula, have arrived. He regarded Shalu with an expression akin to that of a grim reaper, filled with resentment and delight. Your time of death draws near. Once Dapula arrives, he will tear you to shreds. No, he will torment you until you wish for death. Ha ha ha. Shalu observed him impassively, as though watching a capering clown. However, in the next moment, Babiti's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, like a duck with its throat grasped. The elation on his face instantly froze. The terrifying energy that sustained him and allowed him to exert his dominance, belonging to Demon Realm King Dapula, vanished completely. It had disappeared from this universe, as if it had never existed. No, impossible. Babiti's eyes bulged, his body trembling violently, his visage etched with disbelief and terror. How could this be? Dapula? He felt nothing. Nothing at all. At that moment, he sensed the hand gripping his neck tightening gradually. A chilling, emotionless killing intent enveloped him entirely. Babidi stiffly raised his head to meet Shalu's eyes, which glimmered with mockery and cruelty. What did you just say? Shalu's voice was calm, yet it sent a shiver down Babiti's spine, as if his very blood had frozen. Babiti's mind went blank in an instant, his instinct for survival overpowering all else. His legs weakened, and he found himself kneeling in midair before Shalu, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears. Lord Shalu. Great Lord Shalu. I was just joking. Yes, merely a jest to lighten the mood. You see, we are allies, are we not? I am willing to serve you. I can use magic to do anything for you. Truly, anything. Chapter 115. All set. Time to enjoy life on Earth. Yamcha exhaled deeply, releasing all the pressure, fear, madness, and fatigue accumulated since his arrival. He wobbled to his feet, feeling his legs weaken. Approaching the newly sprouted, golden spiritual fruit tree, he hesitated before plucking one. He bent down, carefully cradling the ordinary rice cooker. The pot felt icy yet weighed heavily on him. Within it lay the Demon Realm King, boasting a combat power of 50 billion. Should this fact become known, the entire universe would hardly believe it. Yamcha, carrying the rice cooker and supporting the still repairing number 16, limped back to the spaceship. Click! The hatch closed slowly, completely isolating that bizarre world interwoven with purity and evil. Inside the spacecraft, silence enveloped him. Yamcha casually placed the rice cooker in a metallic storage compartment, wrapping it several times with chains. He even affixed a few seals, resembling talismans, that he had obtained from the turtle hermit. After completing all this, he finally relaxed completely, collapsing into the pilot's seat. He had won. Truly won. Shalu had been psychologically scarred by his infinite magical prowess, and for a time, would not dare return to Earth. Dapula, the greatest threat of the future, had been sealed away by him using a rice cooker. Earth was finally safe. He could go home. Yamcha operated the control panel, setting the spaceship's destination to that distant and azure planet. The engines hummed softly, gradually accelerating as they departed from the dark starfield. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, savoring this hard-won tranquility. The eternal energy furnace within him continuously supplied energy, mending his mental fatigue. The consciousness he had forcibly silenced within him no longer stirred. The entire world felt so serene it could bring one to tears. After a long while, Yamcha slowly opened his eyes. He rummaged through the storage compartment for a bag of chips and retrieved a can of chilled cola from the refrigerator. Crack! He pulled the tab and took a large gulp. The icy, effervescent liquid slid down his throat, sending a shiver of comfort through him. He activated the spaceship's entertainment system, browsing through the film library. Ultimately, he selected a very old Earth action movie. On the screen, a bald tough guy clad in a white tank top was battling a group of thugs in a skyscraper, explosions and gunfire echoing incessantly. Yamcha relaxed with his legs crossed, munching on chips, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Bang! The protagonist in the movie sent an enemy flying with a single punch. The force of this strike, one might fear, could even rival that of La TZ. Suddenly, a helicopter erupted in flames atop the building, illuminating the night sky. The special effects, I dare say, were not nearly as impactful as my own Kikaho. He jested, chuckling to himself. This sensation was truly peculiar. Just moments ago, he had been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle against monsters capable of obliterating planets in the depths of the universe. Yet now, he found himself, as an ordinary earthling, sipping cola and munching on chips while watching an old film from decades past. The stark contrast allowed him to genuinely savor the essence of life. Not a mere fight for survival, nor a desperate gasp for breath, but a true enjoyment of existence. Upon finishing the movie, Yamcha stretched, feeling a renewed vigor. He pondered briefly before approaching the communicator. It was time to reassure the brilliant scientist, still on Earth, who was undoubtedly filled with anxiety. He deftly entered a series of encrypted communication codes. After a few seconds, a weathered and weary face appeared on the screen, Bulma. She seemed to be engrossed in her work at the lab, surrounded by an array of complex instruments. Upon seeing the connection established, the fatigue on her face was instantly replaced by concern. Yamcha, how are things on your end? Her voice was hoarse, laced with unmasked worry. I've detected an unimaginable energy surge. It must be that Demon King. Have you encountered him? Are you all right? A flurry of questions escaped her lips, brimming with palpable anxiety. Gazing at the familiar visage on the screen, Yamcha beamed a radiant smile. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. His voice was lighthearted, carrying a sense of relief as if he had shed an immense burden. Everything has been resolved. Resolved? Bulma's expression froze in disbelief. What do you mean by resolved? That monster with a combat power of 5 billion. Yes, resolved. Yamcha leaned back against the chair, shifting into a more comfortable position. You could say I've packaged him up. Packaged? Bulma's confusion deepened. Indeed, packaged. Yamcha gestured towards the storage cabinet behind him, tightly bound by chains. Right in there. He won't be getting out for the next few billion years. Following his indication, Bulma's gaze fell upon the familiar rice cooker. She opened her mouth as if to speak. But in the end, no words emerged. Instead, her eyes betrayed her, brimming with tears. A single, murky tear trickled down her aged cheek. She did not weep aloud, merely covering her mouth with her hand, her shoulders trembling violently. We've won, she realized, as the nightmare world finally saw the dawn of hope. All right, don't cry. Yamcha felt somewhat at a loss as he observed her. I'm perfectly fine. I will return shortly. Bulma hastily wiped her face, nodding vigorously, forcing a smile that was more pained than joyful. As long as you come back, that's what matters. How are things at the survivors' camp? Yamcha inquired. All is well, all is well. Bulma's voice regained some steadiness. Everyone is safe in the underground shelter at the lab. Since you left, the androids have not appeared again. That's a relief. Yamcha exhaled, feeling lighter. By the way, Bulma seemed to recollect something. What about number 18? Will that monster return? Her question momentarily stilled Yamcha's smile before he quickly regained his composure. She is doing well. Perhaps she will never return. I see. Bulma did not dwell on it further, knowing that as long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. They conversed a while longer, discussing plans for the future. When Bulma learned of Yamcha's intention to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect all those who had perished, the long-dimmed light of hope reignited in her eyes. After ending the communication, Yamcha's smile gradually faded. He approached the spaceship's viewport, watching the stars race by in reverse. Earth was safe. Yet, this did not signify the end of their trials. Reviving everyone was merely the first step. He required the Dragon Balls, and to find them, he must journey to the legendary planet, Namek. Returning to the control panel, he accessed the vast database left by Dr. Gero. He entered the keyword Namek. The screen flashed with a plethora of irrelevant information until, at last, a highly encrypted folder emerged. Investigation report on the cosmic tyrant Frisia and the destruction of Namek. He promptly clicked inside. The report contained all the intelligence Dr. Gero had gathered regarding the battle between Frisia's army and Namek, detailed to an alarming degree. At the report's conclusion, a star map was attached. One coordinate point was prominently encircled in red, accompanied by a brief annotation. Suspected coordinates of New Namek. Chapter 116. I am back, Bulma. The spaceship smoothly traversed the azure planet's atmosphere, producing a gentle friction sound. Through the viewport, Yamcha beheld the familiar yet alien scorched earth. The cities lay in ruins, the land marred. However, this time, his heart was not filled with despair and fear, but rather an unprecedented sense of tranquility and belonging. I am home, he whispered softly. The destination of the spaceship was Dr. Gero's underground laboratory, the last bastion for Bulma and the survivors. As the craft gently descended onto a relatively flat area, the immense engine noise immediately alerted the underground shelter. The heavy metal doors slowly rose, revealing a group of survivors. Armed with various weapons, their expressions tense. At the forefront stood the elderly man who had previously welcomed Yamcha. As they recognized the figure descending from the spaceship, all were taken aback. It's Lord Yamcha. He has returned. He truly has returned. A suppressed cheer erupted from the crowd, many overwhelmed with emotion. Yamcha smiled and nodded at them, though his gaze eagerly searched the crowd. Soon, a slender figure squeezed through from the back. It was Bulma. She appeared even more haggard than their last encounter, her eyes sunken and her hair graying. The anxiety and waiting had evidently drained her considerably. Yamcha. Bulma's voice was hoarse, trembling with disbelief. I'm back, Bulma. Yamcha rushed forward, his heart heavy as he looked upon her weary face. This brilliant genius, who should have been the brightest star in the world, had been worn down by time and hardship in this desolate era. Why you? Bulma scanned him from head to toe, confirming he was unharmed, and her taut nerves finally relaxed. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Thank goodness you are safe. Thank goodness it is all over. Everything is resolved, Yamcha softly reassured her. From his storage capsule, he retrieved the golden, radiant fruit of the spirit tree he had plucked on Yagan. The moment the fruit emerged, its overwhelming life energy invigorated everyone in the vicinity, making the very air feel fresh. This is... Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed the sheer vitality contained within the fruit. This is hope. Without further explanation, Yamcha carefully broke off a small piece of the fruit and offered it to Bulma. She did not hesitate, opening her mouth to consume it. The fruit melted in her mouth, transforming into a warm and boundless torrent of life that surged through her limbs. Amidst the astonished gazes of all around, a miracle unfolded. Bulma's gray hair began to regain its lustrous black hue at an astonishing rate. Her wrinkles appeared as if smoothed by an invisible hand. Her sagging skin regained its firmness and smoothness. In a mere few seconds, the weary, old woman vanished, replaced by a vibrant, radiant young beauty with blue hair. She had reverted to her youthful appearance from her 20s. This was Bulma, who lifted her now fair and slender hands, her voice filled with awe and bewilderment. She caressed her smooth cheeks, feeling an unprecedented vitality surging within her. The surrounding survivors stared in astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Wow, a miracle! Lady Bulma has become young again. Unable to contain herself, Bulma suddenly threw herself into Yamcha's embrace, bursting into tears. This time, it was not out of fear or despair, but joy and rebirth. Years of accumulated pain, grievances, and sorrow poured forth in that moment. Yamcha gently patted her back, allowing her to cry. He understood the burdens she had carried. All right, no more tears. As her sobs gradually subsided, Yamcha spoke softly. This is merely the beginning. Look at this. He turned the spaceship's control panel towards Bulma. On the screen was the star chart indicating the coordinates of New Namek, discovered from Dr. Gero's database. Is this the star chart? The rejuvenated Bulma's mind became remarkably clear, and she immediately grasped the significance. Could this coordinate be? Yes, Yamcha nodded, his eyes sparkling. I have found the coordinates of New Namek. As long as we reach there and find the Dragon Balls, we can resurrect Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks. We can revive all those who were slain and restore Earth to its former state. The Dragon Balls, Bulma murmured, the long-forgotten term igniting an exuberant brilliance in her once again bright eyes. She suddenly raised her head, gripping Yamcha's arm tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Are you serious? Can we really bring Trunks back? Of course, Yamcha affirmed with a firm nod. I promise. With his reassuring response, Bulma swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance from overwhelming joy. Yamcha steadied her, gazing at the mixture of tears and smiles on her face. The hope of this world had truly ignited at that moment. Where shall we go next? Bulma wiped her tears, instantly resuming her role as the brilliant scientist, her gaze sharp and focused. To a place to meet someone, Yamcha replied, his eyes directed towards the heights. We are going to the temple. Chapter 117. The new Supreme Kai, came Sunin. Restored to her youth and vitality, Bulma exhibited remarkable initiative. She promptly arranged the subsequent matters for the survivors. Then, alongside Yamcha, she boarded the spaceship inherited from Dr. Gero, soaring skyward towards the temple above the clouds. The ship traveled at great speed, swiftly penetrating the sea of clouds to reach the white temple suspended in the sky. After landing in the vast plaza, Yamcha and Bulma disembarked one after the other. Previously, Yamcha had chosen to climb Corinne Tower for fear of being discovered by the androids. Moreover, ordinary aircraft could not ascend to the temple. Only Dr. Gero's artificial spaceship could withstand lightning and safely reach the temple's heights. The vast temple remained as silent as ever, the only sound being the wind howling in their ears. A tall, dark figure awaited them, none other than Mr. Popo. Yamcha, you have returned. Mr. Popo's voice was as calm as always, yet Yamcha could detect a hint of relief in his tone. Mr. Popo, I am back, Yamcha replied with a respectful bow. Mr. Popo's gaze shifted to Bulma behind Yamcha, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Is this Miss Bulma? Mr. Popo, long time no see, Bulma greeted with a smile. Her spirits exceptionally high. Do you notice that I've become younger? All thanks to Yamcha. Mr. Popo nodded, sensing the vibrant life force emanating from Bulma. This was no ordinary feat. He looked towards Yamcha, his expression now one of inquiry. Where is Master Roshi? Yamcha did not explain the matter of the spirit tree fruit, but directly inquired. Master Roshi is in the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Popo's expression grew somewhat complex. The hyperbolic time chamber? Yamcha was taken aback. How long has he been inside? Since the day you left Earth, it has been nearly half a year, Mr. Popo replied. Yamcha's heart sank. A year inside the hyperbolic time chamber equated to merely a day outside. This meant that Master Roshi had entered the chamber shortly after his departure and had been inside for over a century. Fortunately, Master Roshi had consumed the elixir of immortality. Otherwise, he would have perished in the chamber long ago. What has he been doing in there? When will he come out? Bulma, too, sensed the gravity of the situation, pressing for answers. It should be today. Mr. Popo gazed at the sky. By my calculations, he should be emerging now. Just as he finished speaking, the large white door nearby creaked open slowly. Yamcha and Bulma immediately turned their attention, their hearts filled with tension and curiosity. A familiar figure stepped out from within. It was still the bald head, still the sunglasses, still the flamboyant beach shirt and shorts. Yet both Yamcha and Bulma felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. The emerging Kame Sennin had undergone a profound transformation. He no longer bore the sharp aura of a martial artist nor the usual nonchalance. Instead, he radiated an indescribable serenity, solemnity, and divinity. His presence felt ethereal and profound. Though he stood there, it seemed as though he had merged with the very essence of the world. Yamcha could not sense even a trace of ki from him, as if he were a mere illusion. Master? Yamcha tentatively called out. Kame Sennin slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear and profound eyes. Those eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the cosmos, and a single glance instilled tranquility in the soul. Yamcha, you have returned. Kame Sennin's voice was gentle. You have done well, even better than I anticipated. Master, what? Yamcha looked at him, confusion deepening. What has happened to your body? It is nothing, merely a change of identity. Kame Sennin replied with a faint smile, uttering words that left both Yamcha and Bulma momentarily stunned. From this day forth, I am the new Supreme Kai of Earth. The Supreme Kai? Bulma exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief, rendered speechless. Yamcha, too, was struck with incredulity. Kame Sennin had become the Supreme Kai? How could this be? I know you have many questions. The newly appointed Supreme Kai Kame Sennin seemed to see through their thoughts, explaining slowly, after the passing of the old Supreme Kai, Earth lost its deity and the Dragon Balls. More critically, The connection between the realms of yin and yang became exceedingly unstable, leading to chaos in the underworld. Though I am merely immortal, I have lived for several centuries and have some understanding of the divine realm. He paused before continuing, with Popo's assistance. I reviewed all the texts in the temple and discovered an ancient ritual. This ritual allows a mortal with sufficient divinity and enlightenment to inherit a portion of divine power and assume the responsibilities of the Supreme Kai. My strength shall be transformed into pure divine power. While my combat capabilities may not see a significant enhancement, I will acquire a portion of the celestial authority, such as observing the entirety of the world, maintaining the balance of yin and yang, and wielding some magics exclusive to the divine. Yamcha instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Master Guaxian had sacrificed his future as a martial artist in exchange for the power to protect Earth. He was no longer the teacher who pursued the ultimate martial arts, but had become a true deity. Why? Yamcha's voice was somewhat hoarse. Master, you need not go to such lengths. It is necessary, Guaxian replied, his gaze unwavering. Since your departure, I have felt an increasingly powerful malevolent aura seeping from the depths of the underworld. This presence sends chills through even my mortal being. I have come to realize that the crisis facing Earth is not solely due to the artificial beings and Shalu. There exists a terrifying entity beyond our imagination, brewing in the underworld. I must become a god. Only by doing so can I discern its true nature and find a means to combat it. He looked at Yamcha and solemnly declared, I have become a god to buy you time, Yamcha. You are our last hope, the hope for battle, and I shall be your staunchest support. After hearing Guaxian's words, both Yamcha and Bulma fell silent. Master Yamcha took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Guaxian. Enough of this. Let us speak of other matters. Guaxian waved his hand with a faint smile. Let us discuss you. Have you truly dealt with the Demon Realm King with a combat power of 5 billion? Chapter 118. A disturbance in the underworld. The wave of malevolence. Upon hearing Guaxian's inquiry, Yamcha straightened up, a smile gracing his face. It was time to share the fruits of victory. I have resolved it, though not completely. As he spoke, Yamcha retrieved a rice cooker, tightly bound with chains and talismans, from his storage capsule. With a thud, he placed the rice cooker on the ground, instantly drawing the attention of Guaxian and Bulma. Is he inside? Bulma inquired curiously, leaning closer, yet slightly apprehensive. Indeed. Yamcha nodded. I have sealed him with the magic sealing wave. However, this technique has a flaw. The seal is not entirely secure. If the caster were to die, or if a powerful external force intervenes, the seal could be broken at any moment. Guaxian approached and gently touched the talismans on the cooker, closing his eyes to sense its contents. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression grave, and nodded. I can sense an immensely large and malevolent soul slumbering within. This power indeed reaches the level of 5 billion. Yamcha, you have done remarkably well. It was merely a clever ploy, Yamcha stated candidly. In a direct confrontation, I would be unable to withstand even a single finger of his. Martial arts is never solely a contest of strength. Wisdom is equally vital, Guaxian praised. Your thought to employ the magic sealing wave surpasses the capabilities of the vast majority of martial artists. Master, I have another concern. Yamcha pointed at the rice cooker. Previously, Shala's core was instantaneously transported away by a sorcerer named Babidi using spatial magic. I fear this rice cooker may suffer the same fate. Guaxian murmured Babidi's name, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. So it is him. I sensed the presence of that evil sorcerer from the clock of the Celestial Temple. His spatial magic is indeed quite troublesome. Do you have a solution? Yamcha asked anxiously. This is a ticking time bomb. If Babidi retrieves it, all will be for naught. Do not worry, Guaxian replied with a gentle smile, his hands coming together in prayer. A divine and gentle golden light radiated from him as he chanted ancient and obscure incantations. Golden runes appeared from thin air, slowly swirling around the rice cooker. In the name of the Earth's deity, I establish this barrier. This object shall merge with the temple. Only divine power may disrupt it. All spatial magic shall be rendered ineffective here. As his words concluded, the golden runes abruptly imprinted upon the rice cooker and the ground beneath it. The rice cooker seemed to be enveloped in an invisible membrane, completely connecting it with the essence of the temple. After completing this, Guaxian exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, casting such a high-level divine magic had taken a toll on him. All is well, he declared. Unless Babiti's magical prowess exceeds that of the past Earth deities, you shall not be able to steal anything from here. Yamcha finally breathed a sigh of relief. The greatest hidden danger, Dapula, had been thoroughly contained. Master, you mentioned a disturbance in the underworld earlier? Yamcha recalled their previous topic, his expression becoming serious once more. At this mention, Guaxian's countenance darkened. He gestured toward the edge of the temple, indicating for Yamcha and Bulma to follow. The three ascended to a lookout, gazing down at the mortal realm below. After I became a deity, I finally discerned the source of that malevolent aura. Guaxian pointed to a direction invisible to mortals. The entrance to the underworld where the soul purification machine had exploded for some unknown reason. Countless years of evil souls' grievances had converged, forming an unprecedented evil entity. The wave of malevolence. Yamcha exclaimed almost involuntarily. You know of it? Guaxian looked at him in surprise. After my death, I heard some legends from Lord Kai. Yamcha quickly offered an explanation. It is said to be the purest gathering of evil in the universe, its power unfathomable. Indeed, Guaxian nodded gravely. That power grows exponentially each day. Upon becoming a deity, I contacted King Yin immediately. However, the underworld has been thoroughly tainted by that evil energy, forming a massive barrier that even I cannot penetrate. Goku and Vegeta are trapped inside. What? Bulma gasped. Are they not in grave danger? Extremely so, Guaxian confirmed. According to the last message from King Yin, that creature known as the Wave of Malevolence has surpassed several hundred billion in combat power and continues to grow stronger. Even if Goku and Vegeta join forces, they may only reach several hundred billion. A sense of dread settled in Yamcha's heart. Indeed, the Wave of Malevolence from the theatrical version far surpassed that of Majin Buu. With his current normal state of 60 million and the 40-fold Kaioken at 2.4 billion, he would only be fodder in such a confrontation. Is there truly nothing we can do? Bulma's voice trembled with despair. After finally glimpsing hope, they were now engulfed by an even greater despair. For the time being, we can only rely on them, Guaxian sighed. Scions are a warrior race. The more dire the circumstances, the more likely they are to create miracles. Our sole course of action now is to restore vitality to Earth as swiftly as possible and find a way to grow stronger, strong enough to break that barrier. Restore vitality. Yamcha glanced at the spirit tree fruit in his hand, an idea forming in his mind. Master, perhaps this can be of assistance. He presented the golden fruit, which contained the life energy of an entire planet, to Guaxian. Guaxian gazed at the fruit, sensing the vast life force within, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. What pure life energy this is! He exclaimed with excitement. Yamcha, with this, alongside my divine power, we can not only restore Earth to its former state, but even enhance it beyond what it once was. Guaxian received the fruit and levitated it into the air above the temple. He raised the fruit of the spirit tree high above him, and once again, a sacred golden radiance erupted from his being. In the name of the celestial deities, I beseech that the light of life be showered upon the earth anew. The golden fruit of the spirit tree instantaneously transformed into countless luminous specks, drifting across the globe like dandelion seeds. Wherever these specks alighted, amidst the ruins, green grass was reborn. The parched riverbeds flowed with fresh springs. The withered trees sprouted new buds. The entire planet seemed to have been fast-forwarded, rejuvenating from desolate wasteland to a vibrant azure sphere in mere minutes. The cities remained in ruins, yet verdant life flourished atop the debris. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Yamcha and Bu'er Ma were left in awe. From this day forth, the earth has been reborn. Master Roshi descended slowly, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet predominantly filled with satisfaction. Chapter 119. The Bottleneck of Turtle School and New Training. The earth has regained its vitality, yet this is merely the first step. The devastated cities require reconstruction, and lost lives must be revived. Meanwhile, lurking crises loom overhead like a sword poised to strike at any moment. Within the council chamber of the temple, the atmosphere was somewhat grave. Leave the spaceship matter to me, declared Bu'er Ma, now brimming with youthful energy and determination. Give me a month, and I shall construct a spacecraft equipped with the latest gravity chamber, capable of interstellar travel. Thank you, Bu'er Ma, Master Roshi nodded. Then turned to Yamcha. So, Yamcha, what are your plans for this month? Training, Yamcha replied simply and directly. My strength is still insufficient. My base power is 60 million, and with the 40 times Kaioken, it reaches 2,400,000,000. This power may have been dazzling against previous foes, but it pales in comparison to the 30 billion of Cell and the hundreds of billions of the malevolent energy yet to come. He must become stronger. Your body, having undergone the gene activation plus modification and consumed Android 18's eternal energy core, has unlocked potential beyond imagination, Master Roshi explained, having been informed by Yamcha of the events. However, you must have sensed it too. Your power seems to have encountered a bottleneck. Yamcha felt a jolt in his heart and nodded. Indeed, Master. Whether in his normal state or with Kaioken, it appeared as though an invisible wall obstructed any further progress. This was a reality. Throughout his journey back from Yargan Star, he had relentlessly attempted to break through, but that wall was terrifyingly solid. His base power remained stuck at 60 million, and he could only ascend to 40 times Kaioken. Beyond that, although his new heart could endure, his body and soul resisted from their very essence. It felt as if any slight increase would lead to his entire existence collapsing. This was the third gene lock. The first was shattered at 30,000 battle power through a forceful use of 15 times Kaioken. The second was breached with Bu-Erma's assistance via gene activation plus technology. Yet this third lock seemed even more formidable than the previous two combined. That is to be expected, Master Roshi elucidated. Each breakthrough you achieve is at the cost of your life, forcefully breaking through barriers. Though your body has kept pace, your life level, or rather, the capacity of your soul, has not yet reached that height. It is like a bottle. No matter how full, it cannot exceed its opening. Your current bottle is full. What should I do then? Yamcha furrowed his brow, wondering if there was no solution. There is indeed a solution. Master Roshi replied with a mysterious smile. For instance, akin to the Grand Elder of Namek, one could use special abilities to forcibly awaken the potential within you, directly expanding your bottle. Yamcha's eyes brightened. Master, you are now a celestial deity. Can you do it? Regrettably, I cannot. Master Roshi shook his head. My divine power is still too weak, and such a method of awakening potential demands high standards from both the caster and the recipient. My current divine power, if used to guide you, would only result in our mutual destruction. Perhaps upon your return from Namek, you could consult that new Grand Elder. Disappointment washed over Yamcha as yet another hope faded. However, before that, you are not without tasks. Master Roshi shifted his tone. Although your bottle is full, the material of the bottle itself can still be refined, making it sturdier and purer. You mean to continue refining my body? Yamcha instantly grasped the meaning. Precisely. Master Roshi affirmed with a nod of approval. Forget those flashy energy techniques, forget Kaioken, and return to the most fundamental form of training. Use your pure physicality to confront extreme pressures. Forge every cell in your body to its utmost limit. This way, when the opportunity arises to expand your bottle in the future, it will be capable of holding more water, potentially even undergoing a qualitative transformation. I understand. Yamcha's eyes reignited with determination. The foundation determines the superstructure. Since I cannot break through in terms of energy for now, then I shall fervently refine the vessel that contains that energy. Bu-Erma would require a month to construct the spaceship. Yamcha turned to Master Roshi. His gaze resolute. Master, please guide my training once more during this month. Ha ha ha, that is precisely my intention. Master Roshi laughed heartily. Let me show you how my training methods differ now that I have become a celestial deity. In the following month, Yamcha's life transformed into a rigorous and brutal routine. Bu-Erma, with her brilliant intellect and revitalized vigor from the spirit tree fruit, immersed herself in Dr. Gero's laboratory to commence the spacecraft construction project. Meanwhile, Yamcha commenced a new round of hellish training within the temple. The training ground was the hyperbolic time chamber. However, this time, Master Roshi would not merely apply 10 times gravity. Yamcha, as a celestial deity, I can manipulate the rules of this space to a limited extent. From today onward, you will face chaotic gravity. Chaotic gravity? The gravity here would fluctuate randomly between 1 and 100 times, without any discernible pattern. One moment, he might be walking under 1 gravity, and the next he could be overwhelmed by 100 times the pressure. Your task is to adapt, combat, and conquer this variability using only your physical form, without any assistance from your energy. Master Roshi's voice resonated within the pure white space. Your training regimen remains unchanged. 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, 10,000 squats, and running 100 laps around this space. However, You must remain standing throughout. If you are pressed to the ground for more than 3 seconds, today's training will be deemed a failure. Yamcha felt a surge of dread. This was even harsher than the previous 40 tons of weight. The random fluctuations in gravity meant he had to maintain peak muscle tension at all times to withstand the potential 100-fold pressure. This was not merely a physical ordeal, but an extreme mental trial. Are you ready? Master Roshi inquired. Yamcha took a deep breath, shedding his shirt to reveal muscles forged through relentless training. As solid as steel. Bring it on, Master. Excellent. Master Roshi's eyes glimmered with golden light. Training, commence. Instantly, an invisible and terrifying pressure surged from all directions. Yamcha felt his body plummet under the immense weight. His knees nearly buckled, threatening to collapse. 50 times. He gritted his teeth. Every muscle in his body tensed as he stubbornly resisted the onslaught. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, the pressure abruptly vanished, returning to 1 gravity. The drastic contrast caused him to stumble. Then came 80 times, 20 times, 100 times, 5 times. Gravity danced upon him like a mischievous specter, each fluctuation inflicting upon his body a torment akin to being torn asunder. Commence push-ups. The voice of Kame Sennin bore no hint of emotion. With a furious roar, Yamcha prostrated himself upon the ground, struggling to accomplish his very first push-up amidst the relentless shifts of gravity. Chapter 120. Soaring into the Cosmos. Destination Namek. The 10 years spent within the Spirit Time Room felt to Yamcha as protracted as a century. Outside, a mere 10 days elapsed quietly. When the door of the Spirit Time Room swung open once more, Yamcha emerged, his entire demeanor transformed anew. His physique appeared unchanged. Yet every inch of muscle seemed to have undergone the most meticulous compression and forging, brimming with latent, explosive power. Simply standing there, he exuded an aura of invincibility, akin to an ancient, unyielding mountain. His habitual combat strength remained at 60 million, showing no sign of increase. However, both he and Kame Sennin, in his divine wisdom, were acutely aware that he had ascended to a level far surpassing that of a month prior. His corporeal vessel, the bearer of strength, had been polished to a crystalline clarity, unbreakably robust. How do you feel? Kame Sennin offered a glass of water. Never better, Yamcha replied, consuming the water in one swift motion, feeling the power within him yearning to surge forth. I believe I could withstand the 50-fold Kaioken at this moment. Do not attempt it lightly, Kame Sennin cautioned. Any endeavor that transcends your limits before your body is fully prepared could lead to your undoing. Nodding in understanding, Yamcha comprehended the gravity of this advice. At that moment, a sleek, silver spacecraft of futuristic design hurtled across the horizon, landing gracefully upon the plaza of the temple. The hatch opened, revealing Bulma, clad in a sharp work outfit, descending with an air of confidence. It's done. She snapped her fingers triumphantly. The Hope is officially complete. Equipped with the latest warp engine, it can endure a gravitational training chamber of up to 500 times, along with a full life support system and energy shields. The journey to the coordinates of New Namek will take merely 3 months. Gazing at the ship, which could be deemed a masterpiece of artistry, Yamcha was filled with awe. Truly, she was the greatest genius of the Dragon Ball world. Her initiative and creativity were nothing short of extraordinary. You've worked hard. Bulma, he expressed sincerely. It's nothing, she waved dismissively, then scrutinized Yamcha closely, remarking, you seem even stronger than before. You appear more solid. Is that so? Yamcha chuckled, stretching his limbs, producing a cacophony of pops and cracks. The time for parting was inevitably approaching. Yamcha, Bulma, and the android number 16, still in the recovery pod, were poised to embark on their journey to New Namek. Outside Dr. Gero's laboratory, all survivors gathered spontaneously to bid farewell. They gazed at the colossal silver ship, watching Yamcha and Bulma at the hatch, their eyes brimming with excitement and hope. Lord Yamcha, Lady Bulma, safe travels. Be sure to bring everyone back. We await your return. They waved their arms, their voices echoing with fervor, many shedding tears of emotion. Yamcha and Bulma waved back in farewell. Rest assured, Yamcha's voice resonated throughout the camp. When we return next, this world shall be free from sorrow and death. With that, he and Bulma stepped into the ship. The hatch slowly closed, sealing off the outside world. Hope, activate engines. Destination, New Namek. Bulma took her place at the helm, deftly manipulating the controls. The ship's underside emitted a soft blue glow as it ascended, transforming into a silver streak that pierced through the atmosphere, vanishing into the azure expanse. The future of Earth and the hopes of all its inhabitants rested upon this small vessel. In the vastness of the cosmos, the Hope glided like a silver bullet, racing through the darkness. Inside, Bulma was wholly focused on monitoring the course and status of the ship. Meanwhile, Yumikao, unable to contain his anticipation, eagerly entered the gravity chamber. Noah, set gravity to 100 times, he commanded, addressing the ship's intelligence system, which Bulma had named Noah 2, a legacy of Dr. Gero. Gravity system activated, current gravity, 100 times. The cold, electronic voice reverberated, and a familiar, heavy pressure descended upon him. Yumikao's body sank slightly. Yet he adapted instantly. After enduring the chaotic gravity, a constant 100 times felt like a mere trifle. Not nearly enough, he declared, sensing the feedback from his body. Noah, increased to 200 times. Warning, 200 times gravity may cause irreversible damage to carbon-based life forms. Execute command. He insisted. Affirmative. Current gravity, 200 times. Boom. The overwhelming pressure crashed down upon him like a landslide, and Yumikao let out a muffled groan, his legs buckling under the strain. The metallic floor beneath him groaned in protest. His bones lamented, muscles tearing, every cell screamed in defiance. This is the sensation. Yet, an almost manic smile spread across his face. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to combat the terrifying gravity capable of flattening a tank. Gradually, inch by inch, straightening his back, he resolved to continue his path of physical refinement beneath this extreme pressure. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, under 200 times gravity. Even the simplest movements became a test of life's limits. Sweat cascaded down him like a stream, quickly pooling upon the ground. His muscles tore yet rapidly healed under the bountiful vitality provided by the eternal energy furnace, growing ever more resilient and dense. He sensed his vessel being refined, becoming smoother and sturdier with each passing moment. Yumikao, you madman. Bulma's voice crackled through the intercom, laced with concern. Your body data is off the charts. Continuing like this could be disastrous. Do not worry, I am aware. Yumikao panted, yet his voice remained resolute. How can I surpass my limits without pushing myself to the edge? Bulma sighed in resignation, knowing she could not dissuade this training fanatic. She could only remain vigilant, monitoring his life signs with utmost diligence, prepared to shut down the gravity system at the first sign of trouble. Time passed in the midst of this monotonous yet brutal training. A month later, Yumikao had managed to perform his entire training regimen under 300 times gravity. His physical strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Just as he was preparing to challenge 310 times gravity, Bulma in the cockpit suddenly exclaimed, Yumikao, come quick. The radar has detected a familiar evil energy. Yumikao halted his training and rushed to the cockpit. On the radar screen, a red dot, indicative of immense energy, was rapidly moving through a nearby starfield, its trajectory appearing to be one of retreat. That presence is Cell. Yumikao's gaze turned frigid. He had not anticipated sensing Cell's aura here once more. That creature, frightened from defeat, was still wandering the cosmos, seemingly pursued by something. Bulma magnified the star map and pointed at several faint energy signals behind Shalu. No, he is hunting. Yamcha shook his head. The consciousness of No. 18 within him experienced a surge of intense hatred upon sensing Shalu's presence. At that moment, a dilapidated small spacecraft hurriedly darted past the side of the Hope. It was a reconnaissance ship from the Frisia Force. Bulma immediately recognized the model of the ship. Noah, establish communication with them, Yamcha commanded. Moments later, a lizard-like alien appeared on the screen. Upon seeing Yamcha and Bulma, he was struck with terror. Earthlings, what are you doing here? Run. That monster, the green monster, is coming. Slow down, what monster? Yamcha calmly inquired. A green demon. The lizard man babbled incoherently. He specifically hunts the survivors of the Frisia Force. He will drain us dry. Our last stronghold has been destroyed by him. He is a madman. He is coming. He is coming this way. Before he could finish, the communication abruptly cut off. Yamcha and Bulma simultaneously witnessed the reconnaissance ship in the distant cosmos suddenly erupt into a brilliant explosion. A green figure flashed through the fiery aftermath, continuing its pursuit of the next target. It was Shalu. Chapter 121. The Cosmic Scavenger Shalu. Inside the Bridge of the Hope, The atmosphere was eerily silent. Outside the enormous viewport, the disc-shaped reconnaissance ship belonging to the remnants of the Frisia force was obliterated, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, bursting into a dazzling yet fleeting display of fireworks in the silent void of space. Metal fragments and ice crystals scattered like confetti, heralding the end of yet another life. He killed them. Bulma's voice trembled. Yes, he killed them, Yamcha replied calmly, his arms crossed as he floated serenely in the center of the bridge. His gaze penetrated the viewport, as if he could see the distant green figure reveling in the carnage among the stars. How can you be so calm? That is Shalu. He has grown stronger. Bulma turned to Yamcha, struggling to comprehend. Calm. Of course, I am calm. Yamcha turned to meet Bulma's gaze. Because those who perished were the dregs of the Frisia force. Bulma, Frisia and his minions are the most notorious tyrants and executioners in the universe. The civilizations they have destroyed and the lives they have slaughtered far exceed what Shalu has done on Earth. Now that Shalu is devouring them like snacks, in a sense, he is enacting a form of cosmic justice. Yamcha's words were devoid of emotion, as if stating an objective fact. This sentiment left Bulma momentarily speechless. Yes, the enemies are fighting amongst themselves. One should feel glad about that. But murder is murder. The usually silent android 16 suddenly spoke, his synthetic voice steady as ever. Shalu's actions, regardless of the targets, are steeped in a disregard for life. He embodies a disruption to the natural order of the universe and represents a threat that must be eradicated. Yamcha glanced at 16 and nodded. You are correct, 16. I never claimed he was a good person. He is merely a villain fortuitously performing a good deed. A cosmic scavenger, utilizing even filthier means to dispose of some of the oldest refuse. But let us not forget, the ultimate goal of a scavenger is to transform the entire universe into his banquet. He refocused on the present and addressed Bulma. We do not have time to ponder. Shalu is thriving on battle, growing stronger with each formidable foe he slays. We must locate the Namekian Dragon Balls before he becomes uncontrollable. You are right. Bulma took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure as she returned to the captain's chair, her hands dancing across the control panel. I have locked onto the coordinates of Namek. Increase engine power to 120%. We will bypass Shalu's trajectory and proceed at full speed. The rear of the Hope emitted a more resplendent glow as the spacecraft traced a graceful arc through the cosmos, racing toward the distant star system. Yamcha remained vigilant, closing his eyes to extend his sensing range to the maximum. Shalu's malevolent and colossal aura blazed like a roaring flame, burning fiercely at the edge of his perception and continually expanding. This fellow is truly a monster, Yamcha thought to himself. The Scion's unique ability to grow stronger upon nearing death, combined with the regenerative capabilities of the Namekians and the survival instinct of the Frisia race, had been pushed to its limits by Shalu. Each battle and every act of consumption represented a leap forward. We must hurry. Yamcha clenched his fists. Driven by the curvature engine, the ship traversed countless unfamiliar star systems. Time became blurred during the lengthy journey. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, Bulma's weary yet excited voice resonated through the bridge. We've arrived. Yamcha, we are here. Ahead lies the star system containing Namek. Yamcha abruptly opened his eyes and joined 16 at the viewport. However, as their gazes pierced the vastness of space toward what should have been a life-filled star domain, their hearts sank. The verdant planet they had envisioned was absent, along with the warm glow of a sun. Instead, an expanse of profound darkness loomed. A mass of clouds, deeper and purer than the cosmic backdrop itself, enveloped the entire star system. This was no ordinary interstellar dust. It was a living entity, exuding boundless malice. Tendrils of black mist seeped from the edges of the clouds, warping and consuming light in its wake. What is this? Bulma's voice was laced with fear, pure negative energy, distilled to its essence. Android 16's electronic eyes flickered with red light. This energy bears no resemblance to any life forms I have recorded. It is anti-life. Yamcha's expression was graver than ever. He did not require instruments to feel the horror contained within that mass of clouds. It embodied despair and resentment potent enough to freeze souls. It was far purer and more malevolent than any android, Shalu, or even Depura he had encountered. Namek lies at the center of that cloud, Yamcha stated deliberately. Chapter 122, The Contaminated Sanctuary, Namek. The Hope cautiously approached the vast cloud enveloping the entire star system. As they drew nearer, the suffocating aura of evil intensified. Dark arcs of electricity flickered across the ship's energy shield as pure negative energy eroded the material. This is too bizarre. Our shield's energy consumption rate is 10 times that of normal conditions. Bulma intently monitored the energy readings, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. If this continues, we will become cosmic debris before we even reach Namek. Shut down most non-essential systems and concentrate all energy on the shields and engines, Yamcha decisively ordered. 16. Can you analyze the weak points of this cloud? Data analysis is ongoing, but the model cannot be established. The structure of this energy cloud is chaotic. Devoid of any discernible pattern, 16's response worsened the situation. Then we will have to charge through. Yamcha's gaze sharpened. Bulma, trust me, we will plunge directly into it. Aiming for Namek. You're insane, Bulma exclaimed. Trust me. Yamcha's voice brooked no argument. He possessed an instinctive sense that, despite the terrifying nature of the ominous cloud, its core power did not seem to actively attack, resembling more of a passive presence of pollution. Bulma, gazing at Yamcha's resolute eyes, clenched her teeth and pushed her hands against the control panel, exclaiming, Very well. I shall trust you this once. Brace yourselves. The Hope vessel shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, plunging into the boundless darkness. The spacecraft jolted violently, akin to a fragile boat navigating through tumultuous waves. A piercing alarm resonated throughout the bridge, while the viewport revealed an impenetrable blackness, obscuring all visibility. They could only sense the omnipresent malevolent energy fiercely squeezing and corroding the ship. Shield energy below 50%. Hull integrity compromised. Engines overloaded. Bulma's voice rang out incessantly, her hands moving with such speed that they appeared to blur, desperately striving to maintain the stability of the vessel. Yamcha and Android 16 stood steadfastly behind her, one to her left and the other to her right, gradually channeling their energy into the ship's power core to alleviate her burden. Time, at that moment, stretched interminably, each second feeling like a century. Just as the shield energy was on the verge of depletion, the ship suddenly lurched, and all turbulence and pressure vanished in an instant. A dim shade of green emerged outside the viewport. They had broken through. They had succeeded. Bulma slumped into her seat, gasping for breath. Yamcha too exhaled a sigh of relief, though his spirits remained unyieldingly tense. He turned his gaze to the exterior, where a once vibrant emerald planet now lay shrouded in a thick layer of dust. The sky was overcast, the light of 3 suns obscured by heavy clouds, casting only a feeble glow. The landscape appeared desolate, with the iconic dome-shaped houses scattered sparsely and devoid of any signs of life. The entire planet was permeated by an aura of decay and decline. Is this the new Namek? Bulma's voice brimmed with disbelief. This was an entirely different world from the paradise described by Goku and Krillin during their previous visit. Life signals are exceedingly faint, concentrated at a single point in the northern hemisphere of the planet, Android 16 reported. Let us proceed there, Yamcha replied, his tone grave. The ship descended gently, coming to rest beside a parched lakebed. As the hatch opened, a gust of air laden with dust and decay rushed in. Yamcha was the first to step out of the vessel, his feet meeting the cracked and lifeless earth. He lifted his gaze to the distant sky, where the immense black cloud loomed like a demon, continuously siphoning something from the planet. Soon, a few feeble presences approached from afar, landing before them. They were warriors clad in Namekian attire, yet each appeared gaunt and listless, their eyes reflecting wariness and despair. Who are you? What brings you here? The leader of the Namekians rasped. We are Earthlings, here to seek the Dragon Balls, Yamcha stated plainly. Upon hearing the terms Earthlings and Dragon Balls, a flicker of complex emotion crossed the Namekian's face, though it was mostly overshadowed by bitterness and helplessness. Are Earthlings friends of Son Goku? The leader seemed to recollect something. Indeed, we are companions of Son Goku, Bulma interjected eagerly. Please, where is your elder? We have urgent matters that require the power of the Dragon Balls. The Namekian fell silent, and those behind him lowered their heads. Follow me, he finally sighed, turning to lead the way. Yamcha and the others followed him to the largest surviving dome-shaped house. Inside gathered all the survivors of the planet, numbering around 100, mostly the elderly and frail. Their eyes revealed not curiosity, but rather numbness at the sight of Yamcha and his companions. Entering the interior, they beheld an exceedingly aged Namekian, his skin resembling wrinkled bark. Seated upon the highest throne, he was the current elder of Namek, Mori. friends from Earth, welcome." Mori's voice was faint, as if it could extinguish at any moment. "I am truly sorry. You have arrived too late. Elder, what has transpired?" Yamcha stepped forward, his voice laden with gravity. "Why has Namek come to this state? Where are the Dragon Balls?" Mori raised a frail hand and gestured to the side. There, 7 cracked and dim Dragon Balls lay quietly on a velvet cloth, completely devoid of their former brilliance, reduced to mere stones. "The Dragon Balls have perished," Mori lamented, "along with the life force of this planet." "Perished?" Bulma gasped, as if struck by lightning. "How could this happen? Who is responsible?" A deep-seated fear flickered in Mori's murky eyes as he began to recount the catastrophe that had plunged the entire universe into despair. Not long after the crisis on Earth was resolved, an uninvited guest arrived on our planet. He bore an appearance identical to Son Goku. Mori's words made Yamcha's heart constrict violently. But he is not Son Goku. He exuded no warmth or purity belonging to Goku. Rather, he radiated a chilling, imposing divinity, coupled with a profound hatred for all mortals. He declared himself a god, come to execute justice. He proclaimed that mortals are a cancer to the universe, and those gods who bestow power upon mortals are irredeemable sinners. Thus, he initiated the Zero Mortals plan, intending to cleanse the entire universe. He then utilized a ring we had never encountered to tear through space. A pitch-black rift, leading to endless despair, manifested above Namek. Boundless black mist surged forth, engulfing our sky, devouring our sun, and contaminating our waters and land. Our dragon, Purunga, after emitting one last mournful cry, transformed into a mere stone along with the Dragon Balls. Our Namekian people, having lost their connection to the planet, are gradually facing extinction. Mori gasped for breath, his eyes filled with an inescapable despair. Yamcha listened in silence, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. Black Goku. Black. It was indeed them. This bleak future involved not only the annihilation of humanity by the androids in Cell, but also entangled the Zero Mortals plan of Zamasu. What of that Black Goku? Yamcha pressed further. He appeared to be in a hurry, leaving hastily after unleashing that cloud. Mori responded, yet before his departure, he issued a warning. He stated that this is merely the beginning. This cloud, known as Evil Spirit Wave, will taint the Dragon Balls across all timelines. Any attempt to utilize the tainted Dragon Balls will only spawn the ultimate evil dragon, embodying all negative desires. The ultimate evil dragon. Yamcha's mind buzzed. Zamasu's ambition was not solely to annihilate mortals. He had wished upon the Super Dragon Balls to exchange his soul with Goku's body and then wished for immortality. Yet, he may have also made a third wish, to contaminate the Dragon Balls across all parallel universes. He aimed to eradicate all hope for mortals at its root. If the Dragon Balls across all timelines were to be tainted, should anyone use them, it would give birth to a super evil dragon that absorbed all negative energy from parallel universes. This would spell disaster capable of obliterating the entire cosmos. Cursed madman. Yamcha gritted his teeth, forcing out those words between clenched jaws. He had initially believed that as long as he located the Dragon Balls and resurrected his companions, everything would return to normal. Now, it seemed he had been gravely mistaken. Chapter 123, The God Annihilation Plan of Black Goku. The ultimate evil dragon taints the Dragon Balls across all timelines. Bulma murmured Mori's words repeatedly, her complexion as pale as parchment. As a distinguished scientist, she swiftly comprehended the terrifying implications of the plan. This was no longer merely a crisis of a planet or a universe. She turned to Yamcha, her voice tinged with sorrow. What shall we do? Without the Dragon Balls, how can we revive Trunks and everyone else? In that moment, hope seemed utterly shattered. Yamcha remained silent, his mind racing. Black Wukong, Zamasu, the Zero Human Project, the evil contaminating wave, the super evil dragon. Keywords intertwined in his thoughts, weaving a dismal tapestry of the future. He finally grasped why this timeline was so tragic. It was not solely due to Goku's heart condition, but because of a delusional Kaioshin from the 10th universe, who had instigated a colossal conspiracy that spanned all parallel timelines. Suddenly, Yamcha had a realization. He looked toward Elder Muli. Elder, you mentioned earlier that Black Wukong seemed to have urgent matters before he left? Elder Muli nodded. Yes. He appeared to be pursued by someone. He glanced down at the ring on his hand, begrudgingly muttering about the damned Kaioshin of time before hastily departing. The Kaioshin of time. The Time Patrol. A spark ignited in Yamcha's eyes. So that was it. He could not contain his excitement. Yamcha, what have you realized? Bulma inquired eagerly. I figured it out. The gloom on Yamcha's face lifted, replaced by renewed determination. Bulma, we still have a chance. Although Black Wukong's plan is vast, he is not invincible. Someone is opposing him. He quickly relayed his knowledge about the Kaishin of Time and the Time Patrol to Bulma and Number 16. Above countless parallel timelines exists a realm known as the Nest of Time, governed by a Kaishin named Kuranoya. Her duty is to maintain the correct flow of history, rectifying disrupted timelines. Black Wukong, who recklessly traverses time and seeks to annihilate all universes, is indeed the primary adversary of the Time Patrol. The reason Black Wukong departed so hastily was that he had been ensnared by the Time Patrol. He lacked the time to linger here and systematically obliterate each universe. Thus, he resorted to the insidious tactic of contaminating the Dragon Balls with the evil contaminating wave, seeking a swift resolution. Bulma was left speechless, the information far exceeding her comprehension. Are you suggesting we have reinforcements? No, I cannot call them reinforcements. Yamcha shook his head, his expression serious. The Time Patrol operates under their own rules. They cannot casually interfere with the normal timeline. Their role is to prevent Black Wukong from further destruction. As for our world, which has already suffered devastation, we must rely on ourselves to save it. But the Dragon Balls are useless now. Bulma's earlier spark of hope wavered once more. The Dragon Balls may be ineffectual, but that does not mean we are without options. Yamcha's gaze sharpened. Black Wukong's plan is predicated on pollution and negative energy. Therefore, to combat him, we must discover a force that counters his. He looked at Elder Mu Li, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Elder, if this world harbors negative energy, then there must also exist positive energy, correct? A pure force, filled with light and hope. Elder Mu Li's murky eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He scrutinized Yamcha, as if attempting to peer into his soul. Young man, your wisdom far surpasses your years. You are indeed correct. Elder Mu Li slowly rose from his throne, aided by another Namekian, and approached Yamcha. Before the birth of gods and dragons, when the universe was still in chaos, there existed a primordial force. It is neither ki, nor magic, nor divine energy. We Namekians refer to it as Yuan Li. Yuan Li? Both Yamcha and Bulma echoed in unison. Yes, the power of wishes, Elder Mu Li explained. It is the force that emerges from all living beings yearning for beauty and their thirst for hope, a collective energy. It is intangible and formless, yet omnipresent. It is the very brilliance of life itself. The Dragon Balls are merely a vessel, a tool that transforms the intangible Yuan Li into tangible miracles. What we Namekians have passed down through generations is not the technique of creating Dragon Balls, but the innate talent to sense, guide, and gather Yuan Li. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Elder Mu Li's eyes. Black Wukong may have polluted the Dragon Balls, but he cannot taint the Yuan Li itself. For Yuan Li is the nemesis of the evil contaminating wave. As long as life harbors hope, Yuan Li will never run dry. Yamcha's heart raced. It was not about seeking a stronger power, nor mastering a mightier technique, but returning to the essence, to confront the most extreme death and resentment with the purest life force. Elder, Yamcha's breathing quickened. Can I learn this power? Elder Mu Li smiled. The first smile he had displayed since appearing before the crowd. Though weak, it was filled with reassurance. Child, my reason for sharing all this with you is that I see hope within you. He raised his frail hand, intending to touch Yamcha's forehead. Your soul has endured death and witnessed despair. Yet the flame within you, known as hope, has never extinguished. It burns brighter than ever. Your heart possesses an extraordinary tenacity for survival. This tenacity is the seed of the most potent Yuan Li. However, Elder Mu Li's tone shifted, his expression turning serious. To harness Yuan Li, you must possess a pure heart, one filled with light. You must relinquish hatred, abandon slaughter, and use your strength to protect and create. Can you achieve this? A pure heart, filled with light? Yamcha's body stiffened momentarily. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Yes, my hands are stained with blood. My strength has stemmed from devouring and deceit. I am no longer that simple earth martial artist. Can I truly do this? Before him, the unwilling gaze of Trunks before his demise surfaced, the resolute silhouette of Master Roshi as he ascended to become the new Supreme Kai, and Bulma's aged visage, resiliently striving to survive amidst the wasteland. Yamcha abruptly lifted his head, all his confusion and struggle transforming into determination. I can, he declared resolutely. No matter my past, from this day forth, my power exists solely for the purpose of protection. Please, teach me. Elder Muli nodded in approval. Excellent. His hand finally rested upon Yamcha's forehead. Now, close your eyes and feel with your heart. Sense the heartbeat of this universe. Chapter 124, The Final Hope. Yuanli. He needed to be like a sponge, passively absorbing and feeling. Calm down, child. The voice of Elder Mori seemed to emanate from a distant horizon, imbued with a soothing power. Forget your anger. Forget your enemies. Forget yourself. You are not Yamcha. You are but a speck of dust, a leaf. A gust of wind. Yamcha endeavored to comply. He dissipated the state of the Kaioken within him, allowing the surging power to subside. He ceased to sense the surroundings, no longer analyzing the energy particles in the air. His world gradually became an expanse of void. Hey, what on earth are you doing? Your energy response is weakening. Do you wish to perish? The voice of number 18 grew slightly anxious. She and Yamcha were now one. His demise would signify her end. Yet, Yamcha remained unfazed. He felt his consciousness growing increasingly light, as if it were to detach from his body and merge with the surrounding air. In this wondrous state, he beheld, not with his eyes, but through an indescribable perception. He glimpsed a faint glimmer of light. This radiance emanated from Bulma beside him. Within it lay a longing for her son, a hopeful vision for the future, and an unwavering passion for technology. He then perceived the light from number 16. That luminescence was pure and clean, embodying a profound affection for flora and fauna. Following that, he observed the Namekians around him. Their light was dim, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Yet each ray contained a deep yearning for home and a thirst for survival. The illumination grew more abundant and radiant. He witnessed Master Roshi on Earth, now the new deity, resolutely safeguarding the entire planet. He observed the survivors in the wasteland, valiantly striving to endure amidst despair. He even glimpsed the distant depths of the cosmos, where races enslaved by the Frisia Force prayed for the day of liberation. These lights converged, forming an endless and warm river. Is this the power of will? Do you feel it? Mori's voice resonated in his heart. This is the brilliance of life. They are omnipresent. They embody hope itself. Now, attempt to guide them with your own desires. Yamcha endeavored to concentrate his consciousness. What was his wish? To resurrect his companions, to protect the earth, to bring light back to this desolate world. His will, like a droplet of water, merged into the ocean of light. Then, he cautiously directed this power toward his fingertips. In the real world, Bulma and all the Namekians held their breath, anxiously observing the meditating Yamcha. A gentle green glow radiated from Elder Mori's palm upon his forehead. Suddenly, the tip of Yamcha's right index finger ignited with a speck of golden light. No larger than a pinhead, that glow was faint yet exceptionally warm and pure, as if imbued with the mysteries of creation itself. It has succeeded. Elder Mori revealed a look of satisfaction, though he appeared more aged. Clearly, guiding Yamcha into this realm had taken a significant toll on him. Yamcha slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the tiny golden light at his fingertip, overwhelmed with astonishment. He could sense that within this small point of light resided a power distinctly higher than Ki, a force capable of altering causality and transforming reality. This is truly incredible. Yamcha murmured. This is merely the beginning, Mori replied, retracting his hand and wearily returning to his throne. You have only just grazed the threshold of willpower. To truly master it, you will need a long period of understanding and cultivation. You must nurture this seed of hope with your heart, allowing it to take root, sprout, and ultimately grow into a towering tree. I understand. Yamcha nodded earnestly. He rose and bowed deeply to Elder Mori. Thank you, Elder. You have given me, and this world, the final hope. Mori smiled gently and waved his hand. In the days that followed, Yamcha remained on Namek, embarking on a completely new journey of cultivation. This was a mode of training entirely different from before. No longer did he engage in intense combat training. Instead, he sat like an ascetic on the parched earth, contemplating the willpower of the universe. Bulma utilized the equipment aboard the Hope to assist the Namekians in terraforming their planet. She designed large air purification and water filtration systems. While it could not eradicate the sinister clouds in the sky, it at least improved the living conditions for the survivors. Number 16 became Bulma's most reliable assistant and protector. Yamcha's progress was astonishing. His will, having endured countless trials of life and death, became his most formidable weapon in mastering willpower. From initially being able to condense a mere speck of light in his hand, he eventually learned to direct willpower and apply it to reality. Focusing on a patch of dead grass, he concentrated, silently urging growth. Golden light enveloped the land, and moments later, a fragile shade of green defiantly emerged from the cracked earth. The Namekians witnessing this spectacle erupted in cheers. "Fantastic, Yamcha!" Bulma exclaimed, rushing over to give him a heartfelt hug. Yamcha smiled, experiencing the most genuine and relaxed smile since arriving in this world. He took a fresh apple from Bulma and attempted to infuse it with decaying intent. A flash of golden light passed, and in the next moment, the apple in his hand visibly shriveled, turned black, rotted, and ultimately transformed into a foul-smelling puddle of liquid. "EW, how disgusting." Bulma quickly jumped back. Yamcha gazed at the rotten apple, frowning. He had succeeded, yet the sensation felt profoundly wrong. He discovered that when he employed willpower to create and bestow life, his heart was at peace and joyous. However, in the act of destruction and ending life, he felt an innate repulsion and discomfort. Moreover, the efficiency of this destruction paled in comparison to directly using a ki blast. It seemed that the essence of willpower leaned towards life rather than death. Yamcha pondered. Its nature was hope, not despair. Using it for combat would yield diminished returns and could even backfire on oneself. He recalled Babbidi's magic, which could also alter matter. Yet Babbidi's sorcery was filled with malevolence and strangeness, starkly contrasting with the warmth and purity of willpower. Perhaps, I and Babbidi stand at opposite ends of the same source. Just as Yamcha was deep in thought, Number 16, who had been quietly stationed in the spaceship, suddenly burst forth. "Alert! Emergency communication request detected from Earth. Signal source, the temple." Yamcha's heart tightened. It was Master Roshi. Something had happened. Chapter 125, Urgent Message from the Temple. "The egg of Majin Buu has been stolen." Bulma also realized the gravity of the situation. The emergency communication from the temple indicated that something serious had transpired on Earth. "Connect." Number 16 immediately established the connection. Bulma shouted while rushing towards the control panel. The spaceship's screen flickered several times, and a holographic projection appeared before them. It was Master Roshi, yet his appearance made both Yamcha and Bulma gasp in shock. Once a figure of serene wisdom, the new deity now bore tattered clothing, a bloodied mouth, and a chaotic aura. The temple behind him was severely damaged, as if it had endured a fierce battle. "Master, what has happened?" Yamcha asked urgently. "Yamcha, Bulma, listen to me." Master Roshi's voice was hurried, filled with fatigue and anxiety. "Babbidi has been here." "What?" Yamcha's pupils constricted. "Just half a day ago, a surge of malevolent magical energy unexpectedly manifested within the temple." The wise Master Roshi gasped for breath as he swiftly elucidated. "I immediately activated the temple's barrier. It was then that the diminutive sorcerer named Babbidi made his appearance. Though his power is not formidable, his magic is exceedingly insidious, relentlessly eroding the barrier." A flicker of dread crossed Master Roshi's eyes. "My objective is unequivocal. I must safeguard the rice cooker that seals Dabura. I isolated it with divine power, despite Babbidi's prowess. He cannot breach the true authority of the gods." "And what of Majin Buu's egg?" Yamcha posed the pivotal question. Pain and remorse etched across Master Roshi's face. "I presumed he merely sought to rescue Dabura, and thus devoted the majority of my energies to countering his magic and preserving the seal on Dabura. Alas, I was mistaken. Just as I was locked in a stalemate with Babbidi, an overwhelming and incomprehensible aura descended upon us." Bulma clutched the edge of the control panel nervously. "Is it as it cell?" Master Roshi nodded gravely. "Indeed. I cannot fathom what he has experienced in the cosmos these past months. Yamcha, according to the data from your detector, his energy has reached an astounding 45 billion. 45 billion. Yamcha exclaimed. "That exceeds my current limit of 24 billion even when utilizing the Kaioken times 40. Bulma whispered in disbelief, her mind struggling to grasp the magnitude of this figure. A flawless physique, the scion trait of growing stronger in the face of death, compounded by the consumption of countless powerful beings across the universe. Yamcha articulated each word with gravity. He has been feeding, treating every life he encounters as sustenance for his own strength. After Cell's emergence, he shattered the temple's barrier with a single blow. Master Roshi continued, his voice heavy with despair. "He did not slay me. Rather, he merely sent me flying. mocking me as an obsolete relic guarding an old house. His target from the outset was Majin Buu's egg. Babidi seized the opportunity to snatch away the egg that seals Bu, and then, alongside Cell, teleported away using magic. I could only watch helplessly, and with all my might, I managed to preserve the seal on Dabura. The voice of Master Roshi, a martial arts master who has lived for centuries, resonated with despondency and guilt. He sacrificed the martial way to become a god, yet still failed to protect the future of Earth. Master, this is not your fault. Yamcha inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. In the face of a creature with 45 billion in power, you have already done more than enough. You preserved Dabura. That is your greatest contribution. But Bu has yet to emerge. We still have a chance. Yamcha interjected decisively. Master, you must protect yourself and the temple. I will handle the rest. Master Roshi gazed at his disciple, his eyes sharpening with renewed focus, momentarily at a loss for words. I shall return promptly, Yamcha declared before severing the communication. Bulma. Yamcha turned to the dazed Bulma, commanding in an authoritative tone, set the course, destination Earth. Crank the engine of the Hope to maximum. We must return at full speed. Bulma was jolted awake by his commanding voice. Looking upon Yamcha's face, grave yet brimming with resolve, her panic miraculously subsided. All right, I'm on it. She wiped her tears and swiftly operated the controls. The engines of the Hope roared to life, the entire vessel shuddering as it transformed into a streak of light, bursting forth from the atmosphere of Namek and racing towards Earth at full throttle. Yamcha stood before the viewport, gazing into the profound expanse of the universe, his fists unconsciously clenched. The imminent resurrection of Majin Buu, with Cell's 45 billion in power, loomed before him. Yamcha shook his head, forcibly dispelling negative emotions. The elder had once said, willpower is the essence of hope, a force capable of altering fate. While it may not directly grant apocalyptic combat prowess, it undoubtedly serves a purpose. However, I have yet to discover the proper method to wield it. Chapter 126. Perfect Cell. The despair of 45 billion. The Hope traced a brilliant arc across the inky void of space. Bulma redirected all non-essential energy to the propulsion system, her heart racing with urgency. Within the gravity chamber of the ship, Yamcha trained with his upper body bare, beads of sweat cascading like streams over his bronzed skin. The 300-fold gravity bore down upon him like an invisible mountain, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Yet he did not relent. Each punch, each kick, was executed with precision and strength, creating miniature storms within the gravity chamber. He understood that such physical training, though arduous, was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the terrifying gap of over 2 billion. Yet he could not cease. He needed to extract every ounce of potential from himself, maintaining his spirit in the tightest, most focused state possible. Yamcha, come here for a moment. Bulma's voice echoed through the intercom. Yamcha halted his training, donned a jacket, and entered the cockpit. Number 16 stood silently like a mountain, quietly observing Bulma. What is the situation? Yamcha inquired. It's dire, Bulma replied, her complexion pale as she displayed a data analysis chart. This is the energy residual analysis that Master just transmitted, the remnants left by Cell in the temple. His energy composition is remarkably perfect. All of Dr. Gero's concepts regarding the perfect life form seemed to have manifested in him. A stream of complex data flowed across the screen. His total energy stabilizes around 45 billion, with no fluctuations whatsoever. This signifies that his power is not a result of some secret technique or a temporary outburst, but rather a solidified state. Furthermore, his cellular activity exceeds that of the second form we encountered by over tenfold. His regenerative, learning, and evolutionary abilities have all undergone a qualitative leap. Yamcha's gaze fell upon one line of data. Energy conversion rate at 99%? Indeed. Bulma nodded emphatically. This is the most terrifying aspect. The energy he consumes from other life forms can almost be entirely converted into his own power. He is akin to an insatiable black hole, a perfect predator. Yamcha instantaneously comprehended Cell's entire scheme. He was not aimlessly wandering through the cosmos. He was guided by Babidi's magic to devour planets and races rich in energy. He was indulging in an interstellar buffet, striving to achieve what he perceives as perfection in the shortest possible time. He calculated the timing of Dabura's seal and returned to Earth to team up with Babidi. Yamcha's eyes turned frigid. His intent was not to assist Babidi, but to manipulate us. Manipulate us? Bulma queried in confusion. Yes, Yamcha pointed at the star map. He knew I would return. He anticipated that a monumental battle was inevitable. The colossal energy released from this battle would serve as the perfect nourishment to awaken Majin Buu. Once Buu is revived and disrupts the battle, he can reap the benefits, potentially even devouring the weakened Buu to attain an unprecedented level of power. Then what do we beep? Beep, beep. An alarm blared throughout the vessel. Detection of super high energy response. Directly ahead on our course. Number 16's electronic eyes flickered a dangerous red light. Energy reading at 45 billion. Approaching rapidly. Bulma abruptly looked up at the main screen. Against the backdrop of the vast universe, a dark silhouette grew larger at an alarming rate. It was a humanoid figure, arms folded across its chest, silently suspended in the void as if it had been waiting for an eternity. He emanated an overwhelming aura that sent shivers through the very souls of those who beheld him, a presence so immense it was beyond comprehension. With a flawless physique, his green skin adorned with black spots, and a visage marked by a confident yet cruel smile, it was none other than Sha Lu. Astonishingly, he did not wait on Earth, but intercepted them directly in the cosmos. Yamcha, I have awaited you for an eternity. Before you descend into the abyss, I have meticulously orchestrated this grand farewell performance for you, Sha Lu proclaimed, slowly extending his arms as if to embrace the entirety of the universe. Come forth. Let me witness the advancements you have made in my absence. After all, only a battle of equal might can yield the most exquisite energy, would it not? Chapter 127, Encounter in the Cosmos. A fateful confrontation. That spacecraft's design is quite commendable. It serves as a respectable coffin for you. Sha Lu's voice echoed with a condescending arrogance within the cockpit of the Hope. Bulma gripped the control stick tightly, her palms slick with cold sweat. She could sense the palpable pressure, a force pressing against the ship's energy shield from all directions. Yamcha, we cannot engage him here. Quickly, devise a way to circumvent him. Bulma shouted anxiously. It is futile, Yamcha replied with a chilling calmness. The fact that Sha Lu could accurately intercept them here indicated that Babiti's magic had locked onto their position. No matter where they fled, it would be the same. What then shall we do? Bulma, initiate the emergency evasion protocol and maintain distance from the enemy. Yamcha commanded with a steady resolve. Number 16, prepare to engage and employ your full firepower for long-range suppression. Understood. Number 16's massive form turned toward the hatch, arms beginning to transform, revealing ominous cannon barrels. Yamcha, Bulma's heart clenched as she watched him stride toward the hatch. I possess an advantage, Yamcha responded. I have infinite energy. As long as I can prolong the battle until his energy wanes, I have a chance to prevail. You gamble with your life. Since the moment I traversed into this realm, I have been wagering my existence. Ignoring her further protests, Yamcha took a deep breath and pressed the hatch's opening switch. With a rush of decompression, he shot into the frigid void of space like an arrow released from a bow. Oh, finally willing to emerge. Sha Lu observed the figure hurtling towards him, a smile spreading across his face akin to a cat playing with its prey. Yamcha wasted no words upon reaching Sha Lu. His inner energy erupted. Kaioken times 40. Boom. A red aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, enveloping him entirely. A staggering battle power of 2.4 billion surged toward Sha Lu's terrifying presence of 4.5 billion. The collision of these forces stirred visible ripples of energy in the silent cosmos. Yamcha felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. His newly acquired bioengineered heart throbbed wildly, distributing energy throughout his body. Impressive, Sha Lu's smile widened. It seems absorbing number 18 has granted you significant benefits. However, his eyes turned icy. A stronger ant is still merely an ant. Before the last words escaped his lips, Sha Lu vanished in an instant. Yamcha's pupils constricted. His reflexes struggled to keep pace with Sha Lu's speed. He barely had time to cross his arms defensively before the impact struck. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated. An irresistible force surged through his arms, sending him hurtling backward as if struck by a high-speed train, tumbling through the cosmos for several kilometers before he managed to stabilize himself. How fast? Yamcha shook his numb arms in horror. This was merely a casual strike. Not bad. Sha Lu's figure appeared before him, as if he had never moved. Now, what about this move? He lightly pointed. Yamcha's hair stood on end as he sensed the terrifying energy accumulating at Sha Lu's fingertip, capable of piercing through a planet. Magic palm. Yamcha dared not hold back. instantly unleashing the essence of the turtle's school, magic Gangang Xiaopao, and Ki Blast, merging them into a singular technique. A highly concentrated energy sphere formed in his palm, racing towards Shalu's fingertip. There was no cataclysmic explosion at the moment of contact. Yamcha's magic palm was effortlessly pierced and disintegrated by Shalu's energy. What? Yamcha watched in disbelief as the energy beam shot through his palm and into the void behind him. Boom. The distant Hope ship trembled violently, its energy shield flickering dangerously, nearly shattering. Damn it! Before Yamcha could react, Shalu's other hand seized his throat, pinning him firmly in place. So weak, Yamcha, Shalu's voice dripped with disappointment. Is this truly your utmost effort? You lack even the right to warm up. The game is over. As he tightened his grip, Yamcha felt his protective aura shatter under the overwhelming force. Just then, dozens of thick energy beams shot from the direction of the Hope, targeting Shalu's back. It was number 16 making his move. Hell Flash. Shalu did not even glance back. With a mere thought, an energy barrier unfurled behind him, absorbing the entirety of number 16's assault. An insipid distraction. He seemed utterly incensed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. It appears time for you to witness true despair. Shalu's energy surged anew, his 4.5 billion battle power unleashed without restraint. The terrifying pressure warped the surrounding space, even light failing to propagate normally. The Hope's shield flickered under this immense force, fragile as a candle in the wind, poised to collapse at any moment. Farewell, Yamcha. Shalu raised his other hand, palm directed at Yamcha's head, a sphere of destructive energy rapidly forming. Chapter 128, Infinite Energy. A life or death struggle. Is this where it ends? With Shalu's grip tightening around his throat, Yamcha's consciousness began to fade due to suffocation and the overwhelming energy pressure. He could distinctly feel the annihilating power contained within Shalu's energy, potent enough to obliterate him along with his very soul. No, I cannot perish. I promised Bulma. I have yet to avenge Trunks. A fierce will to survive and an insatiable unwillingness to yield surged within him, fueling the flickering flame of his resolve. Hey, you bastard. Do you wish to die? Deep within his mind, the consciousness of number 18, previously sealed away, broke through the barriers due to this intense life or death stimulus. If you die, what will become of me? Find a way to stay alive. Her voice acted as a potent stimulant, awakening Yamcha's muddled thoughts. I still have her. My infatuated number 18. I possess the eternal energy core. At the critical moment when Shalu's energy sphere was about to strike, Yamcha's bioengineered heart surged violently, pumping with fervor. The infinite energy from the eternal energy core was fervently extracted, transforming into the purest essence of life, flooding every cell of his being. Boom. Shalu's energy sphere struck Yamcha squarely on the head. A cataclysmic light engulfed everything. It is over, Shalu released his grip, observing the tempest of energy with an expression of tedium. Yet, as the radiance faded, his smile faltered. There stood Yamcha, still suspended in place, though charred and weakened. He had not disintegrated into cosmic dust, as Shalu had anticipated. Strangely enough, the terrifying wounds on his body were visibly writhing and healing. The charred skin was shedding, revealing beneath it fresh, unblemished flesh. In mere seconds, Yamcha returned to his original state, as if the cataclysmic blow that could annihilate a planet had merely been a figment of imagination. Oh, for the first time, Shalu displayed a look of astonishment. This regenerative ability was indeed remarkable. You devoured number 18. Did you also seize her eternal energy core? He scrutinized Yamcha with keen interest, his gaze akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a flawless masterpiece. Absorbing a comrade and claiming her abilities for yourself, Yamcha. You embody monstrosity more than I do. I am beginning to appreciate you. Yamcha slowly lifted his head, fierce determination igniting in his eyes. You are correct. I am indeed a monster. Then allow me to demonstrate how a monster fights. No sooner had he spoken than Yamcha surged forward toward Shalu, forsaking all defense and intricate techniques, channeling the full force of 40 times the Kaioken into his fists. In the most primal and savage manner, he charged at Shalu. Foolish. Shalu scoffed, countering with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided, and in an instant, Yamcha's right arm, along with half of his shoulder, was obliterated into a mist of blood by Shalu's overwhelming might. Yet simultaneously, Yamcha's intact left hand struck a devastating blow against Shalu's chest. Boom! The highly compressed energy erupted before Shalu, shattering the armor on his chest, forcing him to stagger back a step. What? Shalu gazed at the injury on his chest, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, Yamcha, with his right arm and shoulder in ruins, was rapidly regenerating. It became clear to Shalu. Was this an exchange of injuries? Using your limitless regenerative ability to deplete my finite energy? Quite a clever strategy. But do you think I will allow you to succeed? Shalu roared, his speed surging once more as countless afterimages of his punches and kicks descended upon Yamcha. Yamcha had completely transformed into a madman. He did not flinch or evade, allowing Shalu's attacks to carve deep, bone-exposing wounds into his body. His sole task was to deliver his own strikes to Shalu before he was utterly shattered. Yamcha's body oscillated ceaselessly between destruction and regeneration. One moment, his abdomen was pierced, and the next it healed. Simultaneously, he kicked towards Shalu's flank. One moment, his neck was snapped, and the next it restored as he headbutted Shalu's chin. He endured unimaginable pain. Each regeneration felt as if his soul were being torn apart and reassembled. Yet his gaze grew brighter and more frenzied. In stark contrast, Shalu's expression grew increasingly grim. He was indeed far stronger than Yamcha. Each of his assaults inflicted lethal damage. However, Yamcha's regeneration was absurdly rapid, and each counterattack genuinely drained Shalu's energy. Though his regenerative ability was formidable, every restoration consumed vast amounts of ki. In this ebb and flow, his colossal energy of 4.5 billion began to visibly dwindle. Number 17's energy core merely supplied the power for his evolution, not eternal energy. If he were to forcibly transform number 17 into an eternal energy core, he too could wield infinite energy. Yet he would lose his complete form. You damned insect. Shalu was utterly enraged. He could not tolerate being dragged into a war of attrition by a mere human using such underhanded tactics against his perfect life form. He abruptly distanced himself, arms outstretched, as all his energy began to converge into his palms. Since you wish for death so desperately, I shall grant it. Receive this blow, and be reduced to cosmic dust along with your regenerative ability. Super Kamehameha, a colossal beam of energy, more dazzling than a star, surged forth, carrying the terrifying power capable of obliterating an entire galaxy, roaring towards Yamcha. Chapter 129, The Divine Master Plan. The Reverse Pawn. On Earth, in the temple, within a massive crystal ball suspended in midair, the brutal death struggle unfolding in the universe was vividly reflected. Came Sin and Mr. Popo held their breath, anxiously observing the scene. When witnessing Shalu's Super Kamehameha, the ever-composed expression of Mr. Popo betrayed a hint of horror. Lord Yamcha, I understand. Came Sin's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. He comprehended better than anyone that Yamcha's plan had reached its most perilous juncture. His strategy was sound. Expend infinite energy to deplete a finite foe. However, he had underestimated Shalu's resolve. Shalu was determined to expend vast amounts of energy to unleash this decisive strike, intent on erasing Yamcha from existence without granting him any chance to regenerate. There was no way Yamcha could withstand this blow. Came Sin closed his eyes, his voice trembling. What shall we do? Mr. Popo inquired urgently. Came Sin abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within. At this juncture, we have no choice but to resort to that plan. He turned to the rice cooker behind him, enveloped in countless golden divine symbols. Popo, assist me in safeguarding it. Yes, Lord. Came Sin took a deep breath and slowly approached the rice cooker. Yamcha, hold on. My support is on its way, he murmured softly. In his mind, the scene from half a day ago replayed, after Shalu and Babidi had departed. Upon confirming that Earth was temporarily safe, he did not allow himself any reprieve. He immediately contacted his sister, the fortune teller, through the crystal ball. Wu Tian, you have become the deity of Earth? How intriguing. On the other end of the crystal ball, the fortune teller maintained her nonchalant demeanor. Sister, this is not the time for jesting. Came Sin's expression turned grave. I require the assistance of one of your subordinates. Oh, what can my little demons do to assist you, this deity? The one who wields the demon ray. The fortune teller paused momentarily before comprehending. You mean Akman? You wish to utilize his ability? That technique is indeed effective against those harboring evil intentions, but against a creature of Shalu's caliber. I fear I do not intend to use his ability directly. Came Sin's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Babidi's magic can manipulate those whose hearts are wicked. This reminds me of Akman's ability. They may share a common origin. Upon becoming a deity, I acquired certain powers of the world, allowing me to analyze the essence of various forces. I discovered that whether it be Babiti's magic or Akman's ray, their essence lies in invoking and amplifying evil within the target. Babiti leverages the desires born from evil to exert control, while Akman incites the evil itself to self-destruction. I need you to bring Akman to the temple. I wish to harness the power of the deity to analyze the root of his abilities and forge a novel divine technique. The fortune teller fell silent. Very well. Ultimately, she nodded. I will bring him over immediately. Kame Sinin placed both hands gently upon the rice cooker adorned with divine symbols. After hours of analysis and deduction, he used Akman's abilities as a template, mediated by the divine power of the deity, and ultimately created an astonishing divine technique. It could neither create nor destroy. It served but one purpose: absolute domination. My divine technique is a judgment and command that presides over those whose hearts are filled with pure evil. Babiti's magic is a vile temptation and transaction, requiring the other parties will to waver. In contrast, my divine technique is an absolute decree. It disregards the will of its opponent, directly wielding the evil itself. Master Rashi emanates an unprecedented sacred radiance, his voice solemn and grand, as if proclaiming a divine oracle. Oh, slumbering king of the demon realm, your malevolence, your arrogance, your slaughter, at this moment, shall become the cornerstone of our world's guardianship. In the name of the Earth's celestial deities, I command you to awaken. Ahum! Golden divine energy surged into the rice cooker like a tide, violently colliding with the immense and pure dark energy within. Fight for me. Your new master is I, as well as Yamcha. Your enemy is Cell. Boom. The entire temple shook violently, and the divine symbols on the rice cooker exploded one by one, transforming into golden specks of light. A colossal dark energy, so overwhelming that even Mr. Popo felt breathless, filled with the scent of sulfur and destruction, erupted from the crevices of the rice cooker, soaring into the sky. The intensity of this energy even caused Cell, engaged in fierce combat deep in the cosmos, to feel a shiver of unease. Chapter 130. The Demon King Descends. Dubra versus Cell. The universe, a silent starry sky. Cell's super Kamehameha wave, like a roaring cosmic dragon, instantaneously devoured the diminutive figure of Yamcha with unstoppable force. It is over. Cell gasped for breath. This attack had also taken a toll on him. Yet his face bore the delight of victory. In his eyes, no life could survive in such pure destructive energy, not even one with an eternal energy core. However, just as he prepared to relish the spectacle, an anomaly occurred. A bizarre spatial rift appeared without warning before the Kamehameha wave. Then, something that was both familiar yet utterly out of place emerged from the rift. It was an ordinary rice cooker. What is this? Cell was taken aback. Before he could react, the lid of the rice cooker was forcefully blown off with a loud bang. Boom! A surge of dark energy, deeper, more malevolent, and more ancient than Cell's Kamehameha, erupted from the cooker like a volcanic explosion. This dark energy collided with the Kamehameha wave, yet it did not result in an earth-shattering explosion. Instead, it hissed like concentrated sulfuric acid splashed onto steel, emitting a corrosive sound. The energy capable of annihilating galaxies was swiftly neutralized, dissolved, and consumed by this dark energy. In mere seconds, the Kamehameha wave vanished without a trace. At the center of the roiling dark energy, a tall, robust figure draped in a cloak, wielding a long spear, gradually materialized. His skin was a pale pink, his gaze filled with pride and indifference, a cruel smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. It was none other than the king of the demon realm, Dubra. Dubra? Cell's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief etched across his face. How could you be here? That fool Babiti cannot even maintain a seal? Dubra did not respond to his inquiry. His crimson gaze first swept over Yamcha, who had narrowly escaped the energy clash and was rapidly recovering. A fleeting, barely perceptible glimmer of complex emotion, mingling obedience and disdain, flickered in his eyes. It was the divine command from the celestial deities, forcibly altering his will. Subsequently, his gaze locked onto Cell. My enemy. Dubra slowly raised his spear, its tip pointing directly at Cell. It is you. An aura as formidable as Cell's, perhaps even purer, erupted explosively from Dubra. 5 billion. Why would the Demon King aid these worthless beings? A sense of absurdity surged within Cell. It seems that Babiti, that fool, is not entirely useless. Dubra spoke coldly, his voice imbued with a bewitching charm. At the very least, he has delivered you, a delightful morsel, right to my doorstep. In Dubra's perception, he had seemingly broken free from his seal, and Cell before him was the first worthy prey he encountered upon his emergence. The divine command had constructed an entirely new reality within his mind. A morsel? Cell laughed with rage, scornfully dismissing the mere gatekeeper of the demon realm's audacity to speak so boldly before him. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flashed in Dubra's eyes, and his figure instantly vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared before Cell, his spear transforming into a streak of black lightning, thrusting straight for Cell's heart. Clang! Cell reacted with remarkable speed, crossing his arms to block the strike, barely managing to withstand the blow. A terrifying force surged through him, sending him hurtling backward, pain radiating from his arms. Such immense power. Cell's heart sank in horror. Dubra's strength truly surpassed his own. It is not over yet. Dubra, seizing the advantage, pressed forward, his spear dancing in a relentless flurry, each move infused with the pinnacle of demon realm martial arts, each strike lethal. Cell, forced to retreat, could only clumsily defend himself. Stone spit. Unable to break through, Dubra unleashed his signature technique, spitting a thick phlegm towards Cell. Naive. Cell had already anticipated this, dodging with a swift movement. However, that glob of spit grazed his calf, instantly turning a section of his armor to a grayish-white stone. What is this? Cell exclaimed in shock, sensing that the life force of that part of his body had been utterly stripped away. Without hesitation, he fired a key blast at his leg, obliterating the petrified portion along with flesh and blood, then urged his cells to regenerate. Yet this brief moment of distraction afforded Dubra an opportunity. Demon Realm Inferno. Dubra inhaled sharply, expelling a torrent of black flames that engulfed Cell completely. Cell screamed in agony. The flames appeared capable of scorching the very soul. Even his regeneration ability could not extinguish it immediately. In the distance, Yamcha, witnessing this astonishing reversal, was utterly stunned. At that moment, Master Roshi's faint yet urgent voice resonated in his mind. Yamcha, I have distorted Dubra's perception with divine art, making him view Cell as his mortal enemy. Bu is the true threat. The Earth's energy is being frantically absorbed. Quickly find a way. Yamcha jolted awake, instantly attuning himself to the Earth's direction. Indeed, a vast and pure energy was being siphoned away from the battlefield of himself, Cell, and Dubra by an invisible force, flowing towards the distant Earth. Their battle was providing the ultimate fuel for the resurrection of the demon Bu. Chapter 131, A Feast of Energy. The Awakening Demon. Earth, a desolate desert. This place was once a thriving city, but it had long since been reduced to ruins by the destruction wrought by the androids. At this moment, in the heart of these ruins, an evil ritual was unfolding. The enormous, pink egg, pulsating like a heart, was placed at the center of a vast array drawn by Babbidi's magic. Just like this. Just like this. Babbidi, holding a crystal ball, watched the fierce battle between Cell and Dubra unfold within, emitting a sharp, excited laugh. He felt the immense battle energies continuously streaming in from the depths of the universe, being wildly absorbed by the egg through the transformation of the magic array. The energy gauge above the egg, which was originally half empty, now surged upwards at an astonishing rate. Fight! Fight! The more intense, the better. You foolish battle maniacs shall become the nourishment for the resurrection of my master, Demon Bu. Babbidi was overwhelmed with excitement, his movements animated as he reveled in the thought of that fool, Sheru, believing I would truly ally with him. Once Lord Bu is resurrected, he will be the first to face my wrath. The energy gauge has already surpassed 80%, steadily advancing towards 90, and then to a complete 100. The malevolent aura emanating from the colossal egg grows ever more potent, its shell transitioning from a pink hue to a foreboding deep crimson. The ancient demon, having slumbered for millions of years, is on the verge of awakening. On the cosmic battlefield, Yamcha gazed at the siphoned energy flow, his expression darkening to an extreme. Damn it, we have been reduced to mere power sources. Sheru believed himself to be the cunning bird, unaware that Babbidi is the true fisherman waiting to reel in his catch. He and Master Roshi, inadvertently, have become pivotal in completing this trap. He found himself in a dilemma. To halt this battle, he was utterly incapable of doing so. Sheru and Depura were already consumed by rage. Both monstrous beings with power levels exceeding 4 to 5 billion, neither of whom he could contend with. Should he rush in, he would be torn apart by the aftermath of their clash. To refrain from intervening, that would allow Majin Buu to revive in no time. When that moment arrives, it would herald the true apocalypse. A solution must be devised, and quickly. Yamcha's mind raced. Strength was no longer reliable. Strategy appeared feeble in the face of overwhelming power. The only glimmer of hope rested in Yamcha's gaze, fixating on his hands, which had just regained their perfection through regeneration. Willpower, it was his sole possession, capable of conjuring miracles. Yet, willpower leans towards life, not death. Utilizing it for combat would yield diminishing returns. A vague notion flickered in Yamcha's mind. He recalled the Grand Elder's words. Dragon Balls merely serve as instruments to transform the intangible willpower into tangible miracles. Though the Dragon Balls are absent, he had learned to channel willpower. It may be faint, but it is the most primal force. I require greater strength. I need the power to conquer Buu. Yamcha closed his eyes, attempting to merge his desires with the vast sea of willpower that permeates the universe. However, he faltered. The sea of willpower repelled his fervent intent for combat and victory. No, willpower cannot be directly transmuted into combat strength. What the hell should I do? Just then, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the Hope spacecraft in the distance. Inside, Bulma anxiously watched him. Bulma. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization struck Yamcha. He thought of one person. No, two. Two Saiyans trapped in the underworld, yet brimming with infinite potential. Son Goku, Vegeta. If he could bring them back, even if Buu were to revive, they would possess the strength to stand against him. They are the protagonists of this world, the ones who have repeatedly wrought miracles. Master. Yamcha immediately poured all his energy into a mental call towards Master Roshi on Earth. Master, can you hear me? Yamcha's voice was frantic. I hear you, came the fragmented reply from Roshi, clearly strained from maintaining his control over Depura. Master, forget about Depura. Tell me, where are Goku and Vegeta? Where is the entrance to the underworld? Yamcha's words tumbled out in a rush. The question left Roshi momentarily speechless. Chapter 132, The Final Hope. Target, the underworld. The entrance to the underworld? Yamcha, what do you intend to do? Roshi inquired, his voice wavering as he struggled to maintain his grasp on Depura. I need their strength. Master, they are the only ones who can stop you now. Yamcha's tone resonated with unwavering determination. Silence lingered on the other end for several seconds, and Roshi seemed to comprehend Yamcha's intentions. Alas, perhaps this truly is the last resort. Roshi sighed. The entrance to the underworld lies directly above the temple. It serves as a conduit between the mortal realm and the afterlife. However, Yamcha, things aren't as simple as you think. The passage has been sealed by an exceedingly malevolent energy. Rashi's voice grew grave. Ever since the death of the old Kai, the balance of the underworld had been disrupted. Recently, the soul-cleansing machine in the underworld exploded, birthing a creature known as the evil thought wave from the convergence of countless malevolent spirits. It wreaked havoc in the underworld, thoroughly polluting and sealing the passage to the mortal realm. This energy shares its origin with the dark energy that tainted Namek, saturated with pure negativity and malice. Rashi continued, it repels all life and divine forces. I have attempted to purify it with divine energy, but I could not draw near. Goku and Vegeta are trapped by that creature in the underworld, unable to escape. I understand. Yamcha inhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. It repels life and divine power. Then perhaps the willpower, which embodies the hopes of all life in the universe, could be its nemesis. Bulma. Android 16. Yamcha shouted towards the spacecraft. Immediately return to Earth. Proceed at full speed to the temple. What about you? Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator. I will follow shortly, Yamcha declared, not pausing to hesitate. He transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Earth. He paid no heed to the cataclysmic clash between Sheru and Depura behind him. He must reach the entrance to the underworld before Buu is revived. Sheru was entangled in Depura's elusive magic and relentless assaults, completely overwhelmed. Although he noticed Yamcha's departure, he had no time to pursue him. In his eyes, as long as he dealt with Depura, he could easily crush that fleeing insect at any moment. An hour later, the Hope spacecraft arrived first at the temple on Earth. Bulma and Android 16 stepped out, awestruck by the sight before them. Above the temple, where the azure sky should have been, a colossal, twisted, chaotic mass of color dominated. This mass resembled a flowing tumor. composed of countless blinding hues, constantly shifting in shape, exuding a nauseating aura of malevolence. Merely gazing at it induced dizziness and despair. "This is the barrier of the evil thought wave," Bulma murmured, her complexion paling. Yamcha approached, accompanied by Master Roshi and Mr. Popo, who bore the signs of exhaustion. Just then, a red streak of light descended from the sky, landing before them. It was Yamcha, racing back at full speed. "Master." Yamcha nodded respectfully to Roshi, then lifted his gaze towards the chaotic barrier. He could sense the pure, unmasked malice and despair contained within. It stood as the universe's negative pole, contrasting starkly with the willpower he had just harnessed. "Yamcha, what are you planning to do?" Bulma asked anxiously. "This entity appears even more sinister than Sheru." "To combat poison with poison," Yamcha succinctly replied. "No, rather, to use righteousness to vanquish evil. Time is of the essence." Yamcha attuned himself to the energy flow emanating from the cosmos and the rapidly expanding source of malevolence on Earth. With that, Yamcha disregarded everyone, slowly flying towards the barrier of the evil thought wave. "Yamcha, it's dangerous," Bulma cried out. "Don't go near it," Roshi shouted. "That energy will corrode your mind." Yet, Yamcha appeared to be deaf to their warnings. He hovered before the barrier, feeling the chilling malice that seemed intent on freezing his very soul. Before him, horrific visions materialized. There were the wails of fallen comrades, cities engulfed in flames, and his own past struggles and despair. These were the manifestations of the evil thought wave. Attempting to shake his resolve, a mere parlor trick, Yamcha let out a cold snort and closed his eyes. He emptied his mind, ceasing to resist the phantoms that surrounded him, and instead allowed his consciousness to submerge into the warm sea of collective willpower, formed by countless lives converging. He sensed Bulma's worries, the turtle sage's hopes, the survivors' yearning for life on Earth, and the Mikexing people's nostalgia for their homeland. He gathered these pure, noble wishes into a singularity. It repelled life and divinity. Then, let this hope, which transcends all, purify you. A gentle, soft golden light began to emanate from Yamcha. This light was neither glaring nor searing, yet it possessed an undeniable, heartwarming power. He extended his hand slowly, pressing it against the chaotic, twisted barrier of malevolent thoughts. Chapter 133, Purifying Malevolence. The path to heaven opens. The moment Yamcha's palm made contact with the barrier of malevolent thoughts, time seemed to come to a standstill. There was no explosion, no shockwave. A piercing wail erupted, a cacophony born from countless grievances, hatred, and despair. They writhed as if seared by a hot iron, desperately attempting to devour and assimilate Yamcha, the intruder. His body trembled violently, his face turning pale. He felt as though his consciousness had been thrown into a high-speed meat grinder, inundated with a torrent of negative emotions and information. Kill. Destroy. Everything must be annihilated. Despair. Suffer. Drown alongside us. These voices directly assaulted his soul, tempting and eroding him. Yamcha, below, Bulma and the turtle sage cried out in terror. They could see the chaotic colors at the point of his contact with the barrier, writhing like living creatures, attempting to taint him entirely. "Hey, you fool. Let go. It will consume you." Yet, Yamcha gritted his teeth, refusing to relent, pouring more willpower into the barrier. "Get away from me," he roared, the gentle golden light around him surging forth at that moment. If the malevolent thoughts were the embodiment of all evil, then Yamcha was now channeling the essence of all goodness. With a sizzling sound, like ice melting or holy water splashing upon malevolent spirits, a violent reaction erupted where the golden willpower met the chaotic malevolence. The chaotic fragments attempting to corrupt Yamcha ignited upon contact with the golden light, swiftly turning to smoke and dissipating. His palm, like a red-hot iron, seared a deep indentation into the chaotic barrier. "It works," Bulma exclaimed in delight. "Wonderful." The turtle sage also breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Yamcha's expression remained grim. This process was far more arduous than he had anticipated. The volume of the malevolent thoughts barrier was immense, akin to an infinite ocean composed of cosmic refuse. While his willpower was its nemesis, it was but a flickering flame at this moment. He was not merely purifying. He was using his will as a furnace to forcibly carve a passage through this tainted ocean. This endeavor consumed a tremendous amount of his mental strength. With each passing second, he felt as though his soul were being repeatedly scorched and tempered. Time ticked by. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Yamcha's body swayed perilously, sweat soaking his clothes, yet his hand remained steadfast against the barrier. Through his relentless efforts, the indentation he had burned out transformed into a profound passage radiating golden light. Slowly and steadily extending toward the other side of the barrier, he sensed familiar and powerful auras at the end of this passage. It was Goku and the others. Almost there. Yamcha gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last remnants of his mental power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He sensed it, that ominous presence that made the very earth tremble. He was continuously absorbing the energy emitted by Cell and Dabura. There was no time left. A glint of madness flashed in Yamcha's eyes as he made a startling decision. He would no longer be content with slowly burning through the barrier. Instead, he transformed himself into a cannonball of willpower. Open up, he roared, gathering all his golden light into a singular point, transforming himself into a golden meteor that plunged headlong into the yet unbroken passage. Boom. The entire barrier of malevolent thoughts shook violently. Yamcha's figure was swallowed by the endless chaos and light. In the astonished gazes of Bulma and the turtle sage, the twisted barrier's center was forcibly breached, creating a chaotic and irregular entrance to an unknown world. Yamcha! Bulma screamed in anguish. Yet within the entrance, there was only a profound darkness, devoid of any response. Traversing through the chaotic passage woven from willpower and malevolence, Yamcha felt as if his soul had been stripped and reassembled countless times. When he finally broke free from that dizzying sensation and stood firmly on solid ground, his eyes widened in shock. Was this the underworld? The sky was an eerie dark red, and the ground was composed of countless bizarre, jelly-like crystals of various colors. In the distance, what should have been the solemn Yama King's Hall and the register of the deceased had been reduced to ruins, enveloped and eroded by those strange crystals. The entire world exuded an absurd, twisted, and ominous aura. Such potent malevolence. Yamcha furrowed his brow. The energy of the malevolent thoughts here was 100 times more concentrated than that of the outer barrier, nearly taking on a tangible form. He immediately sensed several familiar auras engaged in fierce combat not far away. Without any hesitation, he flew toward the source of the battle. Soon, he beheld the battlefield. Goku. Vegeta. In a plaza formed by crystals, Son Goku was maintaining his Super Saiyan 3 form, his waist-length golden hair flowing in the wind, yet he appeared somewhat exhausted. Beside him, Vegeta, also adorned with an angelic halo, was in Super Saiyan 2 form, battered and breathless. Surrounding them were Piccolo, Gohan, Tianjin, and Chaozu, all the Z fighters who perished during the android crisis, gathered here, their expressions grave as they confronted an enemy. Their foe was a portly creature with a childlike, innocent smile, a yellow monster. Every movement of the monster seemed to carry an uncanny law. With a mere wave of his hand, a section of space was distorted, transforming Piccolo's Mekanka Sappo into a pile of colorful candies. With a smile, he rendered Gohan's Kamehameha ineffective before him. The manifestation of malevolent thoughts. How detestable. What on earth is this creature? Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Growling in frustration, our attacks are utterly ineffective against him. His abilities are too bizarre, as if he can alter reality itself. Goku's expression was equally grave. The Super Saiyan 3 state was taxing on his soul, and he was nearing his limit. Just then, the malevolent thoughts seemed to grow bored. The monster's plump body suddenly twitched, instantly dividing into over a dozen identical clones, surrounding the Z fighters. Watch out. Everyone, be careful. As the crowd braced for an impending assault, a crimson figure descended from the heavens, positioning itself before them all. Yamcha? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. How did you get here? How did you manage to enter? Yamcha? Vegeta, equally taken aback, scrutinized Yamcha from head to toe, his gaze filled with confusion and scrutiny. Why does your energy feel so peculiar and overwhelmingly powerful? He sensed the immense energy within Yamcha, surpassing even the typical combat prowess of himself and Kakarot. There's no time for explanations, Yamcha declared, eyeing the menacing manifestations of the evil energy waves surrounding them. Earth is in peril. Majin Buu is about to be resurrected. What? This revelation sent shockwaves through the Z warriors. Majin Buu? The very monster that even the Kaishin fears? Piccolo's expression darkened ominously. Damn it. Of all times, Vegeta struck a nearby crystal with a furious blow, shattering it to pieces. Hee hee. The manifestations of the evil energy seemed to find amusement in the chaos, their eerie laughter echoing as they surged forward. Yamcha stepped forward, activating the Kaioken times 40. Makenkasapo. He unleashed two highly concentrated energy spheres, launching them like cannonballs toward the evil manifestations. However, an astonishing event unfolded. The manifestations merely clapped their hands at the incoming attack, which was powerful enough to severely injure Cell, and instantaneously, they disintegrated, transforming into two graceful golden butterflies. What? Yamcha gasped in disbelief. It's futile, Yamcha, Goku shouted from the sidelines. Physical and energy attacks are ineffective against him. He can deconstruct and reorganize everything. Before Goku finished his sentence, one of the evil manifestations teleported behind Yamcha, delivering a punch. Yamcha instinctively turned to block, only to find the foe's fist piercing through space, directly impacting his abdomen. Bang! Yamcha was propelled backward, crashing violently against a distant crystal mountain. What is this ability? He thought, clutching his abdomen, feeling as if his insides had been rearranged. We have been trapped here for several days, Goku lamented, reverting from Super Saiyan 3 to his base form. This guy is immortal, and his abilities are beyond comprehension. We can't escape. Yamcha observed Goku's despondent expression and Vegeta's frustrated demeanor, finally grasping the dire situation. Relying on them for rescue was now impossible. They were struggling to protect themselves. Suddenly, Goku stepped closer, his eyes burning with intensity. Your strength, although formidable, is insufficient. It falls short against this foe and the imminent threat of Majin Buu. He inhaled deeply, as if making a resolute decision. However, perhaps we can make you strong enough. What do you mean? Yamcha was taken aback. Though we are trapped here, the flow of time in the afterlife is different from that of the living. Moreover, as the deceased, we no longer require rest and cannot die again. Goku's eyes rekindled with the fervor of a battle fanatic. We can train you. Impart all that we know to you. Train him? Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms, radiating arrogance and disdain. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Are you placing the hope of saving the world in the hands of this third-rate warrior? He is not a third-rate warrior. Goku retorted fiercely, glaring at Vegeta. His ability to enter this place alone proves he has surpassed us all. Vegeta, this is not the time for petty rivalry. Vegeta, taken aback by Goku's outburst, felt his pride as the Saiyan Prince swell, prompting an immediate rebuttal, but the words died on his lips. He had to concede that Kakarot spoke the truth. This once easily defeated Earthling now possessed an energy so vast it astonished even him. Humph, even so, the limits of Earthlings are still there. Vegeta turned his head away defiantly. No amount of training could prepare him to confront Majin Buu in such a short time. How would you know without trying? Goku turned his attention back to Yamcha, his expression grave. We have no time to waste. We will train you in the most rigorous, hellish manner possible, enabling you to break your limits in the shortest time. Are you willing? Yamcha, gazing into Goku's earnest eyes, took a deep breath. What choice did he have? I am willing, he affirmed, nodding with unwavering resolve. Excellent. Goku laughed heartily, his battle spirit surging anew. Then let us begin at once. Thus commenced a training regimen that would be remembered as one of the most extravagant private tutelage sessions in Dragon Ball history, set in this bizarre afterlife distorted by evil energy. First up was Goku. Yamcha, your speed is impressive and your strength is adequate, but your combat style relies too heavily on techniques. Goku, adorned with an angelic aura, effortlessly evaded the distractions posed by the evil manifestations while guiding Yamcha. True combat is an instinctive response of the body. Come, feel my energy, and try to perceive my position. With that, Goku's figure vanished in an instant. Instant transmission. Yamcha pondered, his thoughts racing. Hey, I'm over here. Goku's voice suddenly rang from behind him, a hand gently tapping his back. Yamcha spun around, only to find emptiness. Over here. The voice echoed from the left. For the duration of their training, the Crystal Plaza resonated with Goku's teasing voice alongside Yamcha's rapid breaths. Regardless of how much Yamcha enhanced his perception, he could not pinpoint Goku's location before the latter made his move. Do you feel it, Yamcha? Goku reappeared before him. The key to instant transmission is not merely seeking a powerful energy. It is about merging your spirit with the fabric of space, envisioning the destination you wish to reach. Your ability to arrive in the afterlife indicates you already possess a foundation. Now, empty your mind and learn from me. Meanwhile, Piccolo wore a serious expression. Yamcha, Your Mekanka Sappo is potent, but your energy manipulation remains too crude. He extended 2 fingers, aiming at a massive crystal in the distance. Observe closely. This is the Mycosegion's understanding of ki. A thread-thin energy ray shot from his fingertips, silently penetrating the crystal. Moments later, the enormous crystal began to disintegrate from within, turning into a fine powder. This is not the Mekanka Sappo, Piccolo stated matter-of-factly. This is the purest form of penetration and disintegration. Condense your energy into a needle. Pierce your enemy's defenses and dismantle their structure from within. Your Mekanka Sappo is an explosive force, but you need to master the ultimate precision of a pinpoint attack. Tianjinhan and Chaos approached as well. Yamcha, your Kamehameha technique is swiftly learned, but it merely mimics the form, Tianjinhan said solemnly. The essence of the Kamehameha lies in the transformation of life force. As three-eyed warriors, we can convert our life energy into destructive power with maximum efficiency. Though it places a tremendous burden on the body, it can unleash strength that surpasses limits at critical moments. Your Kaioken, much like a technique that exerts pressure on the body, could potentially be enhanced through a fusion of both approaches. Mr. Yamcha, while your strength is formidable, it appears somewhat unstable, akin to a balloon filled to the brim with water, poised to burst at any moment. Perhaps you should learn from my father's Super Saiyan full power state, transforming the explosive energy into a sustainable norm. The Z Fighters, those valiant guardians of Earth, are currently imparting all their lifetime knowledge and understanding of martial arts without reservation. Yamcha absorbs this wisdom like a parched sponge. Under Goku's guidance, he gradually approaches the threshold of instant transmission. Through Piccolo's demonstration, he begins to refine the power of the Mekanka Sappo into a concentrated point. With Tianjin Fan's explanations, he gains a fresh perspective on the application of Kaioken. His combat skills, understanding of energy, and martial arts mastery are advancing at an astonishing rate. The flow of time in the afterlife differs from that of the living world, and coupled with the tireless nature of the deceased, the efficiency of this special training is astonishing. However, a fundamental issue persists, vexing everyone. Why is it still ineffective? On the training ground, Yamcha is drenched in sweat after completing an extreme physical training regimen. Yet, the energy within him, a constant battle power of 6 million, remains utterly stagnant. As if welded shut. Has he truly reached his limit? Goku observes the panting Yamcha, his brow furrowed. I have long stated, Vegeta interjects coldly, that the capacity of Earthlings is limited. He has breached the so-called second genetic lock, yet the vessel is full. Any further attempts to fill it will only result in overflow. Yamcha's heart sinks. He knows Vegeta speaks the truth. Following Dr. Gero's genetic modifications, his life level has indeed ascended, and his physical vessel is countless times larger than that of an ordinary Earthling. However, this vessel ultimately has its limits. Unlike a Scion, who can expand their vessel through near-death experiences and bursts of rage, his potential seems to have been exhausted. Just then, amidst the silence, that irksome laughter echoes once more. The malevolent entity, temporarily repelled by the Z Fighters, begins to coalesce once again, this time with a more substantial form and a more intense aura of evil. It appears our attacks only serve to strengthen him, Piccolo remarks, his expression grim. What shall we do? At this rate, we cannot defeat him, nor can we escape. Gohan exclaims anxiously. Yamcha gazes at the constantly morphing yellow figure, and then at his powerful, yet equally trapped comrades behind him, and a singular thought crystallizes in his mind. He is the only variable, for only he possesses the willpower to counter the malevolent entity. Only he can escape this accursed place. Goku, Vegeta. Everyone. Yamcha inhales deeply and steps forward. Holding him back is futile. We must devise a way for me to attain the power necessary to combat Majin Buu before I leave here. Easier said than done, Vegeta scoffs. Your potential has reached its zenith. What more can be done? There is a way, Yamcha asserts, his gaze directed toward the depths of the polluted sky of the afterlife. The Grand Elder of Namek can, through ritual, unlock a person's potential. This vast afterlife is filled with countless departed souls. I refuse to believe there are no similar beings from Namek here. Chapter 135, The Thoughts of the Bald Forest, Seeking the Grand Elder. Yamcha's proposal leaves everyone present momentarily stunned. Indeed, how did I not think of this? Goku slaps his thigh, realization dawning upon him. Namekians also arrive in the afterlife. There must be formidable Namekians here. This is our only chance. Piccolo's expression softens. He understands better than anyone how extraordinary the Namekian's ability to unlock potential truly is. Humph. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, Vegeta scoffs, though his gaze carries less derision and more contemplation. He fully understands that, given Yamcha's current state, traditional training is futile. Seeking external assistance is indeed the only path forward. Very well, let it be so, Goku decisively declares, turning to the others. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the rest shall remain here, doing their utmost to hold back the malevolent entity and prevent it from causing chaos. Yamcha, you shall seek out the Namekian who can enhance your strength. Yet, the afterlife is so vast, where do we begin our search? Yamcha frowns. I will go with you. A familiar voice interjects as Krillin pushes through the crowd, his face a mix of anxiety and excitement. My sensing of energy may not be as acute as yours, but I can still help locate individuals. More hands mean more strength. Yamcha glances at Krillin and nods. Although Krillin's combat prowess is modest, he is quick-witted and, as one of the earliest Z fighters, possesses valuable experience that could indeed be beneficial. Very well, I entrust this to you. Yamcha solemnly states to Goku and the others. Rest assured, Goku gives a thumbs up, flashing a confident smile. We will hold the fort here for you. Thus, the Z fighters once more engage in a fierce struggle against the countless manifestations of the malevolent entity. The cacophony of explosions and energy clashes resonates loudly, creating an opportunity for Yamcha and Krillin to depart. With Krillin by his side, Yamcha transforms into a streak of light, swiftly escaping the battlefield toward the uncharted territories of the afterlife. The realm of the afterlife is far more expansive and peculiar than imagined. The sky is eternally a dark crimson, and the ground is composed of various bizarre crystalline formations. There are no plants, no flowing water, only an expanse of desolation and absurdity. As they soar through the air, the two cautiously release their energy, attuning to their surroundings. Wow, Yamcha, your energy is truly unfathomable now. Krillin trails alongside Yamcha, his face filled with awe. It feels as though I am standing at the edge of an ocean, utterly devoid of boundaries. How have you trained to achieve this? Just some fortunate encounters, Yamcha replies nonchalantly, his focus entirely on detecting the energy signature of the Namekians. After a while, Krillin seems to grow a bit restless. He leans closer to Yamcha and whispers, Hey, Yamcha, to be honest, that android may 18th be a ruthless killer. But she is undeniably beautiful, and her figure is remarkable. Don't you think? Yamcha stumbles slightly, nearly plummeting from the sky. He turns his head, exasperated yet amused, and says to Krillin, Is this really the time for such conversations? What are you thinking, you little bald head? Heh, I'm just curious, Krillin replies bashfully, touching his bald head. Back when I first met her on Earth, I thought she was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. What a pity, though. She is terrifying. Otherwise, I would definitely pursue her. Observing Krillin's expression of longing mixed with trepidation, Yamcha can't help but chuckle. You might want to reconsider. A woman like that is beyond your control. Humph, that little bald head. He dares to consider himself worthy of me. If he dares to approach me, I could crush him with just a finger. My man is solely you. The voice of Android 18 carries a morbid obsession and possessiveness, causing Yamcha's temples to throb. Be more compliant. Yamcha coldly responds in his mind. Oh, don't be so aloof. The voice of Android 18 rings with a silvery laughter. Do you not find yourself in dire need of power now? Please, if you would just release me, even if only to let me experience the outside world. I would lend you the entirety of the energy from the eternal energy furnace, empowering you to become stronger. What do you say? Do you think I would trust you? Yamcha remained unmoved. How utterly dull. The voice of number 18 took on a somewhat melancholic tone, but it matters not. Yamcha, just wait. There will come a time when you will seek my assistance. Yamcha promptly severed the connection with number 18's consciousness. Hey, Yamcha? Why have you stopped speaking? Krillin inquired, puzzled by Yamcha's prolonged silence. It's nothing, just contemplating, Yamcha replied dismissively, focusing intently. We must locate that Namekian swiftly. I sense that the situation on Earth is deteriorating. Upon hearing this, Krillin's demeanor shifted from joviality to seriousness. The two continued their flight for an extended period, traversing a sea of gray mist formed by countless souls, navigating around a vast chasm of crystal that perpetually spewed forth negative energy. Just as Yamcha was on the verge of losing patience, a jolt of energy surged through him. Found it. He halted midair, directing his gaze toward an unremarkable hill on the distant horizon. Where? Krillin followed his gaze, but saw nothing amiss. A faint yet profoundly pure and ancient aura. Yamcha's eyes sharpened. Reminiscent of the great elder's energy, but even more ancient. Let us go. Without hesitation, he sped toward that direction, Krillin in tow. As they approached the hill, they discovered it was not a hill at all, but a colossal, completely crystallized dead tree. Beneath the tree, there was a small opening radiating a gentle green light. The ancient and pure aura emanated from within. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged hopeful glances. They cautiously descended in front of the entrance, refraining from rushing in. We, the younger Earthlings Yamcha and Krillin, humbly request an audience with the elder. Yamcha bowed respectfully toward the opening. Silence enveloped the cave for several seconds before a frail, ancient voice, as if on the verge of extinguishing, slowly resonated. Enter, warriors of Earth. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Chapter 136, The Wisdom of the Ancient Namekian. Upon hearing the response from within the cave, Yamcha and Krillin revitalized their spirits and promptly stepped inside. The interior of the cave was a realm unlike the absurd and distorted crystalline world outside. It resembled a vibrant tree hollow filled with life. Soft green light emanated from the crystalline walls, illuminating the entire space. The air was infused with a subtle scent of flora, instilling tranquility. At the deepest recess of the cave, a figure was seated upon a makeshift bed woven from vines. It was a Namekian, notably more stooped and diminutive than the average of his kind, with deeply etched wrinkles on his skin resembling a parched riverbed. His two antennae drooped feebly, as if they might break at any moment. He was exceedingly old, frail enough that a mere breeze could scatter him. Yet, his eyes shone with extraordinary brightness, embodying the wisdom from the dawn of the universe, as they calmly regarded the approaching Yamcha and Krillin. Elder. Yamcha bowed respectfully once more. There is no need for such formalities, children, the elder slowly began, his voice hoarse and faint. I am Neil, one of the earliest warriors of Namek and once a guardian of Purunga. Neil? Krillin exclaimed, I have heard that name from Dandy. Haha. I never expected anyone would remember this old man. Neil's face broke into a faint smile, a reminiscence of long past days. Elder Neil, we have come seeking your assistance. Yamcha stated plainly. He succinctly recounted the crises confronting Earth and the underworld, as well as his need to unleash his potential to combat the demon Bu. Neil listened quietly, his penetrating gaze unwavering from Yamcha. After Yamcha concluded, Neil remained silent for a considerable time before finally sighing. The dark intentions of the evil Goku and the demon Bu have ultimately led this universe toward the direst conclusion. His voice was laden with exhaustion and sorrow. Your situation is quite complex. Neil's gaze swept across Yamcha, as if he sought to peer into the very essence of his being. I can sense that your soul is purely that of an earthling. However, your body resembles a hodgepodge. A powerful, unnatural heart continuously supplies you with boundless energy. Your genes have been forcibly twisted and elevated, transcending the limits of mortals. With each of Neil's words, Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. He gazed at Yamcha, astonished. These revelations had never been disclosed by him. Yamcha, on the other hand, was astounded. Neil had discerned so much from a mere glance. His insight was almost godlike in its intensity. Most astonishingly, Neil's gaze ultimately settled upon the faint golden light swirling within Yamcha's hand, a manifestation of the power that encapsulated the purest hopes and wishes of countless beings. It has been years since I have witnessed such energy. Elder, can you assist me? Yamcha earnestly inquired. Assist you? Neil chuckled bitterly. Child, the awakening of the Grand Elder's potential does not conjure strength from thin air. Rather, it draws forth all latent possibilities within a living being in an instant. It is an ability that overdraws the future. He paused before continuing. Your body has already undergone one forced awakening of its potential due to modifications. Your Kaioken technique continuously drains your life force. You are akin to a well that has been pushed to its limits, with little water remaining. Yamcha felt his heart sink gradually. However, Neil shifted his tone, his bright eyes once again glimmering with light. Every situation has its exceptions. Although your body resembles a nearly depleted well, the depths of your soul connect to an infinite ocean. He referred to the eternal energy furnace of number 18. This boundless energy intertwines with the essence of your life. It serves both as the source of your strength and as shackles that restrict your further advancement. Elder, do you mean? Yamcha pressed eagerly. Forcibly awakening your potential is perilous. Neil's expression grew exceedingly grave. I must disrupt a certain balance within you, facilitating a deeper fusion with the soul that resides within. This process will subject you to unimaginable pain. Your will, your soul, and even your very existence may be utterly consumed and assimilated by that raging energy. Should you succeed, your vessel will expand into a wholly new realm. Should you fail, you shall cease to be you. Neil gazed intently at Yamcha, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. He nervously tugged at Yamcha's sleeve. Yamcha, this is far too dangerous. Perhaps we should consider other options? Yamcha did not respond to Krillin. He merely raised his head to meet Neil's profound gaze. Without a hint of hesitation in his eyes, I am ready, Elder Neil. A confident smile graced Yamcha's lips. Please, proceed. Chapter 137, Awakening Potential. Normal State 1,000,000. Observing the unwavering determination in Yamcha's eyes, Neil nodded with approval. Very well. You truly are a warrior capable of bearing the weight of wishes. He extended a withered hand and gently placed it upon Yamcha's head. Krillin, step back. Neil instructed the nearby Krillin. Any external interference during this process may lead to failure. Krillin swallowed nervously and obediently retreated to the cave entrance. He clasped his hands together, silently praying for Yamcha. Yamcha, empty your mind and resist not. Neil's voice seemed imbued with a peculiar magic, gradually relaxing Yamcha's tense nerves. Now, feel the vast ocean within yourself. Do not fear it, do not suppress it, embrace it and guide it. As Neil directed, Yamcha's consciousness sank deep into his body. It was an ocean of pure energy, turbulent and chaotic. Endless energy surged and roared within, each wave capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet. At the center of this ocean, a blonde, blue-eyed girl was bound by countless chains of energy. She lifted her head and flashed a smile that was both enchanting and resentful at Yamcha. What do you intend to do? The consciousness of number 18 echoed in Yamcha's mind. You deceiver. Scoundrel. What are you planning to do to me now? Silence. Yamcha had no time to engage her in idle chatter. I told you to empty your mind and accept it. Neil's voice resonated once more, like the tolling of a morning bell, striking at the very core of Yamcha's soul. Yamcha took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He no longer attempted to suppress number 18 and the ocean of energy with his will. Instead, he endeavored to merge his consciousness with it. Buzz. The moment his consciousness touched the ocean of energy, an indescribable agony engulfed his entire being. Ugh! Yamcha could not help but let out a pained howl. His body trembled violently, veins bulging like coiling dragons on his forehead and neck. Ha ha! Does it hurt? Are you in despair? This is the price you pay for attempting to devour me. Come, sink with me. Become a part of me. Be my puppet, belonging solely to me. Hold on to your true self. Neil's voice rang out again. You are the bearer of hope. Your will surpasses all chaos and rage. Master it. Do not be consumed by it. Images of Bulma's worried gaze, Master Roshi's heavy burden, Trunks' unwillingness before his demise, and countless survivors struggling in despair flashed through Yamcha's mind. Go away. In that instant, Yamcha's will erupted with unprecedented brilliance, no longer passively enduring. He took the initiative, his will transforming into a golden vortex, fiercely pulling and consuming the turbulent ocean of energy. He sought to fully integrate this ocean within himself. Boom! An immense surge of energy erupted, centered around Yamcha. The entire cave shook violently, and Kellen at the entrance was flung away by the shockwave, crashing hard against a distant crystal mountain. In the distance, the Z warriors, engaged in their battle against the malevolent waves, halted their movements, staring in astonishment towards Yamcha's direction. Is this Yamcha's energy? Goku's face was etched with shock. Impossible. How could this energy be so overwhelmingly vast? Vegeta's pupils constricted. Inside the cave, the radiance faded. Yamcha slowly opened his eyes. His exterior bore no change, yet his gaze had deepened, as though it contained the cosmos within. He sensed that the bottle within him had expanded to an unimaginable extent. What once flowed like a stream had now converged into a true river, lake, and ocean. He gradually raised his hand and clenched his fist. An unprecedented feeling of overwhelming power coursed through his limbs. I did it. Neil's voice was filled with exhaustion. His hand that rested on Yamcha's head fell limply, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Senior. Yamcha quickly supported him. I am fine, merely drained of my last ounce of strength. Neil smiled weakly. Feel your newfound power, child. Yamcha nodded, closing his eyes to carefully sense the changes within him. Regular combat power, 100 million. A full 100 million. An increase of 40 million from before. This was now comparable to the regular combat power of Goku and Vegeta during the Majin Buu saga in the original story. Perhaps even surpassing it. This is what 100 million feels like, Yamcha murmured. He suddenly opened his eyes and, facing the empty space ahead, casually threw a punch. Without activating the Kaioken, without employing any techniques, just a simple straight punch. Boom! A visible shockwave spread out in a fan shape, turning all the crystals before the cave into the most primitive dust, regardless of size. Kellen stood in astonishment at this scene. His mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. This is a joke, right? Yamcha gazed at his fist, his heart tumultuous. 100 million in regular form. If I activate the 40 times Kaioken, that would be 4 billion. 4 billion combat power. The very thought sent shivers down Yamcha's spine. This was nearly on par with the perfect form of Cell spoken of by Babidi. Even the current Super Saiyan 2 would only reach this level. Amazing. Yamcha? You succeeded. Kellen rushed over in excitement. Yet, Yamcha's expression bore little joy. 4 billion sounds terrifying. However, he was acutely aware that Cell's Saiyan cells allowed him to grow stronger with each battle. Who knows how powerful Cell has become now? Not to mention, there's also Majin Buu, whose strength far exceeds Cell's. This power is still insufficient. Chapter 138, Goku's Secret Weapon. Fusion Technique. Yamcha? Your energy is astounding. Goku and Vegeta quickly arrived as well. They surrounded Yamcha, their faces filled with shock. Goku, as if discovering a new continent, circled Yamcha, his eyes glinting with excitement. Incredible. Truly remarkable. To have this level of power in a normal state. Yamcha, you're likely stronger than my regular form now. Humph. It is merely the result of external aid. Vegeta crossed his arms, speaking coldly. Yet the slight twitch at the corners of his mouth betrayed his inner unrest. 100 million in normal form. He had painstakingly trained to reach Super Saiyan 2, with a normal state barely hitting 100 million. This earthling, through one stroke of luck after another, had surpassed him. Vegeta, now is not the time for this. Piccolo interrupted sternly. Yamcha? Do you have confidence in facing Majin Buu now? Yamcha shook his head, his expression grave. No. My Kaioken at its limit is around 4 billion. I can sense that Majin Buu's energy is far beyond this level. Moreover, Cell continues to grow stronger. Damn it. Is it still not enough? Kellen said, unwillingly. 4 billion is still insufficient. Gohan's complexion had also turned pale. Silence fell over everyone. Even Yamcha, the last hope, had reached a bottleneck. They could hardly conceive of any further measures. No, there is still one way. Just then, Goku, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. All eyes turned to him in an instant. Goku, do you have another plan? Piccolo asked urgently. A mysterious and confident smile appeared on Goku's face. During my years of training in the other world, besides Super Saiyan 3, I also learned a supreme fusion technique from the Metamorans. Fusion technique? Indeed. Wukong's gaze turned exceedingly earnest, embodying a technique capable of merging two individuals of similar strength and stature into a singular, new warrior through a distinctive dance. The resultant warrior would possess power surpassing the mere sum of their parts. As he spoke, Wukong directed his attention to Bick, saying, Bick, please assist me. I shall demonstrate this for them. While Bick harbored some doubts, he nodded in agreement. Thus, within this surreal underworld, the most iconic scene in the history of Dragon Ball unfolded. Wukong and Bick inhaled deeply, assuming an exceedingly comical starting pose. Fusion, huh? The two approached each other with an unusual gait, drawing near until, at the final moment, they simultaneously extended their index fingers, aligning them with precision. A blinding light flashed, and their bodies coalesced into a sphere of luminescence. When the radiance subsided, a warrior clad in Metamoran attire appeared, sporting a hairstyle that combined elements of both Wukong and Bick. What do you think? This is fusion. The fused warrior spoke, his voice a harmonious blend of Wukong and Bick. Klin and Gohan stared in astonishment, while Vegeta's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he trembled, pointing at the fusion warrior and exclaiming, Kakarot, you fool. I would never engage in such shameless dance. I would rather be slain by Frieza again than perform such a fusion with you. The fusion, however, was short-lived and soon dissipated. Wukong rubbed his nose, somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, "The disparity in our strength and size made the fusion unstable. But with Vegeta, the outcome would undoubtedly be remarkable." "Not a chance," Vegeta retorted without hesitation. "Yamcha, have you grasped it?" Ignoring the furious Vegeta, Wukong turned to Yamcha, who nodded before shaking his head. Given his learning ability, he had memorized the dance after a single viewing, but he voiced the crucial concern: "I lack a compatible partner for fusion." Among those present, Klin was too feeble, and the others existed in a spiritual state, rendering fusion with him impossible. Wukong found himself perplexed, having focused solely on the impressive nature of the technique, forgetting the essential question of who Yamcha could fuse with. The atmosphere grew tense once more, enveloped in an awkward silence. Yamcha lowered his head, his mind racing with thoughts. Fusion, merging two entities into a stronger existence. Wait, does my body not harbor two entities? One is myself, and the other is the absorbed number 18. What if I could fuse with her? This thought surged uncontrollably. Wukong, Yamcha lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with determination. Must fusion be achieved solely through that dance? Is it possible to attain it through other means, such as mental synchronization or energy resonance? Wukong was taken aback by the question, responding, "I have not heard the Metamorans mention this. They stated that every movement in that dance is meticulously calculated, essential for guiding the energy fusion. None can be omitted." "No, perhaps there are other possibilities," Vic interjected thoughtfully. "My assimilation with Nail was, in essence, a form of fusion. We did not dance. We merely unified our wills to achieve an accumulation of power. Yamcha, your idea may indeed be feasible." Yamcha's heart began to race uncontrollably. He did not need to create an entirely new warrior like Wukong and Vegeta. He merely needed to harness number 18's boundless energy in a more efficient and thorough manner. Was this not an alternative form of fusion? There was no need for a ridiculous dance or to seek a partner of similar strength. As long as he could persuade the inner, psychotic being within him, he could initiate a fusion unique to himself at any moment. This audacious plan set Yamcha's blood aflame. Once the thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. Yamcha immediately sat cross-legged, oblivious to his surroundings, immersing himself in the deepest recesses of his consciousness. He found himself amidst a tempestuous sea of energy, composed of the eternal energy furnace. Following a recent surge of potential, the ocean had calmed considerably. At its center, number 18 remained bound by chains of energy, seemingly depleted of strength and appearing somewhat listless. Yet her blue eyes remained vigilant, filled with wariness upon sensing Yamcha's will. "What are you planning now? I warn you, do not entertain any ideas about me." Number 18's voice bore traces of weakness, yet her underlying madness was unyielding. Yamcha disregarded her protests, allowing his will to drift closer to her. His expression transformed from coldness to one imbued with warmth and empathy. "My dear Lazuli, it pains me to see you trapped in this cold, dark place. Spare me your insincere words." Number 18 retorted vehemently, yet her body subtly relaxed. "I have had enough," she suddenly exclaimed in agitation. "I feel sticky all over. It's unbearable. I want to get out. I need a shower. I want to wear clean, beautiful clothes." "Do you hear me?" "Of course, my dear. I hear you," Yamcha replied, his tone not one of impatience, but rather of affectionate indulgence. "Once we deal with those annoying flies outside, I shall take you to the most beautiful planet in the universe. I have heard that on some planets, waterfalls flow with warm milk, and the sky is adorned with vibrant auroras. I will hold you in my arms beneath those waterfalls, personally cleansing every inch of your skin, and then provide you with 1,000, no, 10,000 of the most exquisite dresses in the universe, each day a different one. Would that not be delightful? Who wants you to hold me?" Number 18's words remained defiant, yet her voice had softened. "But to realize all this, we must first have a little date." Seizing the moment, Yamcha pressed on, "A date that will empower us, making us strong enough to traverse the entire universe at will." "A date?" Number 18's interest piqued. "Indeed, a date known as fusion." Yamcha spread his arms wide, as though to embrace her, but not the ridiculous dance those fools perform outside. "That is the way of mortals, crude and clumsy. We are a match made in heaven. Our fusion will be a harmonious dance of souls, a union of energy and will. Imagine, number 18. You need not do anything. Simply open yourself to me completely, release your body and soul, accept me, embrace me." Your boundless energy, combined with my honed martial prowess, will converge like two mighty rivers merging into one vast ocean. We shall no longer be two individuals, but a perfect whole. To become a part of you completely? Number 18's breath quickened, her eyes betraying an excitement and obsession that was hard to contain. No, you shall become my heart, my soul. Yamcha gazed deeply into her eyes. After the fusion, you will no longer be a prisoner. You can see everything I wish to see through my eyes, and hear everything I desire to hear through my ears. You can feel the exhilarating thrill of tearing through the stars, and hear the desperate wails of our foes beneath our feet. You will no longer be a mere observer, but the queen of it all. Is this not 1,000 times better than being trapped in this dark and dismal place? The words of Yamcha precisely penetrated the deepest desires of 18 Hao's heart. Freedom, excitement, power, and the complete and unbroken possession of this man. To become one and experience everything he feels. Does that not mean she would be with him at all times? This is simply the most perfect love nest. It sounds incredibly intriguing. 18 Hao licked her lips, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. But why should I trust you? What if this is another of your schemes? Yamcha seemed to have heard the funniest joke and shrugged, his face radiating pure calmness and affection. My dear 18 Hao, why would I destroy the most brilliant, wild, and enchanting part of myself? Without you, this body is but an empty shell. Without your boundless energy, how could I take you to the ends of the universe to behold its wonders? I need you. I desire all of you. We are a match made in heaven. 18 Hao, our goals have always been aligned. The phrase "a match made in heaven" caused a violent tremor within 18 Hao's consciousness. She gazed at the man before her, calm, confident, exuding an undeniable charm of control. It was this man who had allowed her to taste unprecedented surprises and the essence of being alive. Perhaps trusting him just this once would not be so bad. After all, she was already a part of him. Could there be a worse situation than this? All right. 18 Hao finally made her decision, a hauntingly beautiful and sickly smile gracing her face. I promise you, Yamcha, I will play this game of fusion with you. I will entrust all of myself to you. But remember, after the fusion, you are me and I am you. Your body, your power, every strand of your hair, every breath you take belongs solely to me. If you dare to glance at another woman, even for a fleeting moment, I assure you, I will make you experience a pain 1,000 times worse than death. Do you dare to threaten me? Once the fusion is successful, the reins of power will no longer be in your hands. Yet he presented an immensely affectionate and moved smile, slowly drawing closer as if to kiss her. My eyes will only see for you. My heart will only beat for you. Once my body has embraced the perfect you, who else in this universe could possibly capture my gaze? Of course, all that I am belongs to you. Yamcha's consciousness returned to his physical form as he slowly opened his eyes, only to find the Z warriors staring at him with expressions akin to that of a monster. Yamcha, what were you just doing? Krillin cautiously inquired. Your energy fluctuated from calm to violent, and your face shifted from smiles to tenderness. It was quite frightening. It's nothing, just a little pre-battle motivation. Yamcha stood up, stretching his limbs, his face once again adorned with an expression of utmost confidence. Everyone, I have discovered a method to deal with Majin Buu. Now, let us put this final trump card to the test. Chapter 140. The Forming of a Scoundrel, the Initial Trial of Fusion. You found a method? Goku immediately leaned in, curiosity evident on his face. What is this method? How will you fuse? In a way you cannot comprehend. Yamcha smiled mysteriously. He offered no further explanation, for the method of fusion within him was too extraordinary. Speaking of it would likely waste time, as they might not understand. Step back and give me enough space, Yamcha instructed the others. Although filled with doubt, the Z warriors obediently retreated, completely clearing the central square for Yamcha. They all wished to see what kind of trick he had up his sleeve. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha slowly closed his eyes once more. He plunged his consciousness into his inner self, arriving at the sea of energy. 18 Hao had already broken the chains of energy, floating above the ocean with a strange expression that blended anticipation and madness. Like a maiden eager to attend a grand ball. At last, my exclusive night, you have arrived. I can hardly wait. 18 Hao spread her arms wide, her voice brimming with excitement. Come, let us begin this unique date. Let me see what it will be like when we become one. Yamcha's will transformed into a stream of light, propelled by an unprecedented resolve and desire, charging directly towards 18 Hao. He intended to embrace his queen in the most forceful and direct manner possible. However, His will was filled with an insatiable thirst for power and the instinctive drive for battle. This fervent will was excessively fierce, excessively domineering. The moment his will made contact with the sea of energy, it was as if a searing hot iron had been thrust into the still surface of a lake. Boom. 18 Hao's ocean of energy, imbued with her obsessive, proud, and sensitive will, was not met with effusion but rather an invasion and a sting from this sudden, aggressive embrace. The furious energy was instantly incited, like a startled herd of beasts, surging back towards Yamcha's will with wild ferocity. Pow! Outside, Yamcha, seated cross-legged, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper. His body trembled uncontrollably, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Yamcha, what happened to you? The Z warriors in the distance were taken aback, rushing forward in alarm. Don't come over. Yamcha struggled to raise his hand to stop them. I'm fine. It's just our first date, and I'm a bit too excited. You bastard. Is this what you call a soul dance? The voice of 18 Hao echoed in his mind, filled with both anger and grievance. You hurt me. You crude man. You were not trying to embrace me. You were trying to seize my power. Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze not sharp, but filled with regret and tenderness. He realized that brute force would not suffice. He could only employ his most adept weapon. I am truly sorry. His will returned to 18 Hao once more, his posture lowered, his voice filled with remorse and heartache. I was utterly foolish. It was not my intention. I simply desired you too desperately. Just the thought of merging with you, of feeling all of you. I lost control. My rational mind told me to be gentle, to handle you like a rare treasure with utmost care. Yet my instincts, my frenzied love for you, erupted like a volcano. They urged me to possess you at all costs. Forgive my rudeness. It was all because I love you to madness. 18 Hao was taken aback by this sudden declaration of deep affection, her anger dissipating almost entirely, replaced by a flicker of shyness and delight. Who said I wanted you to love me to madness, you fool? Her tone softened. Look, Majin Buu is right outside. What a detestable creature he is. He will destroy our world, ruin all our future date spots. Yamcha's voice was once more filled with temptation. Do you not wish to teach him a lesson yourself? To mold him into various ridiculous shapes, and hear him weep and beg for mercy beneath our feet? That would be more entertaining than any game. Come, grant me another chance, my beloved 18 Hao. Yamcha's will slowly extended its hand, declaring, this time, I vow to be exceedingly gentle. You need do nothing but close your eyes and relish my service. I shall weave through this beautiful ocean of energy, crafting the most perfect channel for it, allowing your power to flow through my being in the noblest and most graceful manner. I assure you, what follows will be an unparalleled, grand, and exhilarating revelry, and you shall be the sole leading lady of this celebration. Yamcha's words, akin to the sweetest poison, led 18 to relinquish all resistance. Could it be that his previously rough demeanor stemmed from an overwhelming affection for me? Did he seek power to engage in more delightful games alongside me? This man, though a deceiver, certainly possessed remarkable skill. Humph. I truly have no way to contend with you. A playful yet utterly satisfied smile graced 18's face. Very well, I shall trust you one last time. Remember your promise to be gentle and to bring me joy. Should you cause me pain again, I will never speak to you again. As you command, my queen. Having gained her consent, Yamcha's will seize the opportunity. It transformed from tyrannical plunder to that of the most adept master, delicately delving into the heart of the ocean in a manner that harmonized with the flow of energy. He began to actively guide the once tumultuous energy, steering it through the channels he envisioned, causing it to surge and cycle within him. This time, 18's energy offered no resistance. Rather, it joyfully cooperated with his guidance. Simultaneously, Yamcha gently infused the power of the Zhuangqin into the mix. The red energy of the Zhuangqin intertwined elegantly with 18's slightly sinister blue energy, no longer colliding violently, but instead dancing like enamored partners, spiraling and merging in a graceful embrace. Outside, Yamcha's body erupted once more in blinding brilliance. However, this time, it was not a chaotic outburst of energy, but a powerful, orderly force ascending in a spiral. A magnitude of energy far greater and more terrifying than ever before began to awaken within him. Chapter 141, Earth. T-God 18. Farewell to the underworld. Boom. A terrifying force, merging crimson and azure, surged forth from God, as if a volcano had erupted, soaring into the dark red sky of the underworld. The entire realm trembled before this immeasurable energy. Mountains formed of countless crystals crumbled, and the earth was riven with bottomless chasms. In the distance, the Shimbo seemed to sense this power that sent tremors through its very being, and its corpulent form ceased its assault, staring vacantly in the direction of Yamcha. What on earth is this? Kurlin was pressed to the ground, lacking even the strength to lift his head, feeling as if his very soul wailed beneath this overwhelming aura. Wukong's eyes blazed with an unprecedented fervor. This power was astounding. It rivaled that of a Super Saiyan transformation. On Boydar's face, there was no trace of envy or discontent, only pure shock emanating from the depths of his soul. Amidst the radiance, Yamcha's figure gradually rose. His appearance underwent a subtle yet astonishing transformation. His black hair did not transform to golden like that of a Super Saiyan, remaining at its original length. Yet it swayed without wind, each strand surrounded by crackling crimson and azure energy. His eyes turned to the ice-blue hue of 18s, yet within them burned the fierce red determination of the Zhongchen, exuding an eerie yet formidable aura. Most striking was his physique. A thin layer of seemingly pure energy formed a crimson-blue exoskeleton over his body, accentuating his perfect musculature, exuding both strength and a futuristic aesthetic. This was Yamcha's new form, the product of his fusion with 18, an ultimate biological weapon, seamlessly integrating the Turtle School martial arts, Jiawang Chen, the eternal energy furnace, and Dr. Jero's biotechnology. Yamcha slowly raised his hand, gazing at the energy exoskeleton enveloping his arm, feeling the vast power akin to the cosmos within him, causing even him to experience a moment of trepidation. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the wait. His voice had transformed, taking on a slightly magnetic timbre that melded his own steadiness with a hint of 18's chill. He simply stood there. Yet the natural pressure radiating from him made even the most elite fighters, like Wulong and Ba, struggle to breathe. Yamcha focused his thoughts, estimating his current power. His base combat strength of 100 million, after a near fusion with the eternal energy furnace, underwent a wondrous chemical transformation. This was not merely an addition, but a qualitative change. His normal combat power skyrocketed to 500 million in this form. And this was not the end. 40 times Jiawang Chen. Boom. The crimson energy surged once more, intertwining frantically with the azure lightning on his surface. 500 million multiplied by 40 equaled 20 billion, a figure that made even Yamcha's scalp tingle with astonishment. Just then, the Xianbo seemed to snap back to reality from its shock. A childlike innocence returned to its face, as if it knew no fear. Only the concepts of fun and boredom. The suddenly empowered toy before it appeared even more entertaining. Its corpulent body wriggled, rapidly splitting into hundreds and thousands of doppelgangers, swarming toward Yamcha. Yamcha, be cautious, Wukong shouted. However, Yamcha remained still, merely lifting his eyelids. Those ice-blue eyes, ablaze with crimson battle intent, coldly surveyed the ocean of Shenbo's doppelgangers. Buzz, an invisible shockwave, composed purely of will and momentum, radiated from Yamcha in a spherical expansion. No sound, no light. Yet, all Shenbo's doppelgangers swept by this shockwave evaporated like snow under the sun, vanishing without a trace. Hundreds and thousands of doppelgangers were obliterated in less than a second. The entire underworld fell into a profound silence. All stood agape, their minds blank, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. What just happened? Kurlin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The energy had vanished, and cold sweat beaded on Bika's forehead. Wukong and Beitar exchanged glances, each reflecting deep astonishment in the other's eyes. All right. The Xianbo is not something I can handle right now. Wukong, I must rely on you. Yamcha turned to the Z fighters behind him, and the crimson-blue energy exoskeleton gradually receded, his aura retracting as he returned to his normal appearance. Yet, his ice-blue eyes continued to glimmer ominously. He needed to return to Earth swiftly. Yamcha, are you leaving? Wukong's eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet more so with anticipation, eager to see him deliver a thorough thrashing to that entity called Bo. Rest assured, Yamcha nodded. He chose not to say more, turning away from the now utterly petrified comrades, placing his hand into the void. Yan leap, open. Golden light converged in his palm. This time, there was no obstruction. The space tainted by Xianbo crumbled like thin paper before his immense power and pure will. A stable, luminous golden vortex materialized before everyone. At the other end of the vortex lies the familiar site of the Earth Temple. Farewell, everyone. Once I have resolved the matters of Earth, I shall return to fight alongside you, Yamcha stated, stepping into the vortex, his figure vanishing from sight. Only the Z warriors remained, standing in a daze, unable to shake off the overwhelming shock of that absolute and overpowering force. Chapter 142, The Fateful Duel. The Return of the God of Tea. Above the temple, the golden vortex gradually dissipated. Yamcha stepped forward, his ice-blue eyes surveying his surroundings. The familiar white floor tiles, the well-known dome structure, and not far away, the extremely tense Master Roshi and Mr. Popo. Teacher, Mr. Popo, I have returned, Yamcha spoke calmly. Yamcha, your energy. Master Roshi, now the new deity of Earth, could sense the profound power emanating from Yamcha, which, though restrained, was exponentially more potent than when he had last departed. It was a terrifying energy that even made the deity's heart race. I encountered some fortuitous events along the way. Yamcha offered no further explanation, his gaze already directed towards the distant horizon. Even across the vast expanse, he could clearly see the monumental battle unfolding in the cosmos. Two colossal energies, one green and one black, clashed like rampaging stars, each collision sending visible ripples through the space around them. It is Cell and Dabura, Master Roshi said gravely. I used divine techniques to control Dabura, intending for him to deal with Cell, but unexpectedly, before he could finish, the situation in the distance took a dramatic turn. The dark energy representing the demon realm, King Dabura, suddenly erupted. He opened his mouth wide, launching a thick, eerie grayish-white saliva towards Cell like a deadly arrow. Now, Master Roshi clenched his fists. This was Dabura's ultimate technique. Anyone touched by it, no matter how powerful, would be petrified. Clearly aware of the technique's potency, Cell frantically increased his energy, attempting to deflect the saliva with his aura. However, Dabura's combat prowess was already slightly superior, and this attack had been meticulously planned. The green figure stumbled through the cosmos, desperately evading, yet the saliva pursued him relentlessly, like a parasite. Finally, in a moment of inadequate dodging, the saliva grazed Cell's left leg. Crack! The bizarre petrification phenomenon spread instantly. Starting from his left leg, Cell's body quickly turned to a grayish-white stone, his expression of terror forever frozen. We've won. Mr. Popo couldn't help but cheer. Master Roshi also sighed in relief, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Controlling a demon king of Dabura's caliber had taken a significant toll on him as the newly appointed deity. However, Yamcha's brows furrowed tightly, his ice-blue eyes fixated on the distance. No, it's not over yet. Just as he uttered those words, an anomaly occurred. The already mostly petrified Cell suddenly radiated a blinding light from within. A destructive energy surged, wildly expanding from his core. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Master Roshi exclaimed in shock. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the universe, blossoming silently in the vacuum. Cell's petrified form, along with himself, was reduced to the tiniest cosmic dust. A powerful shockwave swept out, felt even by those far away at the Earth Temple. Is it over? Master Roshi gasped, uncertain. To perish in such a manner, though tragic, would finally eliminate this persistent threat. Dabura hovered at the center of the explosion, gazing at the emptiness of space with a cruel smile. In his eyes, this insolent insect had finally turned to ash. Yet, Yamcha's expression was more serious than ever. Teacher, quickly summoned Dabura back. Immediately, his voice carried a sense of urgency. What? Master Roshi was puzzled. At that moment, amidst the chaotic energy left in the wake of the explosion, a small green flesh fragment, no larger than a fingernail, emitted faint signs of life. This fragment was a part of Cell's brain core. In the instant of the explosion, he had used his last ounce of strength to expel this most crucial piece of tissue. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Countless green cellular tissues began to emerge from the fragment, writhing, proliferating, and intertwining. First came the nervous system, then the bones, followed by muscles and skin. Within mere moments, a completely new, intact Cell reformed in the cosmos. Moreover, this time he was entirely different. Surrounding his body was no longer merely a green aura, but instead, it was entwined with dazzling, lightning-like gold energy, dancing wildly. The Scion's characteristic of exponentially increasing combat power upon near death was brought to its zenith at this moment. An aura nearly double in strength erupted forth. This is impossible. Master Rashi gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. In the universe, the previously smug Dabura felt his smile freeze instantly. He could clearly sense that the resurrected monster before him possessed energy levels far exceeding his own. Combat power of 7 billion. Yamcha slowly announced a figure that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Ha! The reborn lightning cell spread his arms wide, reveling in the unprecedented power surging within him, unleashing a maniacal laugh. So this is it. So this is it. The edge of death reveals such a wondrous vista. This is the true perfect form. He abruptly turned his head, his crimson gaze locking onto Dabura not far away. Demon King? Humph, to me now? You're nothing more than a slightly harder morsel. Before he could finish his words, Cell vanished in an instant. Dabura's heart raced with alarm, instantly elevating his power to the maximum and erecting layers of defense before him. But it was too late. A fist entwined with golden lightning appeared without warning at his abdomen, striking him fiercely. Poof! Dabura's eyes bulged as he spat a mouthful of purple blood. His once proud Demon King body crumbled under that single blow, fragile as paper. Cell's figure gradually materialized behind him, a mocking smile on his face. Too slow, too slow. Your movements seem like a slow-motion replay to me. He offered Dabura no chance to breathe, unleashing a torrential onslaught of attacks. Fists, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and whip kicks. Each blow contained enough power to shatter stars, landing precisely on Dabura's vital points. The once mighty Demon King had now been reduced to a mere punching bag, helpless against the onslaught of Lightning Cell. Curse you, cursed insect! Dabura roared in frustration, attempting to fight back, but every attack he launched was effortlessly evaded by Cell, only to be met with even fiercer retaliation. He was being overwhelmed, without any means to retaliate. Above the temple, Master Rashi watched this scene, his complexion paling. He could feel the divine link between himself and Dabura wavering under the weight of the latter's severe injuries. No, it can't continue like this. Dabura will be killed. Chapter 143, The Demon King's Retreat. Awakens. The cosmic battlefield had completely tipped the scales. The cell of the universe had evolved into the ultimate form of Lightning Cell, now on par with Dabura. In this universe, the second stage of Shalu has absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy from the inhabitants of the cosmos. His insatiable consumption has propelled his complete form to an astonishing 5 billion, nearing the 5 billion threshold of Dapula. Now, having attained his ultimate form, the super second stage Lightning Shalu is far more terrifying than his predecessor in the original universe. Lightning Shalu resembles a merciless hunter, reveling in the torment of his prey. Dapula is increasingly covered in wounds, his breath growing weaker by the moment. The once mighty inferno belonging to the king of the demon world now flickers dimly, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. You are far too weak. You have truly disappointed me. With a swift kick, Shalu sends Dapula flying, allowing him to tumble through the cosmos, a look of disdain etched upon his face. I had anticipated that the king of the demon world would provide me with considerable amusement, yet this is all he amounts to. He slowly raises his hand, palm directed towards the distant Dapula, as a purple sphere of destructive energy rapidly takes shape. It is over. Descend into the depths and repent for your incompetence. Stop! Roars the turtle sage from the temple. He forms a seal with his hands, forcibly channeling divine power in an attempt to summon Dapula back. A faint spatial ripple emerges behind Dapula. Oh, planning to escape? Shala notices this disturbance, his smile widening. Can you truly flee from me? He instantly launches the energy sphere, its speed so immense that it distorts the very fabric of light. Just as the energy sphere is about to strike Dapula, the latter's form is finally yanked away by the spatial force, vanishing from sight. The energy sphere grazes the edge of his disappearance, hurtling into the vastness of the cosmos. Ultimately, it collides with an uninhabited planet, which, without uttering a single cry, is utterly obliterated from existence. In the center of the temple plaza, the space warps as a bloodied and near-lifeless Dapula crashes heavily to the ground. He coughs violently, each spasm expelling copious amounts of purple blood from his mouth. Gazing at the turtle sage and Bobo, humiliation and fury fill his eyes. To think that the esteemed king of the demon world could be so thoroughly bested by a mere insect, needing the intervention of others for salvation. He struggles to rise, but finds himself utterly devoid of strength. Do not move. Your injuries are too severe. The turtle sage warns gravely, casting his gaze towards the heavens. He understands that the true calamity is only just beginning. Indeed, the next instant, an insurmountable wave of malevolent energy descends upon the earth, instilling despair within all it touches. On the barren ground, Babidi stands guard over a massive, pink egg adorned with strange patterns, his expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Suddenly, he senses something. Raising his head abruptly, in the sky, a figure entwined with golden lightning descends slowly. It is none other than the formidable lightning Shalu. Babidi. Shalu looks down upon the diminutive sorcerer, his voice icy. It seems your pawn is of little use. Babidi trembles in fear. Yet upon seeing Shalu and the egg that is about to hatch, a glimmer of confidence sparks in his eyes. You have arrived just in time. Look, he exclaims, pointing at the egg. Thanks to the thrilling battle between you and Dapula, the energy required for the resurrection of Majin Buu is now fully sufficient. He is about to emerge. The enormous flesh egg pulsates rhythmically, its surface glowing ever brighter, reminiscent of a colossal heart. Oh, Majin Buu? Shalu casts a glance at the egg, his expression devoid of tension, instead filled with keen interest. The creature crafted by your ancestor Babidi, said to have annihilated the entire galaxy? Indeed, it is Lord Majin Buu. Babidi puffs up his chest, emboldened by the presence of Shalu. Once Lord Buu is resurrected, not just Dapula, but the entire universe shall bow before us. Is that so? A dangerous smile curls at the corners of Shalu's mouth. That indeed sounds intriguing. However, he shifts his gaze over the desolate land. I have matters to attend to before witnessing that legendary beast. What matters? Babidi senses an ominous premonition. There are far too many insects on this planet. Their incessant noise vexes me. Shalu slowly raises a finger, pointing towards a distant location, the survivor base established by Bulma and her companions. Let us begin by clearing away the refuse. Let this world become a touch more perfect. No, you mustn't, Lord Shalu. Babidi exclaims in horror, hastily attempting to intervene. Those humans will serve as the finest delicacies once Lord Majin Buu is revived. If you kill them all, Lord Buu will be displeased. What he feels is of no concern to me, Shalu retorts coldly. Once I consume him, I shall be the sole deity of this universe. My will shall reign supreme. Consume Buu. The mere mention of those words sends Babidi into a state of panic. Shalu, this madman, has never intended to collaborate with him. His aim is to absorb even Majin Buu. You fiend. Babidi trembles with rage. Do you comprehend now? It is too late. A terrifying energy capable of obliterating the entire survivor base coalesces at the tip of Shalu's finger. Farewell, insignificant ants. Just as he prepares to unleash the energy, a calm voice resonates unexpectedly, piercing through the air with clarity. You wretched insect. You are far more vile than I ever witnessed in my youth. As the words fall, a figure materializes before Shalu like a specter, standing squarely between him and the survivor base. It is a figure both familiar and foreign. With black hair and an attractive visage, it is none other than Yamcha, the Z-warrior who was believed to be long dead. However, in this moment, he stands in stark contrast to the Yamcha remembered by all. Silently he stands, devoid of any overwhelming aura. Yet his icy blue eyes shine like twin stars imbued with boundless coldness, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation even in the formidable lightning Shalu. Yamcha, the turtle sage exclaims in exhilaration. When did he? Bobo gasps in astonishment, covering his mouth. The near-lifeless Dapula struggles to lift his head, and upon seeing Yamcha's icy blue eyes, his pupils constrict in shock. This human is unlike any other. He radiates a pure life force that inspires both revulsion and fear. Yet simultaneously, there exists a cold energy akin to that of the artificial beings. What manner of creature is this? Shalu regards the suddenly materialized Yamcha with a raised brow. He senses that this man is utterly devoid of energy, as if his very essence has been stripped away. Another insect unafraid of death? Shalu scoffs disdainfully. I have no time to indulge in your childish games. Get out of my way. As he speaks, the energy point at Shalu's fingertip prepares to launch. However, Yamcha merely raises his right hand slowly, extending his index finger towards the destructive energy sphere at Shalu's fingertip. Gently tapping it. There is no sound, no explosion. The energy sphere, potent enough to level a city, simply vanishes into thin air, as if an invisible hand has erased it from existence. In that moment, the entire world falls into a profound silence. Babidi stares in disbelief, his jaw nearly unhinged. The disdain and contempt on Shala's face freeze instantaneously, replaced by an unprecedented shock and incredulity. What have you done? Chapter 144. He has returned. The godlike man. What have you done? Shalu's voice quivered imperceptibly, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. His formidable strike, charged with immense energy, had simply vanished? It was nothing, merely the annoyance of that entity's presence. Yamcha lowered his finger, his tone as nonchalant as brushing dust off his clothing. The more he exhibited such calmness, the more tumultuous Shalu's heart became. Impossible. This man radiated no detectable energy. Even the eternal energy sources of models 17 and 18 paled in comparison to his current battle power of 7 billion, resembling little more than slightly robust ants. How could there possibly exist a being stronger than himself in this world? With a furious shout, Shalu attempted to mask his inner turmoil. He surged his energy to its zenith, golden lightning tearing violently at the surrounding atmosphere. The entire Earth's magnetic field was thrown into chaos by his singular might. No matter what trickery you employ, in the face of absolute power, all is futile. In an instant, Shalu vanished from his position, reappearing before Yamcha in the next moment. His fist, enveloped in terrifying energy, aimed directly at Yamcha's face. He unleashed all his strength in this blow. He intended to obliterate this absurdly confident individual into mere dust using the most direct and violent means. Above, in the temple, Master Roshi and Mr. Popo felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yamcha, quickly dodge! Master Roshi cried out in alarm. Yet, before this planet-destroying punch, Yamcha did not even flinch. He simply extended his left hand, fingers splayed, casually meeting the attack. To Shalu, this gesture seemed as foolish as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Die! He roared, his fist's power surging once more. At last, the fist, crackling with golden lightning, collided with the delicate, pale hand of Yamcha before a captivated audience. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. The expected scene of flesh and blood flying did not materialize. Shala's fist, capable of piercing anything, was firmly and effortlessly caught by Yamcha's palm. Not even a hint of wind pressure was generated. The malevolent grin on Shalu's face froze in shock. He felt as though his fist had struck an infinite expanse of soft yet unyielding cotton. The annihilating force that he wielded vanished like a drop in the ocean upon contact with Yamcha's hand. How could this be? Shalu's mind went blank. Impressive. Yamcha finally lifted his ice-blue eyes, calmly gazing at the now close Shalu, but unfortunately, it is too scattered. The moment his words fell, Yamcha tightened his grip around Shalu's fist, exerting force. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. Ah! Shalu let out a scream so wretched it hardly resembled human sound. His fist, composed of the strongest cells and seemingly indestructible, was crushed by his opponent's sheer strength. Intense pain surged through his mind like a tidal wave. Yet more overpowering than the pain was the dread and disbelief emanating from the depths of his soul. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shalu raged. With his uninjured fist, fueled by rage and defiance, he struck again at Yamcha's chest. Yamcha's gaze remained tranquil. He did not evade, allowing the punch to land squarely on his chest. Thud! The sound reverberated like a massive bell tolling. Shalu felt as if he had collided with a star forged from the hardest materials in the universe. A backlash far mightier than his own attack surged back into his body through his arm. Uffed! Shalu spewed forth a mouthful of green blood. His body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He carved a terrifying trench several kilometers long into the barren earth before finally crashing into a mountain, coming to a halt. One strike. Merely one strike. It hardly even counted as a strike. He stood in place, allowing the opponent to attack. The lightning Shalu, with a battle power of 7 billion, was utterly defeated. In the distance, Babidi sat paralyzed with fear, muttering unconsciously, "Monster, monster." In the temple, Mr. Popo's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist, his eyes bulging like brass bells. Master Rashi's staff clattered to the ground. He stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar disciple below, trembling, uncertain whether from excitement or shock. He had become a true god. Dabura struggled to rise from the ground, gazing at the serene figure in the distance, fear consuming him entirely. He finally understood why he had been controlled by a mere human god using divine techniques. The true deity of this world had always remained in the shadows. This man was the most terrifying existence on this planet, And indeed, in this universe, amidst the ruins of the mountains, Shalu clawed his way out. His crushed fist and battered body were rapidly mending due to the effects of the Bikaku cells. Yet while physical wounds could heal, the psychological scars plunged him into madness. Why? Why is this happening? He could not accept the reality. He had transcended all limits to become the perfect life form. He possessed the power to crush everything. Why? Why did such an illogical monster emerge? I refuse to believe. I refuse. Shalu roared to the heavens, unleashing all his energy without reservation. His 7 billion battle power made the entire earth lament. I am perfect. I am the strongest. I will kill you. Kill you. He transformed once more into a streak of golden light, hurtling toward Yamcha. This time, he did not use his fist. Upon reaching Yamcha, he suddenly spread his arms wide, unleashing countless purple orbs of energy, condensed to the utmost, raining down upon Yamcha like a torrential storm. Die, die, die. Each energy orb possessed the power to obliterate a city. Thousands upon thousands of energy orbs detonating simultaneously could erase this continent from existence. However, faced with this apocalyptic sight, Yamcha merely sighed softly. So noisy. He slowly raised his right hand, grasping at the barrage of energy orbs. Buzz! An unseen force enveloped the entire sky in an instant. The thousands of energy orbs poised to explode seemed to be paused, eerily suspended in midair. Then, Yamcha's palm gradually tightened. Bang! 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 All the energy orbs simultaneously transformed into countless scintillating light points, vanishing into the air. It was as though a vision that had never occurred had dissipated. Now, it is quiet. Yamcha looked at Shalu, who had approached in shock at the spectacle before him, and calmly stated, "It is my turn." Chapter 145, Overwhelm. This is the T-God Yamcha. It is my turn. The tranquil 3 words rang in Shalu's ears like a death knell from the abyss of hell. His body, paralyzed by sheer terror, could not move a muscle. He watched in horror as Yamcha slowly raised his hand, a single finger pointing toward his forehead. In that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Shalu could clearly perceive that within the icy blue depths of Yamu's eyes, there existed neither anger nor murderous intent. Only an unfathomable indifference, akin to a human's perception of an ant at their feet. A roar of defiance echoed within Shalu's heart. I am not an ant. I am a perfect being. I am Shalu. The instinct for survival compelled him to extract the last vestiges of strength from his body, attempting to engage in spatial movement and flee this place. However, Yama's finger had already made contact with his forehead. A hum resonated. An indescribable force, gentle yet overwhelmingly domineering, surged into his limbs and bones, coursing through every cell in an instant. Shalu felt the energy within him dissipating like a punctured balloon, flowing outward at a terrifying velocity. No, it was not merely dissipating, it was being absorbed. Ah, my power, my power. Shalu let out a despairing wail, acutely aware that his body was swiftly weakening, becoming feeble. This agony surpassed even the prospect of death. What manner of monster are you? Yamu offered no reply. He merely continued to absorb Shalu's energy. For one who possessed an eternal energy core, these energies were but a mere drop in the ocean. Yet, he relished the overwhelming sensation of complete dominion over his enemy's life. This was the ultimate irony for Shalu, the perfect being. In mere seconds, Shalu's vitality plummeted from 70 billion to a mere fraction of that, and it continued to decline rapidly. His once magnificent form, entwined with golden lightning, could no longer be sustained due to the loss of energy, reverting to a standard complete state. No, please, I beg you, spare me. Once invincible, Shalu finally cast aside his ridiculous dignity and began to plead pitifully. Yet, Yamu's gaze remained as cold as ever. Just as Yamu was prepared to drain Shalu completely, allowing him to experience the despair of dying in endless weakness and fear, a languid and discontented voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Hey, I say, how much longer are you going to play? This green bug is so weak. It's utterly unamusing. Hurry up and finish him off. I feel like I'm going to mold. A barely perceptible smile crept upon Yama's lips. He released his finger from Shalu's forehead, gazing at the now feeble being who could barely stand. You are fortunate. Someone wishes to no longer see you. What? Shala momentarily failed to comprehend. Yamu disregarded him further, slowly lifting his gaze toward the sky. He could sense a tremendous energy, composed purely of malice and chaos, awakening from the pink egg nearby. Is it finally time for you to emerge, Majin Buu? Yama's thoughts surged with power, erupting instantaneously. Boom! A terrifying aura, merging crimson and deep blue, erupted from his being into the heavens. The entire earth trembled violently before this force. A thin layer of exoskeleton, seemingly forged from pure energy, enveloped his body, outlining perfect muscular contours. The form of T-God number 18 activated. An overwhelming pressure, far more terrifying and despair-inducing than lightning Shalu, descended upon this world. This sensation is indeed delightful. Yamu stretched his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. What is this? Shalu, witnessing Yama's transformation, was utterly petrified. Allow me to show you what true power is. Yama's voice took on a slight magnetic quality, a blend of his own and that of number 18. His figure vanished in an instant. Shalu's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly muster a reaction. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Yamu's knee collided violently with Shalu's abdomen. Shalu's body contorted like a boiled shrimp, his eyes bulging, green bile erupting from his mouth. Immediately thereafter, Yamu seized his head and forcefully drove him into the ground. Boom! The earth was smashed into an unfathomably deep pit. But this was merely the beginning. Yamu hoisted Shalu's head from the pit and began to hurl him against the ground repeatedly, as though he were a mere rag doll. Boom! 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 Each impact caused the earth to quiver violently, massive fissures radiating outward from the point of collision. Mountains crumbled, rivers altered their courses. This desolate land was being utterly reshaped under Yamu's relentless assault. Ah! Shalu emitted heart-wrenching screams as his body shattered and reformed under the relentless blows, over and over again. The formidable regenerative capabilities of his cells, derived from Piccolo, became his greatest torment in this moment, preventing him from dying peacefully, forcing him to endure endless agony and humiliation. Do you see this, number 18? Yamu thought calmly. This is the game you desired. Not bad. A tad more entertaining than I anticipated, no. 18's voice conveyed a hint of satisfaction, but his cries are unbearable. Please silence him. As you wish. Yamu ceased his actions, discarding the now mangled form of Shalu onto the ground like refuse. He slowly raised his foot, aiming for Shalu's head. It is over. Just as he was about to bring his foot down, delivering the final blow to Shalu, an explosive surge of pink energy, imbued with a sense of foreboding and chaos, erupted from the nearby massive egg. The shell that had bound Majin Buu finally shattered at that moment. Chapter 146. The Birth of Majin Buu. The Cataclysm of the Universe. A pink energy storm swept across the battlefield, hurling everything on the ground into the air. Yamu halted his descending foot, tilting his head slightly to observe the epicenter of the energy explosion. He could feel the intensity of that energy reaching an unfathomable magnitude. In his ice-blue eyes, a flicker of gravity passed. This figure surpassed even the 200 billion that his current fused form could achieve, which was already 40 times the Kaioken. Engaging in a direct confrontation was undoubtedly futile. As the dust in the center of the energy storm began to settle, a silhouette gradually became discernible. It was a somewhat comical pink figure, sporting an antenna on its head, with holes in its arms and back, clad in white balloon pants, and adorned with a belt emblazoned with an M symbol. A childlike smile graced its face as it curiously surveyed this new world. Lord Buu, you have finally been revived. Babidi, crawling and rolling, rushed over, clinging to the pink figure's leg, tears of joy streaming down his face. Buu? The pink figure tilted its head, seemingly confirming its own name. Indeed, you are the great Majin Buu. Babidi smiled obsequiously. It is I, your loyal servant Babidi, who has liberated you from your long confinement. Babidi. Buu blinked, as though striving to comprehend this name. It's me, on the sacred land. The turtle hermit gazed at the seemingly harmless pink figure. Incredulous, is that chubby creature really Majin Buu? Its energy feels so peculiar, devoid of any evil, only pure chaos. Yet, its energy intensity is terrifying. Dabura struggled to rise, his face pale as he spoke. Even at my peak, I couldn't withstand a second in his presence. As the sovereign of the demon realm, he could perceive with acute clarity the primal and unadulterated impulse for destruction within Bo. It was not mere malevolence, but something far more terrifying, pure nullity. On the ground, Yamcha withdrew his foot that had been poised to strike Salu. At that moment, Salu had regained much of his strength. He gazed at the not-so-distant Majin Buu. his eyes shimmering with a sense of fortunate survival mingled with a barely perceptible greed. Though he had been utterly overwhelmed by Yamcha, he too felt the terrifying power of Bo. If only he could absorb this plump pink creature. That thought sprouted in his heart like rampant weeds. "Hey, you over there." At that moment, a languid voice broke the tension. Yamcha turned to see Majin Buu pointing at him, a curious expression on his face. "You look quite delicious." As he spoke, the antennae atop Buu's head suddenly emitted a beam of pink light directed straight at Yamcha. Yamcha furrowed his brow and instantly vanished from sight, evading the beam. The light shot harmlessly into the distance, striking a small hill. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Upon being hit by the beam, the rocky hill suddenly transformed with a puff into a massive piece of chocolate, exuding a sweet aroma. Chocolate beam. Yamcha felt a shiver run down his spine. The principle behind this attack was to forcibly alter the molecular structure of the target. No matter how formidable one's defenses, being struck meant being transformed into food. You dodged? Boo, seeing his attack fail, was not angered but rather found it amusing. He clapped his hands and chuckled. Fun. Boo, stop playing around. Babidi shouted anxiously. That guy just bullied me. He even tried to kill Lord Salu. Quickly, turn him into chocolate and eat him. Chocolate. Boo's eyes brightened at the mention of the word, drool spilling from his mouth. He gazed at Yamcha as if he were a giant, walking piece of chocolate. Chocolate. Boo exclaimed, bouncing towards Yamcha with an eagerness that belied his bulky form. Though his speed appeared slow, each step covered an extraordinary distance. And he was soon before Yamcha. A pink, rotund fist, embodying pure, irrational destructive force, swung toward Yamcha's face. In Yamcha's icy blue eyes, the fire of battle ignited. He recognized his inferiority in strength, but the honor of a martial artist forbade him from retreating without a fight. Come at me, Yamcha shouted, meeting the blow with his own fist. Boom. The two fists, disparate in size, collided with a resounding impact. A visible shockwave emanated from their point of contact, rippling outward like a tsunami across the earth. Babidi and the injured Salu were hurled away by the force, tumbling several kilometers. Amidst the dust and debris, Yamcha's form was propelled backward like a cannonball, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground as he skidded for over 1,000 meters before finally halting. He felt as if his arm had been struck by a meteorite, bones aching and muscles tearing. In this pure clash of strength, he found himself utterly at a disadvantage. How incredibly strong! Yamcha shook his numb arm, his eyes igniting not with fear, but with a fervent flame of determination. This was Majin Buu, a creature born solely for destruction and battle. Buu observed his blocked punch and then glanced at the distant Yamcha, a naive grin spreading across his face. You're so hard. Harder than stone. He seemed to have discovered a particularly entertaining and resilient toy. Again, Buu shouted, charging forward once more. This time, his attack was no longer a simple fist. His body exhibited an astonishing flexibility that belied his rotund appearance. His arms could stretch like rubber, launching attacks from various unorthodox angles. His legs whipped through the air, tracing bizarre arcs. He could even detach parts of his body, transforming them into pink energy spheres for omnidirectional assaults. In an instant, the battlefield became a vast sea of pink. Yamcha executed his movements and combat techniques to their utmost limits. Like a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, he danced and dodged through Buu's relentless onslaught, narrowly evading death blow after death blow. In the temple above, everyone watched in terrified awe. How utterly fearsome! The combat style of that Majin Buu was utterly chaotic and unpredictable. Master Roshi was sweating profusely. Yamcha can't hold out much longer, Dubra said solemnly. He could see that although Yamcha was skillfully evading through his superior combat intuition and techniques, each block and each deflection drained his stamina. A solution must be found. Yamcha thought rapidly. A direct confrontation was futile, and stalling was ineffective. The only solution was sealing. The thought flashed through his mind. Against a creature whose power far exceeded his own, and which appeared nearly immortal, conventional combat methods were futile. The only chance lay in sealing him, just as he had done with the great demon king Piccolo and Dubra, using the magic sealing wave to ensnare him completely. Resolute in his decision, Yamcha's fighting style subtly shifted. He ceased merely dodging and blocking, instead beginning to consciously steer the battle's direction. Boo, come chase me, you pink pig, he taunted while dodging. Roar. Bo could not tolerate such provocation. He detested being called fat. Enraged, he howled, and his attacks grew more frenzied and chaotic. This was precisely the reaction Yamcha sought. He used Bo's onslaught to create distance. Meanwhile, his left hand discreetly reached for the versatile capsule at his waist. Inside lay a spare rice cooker he had previously used to seal Dubra. Now was the moment. Yamcha seized an opportunity, retreating rapidly, creating several hundred meters of space between himself and Bo. Simultaneously, he pressed the button on the capsule. With a pop, an ordinary household rice cooker appeared in his hand. Huh, what is that? Bo halted his attacks, curiously eyeing the rice cooker in Yamcha's grasp, tilting his head as if pondering whether it was something delectable. In the distance, Babidi frowned, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from the cooker. Bo, do not underestimate him. That guy is cunning, Babidi shouted urgently. However, it was too late. Yamcha channeled all his energy into the rice cooker. Magic. Sealing. Wave. With a low cry, a spiral of emerald light erupted from the pot, enveloping the still-dazed Majin Bo. Wah! Bo emitted a childlike scream, feeling his body being drawn irresistibly toward the diminutive rice cooker by an overwhelming force. His form elongated and twisted in the green light, transforming into a pink noodle as he was gradually absorbed into the pot. Success! Upon the temple, Xianren stood up with fervor. No, Lord Buo. In the distance, Babidi let out a desperate scream. Yet, just as everyone believed that the outcome was sealed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded once more. As the majority of the demon Buo was being drawn into the rice cooker, with only his head and one arm left struggling outside, suddenly, that arm pointed fiercely towards the unconscious Shalu, who had been flung away by a shockwave. A pink beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, instantly striking Shalu. This time, it was not a chocolate beam, but a radiant beam brimming with life energy. A healing light. Before their eyes, Shalu's grievous wounds began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. What? Yamcha's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly fathom why. At the moment of being sealed, the demon Buo would choose to save Shalu. What could be the reason? Was it a sense of camaraderie among villains? No, that could not be right. Buo's way of thinking was beyond ordinary comprehension. Haha, well done, Lord Buo. Just as Yamcha was distracted, a sharp, malicious voice rang out behind him. It was Babidi. This diminutive sorcerer had stealthily circled around to Yamcha's back. In his hand, a sharp, glimmering magic spike had mysteriously appeared. Die, he chanted, thrusting the magical spike towards Yamcha's back. Alarm bells rang in Yamcha's mind as he sensed the deadly magical pulse emanating from behind. However, he was currently focused entirely on maintaining the sealing wave, unable to divert his attention for defense. It was a dire predicament. If he abandoned the sealing wave to fend off Babidi's ambush, Buo would immediately escape his impending seal. At that moment, facing a fully powered Buo, he would have no chance whatsoever. Yet, if he did not relinquish the wave and allowed Babidi's spike to strike, that strange magical force would undoubtedly inflict severe damage to his body, potentially even unraveling his fused form. In the fleeting moment, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Yamcha's eyes. He not only refused to abandon the sealing wave, but also fervently channeled more energy into it, striving to seal Buo before being struck. Enter. The emerald light surged dramatically. Finally, Buo's head was drawn into the rice cooker. The seal was on the verge of completion. However, at this critical juncture, a muffled sound echoed as Babidi's magical spike, having struck first, plunged deep into Yamcha's back. A chilling, curse-laden magical force erupted within him. Yamcha coughed violently, blood gushing forth as he felt his insides being crushed by an unseen hand. The seemingly indestructible body in his fused form suffered unprecedented damage from this malicious magic targeting living beings. Worse still, the energy sustaining the sealing wave wavered due to the shock to his body. The lid of the rice cooker that was about to seal halted for a mere hundredth of a second. And it was this fleeting moment that granted the demon Buo an opportunity. A strange cry emanated from the rice cooker. A minuscule, pink hand, compressed to its utmost limit, shot out from the lid's gap, firmly wedging itself against it. The sealing wave was interrupted. The seal failed. Boom. The emerald sealing light shattered explosively. Buo's massive form sprang forth from the rice cooker like a liberated spring. Meanwhile, Yamcha, overwhelmed by the backlash of the sealing wave and Babidi's attack, could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to one knee on the ground. He coughed violently, blood pouring from his mouth as his vision began to blur. The fusion form, due to the intense energy depletion and injury, could no longer be maintained, and the crimson-blue energy exoskeleton on his body shattered like glass, dissipating. His aura plummeted to its nadir. Ha ha ha. Babidi cackled madly upon witnessing Yamcha's failure. You lost. You have utterly lost. On the other side, Shalu, healed by Buo, rose to his feet. He glanced at the visibly weakened Yamcha and then at the naive demon Buo, his eyes gleaming with madness and greed. Chapter 148. The Mantis Catches the Cicada? Shalu's ambition. Ha ha ha. You lost. Completely lost. Babidi's maniacal laughter echoed across the desolate battlefield. He looked at Yamcha, who knelt weakly, filled with a sense of vengeance. This accursed individual had thwarted all his plans, and now he would finally pay the price. Buo. Babidi rushed to Buo's side. Pointing at Yamcha, it was him. He tried to imprison you in that strange pot. Quickly kill him. Tear him to shreds. However, just freed Buo did not immediately heed his command. He curiously examined his hands and patted his body, seemingly still savoring the peculiar sensation of being compressed into noodles. Then, he turned his gaze to Yamcha, and to everyone's astonishment, a hint of admiration appeared on his innocent face. You are amazing. That game just now was so much fun. Buo clapped his hands and giggled. Let's play again. Play. Babidi nearly choked in anger. He is the enemy. The enemy. Quickly kill him. Just as Babidi attempted to brainwash Buo, a chilling voice emerged from the other side. Babidi, your pet seems to be rather disobedient. Shalu had risen from the ground, fully healed under Buo's miraculous magic. He walked slowly towards Babidi and Buo, a smile gracing his face, his eyes filled with unmasked greed and ambition. Master Shalu? Babidi felt a jolt of unease at the sight of Shalu. You saw it too, didn't you? Shalu's gaze was fixated on the demon Buo, contemplating the extraordinary power this pink figure possessed. Not only was his combat prowess astonishing, but his ability to heal injuries made him the perfect specimen. Perfect specimen? What do you mean? Babidi's voice trembled. It means, Shalu's smile grew increasingly sinister. This creature belongs to me. Before his words faded, Shalu's figure vanished from his spot. His target was not the weakened Yamcha nor Babidi, but the demon Buo. His tail extended like a venomous snake, the needle tip aimed at Buo's back. He intended to absorb Buo. If he could absorb this being with 400 billion combat power and miraculous magic, he, Shalu, would surpass all, becoming the true, invincible life form in the universe. At that point, not even Yamcha or the legendary gods would intimidate him. Stop! Babidi screamed in terror. Yet, Shalu's speed was too swift. So swift that even Buo could not react. The sharp needle was poised to pierce Buo's body. In that critical moment, bang! A muffled thud resounded. Shalu's body was struck as if by a high-speed train, sending him hurtling through the air. The assailant was neither Yamcha nor Babidi, but rather the formidable Majin Buu himself. Without even glancing back, he casually waved his hand as if shooing away an annoying fly. Yet, this seemingly trivial gesture contained an overwhelming power that left Shalu utterly defenseless. With a splatter of blood, Shalu crashed to the ground hundreds of meters away, struggling momentarily, but failing to rise. He had been vanquished in a single move by Buu. Buu turned to regard the fallen Shalu, tilting his head in apparent confusion. Do you wish to play a game with me? But alas, you are far too weak for my liking. With that, he dismissed Shalu, redirecting his focus to Yamcha. In Buu's eyes, only Yamcha offered the semblance of a worthy opponent, one who could engage in a back and forth, making the encounter entertaining. Shalu lay on the ground, feeling the tumultuous agony within him, his eyes brimming with humiliation and disbelief. How could there be such a vast difference in power? He couldn't withstand even a single attack. Infuriated, Shalu pounded the earth with his fists. Meanwhile, Babidi, witnessing this scene, exhaled a long sigh of relief, soon adopting a haughty demeanor. Did you see that, Shalu? This is the might of the great Majin Buu. You, a lowly insect, dare to covet Buu's power? You are utterly foolish. Babidi taunted, then scampered over to Buu's side. Majin Buu, you are truly magnificent. Now please, transform that pesky fellow into chocolate. Then I shall take you to savor the desserts of the entire universe. Desserts? Upon hearing this word, Buu's excitement reignited. He gazed at Yamcha, licking his lips. Chocolate, here I come, Buu shouted, charging once more at Yamcha. Above, on the temple, Master Rashi and the others felt their hearts sink. Yamcha was gravely injured and could not possibly withstand Bu's onslaught. Was Earth doomed to destruction? Yet, just as despair enveloped everyone, the man kneeling on one knee slowly raised his head. His face bore no trace of fear or hopelessness. Instead, a smile emerged. Finally, everyone has gathered. Yamcha struggled to his feet, glancing at the charging Bu, then at Shalu, who was laboriously rising, and finally at the leaping Babidi. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Do you all believe yourselves to be the Oriole? He mused. Unfortunately, the true hunter is here. Yamcha gently lifted his right hand, palm upward. It is I. Chapter 149. The Genesis of Will, the final act of the hunter. I've been absent for just 2 days. And you spread rumors of my demise? Yamcha spoke in a low tone. Babidi's raucous laughter abruptly ceased as he stared at the man who was rising. Feeling no energy emanating from him, the diminutive figure trembled inexplicably. A profound, ineffable fear gripped his throat, originating from the depths of his soul. Stop this nonsense, Babidi shrieked, attempting to dispel the chill with his voice. Majin Bu, do not be deceived. He is finished. Quickly, turn him into your favorite pudding. Chocolate, chocolate. Majin Bu clapped his hands, his innocent eyes gleaming with hunger. The pink figure darted toward Yamcha once again. Within Bu's simplistic worldview, this man was merely a delightful toy. And once tired of playing, he should be consumed. Meanwhile, Shala struggled to rise, eyeing the weakened Yamcha and then Bu, who was barreling toward Yamcha, his gaze flickering with greed and calculation. Once Bu dealt with this nuisance, he would absorb Bu himself. What a flawless plan. However, just as everyone believed the conclusion was set, Yamcha smiled. He did not even glance at the unstoppable Majin Bu, but instead cast a detached gaze toward the prancing little sorcerer. You are far too noisy, he whispered. In that instant, what? Babidi blinked in confusion. The next moment, his expression froze completely. There were no earth-shattering energy waves, no lightning-fast punches or kicks, nothing at all. Babidi simply discovered that his body began to radiate light. A warm, pure, and utterly non-hostile golden glow seeped from every cell within him. He wished to scream, but could utter no sound. He yearned to cast a spell, yet his once proud magic melted away before this golden light. Like snow before the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. He felt himself being purified. His soul, filled with malice, resentment, and treachery, was gently and inexorably erased by an irresistible force of tenderness. Before Shalu's horrified gaze, and under the puzzled scrutiny of Majin Bu, the universe's foremost sorcerer, Babidi, silently transformed into a flurry of golden motes, ultimately dissipating into the air, as if he had never existed in this world. Shala's pupils constricted to their utmost. Dead. How did he die? His proud battle detection abilities had captured no energy fluctuations at all. Babidi had been erased from existence, as if he had been wiped away with an eraser. What kind of power is this? This is not martial arts. This is a miracle. Where did the little one go? Majin Bu halted, curiously scanning for the incessantly chattering Babidi. Yamcha disregarded the shock of the two monsters, turning to face Majin Bu, his previously icy expression melting away, replaced by a gentle smile. After playing for so long, you must be tired. His voice carried a unique, reassuring charm. Bu tilted his head, gazing at him innocently. Sleepy, time to rest. Yamcha's voice was as soft as a lullaby. An indescribable warmth and comfort swept over Majin Bu's mind like a tidal wave, enveloping him in a gentle drowsiness. Bu unexpectedly yawned deeply, even shedding a tear. He rubbed his eyes, his pink form swaying, feeling as if his eyelids were weighed down by 2 mountains. So tired. We'll play tomorrow, he mumbled incoherently. And then, under Shalu's incredulous stare, his massive body slumped, collapsing to the ground, curled up, and began to snore loudly and evenly. Asleep? A being of unfathomable power, forged purely from chaos and destruction, had succumbed to slumber like an infant, all due to a single phrase. Shalu felt his worldview shatter and crumble in that moment. Fear, an unprecedented terror gripped his heart, as if countless icy hands were squeezing it from all directions. Flee. He must escape immediately. This man was beyond anything he could comprehend. Without a moment's hesitation, Shalu surged his energy to its peak, preparing to teleport. However, as he concentrated, attempting to lock onto the energy signature of a distant galaxy, he found the surrounding space had suddenly solidified from liquid into millennia-old ice. His will could not penetrate. Where do you think you're going? Yamcha's nightmarish voice echoed behind him. Shalu turned rigidly, his gaze falling upon Yamcha, who approached him leisurely, as if strolling through a garden. What manner of monster are you? Shalu's voice, tinged with sheer terror, became sharp and hoarse. Me? Yamcha paused, a playful smile gracing his lips. I am merely a creditor, here to reclaim what is mine. Your possession? Shalu was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as realization struck him. No, you shall not. He roared, channeling his remaining strength into his palms, conjuring an energy sphere pulsating with his last vestiges of hope, crackling with ominous electricity, and hurled it at Yamcha with ferocity. Yamcha merely observed, not even raising a hand. The sphere, capable of obliterating planets, vanished as it neared him 3 meters away, as if it had never existed. The performance is over, Yamcha declared softly. He gradually raised his right hand, aimed at Shalu. No, Shalu screamed in despair. There was neither light nor shockwave. Shalu felt an indescribable, unresisting, incomprehensible will descend upon him. This will did not attack him, it redefined him. With a sickening sound, Shalu looked down in horror to see his chest torn open by an invisible force. The super regeneration ability, fused with Piccolo's cells, faltered at that moment. The wound would not heal. Subsequently, a core shimmering with an ethereal blue light and exuding boundless energy was forcibly extracted inch by inch from his ruptured chest. It was the eternal energy core of Android 17. Oh, Shalu let out a heart-wrenching scream. He could distinctly feel the power within him plummeting at a catastrophic rate with the core's separation. 70 billion, 50 billion, 30 billion. His body underwent violent, regressive transformations as the energy drained away. The dazzling golden lightning that adorned him vanished first. The muscular and perfect form of Lightning Shalu degraded into a more defined physique. Then his face contorted grotesquely, his mouth protruded, his height diminished, devolving into the second form after absorbing Android 17. Finally, as his power dropped below several billion, his body twisted and shrank once more into the most hideous and primitive first form, resembling an insect with a small pair of wings. No, my power, my perfection. Shalu fell to his knees, gazing at his grotesque hands, emitting a despairing wail more painful than death. Everything, his pride, ambition, and quest for perfection, was stripped away in that moment, rendered utterly void. Yamcha extended his hand. The core, belonging to Android 17, floated gently into his palm. He felt the surging, infinite energy within, akin to that in his own being, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Finally obtained. Hey, shouldn't you make some room for me? It's a bit cramped with 2 souls in 1 body. The voice of Android 18, laced with a hint of laziness and discontent, echoed in his mind. Ignoring her complaints, Yamcha calmly regarded the utterly broken Shalu, who lay like a puddle on the ground, and the snoring Majin Bu not far away. The prey had all fallen. The hunt was over. Yamcha slowly raised his gaze, as if piercing the atmosphere, looking into the profound, cold cosmos. The stage had been cleared. Now it was time for the hidden audience to take their turn. Chapter 150, The Ultimate Judgment. You shall be a slave for eternity. The wind stilled, energies dissipated. Only the slumbering pink figure and the grotesque insectoid lying on the ground, still twitching involuntarily, remained. Yamcha floated serenely in the air, cradling the eternally glowing blue core as if holding a miniature star. The crimson-blue aura and energy exoskeleton had long dissipated, revealing his ordinary form with black hair and ice-blue eyes, a demeanor subdued. Yet, in that moment, no one could associate him with the mundane any longer. Above the temple, Bulma, Master Roshi, Mr. Popo, and even the recently teleported and barely conscious Dabura gazed intensely at the scene within the crystal ball, holding their breaths. The entire sequence had transpired too swiftly and bizarrely. The evaporation of Babidi, the slumber of Majin Bu, the disintegration of Lightning Shalu. All of it transcended their understanding of combat. What was that? Bulma's voice trembled. Her scientific pride shattered before the miraculous spectacle. He was unaware that willpower, in essence, equated to a more wondrous divine authority. It was neither energy nor ki. The new god, Master Roshi, felt a weighty solemnity. He sensed something more fundamental, a force of dominion. It was the realm of absolute control over the rules within one's domain. He had reached the ultimate destination of all martial artists, even surpassing it. In the corner, the demon King Dabura, half of his body still cloaked in smoke, strained to utter a single word. In his eyes, the defiance of a demon king had vanished, replaced by the purest reverence and fear stemming from primal instinct. As the ruler of the demon realm, he comprehended better than anyone the implications of the preceding events. It was neither sorcery nor martial arts. It was a higher dimensional existence exerting absolute dominion over the rules of its domain. That man was not a false god, but a true deity. On the battlefield, Yamcha descended slowly, his shoes crunching over the debris, emitting soft rustling sounds. He approached Shalu, who had reverted to his first form and could not even stand. Shalu sensed the approaching footsteps and struggled to lift his head, his grotesque insect mouth smeared with dirt and blood. He looked at the divine man advancing toward him, trembling violently with fear. What are you?" He attempted to inquire, but found his voice rendered hoarse. Yamcha halted before him, looking down imperiously, his ice blue eyes devoid of anger or pity, only indifference. "The pursuit of perfection has been your lifelong aspiration." Yamcha's voice was calm, as if stating an objective fact. Shalu's body stiffened. "Yet your so-called perfection is merely a patchwork of theft. Goku's cells, Vegeta's cells, Piccolo's cells, Frieza's cells, the core of Android 17. The core of Android 18. With each name Yamcha uttered, Shalu's body convulsed violently, as if lashed by invisible whips upon his soul. "You took Android 18 from me, seized Android 17, devoured countless innocent lives, ultimately piecing together your pathetic notion of perfection." Yamcha placed his foot gently upon Shalu's head, an act laden with utmost humiliation. "You are mistaken, insect. True perfection is never achieved through the plunder of others, but through creation." With that, Yamcha pressed down slightly with his foot. A crisp crack echoed. Shalu's head was forcefully driven into the ground, exploding in an instant. Green ichor splattered everywhere. Yet, in the next moment, Piccolo's cells activated. Countless flesh buds writhed madly. And with a sickening noise, a new head began to regenerate. However, this accelerated regeneration did not bring Shalu vitality in this moment, but rather endless torment and fear. Just as he was about to emit a painful howl, that foot came crashing down once more. Crack. It shattered. Regeneration. Crack. It shattered again. Regenerate once more. Yamcha remained expressionless, akin to a mischievous child repeatedly stepping on an ant, unwilling to let it die immediately. He reveled in the sensation of control, savoring the profound despair of his adversary. "Hey, that's enough. How boring." The languid voice of number 18 echoed in his mind, tinged with impatience. Yamcha paused momentarily. He slowly lifted his foot, observing Shalu, who had succumbed to mental collapse, reduced to mere hissing sounds, as the amusement in his eyes gradually faded. "Death would be far too lenient for you," he softly pronounced. Shalu abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his eyes. "You won't kill me?" "I want to kill you." Yamcha seemed to see through his thoughts, a cruel smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "I will let you live, in this most grotesque and feeble state, forever. You shall witness me wielding the power that rightfully belongs to you, using the perfection you have always yearned for, to safeguard this world and to ascend peaks you can never hope to reach. Every breath you take will be a merciless mockery of your pathetic ambitions. Each heartbeat will serve as a reminder that you are merely a wretch stripped of everything. Regret, powerlessness, and jealousy will gnaw at your soul like maggots, for all eternity. This is my ultimate judgment upon you." Shalu finally understood Yamcha's intent, unleashing a scream more piercing and desperate than any before. For a being as prideful as Shalu, enduring the agony of living as a failure was 1,000 times more tormenting than being killed outright. Yamcha paid no further heed to his wails, turning instead toward the nearby figure of Majin Buu, whose snores reverberated like thunder. He gazed upon this creature, possessing the power to annihilate worlds yet with the mind of an infant, his ice blue eyes flashing with a peculiar light. A blank slate with a combat power of 400 billion, brimming with limitless potential, and capable of infinite regeneration. An audacious idea began to take shape in Yamcha's mind. What if he were nurtured like a child with a nuclear weapon button, guided by kindness, restrained by rules, educated through games and sweets, an absolutely loyal, unwavering powerhouse of the universe at my command? Once this thought emerged, it could not be suppressed. A smile crept uncontrollably across Yamcha's lips. He raised his hand, securing the eternal energy core belonging to number 17, then closed his eyes. His consciousness plunged into the mental sea. In a boundless expanse of black void, countless brilliant golden chains extended from all directions, binding a graceful, ethereal figure radiating a ghostly blue light firmly at the center. It was the consciousness of number 18. She seemed to sense Yamcha's arrival, lazily lifting her eyelids, her red lips curling into a teasing arc. "What is this? The hunt is over, and you can't wait to indulge your captive?" Her voice was filled with playfulness and provocation. "The holiday is over." Yamcha's consciousness materialized before her, speaking calmly. "A holiday?" Number 18 scoffed. "You call locking me in this wretched place a holiday? Soon, this place will no longer be so empty." Yamcha disregarded her taunts, merely stating, Number 18 raised an eyebrow. Yamcha extended his hand, palm facing upward. Buzz, a ghostly blue energy sphere, emanating from the same source as number 18's energy, but subtly different, floated serenely in his palm. It was the eternal energy core belonging to number 17. Number 18's pupils constricted sharply. She could distinctly sense the infinite energy contained within that sphere, akin to her own. "This is a gift for you." A mysterious smile graced Yamcha's face. "A grand present that will make us even more perfect." Chapter 151, Dual Core Goddess, a more perfect prison, combined. At this moment, number 18 was not her usual frosty self. In this realm where only consciousness existed, she appeared more unrestrained, more enchanting. The golden chains tightened around her curvaceous form, instead of making her look disheveled. They exuded a breathtaking beauty. She lazily lifted her gaze, the light flickering in her ice-blue eyes as she regarded the man materializing before her. "What's wrong? Did you break all your toys outside and finally remembered there's one locked up at home?" Number 18's voice scratched at the heart like a cat's paw, both painful and tantalizing. She struggled slightly before saying, "Do you want to experience what it's like to be locked in here yourself?" Yamcha floated before her, his expression calm as still water. In this mental realm governed by him, he was the sole, true deity. "You've become more verbose," Yamcha remarked blandly, then slowly opened his right hand. Buzz, the eternal energy core, forcibly extracted from Shalu, now floated quietly in Yamcha's palm, like a beating heart. It radiated a staggering energy that quickened the pulse. Number 18's pupils suddenly contracted. The primal, intrinsic attraction from their shared lineage froze her previously indifferent expression. "Is that the heart of my foolish brother?" she questioned, her breath becoming rapid. "To be precise, it is the other half of infinity." Yamcha's fingers gently caressed the sphere, feeling the violent energy fluctuations within. "You, powered by a single core, though possessing infinite energy, are ultimately limited in output. It's like a race car with an infinite fuel tank, yet a small engine cannot race fast." He raised his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as he fixed his stare on number 18. "But what if it were dual core?" Number 18's delicate form trembled. "Dual core? 2 eternal energy cores combined." The mad genius, Dr. Jarrow, had never envisioned such a radical scheme from the outset. Infinite plus infinite is not merely double. It is an exponential surge, a qualitative leap. It could even trigger energy collapse, resulting in a cataclysmic effect akin to a black hole. "You've lost your mind." Number 18 licked her parched lips, fear briefly flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by a kind of morbid, extreme greed. "You would cause me to explode alongside your body, scattering us into cosmic dust." "Explode?" A derisive smile curled at the corners of Yamcha's mouth. "You still know nothing of my body." He stepped forward, instantly standing before number 18, their noses nearly touching. Breaths audible. "In this world, I am the master. Outside, I am a deity." Yamcha's voice was low as he opened his mouth. Number 18 stared at him fiercely, her eyes a tumultuous mix of struggle, resistance, greed, and excitement. Finally, she slowly parted her red lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamcha forcefully pressed the raging ghostly blue sphere into her mouth. A shrill, piercing scream instantly reverberated throughout the entire mental space. Boom. 2 streams of energy, sharing the same origin yet entirely distinct, collided deep within number 18's soul. It was as if 2 high-velocity planets collided head-on, the terrifying shockwave sweeping through her entire being. It hurts. It hurts so much." "Yamcha, you bastard. I will kill you." Number 18 thrashed violently, the golden chains stretching taut and emitting a grating, teeth-clenching sound. Her originally exquisite visage was now grotesquely contorted by agony, with ethereal blue fissures appearing upon her skin, as if it were shattering. Energy overload. Endure it. Yamcha regarded her with an icy demeanor, devoid of any inclination towards compassion. His will transformed into an invisible hand, firmly restraining number 18, forcefully compressing the two opposing energies together. If you desire greater power, if you wish to break free from these accursed chains, then consume it. Transform this power into your bones, your blood, your instinct. Yamcha's voice reverberated like a resounding bell, stirring number 18's very soul. I am perfection. No. 18 howled amidst excruciating pain, her pride as a synthetic being ignited to its fullest. She ceased to resist the soul-rending torment. Instead, like a madwoman, she opened every pore of her soul, ravenously and frantically devouring the foreign power. Absorb. Assimilate. Merge. The ethereal blue radiance intensified, ultimately coalescing into a towering beam of light. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. As the brilliance faded, the spiritual realm regained its tranquility. Number 18 remained bound by chains, yet her aura had undergone a monumental transformation. Her once pure golden locks now bore a hint of otherworldly blue at the tips. Her skin shimmered with an almost translucent quality, reminiscent of flowing energy crystals. Most terrifying were her eyes. Deep within the originally ice-blue pupils swirled a profound black halo, rotating slowly, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Dual core drive, complete. Exhaling slowly, number 18 released a breath that morphed into a tangible energy storm, sending ripples through the darkened expanse. She lifted her gaze to Yamcha, and this time, her eyes were devoid of the humiliation of subjugation, replaced instead by a provocative gleam of challenge. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a minuscule crack appeared in the golden chain binding her left wrist. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. This feels exhilarating. Number 18 lifted her hand, enchanted by her slender fingers, sensing an oceanic power within her. It seemed that with a mere flick of her wrist, she could obliterate entire galaxies. Yamcha, you are truly a madman and a genius. She suddenly leaned closer to Yamcha, her eyes with the black halo fixated upon him, a sickly smile curling at her lips. I feel as though I am stronger than you now. How about I become the master? Lock you in here and shower you with affection day and night? As she spoke, she extended her tongue, lightly brushing Yamcha's cheek. Danger. Extreme danger. The former no. 18 was akin to a wildcat. Now, she resembled an ancient mother dragon with the power to annihilate worlds. The amplification of power from the dual core inflated her confidence to its zenith, even inciting thoughts of subjugating her master. Yamcha chuckled, genuinely delighted, as if beholding the most satisfactory of creations. You wish to ride upon my shoulders? Are you not afraid I might crush you? Yamcha abruptly reached out, gripping No. 18's slender neck and forcefully pressing her back into the void. Boom. The entire spiritual realm trembled instantly. The golden chains, previously cracked, now radiated with renewed brilliance. Countless new chains erupted from the void, swiftly ensnaring number 18's limbs and waist, binding her in place, rendering her immobile. Ugh. Number 18 emitted a muffled groan, surprise flickering in her eyes. Did you think that since I granted you this power, I was unprepared? Yamcha leaned closer to her ear, his voice a devilish whisper. No matter how powerful, it is merely an engine. I am the chip that controls the engine, your steering wheel, your god. As his words resounded, the chains began to constrict, unleashing a force of suppression upon her very soul. The will and divine authority exerted absolute dominion over pure energy. The fiery confidence that had just surged within number 18 was instantaneously quelled. Gritting her teeth, she felt the overpowering sensation of her soul being entirely dominated. The rebellion in her eyes gradually fading. In its stead arose a more intense, more twisted obsession. Powerful. This man, even if she became tenfold, 100-fold stronger, could still control her as one might crush an ant. The ecstasy of subjugation sent shivers down her spine. Humph, such a petty man. Number 18 pouted, her tone softening despite her body being shackled. Can't I even make a jest? Jests are permissible, but rules must not be broken. Yamcha released his grip, observing the now submissive yet untamed dual-core goddess before him, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, it is time to return. Yamcha turned, dismissively gesturing behind him, as a crowd of spectators awaited the conclusion. Hey, number 18 suddenly called out to him. Yamcha halted. What is it? Next time, number 18 licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with danger. During the next fusion, I want to be on top. Yamcha paused, then chuckled softly, his figure gradually dissipating. Let us see how you perform. In the real world, amidst the desolate battlefield ruins, Yamcha's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Bang! Without any action. Merely the moment of consciousness returning to his body unleashed an indescribable wave of terrifying pressure that radiated outward in a circular manner. The ground fractured instantaneously, countless fragments defying the laws of gravity, levitating into the air, only to be pulverized into dust by the invisible force. The clouds above were torn apart as if by an unseen giant hand, revealing the profound expanse of the starry sky. What is this? The turtle sage, who had just sighed in relief, now stared wide-eyed. The density and quality of that energy had entirely surpassed the realm of mere ki, reaching a dimension that sent shivers through the soul. So this is the sensation of the dual-core drive. Yamcha glanced down at his hands. He could distinctly feel the two eternal energy cores within him resonating at a wondrous frequency. With each pulse, boundless power surged forth, as if he could shatter this dimension with a mere punch. Is this the complete form of Chashin number 18? No, this is merely the norm. If I were to activate the 40-fold Kaioken, or even the 100-fold Kaioken still, in conceptualization. Yamcha inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the urge to obliterate everything within him. He reined in his aura, and the cataclysmic pressure vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Returning to simplicity, he turned to glance at the ground. Shalu remained sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, maintaining his grotesque first form. The pressure Yamcha had unleashed moments ago had nearly shattered his soul. At this moment, he lacked even the strength to tremble, gazing at Yamcha with wide, fearful, and despairing eyes, completely dumbfounded. So strong, he is not of the same dimension. Shalu's last lingering thoughts of vengeance dissipated entirely in that instant. What remained was an overwhelming sense of submission and fear. Not far away, Majin Buu remained curled up, blissfully asleep. The earth-shattering commotion had not disturbed him in the slightest. This guy's heart is as vast as Sun Wukong's. A scrap, a half-finished product. Yamcha shook his head, directing his gaze toward the horizon. There, a tremendous roar of engines approached rapidly from afar, a uniquely designed silver spaceship. It was the Hope, constructed by Bulma. As the spacecraft hovered a mere few dozen meters above the ground, it came to an abrupt halt. The hatch opened, and several figures eagerly leaped down. Leading the charge was Bulma, clad in a battle suit and clutching an energy detector, her face etched with anxiety as she rushed forward. Behind her ambled the new Kami, the turtle hermit, leaning on his cane, alongside the enigmatic king of the demon realm, Depura, cloaked in black and bearing a complex expression. Yamcha! Bulma shouted even before her feet touched the ground, her voice tinged with desperation. The readings from the detector had nearly driven her to madness. First, the terrifying energy response of 70 billion from Cell, followed by the chaotic and malevolent 400 billion from Majin Buu, and lastly, a mysterious energy that defied quantification, causing the detector to go haywire. She feared she would find Yamcha's lifeless body upon landing. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the man at the center of the ruins, unharmed and with not a strand of hair out of place, her steps faltered. Yamcha stood there, his foot resting upon the once mighty Cell, while the universe's strongest demon lay asleep beside him. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon him, transforming him into a deity of battle, receiving the adoration of mortals. Ah, you all arrived quite promptly, Yamcha remarked, observing the stunned expressions of the crowd, a signature, slightly roguish smile gracing his face. He lifted his foot and, as if kicking aside refuse, nudged Cell aside, then pointed at the drooling Buu. Perfect timing. This hefty fellow is too cumbersome for me to carry. Bulma, open the trunk and stow him away. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Bulma, the turtle hermit, and Depura were left speechless. Stow him away? That is Majin Buu, a primordial demon that even the Kaioshin fear. Do you think this is merely a trip to the supermarket for a bag of rice? Seeing the horrified expressions on their faces, Yamcha merely shrugged. Chapter 152, World Champion? The Ultimate Scapegoat. The crimson and azure aura enveloping Yamcha gradually receded, the suffocating divine presence dissipating as he reverted to a strikingly handsome young man with dark hair, exuding a hint of nonchalance. Was this truly the end? Bulma, clutching the energy detector, gazed at the surreal and serene scene before her, as if trapped in a dream. One moment it had been the apocalypse, and the next, a peaceful afternoon nap? Why not? Yamcha shrugged. just as the distant sky erupted with the thunderous roar of helicopter blades. Thundering in formation, a dozen heavy-armed helicopters, painted black with the enormous golden letters spelling Satan, charged through the clouds, their powerful searchlights illuminating the ruins as if it were midday, accompanied by the blaring sound of a loudspeaker. A charismatic yet flamboyant middle-aged voice echoed through the air. "Ha! Fear not, citizens of Earth. With Mr. Satan's arrival, the nightmare has come to an end." As the helicopter doors swung open, an array of colored smoke grenades rained down, red, yellow, and purple clouds swiftly enveloping the battlefield, resembling the grand opening of a major concert. The turtle hermit's lips twitched, his sunglasses nearly sliding off. Are they here to fight or to put on a show? Depura grimaced, clutching his chest in disdain. The taste of humanity truly leaves even the king of the demon realm feeling physically ill. However, Yamcha merely raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This too is a form of talent. After all, in every era, people need a hero to stand in the spotlight. He turned to Bulma and the others, raising a finger to signal silence. Everyone, retreat 500 meters and conceal your presence. The stage belongs to this world champion. The helicopter descended slowly. Dressed in a white cloak and sporting a wild hairstyle with a full beard, Mr. Satan made a grand entrance, flanked by well-armed bodyguards. Countless drones circled overhead, broadcasting live to the surviving shelters across the globe. Is this the lair of that monster? Mr. Satan posed dramatically for the camera, flashing a dazzling smile. No matter what demons or monsters arise, under my iron fist, they shall only know submission. Wahaha! The live stream erupted with excitement. Comments flooding in like snowflakes. Long live Mr. Satan. The savior has arrived. Let us vanquish those monsters. The androids were defeated by Mr. Satan's disciples. He is our great hero. Yet, as Mr. Satan stepped into the heart of the battlefield and beheld the scene before him, his laughter abruptly ceased. Gulping, he struggled to swallow. Although the area was shrouded in smoke, he could still discern the ground crystallized by some terrifying heat, riddled with bottomless fissures. In the center of the ruins lay a green, cicada-like creature, beside it a pink, fleshy sphere. While both appeared motionless, the residual aura of top-tier predators hung in the air, sending shivers down the spine of Mr. Satan, whose instincts for danger were as acute as a beast's. Is this the infamous Cell? Mr. Satan felt his legs tremble. He had imagined facing mere energy manipulators or genetically mutated beasts, easily dealt with by his explosives and machine guns. But this creature's shell reflected light with an intensity surpassing tank armor. Mr. Satan, are you all right? A nearby female reporter thrust a microphone into his face, her eyes filled with admiration. Are you gathering your anger? Huh, yes, of course. Mr. Satan shivered, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Yet, before the camera, he could only force a laugh. I am merely observing for weaknesses. This is strategy. Do you understand strategy? He spoke while cautiously sidestepping the green creature, moving sideways like a crab. Just then, Cell twitched slightly. Mr. Satan nearly jumped out of his skin, instinctively adopting a defensive stance and emitting a strangled cry. Silence fell over the crowd. The reporters and bodyguards watched him with bated breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Cell remained sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Mr. Satan blinked, realizing the creature showed no signs of aggression, and his fear began to wane, replaced by a surge of survival-induced luck and the ensuing greed. Could it be that this monster was incapacitated? Had the previous battle left them both wounded? With newfound courage, Mr. Satan cleared his throat and boldly approached Cell, raising his boot to tentatively prod at one of its broken antennae. Hey, ugly. Do you fear the presence of the champion? Cell's multifaceted eyes shifted slightly, regarding this insignificant being with a power level of merely 5. In its prime, a mere breath would have reduced this man to ashes. Yet now, deprived of its core, it lacked even the strength to speak, only managing a hoarse hiss. To Mr. Satan, that hiss resonated as the sweetest sound of surrender. Haha, you are indeed afraid. Mr. Satan immediately donned the role of a performer, spinning around to face the camera with a victorious gesture, bellowing, "Dear viewers, did you see that? This demon, which sought to obliterate the world, has been paralyzed by the righteous aura of Mr. Satan. This is the triumph of justice. This is the victory of martial arts." Although there were no spectators present, the cheers transmitted by the drone were nearly deafening enough to shatter Satan's eardrums. Concealed in the shadows, Yamcha couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow truly possesses remarkable talent. He stroked his chin, contemplating the thickness of the man's skin, which even my magical prowess might struggle to penetrate. What is your plan? The languid voice of number 18 echoed in his mind. Such a clown could be crushed with a mere finger. What purpose would it serve to kill him? The world requires order, and order necessitates faith. A glimmer of insight flickered in Yamcha's eyes, since he relished his role as a hero. I shall present him with a grand gift. On the battlefield, after relishing the applause, Satan's gaze shifted to the nearby fat Bew, who remained asleep, his snot bubbles fluctuating in size, exuding an appearance that was almost endearing. Could this be a pet of Shalu? Satan mused. Considering that since Shalu had succumbed to my fright, this pet should pose no threat. In a bid to demonstrate his benevolence and authority, he boldly approached, reaching out to pat Bew's belly. Just as his hand was about to make contact with Bew, a formless wave of psychic energy, without warning, penetrated his mind. The voice of Mark resonated, grand and authoritative, as if descending from the heavens, instilling an irresistible sense of reverence. Satan froze, his body rigid, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who is speaking? I am the god of earth. Yamcha utilized his psychic powers, mimicking the tone of a divine figure, reverberating within Satan's cerebral cortex. You have done well, mortal. Your courage has moved me. A god. Satan's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. Although he was a fraud, he held the utmost awe for the supernatural. Divine being? Satan trembled inwardly, stammering in his thoughts. Do you have any instructions? This pink creature is named Bew. Yamcha continued his ruse. Although he possesses the power to annihilate the universe, his mind is as blank as a fresh canvas. The previous destruction was merely the result of being misled by malevolent forces. Annihilate the universe. Satan nearly soiled himself. Has this creature become a nuclear bomb? Fear not. Yamcha stifled laughter, continuing his solemn charade. I have recognized your capacity for compassion. Now, I bestow upon you a monumental mission. Use your love, your sense of justice, to enlighten him, to guide him. Transform him from a harbinger of destruction into a guardian of earth. Only you, the great Mr. Satan, can wield this power. This is the choice of destiny. Will you accept it? Satan was momentarily speechless. Fear? Certainly. Yet, accompanying it was an unprecedented sense of purpose and immense vanity. Tame the demon? To have the universe-destroying monster as his subordinate? If he succeeded, would he not truly become a legend? At that point, not only could he claim the title of world champion, but even contend for the title of king of earth. Furthermore, the divine being proclaimed that this creature's mind is like a blank slate, making him easily manipulable, or rather, easily teachable. Fortune favors the bold. With a deep breath, Satan's trembling legs miraculously straightened. The lewdness and fear that had once marred his face vanished, replaced by a solemnity reminiscent of a saint. He slowly turned, facing the camera, and the billions of expectant eyes of the world. In that moment, his acting prowess reached its zenith. Ladies and gentlemen, Satan's voice resonated, deep and magnetic. He pointed at the slumbering Bew, his expression imbued with a compassionate sorrow. Just moments ago, the heavens bestowed upon me enlightenment. This pink giant is not a monster. He is merely a lost child, a pitiable soul exploited by evil. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The reporters were taken aback. Satan extended his arms, as if to embrace the entire world. Violence only begets destruction. Only love and justice can foster true peace. I, Mr. Satan, hereby solemnly declare. He abruptly pointed at Bew, exclaiming, I shall adopt this child. I will personally impart to him the virtues of good and evil through my fighting spirit. I shall make him one of us, the guardian of earth. This is my promise as the world champion, Satan. His proclamation resonated in the ears of survivors worldwide. After a brief silence, a fervent cheer erupted, even more passionate than before. Satan, 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 how magnificent! Is this the magnitude of a world champion? I'm overwhelmed. He truly is remarkable. Witnessing this spectacle, Bulma stood agape from a distance. Is this even possible? She turned to Yamcha, inquiring, what did you do to him? Why has he suddenly changed his ways? Oh, nothing much, just secured him a full-time babysitting job. Yamcha, with his hands in his pockets, observed Satan basking in the adoration of the spotlight, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. A simple-minded creature like Bew would be prone to mishaps under Goku's care, and with someone as prideful as Vegeta, it would be disastrous. Instead, Satan, adept in social nuances and skilled in cooking and companionship, is the perfect vessel for sealing. Well then, the farce has concluded. Yamcha turned away from the raucous crowd, waving his hand. Let us return to the temple. We must tally our spoils and discuss how to rebuild this dilapidated earth. In the glow of the setting sun, his shadow stretched long behind him. Behind him lay the frenzied crowd, and ahead, the formidable duo of Satan and Bu, soon to reign as Earth's strongest alliance. Before him was a brand new era, entirely shaped by his will.